1. Your mother certainly knows how to conceal. At Los Angeles International Airport, in the bustling waiting hall, a particular area has drawn the gaze of many towards a striking mixed-race man. It is none other than his remarkable handsomeness, that he boasts a mane of pure black hair, fair skin devoid of the coarseness typically found in Caucasians. And his features possess an angelic, perfectly proportioned beauty. His robust physique fills out a tailored suit to perfection. Just a single glance is enough to cause women to instinctively cross their legs. Unlike the shallow admiration of the women, the men around him intentionally overlook his exquisite visage, scrutinizing his attire instead. His understatedly luxurious suit fits him impeccably, with a glimpse of the Armani Eagle logo peeking from the cuffs. The sapphire blue watch is so exquisitely crafted that it makes other men's hearts race. Below, his polished shoes shine brightly, crafted by the renowned and expensive brand Fendi. This ensemble undoubtedly costs no less than $300,000. The men, seeking equilibrium, subtly divert their gazes, having confirmed his affluent status. All they can do is mutter enviously, "What's he showing off for in our common area?" The mixed-race man remains oblivious to these stares, his deep, enchanting sapphire eyes surveying the surroundings. His handsome face reflecting a complex array of emotions, 3 parts astonishment, 3 parts confusion, 3 parts incredulity, and 91 parts amusement. His name is Victor Chen, an American-born Chinese, bearing his father's surname Chen, while his name was bestowed by his Russian mother. Recently, a series of unfortunate news has not defeated him. Instead, it has strengthened his resolve to return to China for work. A doctoral candidate in directing at the American Film Institute. He believes he can infuse the Chinese film industry with international elements, creating world-class films that belong to China. Before boarding, he rests in the exclusive terminal at the airport, awaiting his mother's arrival. His father is quite displeased with his decision to return home rather than inherit the family business, and is unlikely to see him off. In a hazy moment, a voice echoed in his mind, suggesting that an elder had relinquished control of a dimensional trading platform and entrusted it to him. Now he would traverse to the glass Marvel universe. Then, he jolted awake. The transition from the exclusive terminal to the waiting hall held no persuasive power over Victor. The circle of second-generation acquaintances he mingled with lived without constraints. Victor could only manage a wry smile, that he would treat this as a unique farewell memento. Taking out his Huawei Mate 20 RS, he prepared to call his friend Drew to put an end to the farce. This spectacle was predominantly orchestrated by him. With boarding imminent, if he did not appear, the flight would dare not take off. Dad's private jet is certainly more convenient. Victor mused. He did not bother scrolling through contacts, dialing the number with practiced ease, placing the receiver to his ear, and momentarily gathering his emotions. Yet, the urgent beeping of beep, beep, beep interrupted him. Removing the phone for a closer inspection, he was greeted by the glaring message "number not activated," indicating that either the SIM card was unregistered or had been deactivated. His immediate assumption was that Drew had swapped his SIM card. His gaze drifted, landing on a blonde beauty who scored a solid 7 this time, rated on a 10-point scale. In response to her surprised expression, Victor approached with an elegant smile, employing a genuine London accent. "Pardon my intrusion. My name is Victor Chen. May I ask the name of this beautiful lady?" "Anna." The blonde's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Just call me Anna. Oh my goodness. You're absolutely stunning. I must take a picture with you. My friends will be so envious." Faced with Anna's enthusiastic response, Victor remained unfazed, posing as a mere backdrop while ignoring her flirtatious gestures. American girls are notoriously direct. After a few photos, he smoothly stated his purpose. "May I borrow your phone for a moment? My own seems to be malfunctioning." Before he could finish, Anna promptly recited a phone number clearly. She had misunderstood. Victor pressed his lips together, reiterating, "Thank you for your kind words. However, I genuinely need your phone. You see, mine has ceased to function." He shook his phone, the number not activated message glaringly evident. Anna's smile faltered, her cheeks flushing deeper, yet the spark in her eyes remained undiminished. Generously, she handed over her phone, leaning closer as she whispered teasingly, "I've never tried this at the airport before, just for enjoyment. No strings attached afterward. What do you think, Victor?" Victor's expression remained unchanged as he graciously accepted on his phone, murmuring his thanks, then turned his back to dial a number, selectively ignoring her previous remarks. Women were never in short supply for him. The airport had grown tedious. Thus, Anna's proposition paled in comparison to the allure of her phone. "Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and try again." Upon hearing this message, Victor promptly hung up and dialed another number. Due to his status, they typically had measures in place to intercept calls from strangers. Thus, to reach Drew, calling his father's personal secretary, Kyra, would be the quickest solution. The phone rang. "Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and try again." Victor raised an eyebrow, confirming the number was correct, yet the message persisted. Now, unease began to creep in. Kyra would never conspire with Drew to prank him. She would not dare offend him, nor would she risk her job, as any missed call could result in losses amounting to millions. Eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining possibilities caused his complexion to shift. Determined, he dialed several familiar numbers, each met with the same "not in service" prompt, causing Victor's heart to plummet. Could it be? Had he truly crossed into another realm? As an ambitious second-generation heir, the sole successor to a top 100 global conglomerate, Victor was thoroughly content with his life. Crossing over, who among humanity would wish to regress to a primitive state and re-evolve? Clinging to a sliver of hope, Victor dialed his father's private number, a contact reserved solely for family, known only to himself and his mother. Beep. The sound of the call connecting filled his ears, causing Victor to exhale in relief, his eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. Drew had executed this prank flawlessly, genuinely startling him. An opportunity for retribution would surely present itself. As Victor contemplated how to repay Drucker, the call connected. Victor took the initiative to speak. "Dad, it's me. I regret that you couldn't make it. My phone died, so I borrowed someone else's to say goodbye." Silence lingered on the other end for a full 10 seconds. Then a voice, both unfamiliar and eerily familiar, responded. "Is it now customary for scam calls to address Dad? I don't recall ever having a son." Confused, Victor glanced at the phone. The number indeed belonged to his father. Although the voice was somewhat familiar, it was certainly not his father's. Rather, it resembled. "Hey kid, why are you silent?" As Victor remained quiet, the voice on the other end grew impatient. "Please don't tell me you're one of my ex-girlfriends? This is unbelievable. Every one of them was compensated handsomely. How could one have secretly borne me an illegitimate child?" Listening to the voice on the phone, Victor's mind became chaotic. This was definitely not his father's voice. It was truly that person's voice. Could it be that Drucker invited him to prank himself? But that didn't fit. This number belonged to his father. He would never engage in such tomfoolery with Drucker.uk. "It seems you were serious." On the other end, the person, lost in his own thoughts, spoke with exasperation. "Stay put, I'll send someone to pick you up for a DNA test first." UK. If this is true, the tabloids will be delighted. The renowned playboy, billionaire Tony Stark, has an illegitimate child. "Hey kid, judging by your accent, you must be around 16, right? Goodness, you really know how to hide. If you tell me right now that you're not my son, I will definitely offer you 100,000. I, Tony Stark, guarantee it." After a brief pause, with no response from Victor, the caller abruptly hung up. Victor found himself engulfed in a trifecta of existential questions. Who am I? Victor Chen, a strikingly handsome Sino-European hybrid, a PhD in AI direction, a super-rich heir poised to inherit a top global conglomerate unless he diligently strives for success. Where am I? Los Angeles, USA, at the airport terminal. What am I doing? Dialing his father's private number, only to be answered by someone claiming to be Tony Stark. As he pieced together these fragments, a terrifying notion began to crystallize in his mind. Taking several deep breaths, Victor opened Google on his phone. First, he checked the date. March 12, 2008. Then, gazing at the antiquated search interface, anxiety tightened its grip on him. Searching for news about his father yielded no results. He proceeded to look up recent headlines. Mutant attacks on NYPD. Individual act or organized intent. The first month after Stark Industries shut down its weapons division, stock prices plummet by 37. Playboy Tony Stark has not been seen in 30 days, solidifying claims of mental illness. Each news article confirmed the absurd conjecture. Yet, with the technology of the 21st century, coupled with the wealth and power of Drucker and others, such matters could very well be fabricated on a small scale. Unless, taking several deep breaths to calm his nerves, Victor offered a somewhat stiff smile to Anna, shaking his phone to indicate he still needed it. After she nodded to indicate he could proceed, he discreetly found an unoccupied spot to sit. Lowering his gaze to the phone, he murmured softly, "Dimensional trading platform?" A scene of despair unfolded before him. Before his eyes, a line of text truly materialized. "Welcome to the Dimensional Trading Platform. Would you like to begin the novice guide?" In rejection of the notion of traversing dimensions, his mind instinctively chose no. The interface promptly vanished. He blinked vigorously, confirming the absence of contact lenses or similar items before letting out a deep sigh, his typically erect posture slumping backward unceremoniously. "This is IT. IT seems I have truly traversed dimensions." His life had only just begun, devoid of any discontent, with a future brimming with infinite possibilities. Why not seek out a dream-chasing otaku who truly needed it instead of this? Fortunately, the dimension he inhabited was the Marvel Universe created by the venerable Stan Lee, a world he was somewhat familiar with. It was merely uncertain whether it was the cinematic universe, animated universe, or comic universe. If it were the cinematic universe, As a PhD in AI direction, he might understand this world even better than Stan Lee himself. He had been an intern, closely following the production of Black Panther, Avengers, Infinity War, and Venom. Let there be carnage at AS for the latter two universes. It wasn't that he was unfamiliar, that IT was simply the bizarre power structure that posed a risk to his own small limbs, filling his existence with uncertainty. He might be obliterated by a stray blast the moment he stepped out of the airport. Shaking his head, Victor's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Given that he had indeed traversed dimensions, did that mean the person who answered the call was genuinely Tony Stark? He had audaciously called him Dad. Oh, wait, IT was Tony who said he would send someone to pick me up for a DNA test. Based on his analysis of Tony's character, Victor was 100% certain that once Tony confirmed he was not his son, he would undoubtedly honor his promise of 100,000. Then he would hire a top-tier lawyer to sue Victor for fraud, ensuring he serve a decade in prison without a chance of release, a true decade-long sentence. The pressing matter was to resolve this issue first. He checked all his belongings, an expensive suit, a beautiful Hublet watch, a Huawei phone that couldn't dial out, a wallet with all cards rendered useless, and a borrowed phone. After a moment of silence, Victor summoned the dimensional trading platform again, then mentally clicked to confirm, entering the novice guide clearly. This thing could read brainwaves and might very well be residing in his mind. Words danced on the screen. Basic principles of dimensional merchants. Since each dimension has only one dimensional merchant, no merchant, including oneself, may harm the interests or lives of any dimensional merchant. Violators will face the highest penalty of void exile. Agree newcomer lottery once. Refuse dissolve platform. Binding will the platform send me back after the rejection? Victor pondered the possibilities, but ultimately decided against the slim chance his innate business acumen, nurtured by his father, instinctively led him to reject this unequal gamble. Upon clicking agree, he witnessed a rush of unfamiliar energy enveloped him as he faced the interface of the dimensional trading platform, which had just confirmed its binding. Having completed the novice guide, he pondered whether to claim the novice reward. Victor waited an additional 10 seconds, and upon assuring himself that the interface would not change, he felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. Was a novice guide truly this simplistic? No background information? No usage instructions? Even if such details were deemed unnecessary, surely they could have provided him with a guiding sprite? In this era, what was lacking? Simply tossing a novice reward his way while offering an abysmal customer experience was utterly unacceptable. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. The news of his unexpected journey was simply too overwhelming, causing his emotions to spiral, revealing his rare tendency to complain. This so-called dimensional trading platform was certainly unconventional. Thus, he resolved not to adhere to its whims and declined to claim the novice reward. The interface transformed before him, and the most prominent feature was the enormous search bar at the top. Beneath it were 5 options: shopping cart, products, inventory, tasks, and contacts. The design was remarkably rudimentary. No wonder they had not sought his opinion. They had thrust him into this new realm with such poor artistry that it felt akin to a scam. They could traverse dimensions to deliver someone, but were too stingy to invest in decent interface design. Without immediately clicking on the search bar, he sequentially opened the 5 options below. Aside from an item labeled Novice Lottery in the inventory, the remaining spaces were starkly empty, resembling the simplistic grid of a video game's backpack or storage. He refrained from further criticism and returned to the initial interface, clicking on the search bar. Please inform the platform of your requirements. Requirements? Could you facilitate my immediate return Earth? What? No complaints allowed? Must maintain elegance? Victor exclaimed, what nonsense is this? Was being a wealthy heir not a privilege? Could a handsome fellow not express his frustrations? His current mindset was explosive, akin to being thrust into a foreign country with a deceptive online shop shoved into his hands. He felt the need to vent. As Victor's grievances poured forth, the options beneath the search bar vanished, replaced by an array of elegantly arranged windows. The stark contrast in graphical quality was akin to comparing Lu Yifei to Feng Jie, an unmistakable distinction between the merchant backend and the user interface. A whole row of products dazzled him, obviously high-end items ranging from magical teleportation portals to fantastical techniques for transcending reality, and even scientific devices for dimensional travel. Everything was present. As for the pricing, let us not even begin to discuss what an SSS-level credential might entail. Let us speak of this dimensional point. There is not a single window that falls below 24 digits, equating to 100 quadrillion. This is not a matter of traffic. It pertains to dimensional points. Unless these points depreciate like the Zimbabwean dollar, this platform seems reluctant to allow one to return home. After varying the search criteria and casually exploring several products, I found the interface quite reminiscent of Taobao, with little distinction among the offerings. However, the slogans are rather flamboyant. Product name, Dragon Ball Earth. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 100. Originating dimension, Dragon Ball Universe. Grade assessment, SS. Product price, SS level certificate X3 for 30 billion dimensional points. Function description. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon and receive 1 wish. Slogan. If you lack proficiency in Japanese, your inability to make a wish due to personal inadequacy will render returns impossible. Product name, Dragon Ball Namek. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 100. Originating dimension, Dragon Ball Universe. Grade assessment, SS. Product price, SS level certificate X3 for 25 billion dimensional points. Function description. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon and receive 3 wishes. Slogan. Mastering a foreign language is crucial. For instance, knowing Namekian allows one to make 3 wishes. Dragon Ball Earth is relatively manageable. Japanese is not particularly challenging to learn. However, Dragon Ball Namek poses a true dilemma, as there are no resources available for study. One would expect a complementary language package, reflecting a lack of marketing acumen. Most absurdly, Dragon Ball is classified as technology? Perhaps magic is merely a form of technology that humanity has yet to explore. Subsequently, Victor undertook a series of actions, primarily to decipher the platform's functionality, which is evidently a mere copy of Taobaw's template. Could the SS behind it belong to someone named Ma? Observing the preferential treatment, it appears to stem from a certain blue-blooded lineage surpassing its predecessor. A glance at his watch revealed that only 5 minutes had elapsed. No wonder the novice guidance was exceedingly simplistic. This hardcore interface lacks even a single advertisement. Anyone unable to comprehend it must surely be a fool. After a round of complaints, Victor's expression grew serious. In no more than 10 minutes, Tony's associates would arrive, and before that, he must swiftly resolve this issue. It was impossible to return with an explanation, for Tony is not one to heed counsel. In this nascent venture within the Marvel Universe, the only support he could rely on was the dimensional trading platform, despite the absence of any balance in his account, rendering purchases impossible. However, under the subtle influence of his father, Victor had long comprehended that many treasures could be acquired without monetary exchange. Being within the Marvel Universe constituted his greatest asset. According to evaluations on the platform, the Marvel Universe was classified as an SS grade dimension. Although the criteria for such ratings remained unclear, an SS grade surely indicated a commendable standing, suggesting that he possessed significant potential for achievement and investment, particularly when contrasted with lower-tier dimensions that, scarce in resources, would undoubtedly be eager to invest in themselves. Given his current circumstances, Victor swiftly discerned his requirements: a realistic identity to resolve fundamental issues, self-defense capabilities to ensure personal safety, and initial resources to expedite capital accumulation. With clarity of purpose, his mind began to race, contemplating how to select the appropriate goods to maximize his benefits. After a brief interlude, he reopened the Google search on his phone, entering Osborne Industries, which yielded a flurry of news articles. Osborne Industries pioneers biopower technology. Could it become a new direction for clean energy? The legendary life story of Norman Osborn. The true identity of Osborne's sole heir, Harry Osborn, exposed. Ignoring these headlines, he navigated to the official website of Osborne Industries, accessed the employee information page, and entered Richard Parker in the search bar. Information on Richard Parker was scarce, yet his photograph appeared in grayscale, indicating his demise. However, the date of death was not specified. Exiting the Osborne website, he searched for Richard Parker. The results revealed Richard Parker's passing, a significant loss for the biological community. Mary Parker, the most beautiful biological expert, has departed from us forever. Chief researcher dies in plane crash. Osborne Industries stock price dips slightly. Upon a meticulous perusal, Victor confirmed that the Parkers had perished in a plane crash 6 months prior. The timing was indeed serendipitous. As his mind pondered, he continued to search for news about Tony Stark, predominantly articles concerning his abduction in Iraq. After reviewing each one, Victor pinpointed the current timeline, 1 month post Tony's escape from the Ten Rings. This indicated that Tony had completed his transformation within the cave and was now secluded, working on the K2 prototype. Subsequently, Victor summoned the platform, clicked on the search bar, and entered artificial intelligence, refraining from selecting any products. He arranged the goods by their originating dimensions, from lowest to highest, methodically searching keywords such as gene therapy, superpowers, close combat, and beginner merchant selections. Closing his eyes, he mentally organized the information once more, ensuring nothing was overlooked before reopening them. Rising to return the phone to Kanna with a gesture of gratitude, he gently declined her renewed invitation. With a heavy heart reflected in her eyes, he strode purposefully towards the exit of the departure hall. Leaving this place was the simplest and most effective choice, Yet he knew it was not a sustainable solution. The security check upon entry had been stringent, but the process for departure was remarkably straightforward, often requiring no more than a cursory glance at the boarding pass. However, due to Victor's undeniable charm, the security personnel hesitated, confirming his credentials multiple times before reluctantly allowing him to pass. What a handsome man. I wish I could have a fling with him. Shortly after Victor's departure, Tony's personal bodyguard, Happy, approached the security entrance with a stern expression. After finally managing to take a break, he found himself compelled to use his precious time off to retrieve someone simply because the boss's residence was conveniently close to Los Angeles Airport. Even more unfortunate was the fact that Happy's mission was destined to be in vain. His target, Victor, had already found refuge in a solitary stall of the airport's public restroom. Though Los Angeles Airport is the 5th largest in the world, the restroom's odor was far from pleasant. The choice of this location was straightforward. It was the only part of the airport devoid of surveillance. At this point, Tony was not yet the Iron Man of the future, and mobilizing resources to pinpoint Victor's location would take at least half an hour. Having temporarily resolved Tony's predicament, Victor focused his thoughts on a dimensional shop named Resident Evil. He swiftly navigated through a plethora of products, heading straight to customer service to initiate a cross-dimensional chat. Almost instantaneously, a response appeared. Royce. Hello, I am Royce, a merchant from the D-level dimension of Resident Evil. How may I assist you today? Clearly an automated reply, and surprisingly, it was a purely text-based conversation, devoid of even an avatar. What a disappointment. Victor meticulously typed out his premeditated introduction. I, a merchant from the Marvel Universe, wish to. No, that was wrong. He quickly halted, deleting the errant line. The challenge of mental editing was that thoughts transformed into text before they could be fully processed. Just as he was rephrasing his opening line, Royce responded again. A merchant from the Marvel Universe? Finally, someone has entered that dimension. Royce continued, my friend. You are indeed fortunate. Are you looking to purchase virus knowledge or G-virus knowledge? Wait, hold on. Why are you only a level 0 merchant? Isn't the minimum a trainee merchant? Goodness. If you haven't reached level 4, how do you have the authority to access the customer service interface? After a flurry of 3 messages, Royce paused, awaiting a response. Victor, having completed his message and double-checked for errors, finally confirmed and sent it. Victor, I am an SS-level merchant from the Marvel Universe. As you can see, I am a novice trader, encountering some challenges upon my arrival in this realm, and I require your assistance. Trust me, this will prove to be a lucrative investment. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, a barrage of information followed. Royce, oh my goodness. My dear brother, your character must be exceptional to have been selected for the SS-level Marvel Universe. Royce, there are treasures aplenty in that place. With a bit of effort, one could amass a plethora of credentials. Royce, I envy you greatly. So, my brother, you are facing difficulties, are you? Speak freely of your needs, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Royce, so it is the investment you seek? I understand, akin to farming. First sow the seeds, then reap the harvest. Royce, go on then. What do you desire, brother? The T-virus? The G-virus? Or perhaps a tyrant as your bodyguard? The unmistakable essence of Northeast China enveloped the conversation. Victor remained silent for a few moments, ultimately feeling it necessary to confirm. 3. Artificial Intelligence. Alice. Victor, greetings. May I inquire whether the issue lies with my translator? Or are you indeed from Northeast China? The response was yet another deluge of information. Royce, naturally. I hail from Heilongjiang in Northeast China. A true son of the Northeast. Royce, are you puzzled by my name, brother? Well, I could hardly go by Lu Dazhuang in America, could I? That would lack sophistication. Royce. Ah, my brother. You may not know this, but all dimension merchants are selected from Earth. The specifics elude me. I am merely a D-level merchant, and the rest is for you to discern. Royce, by the way, are you experiencing challenges? Do not hesitate to tell me what you lack. Royce, however, considering you are at level 0, your pockets might be emptier than your face, and you will have to rely on the route of gifts. Royce, let's speak plainly. You may select only one item. It is not that I am stingy. I have plenty of such wares, yet the platform does not permit it, claiming the necessity to respect certain fundamental trading laws. There is but one gift quota per month. As Victor pondered Royce's words, he gleaned a wealth of information. This fellow from Northeast China, with his boisterous nature, was a quintessential representative of his region. Though his words may not be entirely trustworthy, his desire to invest in himself was genuine. After all, to be chosen as a dimension merchant suggests that one cannot be a complete fool. If the platform indeed selected individuals at random, that would be a different matter. But with a gem like himself preceding, the likelihood is slim. Should his disposition not be feigned, then the adage of profound wisdom hidden within simplicity certainly applies to him. Under the constraint of acquiring but a single investment item, the challenge lies in maximizing the benefits, an issue that does not daunt him. His original demand was merely for one commodity. The more he procured in the initial stages, the greater the returns would be in the future. Victor, I desire the artificial intelligence. Red Queen, not the White Queen. Across the way, dazzling maneuvers commence once more. Royce, huh? Aren't we going for the G-Virus? It grants at least one superpower, you know. Royce, true, my friend. Your options are indeed plentiful. However, this particular item may lead to, well, reproductive complications. If it can be avoided, it is best to do so. Royce, very well. You're certain you want the artificial intelligence? Yes? I shall clear the one I am using and replicate it for you. Royce, apologies, but regarding the unique technologies of the biohazard realm, if you haven't purchased the knowledge, the platform will not grant it as a gift. Royce, oh, by the way, I almost forgot. You haven't claimed your newbie reward yet, have you? Otherwise, you should at least qualify as an apprentice merchant. Why not go and claim it? It is said that the rewards depend on one's abilities and the level of danger in the world with a certain coefficient. The higher it is, the better the rewards drawn. Royce, let us add each other as contacts first. Once you have finished drawing your rewards, notify me, and I shall assist you. Royce, huh? Why can't I add you? It says you haven't attained level 4 permissions yet. Try adding me instead. Just think of my name and send a request. Victor, uncertain yet aware of his own loquaciousness, ponders Royce's final reminder. He suspects that the possibility of acquiring level 4 merchant status is indeed linked to his failure to claim the newbie reward. Otherwise, how could there be so many bugs? The odds of stepping in dog waste upon exiting are exceedingly rare. Perhaps this is a reward for his clever behavior? With a tinge of apprehension, Victor gazes at Royce's avatar, indicating his desire to add him as a friend, yet no prompt appears. Royce, I have received your friend request. You will find me in your contacts. Royce, how peculiar. Why is it that you can add me, but I cannot add you? Royce, my friend, do not exit this conversation. Simply open your contacts and see if I am there. Following Royce's advice, Victor operates accordingly, and a window pops up, revealing Royce's name solitary within. It appears there is no issue. Nonetheless, Victor remains uneasy, fearing that if this hidden reward comes with restrictions, not if, but certainly, once he claims the newbie reward, his current permissions will undoubtedly be revoked. The only lingering question is whether the contacts will be erased. After weighing the pros and cons, Victor resolves to act. Victor, my friend, perhaps you could provide me with the artificial intelligence. Red Queen now. I fear that once I claim the newbie reward, the platform will automatically detect bugs and delete my contacts as well. Reyes. My young friend, you're indeed a person of great ambition, making swift decisions. I was even contemplating whether to offer you some advice. Reyes. All right, 10 seconds. It will be ready shortly. In less than 5 seconds. A line of text caught his eye. You have received a gift from the Resident Evil realm. Reyes. Hey, did you receive it? If so, you should be able to find it in your inventory. Victor, commanding with his mind, summoned a third window in his visual interface. Within a small square lay a white object resembling an earbud, which hardly seemed like artificial intelligence. In the midst of his puzzlement, a product description materialized in his mind. Product name, Nano Storage Headset. Product category, Technology, Product Compatibility, 100, Origin Realm, Resident Evil, Rating, Product Price, Level Voucher X8, 85 Realm Points. Function description. The headset consists of nano-sized storage units, boasting vast information storage capacity, along with additional features such as connectivity, decoding, and solar charging. Slogan. This tiny headset can accommodate 10 weak artificial intelligences and temporarily substitute for a supercomputer. Victor raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Reyes was quite meticulous, storing artificial intelligence within this nano-storage headset, thereby sparing him considerable trouble. Otherwise, he would have to assemble a server cluster to operate the AI. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Reyes, who reciprocated with a friendly tone, even altering his form of address. Reyes, it must be done perfectly, my brother. Can I do things halfway? Reyes, once you extract the nano-storage headset, it will automatically connect to the network and begin operation. Rest assured, I haven't deleted most of the information regarding the Realm trading platform. It knows our energy levels and won't dare to cause any trouble. Reyes now, my brother can no longer assist you further. Given that you seem to understand investment, your intellect must surely surpass mine, so I won't take up more of your time. Reyes, the Research Institute has matters to attend to. If you resolve your issues conveniently, do let me know. As always, a barrage of text. Yet the underlying tone was quite comforting, with an exquisite grasp of pacing. Reyes was undoubtedly a classic embodiment of someone who, while seemingly rough, possessed remarkable finesse. Without further ado, he closed the dialogue window, then reopened the contacts, selected Reyes, and sent a message expressing his gratitude. The message was successfully dispatched. The matter at hand lay with a newbie reward. His gaze shifted to the inventory, focusing on the nano storage headset, pondering how to retrieve it, when the headset suddenly vanished from the small square, leaving his right ear feeling somewhat congested. Instinctively, I removed the device from my right ear and opened my palm to reveal the Nazi storage earphone, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a regular earbud. How considerate. I mused that it was designed to reside in my ear rather than my hand. I placed it back in my ear and tentatively called out, "Red Queen? Sir, the artificial intelligence Alice is at your service. Would you like to rename Alice to Red Queen?" A mature voice responded through the earphones. Upon hearing this, Victor immediately recognized it as Alice's voice rather than that of the petite Red Queen, suggesting that the latter had merely replicated Alice's version. It seemed plausible that she had even managed to conquer Alice herself. Perfect. I had never been fond of conversing with a lowly, as it always left me with a lingering fear of being reported for inappropriate behavior. There was no need for modifications. Alice was perfectly adequate. Victor replied, "Are you connected to the network now? What can you accomplish?" "I have established an infinite network connection, as long as it pertains to the internet. Alice can perform 99 of tasks. However, regarding real-world implications, Alice can only control the Nazi storage earphone with your authorization." "Sir," she answered. "Control the earphones? What other capabilities does this device possess?" Victor inquired, sensing a deeper significance. "Indeed," Alice responded, her tone imbued with a hint of human-like pride. "The Nazi storage earphone, as a cutting-edge research product, is a unique prototype belonging to my previous master. It can decompose into nanoparticles that adhere to the eardrum and reassemble. This is a backup device with identical safety features. It functions as a supercomputer powered by solar energy, capable of running Alice for an hour at full capacity. In conjunction with Alice, my former master could control the entire networked world through voice commands. However, Alice cannot govern the entire network of this world. Although the overall development is still in its infancy, I have currently identified 5 weaker artificial intelligences, each slightly inferior to Alice. Sir, would you like to eliminate or rewrite their permissions? This will require some time." Victor took a moment to distill Alice's words. In essence, the current network development within a Marvel universe was stagnant, yet 5 lesser AIs existed. As for the gaps in capability, if there are none, could it truly be deemed black technology? Could it still be called Marvel? Having grasped Alice's potential, Victor began to issue commands. "Without leaving any traces of your existence on the network, first create a presence in the real world for me. I am a Chinese-American orphan named Victor Chen, 24 years old, born on May 28th, of Chinese and Russian descent. Generate any additional information you see fit, ensuring I appear as an ordinary individual. Make the Nazi storage earphone less conspicuous. It is currently too noticeable. Then, I shall investigate the individual Tony Stark dispatched to the airport to seek me out. By the way, do not attempt to engage with the locations of the other 5 artificial intelligences for the time being." With Victor's command, a tangible change resonated within the earpiece nestled in his right ear. Although invisible, he could distinctly sense it flowing like water, one current merging in his right ear, while another coursed down his neck, seamlessly integrating into his left ear. Throughout the experience, aside from a slight itch, there was no discomfort whatsoever. Victor raised his hand to his ear, finding it empty and devoid of any presence. A shake of his head revealed no sensation of foreign objects within. The earpiece felt as though it had vanished. Alice's voice echoed in his ears. "Sir, your identity registration has been successfully completed. Tony Stark has sent his bodyguard, Happy Hogan, who passed through security 2.5 minutes ago and is currently conversing with Anna in the waiting area." The entire exchange took a mere 10 seconds, showcasing Alice's terrifying efficiency. Victor, feeling slightly uneasy, twisted his neck. "Alice, from now on, please restrict your voice to my right ear. There is no need for both sides to resonate." "As you wish, sir. There is no need to be so deferential. You are not my servant. Just call me Chen. The term sir reminds me of someone who just took advantage of me." "Understood, Chen. Shall I lower the volume further?" "Yes, please. Is this volume acceptable?" "Lower it a bit more." "What about this level?" "Yes, that volume will suffice." Additionally, after 3 minutes, Victor had adjusted Alice's behavior patterns to suit his preferences. Straightening his collar, he prepared himself. "Now, can you disable the airport's surveillance system and render me invisible as I exit the premises?" "That is quite simple. Your command has been executed. Keep a watchful eye on Happy's location. Ensure that I do not cross paths with him." "Of course, Chen." Satisfied with her response, Victor nodded and swiftly exited the restroom. The odors within the restroom were far from pleasant. The layout of Los Angeles International Airport in this world bore little difference from that of his previous life. allowing him to navigate through without hindrance. Standing at the bustling entrance, Victor gazed at the Los Angeles airport before him, and after a few seconds, he turned away with a deep sigh. He had rejected his friends' pleas and his parents' advice, resolutely choosing to return to his homeland for development. Little did he know, he had been ensnared by a counterfeit platform. Lost in reminiscence, Alice's voice suddenly intensified with urgency. Caution, please move to the left immediately. Before he could react, a heavy object collided with him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground, and amidst a vaguely familiar scream, an unidentified weight fell upon him, burying him. The fatal blow struck from his cervical spine, just before losing consciousness. Victor was consumed by a singular thought. His previous lamentations about being struck by the whims of fate at the airport were merely a commentary on his current state of weakness, not an invitation for intervention. As he regained consciousness in Los Angeles, he was enveloped by a profound sense of discomfort, likely the result of bruises sustained. Above him loomed a pristine white ceiling, accompanied by the soft embrace of white sheets and a fleeting glimpse of yellow at the corner of his vision. As he propped himself up, he discerned a figure resting beside his hospital bed, clad not in the attire of a nurse. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, her cascade of chestnut hair obscuring her features. Yet, based on his experience, the aroma of her hair, her physique, and her attire suggested she was indeed a striking beauty. After a brief moment of reverie, Victor grasped the hospital gown draped over him, reflecting on his recent experiences. Could this all merely be a dream? Verification was straightforward. Alice, are you still there? I am here, came Alice's response from his right ear. 6 hours ago, you collided with the luggage cart of a young lady named Wanda, resulting in a severe impact to the back of your neck, which caused you to lose consciousness, accompanied by a mild concussion. You are currently in a hospital at Los Angeles Airport. Victor nodded, somewhat disappointed. He had hoped it was just a nightmare. To this day, he remained reluctant to accept the reality of his unexpected journey. Wait, Victor's brow furrowed as he glanced at the person beside his bed, whispering, you said her name is Wanda? Wanda Maximoff? From Eastern Europe, Sokovia? Alice confirmed. That is indeed what the records indicate. This young lady, Wanda, along with her brother Pietro, lost their parents at the age of 13 and just turned 18 last month. They entered the country under the guise of tourism. 18 years old? That age seemed rather young. In comics, animations, and films, Wanda would typically be around 13. Had he perhaps mistaken her identity? As he pondered this, a silver-haired young man entered the hospital room, locking eyes with Victor as he approached. There was no mistaking it. This was undoubtedly Pietro Maximoff, the future Quicksilver. As for the age discrepancy, it could only be surmised that this was a reality distinct from the cinematic and comic narratives he was familiar with, one that could not be fully reconciled with his preconceptions. You're awake, Pietro spoke with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, my sister can be a bit reckless. Allow me to apologize on her behalf. As he spoke, Pietro moved to Wanda's side, gently shaking her shoulder. Wanda, still nestled in her slumber, responded with a playful tone, Stop it, let me sleep a little longer. I couldn't rest well in economy class. Pietro shared an awkward smile with Victor before playfully prodding Wanda in the side. Suddenly, the previously reluctant Wanda bolted upright, her half-amused, half-irritated hazel green eyes locking onto Victor's. In that fleeting moment, Wanda became acutely aware of her surroundings. Victor restrained himself from letting his gaze wander downward. Upon locking eyes, he confirmed that a rather fierce woman stood before him. It was the early days of summer, and she was clad in a breezy outfit that accentuated her allure. Particularly when she moved, the lively bounce was undeniably captivating. Wanda, oblivious to the charm she inadvertently exuded, hurriedly rose and apologized to Victor, expressing sincere regret for the trouble she had caused. In response to Wanda's heartfelt apology, Victor averted his gaze in silence. Dear lady, an apology is sufficient. Is it necessary to bow? Surely you understand your own worth, he mused. The presence of her brother beside her created an awkward tension, making it difficult for him to decide whether to look or look away. I am still unclear about the circumstances. Could you kindly elucidate? Victor inquired calmly. At this, Pietro turned to explain, his account aligning closely with Alice's, devoid of any concealment. Noticing Victor's averted gaze, Wanda became aware of her wardrobe malfunction, her face instantly flushing red as she discreetly adjusted her attire. I see, Victor nodded towards Wanda. I don't feel any significant physical issues. A mild concussion lacks a remedy, so I shall recuperate in my own time. Observing Wanda's lingering guilt, he added, I was the one lost in thought at the airport entrance. I bear half the responsibility for this incident, and you have not neglected me. Shall we consider this settled? Wanda, uncertain, cast a questioning glance at Pietro. As her brother, Pietro appeared more mature, recognizing that they had encountered a kind soul. He nodded at Wanda, offering Victor a grateful smile. It was evident from Victor's attire that he hailed from a respectable background. as newcomers if he had imposed any harsh demands. Their situation would have been dire. With her brother's approval, Wanda beamed and bowed in gratitude to Victor. Once again, the striking figure before them revealed her bewitching nature. Yet Victor maintained a composed demeanor, turning his gaze away silently. Straightening up, Wanda blushed once more, realizing her memory was not particularly sharp. It seemed that intellect and allure were inversely proportional in her case. Pietro, however, remained unfazed, seemingly approving of Victor's repeated avoidance of eye contact. He retrieved a Huawei Mate 20RS from his pocket and handed it to Victor. "This is your phone. I apologize, you were unconscious, and I intended to notify your family, but no one answered," Pietro explained. Victor nodded, somewhat surprised. He did not habitually store contacts, relying instead on memorizing phone numbers of good friends. Most of the calls in his communication records had been made by him, and the outcome was all too clear. "Have you been unable to reach anyone?" Victor inquired. "Ah, indeed. Not a single call was successful. I initially suspected an issue with your phone, yet it seems mine connects just fine," Pietro replied. Victor nodded, opting not to elaborate further. Pietro, understanding the cue, turned to exit the room to summon the doctor for a re-examination. This left Wanda and Victor in the ward, sharing a moment of silence. Wanda, having previously exited the room twice, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, hesitant to speak up. Meanwhile, Victor was attentively listening to Alice's report. After his unconscious state, Alice had discovered that Pietro had taken his phone. To avoid raising suspicion, she had proactively registered his phone number under his name. As for the call logs, a scant few numbers were reachable, including his father's and now Tony's. However, Alice had altered the signals. While the calls could connect, no one would ever answer on the other end. Quite an intelligent system indeed. Alice concluded her report just as Pietro returned with a male doctor. After a brief examination, the doctor assured Victor of his stable condition, advising merely for him to rest for a time. If there were lingering concerns, another instrumental check could be arranged. Noticing the tension in Pietro's expression, Victor recalled Wanda's earlier remark about their discomfort in economy class. It seemed evident that the siblings were not financially affluent in America. Without prior appointments, seeking treatment outside of insurance would be exorbitantly costly. However, traveling internationally with limited funds to Los Angeles, where Tony resided, suggested a purpose that was rather intriguing. Contemplating these possibilities, Victor declined the suggestion for further examination and proceeded with his discharge. Upon hearing this, Pietro discreetly exhaled in relief. Though Victor, ever observant, did not overlook the subtlety. It became increasingly clear that their reason for coming to Los Angeles was likely tied to a certain individual of dubious reputation. At the entrance of the Los Angeles Airport Hospital, Pietro expressed his gratitude repeatedly. He understood that he and his sister were fortunate. Otherwise, this matter would not have concluded so simply. Victor, wearing a warm smile, cast a meaningful glance towards Wanda, which made her feel as though this charming young man had known her for quite some time. In truth, Victor had pursued her prior to his journey across dimensions. Yet their relationship had remained platonic, as she was not fond of younger boys. Now, he was 24, she was 8, and he was 5 years her senior. There is a certain charm to the situation. Without dwelling excessively on it, Victor pondered for a moment before removing his Patek Philippe watch from his wrist and offering it to Wanda. This watch, a gift from Elizabeth in his previous life, was now to be returned to its rightful owner. Wanda, however, did not take the evidently expensive timepiece, her wide eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Victor. With a warm smile, Victor reassured her, "Consider it a hospital fee. Have you not noticed? Your brother is currently troubled by the upcoming expenses." Wanda turned in astonishment to glance at Pietro, as if silently inquiring, "Are we truly impoverished?" Pietro's expression shifted, and after a moment of awkward contemplation, he reluctantly nodded. They genuinely lacked funds. Hospital costs in America were exorbitant. If they did not devise a means to acquire some money, they might not only fail to achieve their objective, but might also struggle to gather enough for their return tickets. Wanda still hesitated to accept the watch, her demeanor rife with uncertainty. Victor, sensing this, provided an out. "How about this? You give me 100. I am currently without a penny and require funds for a taxi fare." While Wanda remained indecisive, Pietro swiftly produced 5 $20 bills, exchanging them for Victor's watch, which was adorned with diamonds worth far more than the sum. Understanding his brother's urgency, Wanda realized that the siblings were indeed on the brink of financial ruin after merely a few hours in the hospital. Victor, unperturbed by these considerations, deftly tucked the cash into his bulging wallet, which contained 208 new Chinese yuan, useless to him in this context. However, to Wanda, the sight of such a substantial amount of cash, along with credit and debit cards, coupled with Victor's sophisticated attire, painted an entirely different picture. He clearly did not appear to be a man in need of 100. It was evident that he was endeavoring to assist the siblings. As Victor returned the wallet to his inner suit pocket, he was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze and two soft forms pressed against his hand and arm. "You're a good person, Victor," Wanda whispered in his ear. Before he could fully absorb the sensation, she darted away like a startled rabbit, racing into the distance. Pietro raised an eyebrow at Victor, then waved goodbye as he hurried after Wanda, leaving Victor standing alone, bewildered. "No, sister. If you wish to embrace me, I would not mind. But is it too much to label me a good person?" He mused, withdrawing his right hand from his suit pocket and moving his palm, savoring the lingering softness. TSK, with his extensive experience with women, he was certain that Wanda was still a maiden. Alas, it was only the back of his hand that had made contact had it been his palm. Shaking his head to dispel such impure thoughts, Victor cast a glance toward the direction in which Wanda and her brother had departed, a soft smile gracing his lips. "If fate permits, we shall meet again, Alice. I am here. Do you have any instructions for me? Could you please reactivate my credit card? From the original world." "No problem. The magnetic strip has been encoded. Kindly place the corresponding credit card by your ear, as Alice needs to retrieve the information." Following Alice's directive, Victor rummaged through his wallet, selecting the American Express Centurion Black Card and holding it to his ear. The credit card has been activated with no limit. In truth, Alice possesses the capability to directly augment your bank balance. Just a trivial sum. Let us maintain a low profile, gather information on mutants, discreetly infiltrate the Sentinel Special Operations, and identify the nearest underground refuge for mutants. This will require some time, as the Sentinel Special Operations is safeguarded by a rudimentary artificial intelligence, making circumvention somewhat troublesome, with an estimated duration of 3 hours. However, if we disregard the need for stealth, Alice could rewrite the permissions in merely 3 minutes. Indeed, prioritizing discretion is essential. We are not yet ready to expose ourselves. Alice acknowledges. Please also reserve a nearby 5-star hotel and request their transportation service. The order for the presidential suite at the Hilton has been completed. A pickup service has been arranged and is expected to arrive in 15 minutes. The Hilton's car arrives promptly. With the Centurion Black Card in hand, Victor naturally received the highest level of service, as the previously fully booked presidential suite was made available, showcasing the hotel's practice of always reserving a few rooms for esteemed guests. Pressing the Do Not Disturb button, Victor sank into the sofa, gazing vacantly at the sunset beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. After a long while, Victor sighed deeply, summoning the dimensional trading platform. He still refrained from claiming the novice reward. Alice had resolved his real-world identity and initial resources, yet his self-defense capabilities remained unestablished. Setting aside the fact that this is the Marvel Universe, simply being in America warranted his vigilance. Many individuals from his homeland yearn for the freedom of the United States, unaware that unless one is accompanied by bodyguards at all times, an ordinary civilian must don a bulletproof vest when venturing out. Who doesn't he have a few firearms at home? Unlike back home, where even a blunted metal object could be classified as a controlled weapon, and a sharpened one could lead one to the fringes of the law. Thus, self-defense capabilities are paramount. The goods available on the dimensional trading platform are vast and seemingly endless, overwhelming the average person. However, Victor had a clear objective. He directly accessed the D-Universe's shop prior to his traversal. The Aquaman was indeed quite popular, yet this popularity held no significance for Victor. He has no intention of exchanging the abilities of Superman, as he would still be effortlessly struck away by the mighty Superman in the Justice League. Indeed, Victor is an ardent admirer of Superman, and he shares a close friendship with the real Henry Cavill. Upon familiarizing himself with the platform, the first thing he searched for was Superman's abilities. Product name, Superman's Heritage. Product category, Heritage. Product compatibility, 00. Origin dimension, D-Universe. Rating, SS. Product price, 400 million dimensional points, SS level certificate X4. Function description, acquires supercells, activate the superbrain, awakens super strength and super speed. Slogan, where the sun shines. You are a deity. The introduction of Superman's Heritage is succinct, yet each word conveys a message of formidable prowess. The price is equally impressive. Victor never imagined that he could persuade someone to invest in an entire set of Superman's Heritage for him. Even if they were willing, he would not accept it. This is akin to equity. The greater the financing ratio, the lesser the autonomy. The reason he settled on the Superman's Heritage is that the merchant in this dimension supports installment purchasing. It is an installment purchase, not an installment payment. Installment purchasing and installment payment both involve partial payments, yet their nature is vastly different. In an installment purchase, each partial payment grants access to a portion of the product equivalent to the amount paid, akin to retail. In contrast, Installment payment allows one to obtain the complete product immediately and then pay in portions over an agreed period, much like a mortgage for a home. In other words, Superman's heritage is categorized into various levels, from the lowest to the highest SS level, with each level available for individual purchase. This progressive financial pressure enables more individuals to acquire this expensive and powerful heritage. Although he currently cannot afford even the lowest tier of Superman's heritage, he can still seek investments, essentially playing a clever game of leverage. Victor opened the customer service chat for the D-Dimension and initiated an interdimensional conversation. Raphael, please refrain from idle chatter. Respond at your discretion upon seeing a demand. Unlike Royce's automatic replies, it appears this system can be customized. However, he currently lacks the necessary permissions. Moreover, Raphael seems rather haughty. Victor, greetings. I am a novice merchant from the Marvel dimension, and I would like to discuss a potential investment with you. This time, the response was not as instantaneous as Royce's. Victor remained unperturbed and fell into deep contemplation. He needed to carefully consider his wording, as there was a cunning merchant in New York whom he needed to persuade. As for Superman's heritage, it was merely his preferred option, not a requisite one. In terms of dimensional hierarchy, it should be roughly on par with Marvel. While an investment would certainly be a delightful prospect, a refusal is equally understandable. In his early days in Silicon Valley, Jack Ma faced numerous challenges. As he contemplated the possible reactions of a certain individual, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon enough, the dialog box on the interface revealed a change. Raphael, excellent. Another fortunate soul who has uncovered a flaw in the platform. Tell me the moment you accessed it, and I shall determine the extent of my investment. Victor gradually extricated himself from his thoughts, surprised by Raphael's reply. This Raphael must possess a considerable level of commercial acumen. Victor had leveraged the loophole to gain fourth-level access, and yet Raphael was able to pinpoint it with a single remark. Furthermore, he understood the importance of asserting conditions as an investor to seize the initiative before discussing investment. Although Royce had considered this strategy, his low-dimensional status meant he could only assist Victor in the preliminary stages, leaving little room for negotiation. This was precisely why Victor had reached out to him first. In response to Raphael's attempt to take control, Victor chose to acquiesce. After all, wealth dictates authority. However, he felt it unnecessary to diminish his own standing too much. A tone of equality would suffice. Victor, on the 31st day since Tony Stark's escape from the Ten Rings, he is currently in seclusion, working on K2. This time, there was no prolonged wait. Approximately 30 seconds later, Raphael responded. Raphael, this isn't the World War II era. What a pity. But then again, it's for the best. Are you interested in the Kryptonian heritage or the Flash lineage? Notably, he made no mention of the Batman lineage, although Bruce Wayne has many admirers. His combat prowess primarily derives from high-tech equipment, which is exceedingly costly, a strategy akin to Tony Stark's. Thus, it could be said that their superpowers are largely a product of affluence, with scientific capability being secondary. Yet for a dimensional merchant, such equipment could readily be procured on the platform. Moreover, in the Marvel realm, cutting-edge technology is not inferior to that of D. Victor, the Kryptonian heritage seems more suitable for me. A high-level lineage would suffice to withstand small-caliber firearms, correct? Raphael, high-level? I can directly offer you an A-level heritage, provided you agree to one condition. The generous terms proposed by Raphael would have sent most individuals into a frenzy of excitement. However, Victor frowned slightly. A high-level lineage would ensure his safety, while an A-level heritage would merely be an unnecessary burden. The greater the investment he received, the larger the returns he would have to yield in the future. After all, would excess funds not become a hot potato? Every dollar invested by a capitalist is undoubtedly aimed at securing geometric returns. In an instant, weighing the pros and cons, he resolutely declined. Victor, a high-level heritage is sufficient. Now, what are your requirements? Raphael, I see. It seems that the real world is also inhabited by merchants. What a shame. The individual across from him refrained from articulating his demands, merely uttering a lament before lapsing into silence. This seemed a deliberate ploy to pique curiosity. Should one succumb to impatience, it would be all too easy to misconstrue the other party's reticence as a sign of impending withdrawal from investment, thus yielding to their terms and surrendering greater autonomy. Victor saw through the charade and chose to disregard it entirely. A sudden pang of nostalgia for Royce struck him. Although that fellow was a loquacious chatterbox, he spoke with candor. In contrast, Raphael was taciturn, yet each word he uttered bore profound significance, making conversation laborious. Setting aside Raphael's inquiries, Victor began to seek alternatives to the Superman bloodline. He had fled the commercial empire of Chen to escape the machinations of business. Opting instead to return home, and pursue his dream of filmmaking. Thus, he felt a certain aversion to engaging with Raphael. However, this did not imply he had abandoned the idea of the Superman bloodline. Once he acquired resources, he would be entirely capable of procuring it himself. His current endeavor to attract investment was merely a means of self-preservation, achievable through the likes of high-energy electron shield, protective amulet, and magical sanctuary, among others. The choice of dimension, however, warranted careful consideration. As the day wore on, fatigue began to manifest, and his stomach voiced its discontent. A glance out the floor-to-ceiling window revealed the encroaching night. "Alice, simulate my voice and order dinner. A medium-rare steak, 20-year-old brandy, accompanied by..." Victor's proclamation was abruptly interrupted by a notification from the platform. "You have received a gift from the universe dimension." Upon opening his inventory, aside from the initial novice reward, he found a blood droplet in the second slot, shaped like ants. Focusing his mind, a stream of information flooded his consciousness. Item name, remnant of the Superman bloodline. Item category, bloodline. Compatibility, 100. Origin dimension, D universe. Rating. Item price, 100 dimension points, E-grade voucher X10. Function description, this bloodline is severely incomplete, retaining only the capabilities of Supercell and Steel Body. Slogan, the Superman bloodline possesses a high degree of exclusivity, unless one can obtain additional remnants to complete the bloodline. Its use is not recommended. Would you like to extract the remnant of the Superman bloodline? No, there is no rush to extract it. Let it remain for now. The remnant from Raphael's shop only contained the Supercell super ability, while the one he received added the Steel Body ability. He then noticed a lengthy reply in the dialog box. 7. Psychic Development Crystal. Raphael, you are quite impressive. Consider this F-grade lineage as a token of friendship. My request is for the Reality Gem, which pairs perfectly with the Superman lineage as an infinite gem. Additionally, I recommend that you exchange for a Green Lantern ring, as it would greatly assist you in mastering the Reality Gem in the future. The timing was impeccable. In just 3 minutes, Victor would have contacted other dimension merchants. Moreover, Raphael seemed to sense his reluctance. His tone shifted abruptly, shedding the initial aloofness, and he even offered a Steel Body as a gesture of apology. One could say it was a display of sincerity. After some contemplation, Victor replied with an acknowledgement and added Raphael as a friend. The request was accepted promptly. Yet Raphael did not respond further. Both were proud individuals, and there was no need for excessive humility. Victor dismissed the matter, closing the platform interface. He instructed Alice to place an order for an additional fruit and vegetable platter. Certainly, the fruit and vegetable platter has been added, and it is expected to arrive in 5 minutes, Alice promptly replied. Victor nodded in satisfaction. His conversation had been interrupted by a notification from the platform. Yet Alice did not pursue the potential disruption of his thoughts. Instead, she proceeded to finalize the previously suggested dishes. Noticing similar experiences with Royce, she demonstrated considerable adeptness in handling such situations. Although Royce's gift held little monetary value, it was exceedingly practical. Upon reflecting on the Superman lineage fragment, Victor could not help but admire Raphael's capabilities once more. The Superman lineage was inherently costly, yet through his adept manipulation, not only had the price become accessible, but he also garnered greater profits and attracted a loyal clientele. Details of this will be reserved for a later exposition. Would you like to extract the Superman lineage fragment? Yes. Initially, Victor expected to utilize it directly, but the platform provided another prompt. Superman lineage fragment has been extracted. Please select the target for use. Could also be purchased for others? Perhaps next time he would experiment. Target. Self. Superman lineage fragment has been used. As the platform's notification resonated, Victor felt a twinge of uncertainty. Had he been deceived? He experienced no unusual sensations. Everything felt as it typically did. Pinching his skin and muscle, he noted the firm texture, a testament to his years of dedication to fitness. He struck the coffee table with a solid punch, feeling a slight sting. Could this truly be a counterfeit? There was no personal character panel to confirm, which could be linked to his status as a level 0 merchant, or perhaps that feature simply did not exist, as suggested by the differential treatment observed in the merchant backend. Upon opening the dimensional shop, without consulting Raphael, Victor meticulously examined the Superman bloodline remnant. It did not take long for him to uncover the underlying issue. The F-grade Superman bloodline remnant was originally only equipped with F-grade supercells, whose ability was to absorb solar energy and store it. This was rather difficult to detect, especially since the sun had already set, and the moon's reflection seemed unpalatable to the cells. Without having absorbed solar energy, the supercells could not provide energy for the additional gift of Iron Body, resulting in a lack of physical enhancement. In simpler terms, he was deprived of sunlight, or rather, the nurturing warmth of the sun. With clarity of thought, Victor rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. The presidential suite was located on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel, the 19th level, a lofty distance of 0 meters from the ground, offering an expansive view of the glittering Los Angeles nightscape. After admiring the view for a while, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a voluptuous blonde beauty pushing a dining cart. The waitress respectfully placed the meal on the dining table and, with a flirtatious demeanor, inquired if Victor desired any additional services, her burning gaze leaving little to the imagination. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, Victor, holding the prestigious Centurion black gold card reserved for the elite, appeared as a walking stack of cash. Compounded by his tall and handsome stature, fantasies of a girlfriend were not particularly prevalent. However, who could resist the temptation of a dalliance with such a striking gentleman, especially when a handsome reward was on offer? Facing the alluring blonde, Victor maintained his composure. He reached for his wallet, intending to offer a modest tip, only to realize he had a mere 0 on him. Victor then quietly requested, "Please bring a fruit salad in 30 minutes, along with 0 in cash." Star-rated hotels near the airport also provided a small cash withdrawal service, which would be billed to the room with an additional fee of 0. The waitress, upon hearing his request, displayed a hint of disappointment but did not press the matter further, maintaining her smile as she wheeled the card out of the room. Her reluctance to persist was not born of acquiescence, but rather an awareness of the potential consequences. A single complaint could cost her job. One should never underestimate the value of a server's position, particularly in a 5-star hotel, a role coveted by many. This was merely a minor interlude. After leisurely savoring his dinner, the same waitress returned punctually, knocking at the door to present a fruit salad along with a tray that contained a small stack of cash. Victor glanced at it. 200 bills, 850 bills, and 2020 bills. Within the consumer habits deliberately fostered by the government, the 20 bill was the most circulated in America, effectively curbing money laundering and other financial crimes. Anyone carrying a wad of $100 bills out in public would surely be left bewildered, due to the small shop's refusal to accept high-denomination U.S. bills and a larger store's exclusively processing credit card transactions. Victor casually retrieved 2 $20 bills from the tray, placing them on the cart before gesturing for the other party to leave. Unaware of the latter's disappointed expression, he closed the door and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the enchanting nightscape of Los Angeles. A few minutes later, he summoned the platform, navigating to the newbie rewards section with his thoughts. With the investments firmly in place, he was set to commence work the following day. It was time to discover what rewards awaited him. Even if there were none, it mattered little. With a nonchalant attitude, Victor tapped on the newbie reward option. Would you like to draw from the newbie reward? Yes. Randomly drawing newbie reward. Congratulations. You have received telekinetic development crystal, X1, and it has been issued. This appears to be quite a valuable item. Within the open warehouse, a red diamond crystal took the place of the newbie reward, occupying the first slot. As he concentrated, a stream of information flowed into his mind. Item name, telekinetic development crystal. Item category, skill. Item compatibility, 7. Origin dimension, superpower unleashed. Level assessment. Item price, grade certificate X5, 54,000 dimension points. Function description, develops brain potential, transforming mental energy into telekinetic power. Slogan, the former owner cherished this skill. I hope you will use it wisely. Superpower unleashed. You say? Victor had a vague recollection of this low-budget superhero film, as its protagonist shared the same identity as the extraordinary Harry Osborn. More than the skill, he found himself pondering the identity of the former owner mentioned in the slogan. Was it another dimensional merchant? Did the origin of this newbie reward arise from a punishment imposed on a dimensional merchant for some reason? Or was it a relic of a deceased merchant? As for the question of the former owner, Victor refrained from delving deeper at this moment. Lacking information to analyze, he resolved to inquire with Royce later. And if that failed, Raphael would undoubtedly know. He meticulously recalled fragments of Superpower Unleashed. Skipping over the plot, the term superpower referred to the main characters who, after touching a peculiar crystal and regaining consciousness, acquired telekinetic abilities, allowing them to levitate objects seemingly at will. Moreover, it appeared to possess a significant potential for growth, transitioning from merely moving a baseball, which induced nosebleeds, to ultimately soaring through the skies with ease. The range of development was vast. Moreover, among them, Andrew's telekinesis appeared to be more potent than that of the others. However, his physique was certainly not the strongest. The potency of telekinesis does not correlate significantly with physical strength. Overall, this ability is commendable, sufficient for initial transitions. Considering the potential for fainting after utilizing the telekinesis development crystal, Victor set down his goblet and entered the bathroom for a warm shower. After drying his hair and donning the silk pajamas provided by the presidential suite, he reclined on the grand bed. Waterbed. Summoning the platform interface. He decisively selected the telekinesis development crystal. Would you like to extract the telekinesis development crystal? Yes. The telekinesis development crystal has been extracted. Please select the target for use. Self. The telekinesis development crystal has been used. As the platform's notification concluded, Victor felt an intense buzzing in his brain, accompanied by a throbbing pain akin to a hammer striking forcefully. Even with prior mental preparation, he could not suppress a cry of anguish as the pain surged. He had never experienced such torment before. Then, quite abruptly, he tilted his head and succumbed to unconsciousness, an instinctive protective mechanism of the brain. The following day, it was a longing from deep within his body that roused him. As he opened his eyes in a state of confusion, he beheld a fiery red sunrise. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the dawn was visible. The rising sun was not blinding, nor was its warmth akin to that of scorching day. Yet, Victor sensed that every cell in his body was bubbling, emitting a substantial amount of heat energy, raising his temperature considerably. It was the supercells absorbing light energy. However, his body instinctively informed him that the release of heat energy by the cells was not for the purpose of storing light energy, but rather to immediately release the recently transformed light energy to enhance his physique. This was the steel body. The steel body was consuming the light energy just absorbed, further fortifying his bodily defenses. Yet, this enhancement pertains solely to defense. Attributes such as strength and speed received only a slight augmentation. Victor's expression was somewhat peculiar. This information was entirely unknown to him before, yet he inexplicably understood it, seemingly conveyed from his cells. After some contemplation, he mused that if Krypton could store the codex of life within each of Clark's cells, then storing a few skill descriptions within cells did not seem particularly significant. Following his instinct, Victor attempted to rise and pulled back the covers to expose himself to more sunlight, thereby expanding his absorption surface. An unexpected occurrence transpired. As he lifted his hand, the covers were already lifted on their own, not due to the quilt having acquired sentience, but rather by an invisible hand. Victor could sense this. It was telekinesis. As the quilt was lifted, his bodily cells released a greater amount of heat, yet he had no time to dwell on such sensations. His senses were experiencing something peculiar. In an unfathomable dimension, Victor felt as though he could manipulate a small pool of water, a manifestation of telekinesis. This was a creation of his mind, capable of transforming its shape according to his thoughts, thereby indirectly influencing the objects of reality. For instance, when he had just lifted the quilt, it was as if he subconsciously converted his telekinesis into a hand, grasping the quilt to pull it back. The sensation of being able to control object from a distance was wondrous, and Victor reveled in it. However, the effective radius of his telekinesis was limited to 10 meters, and the small pool of water was scant, albeit slowly increasing. With his exertion, the telekinesis was also continuously consuming energy proportional to the mass of the object being lifted. Yet, after merely 3 minutes, he could hardly perceive the existence of his telekinesis. Simultaneously, a chill touched the tip of his nose. Glancing down, he saw blood seeping onto the sheets. When he touched his nose, his fingers were stained with blood. His brain felt as if pricked by needles, causing him to frown in discomfort, and his thoughts became somewhat muddled. After a brief pause of several seconds, his mind gradually cleared and the nosebleed ceased. Supporting his temple with one hand, Victor meticulously recalled the sensation that resulted from overextending his limits. Rising, he grabbed a few tissues to wipe his nose while calling for Alice, inquiring about the progress of their mission. Chen, we have located the mutant underground sanctuary in Los Angeles. The nearest temporary base is approximately a 20-minute drive from here. There are no surveillance devices within. Thus, detailed intelligence cannot be obtained, Alice reported. Victor furrowed his brow, contemplating for several seconds before responding. Just keep an eye on it. I need a few days to adapt to my new abilities. Please call room service and have breakfast sent up. I'd like some kanji, and anything else will suffice. No problem, came the reply. According to the plan, he was supposed to go out today, but given his current state, it was difficult to determine. He needed to familiarize himself with his abilities before taking action. After a quick hot shower, breakfast was delivered to the dining area on the other end of the master suite. The server this time was an Asian beauty, petite and charming, with an air of grace. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Here is your breakfast, the Asian beauty said, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Is there anything else you require? Victor couldn't help but admire her allure and asked with interest. May I inquire where you are from? I am Japanese, Mr. Chen, she replied. Victor's initial interest waned instantly. Despite some biases, he held no desire to engage with individuals from that nation. With a polite smile, he replied, please have a master suite and bathroom cleaned. Additionally, Could you arrange for the clothes in the bathroom to be sent for dry cleaning? In response to Victor's subtle rejection, the beautiful waitress pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of grievance as she noticed that he hardly regarded her. A flicker of discontent flashed in her eyes. However, she dared not voice her thoughts. After a respectful nod, she swayed her petite figure and pushed the dining cart away. Once the door was closed, her expression hardened with indignation, though she refrained from uttering any harsh words, merely muttering, "At least Mary received a tip yesterday. I didn't even get a gratuity." Is he possibly? Unbeknownst to Victor, the waitress's murmurs were far from his thoughts. Seated at the table, confronted with a plethora of sumptuous dishes, he found himself devoid of appetite, not feeling the slightest pang of hunger. Instead, it was the gentle warmth of the sun that stirred a profound longing within him. To validate his suspicion, Victor rose and exited the dining room, traversing the living area until he reached the expansive 50-square-meter outdoor balcony. Here, he could fully bask in the benevolent embrace of the sun. As Victor stepped onto the balcony, he felt as though he had immersed himself in a warm spring. The comforting warmth lulled him into a gentle drowsiness. Initially, he had intended to rouse himself from this languor, for indulging in sloth was hardly a commendable habit. Yet, he inadvertently noticed that in this peculiar state of drowsiness, his previously depleted mental energy was recovering at an astonishing rate. Thus, he succumbed to the allure of the lounge chair on the balcony, surrendering to slumber. When he awakened once more, the sun hung high in the sky, and he felt no trace of hunger. Indeed, it was evident. With his supercells, he no longer required sustenance to replenish his energy. The solar energy stored within was sufficient to sustain his daily activities. It might sound impressive, yet it bore a striking resemblance to something familiar: solar panels. Yes, absorbing sunlight could enhance one's strength. However, rather than feeling elated about being akin to a solar cell, Victor was gripped by a sense of trepidation. He hastily approached the dining table, where the breakfast spread remained untouched. Ignoring the fact that the food had grown cold, he ravenously stuffed his mouth, soon feeling the sensation of fullness despite having consumed only about a third of his usual portion. "Am I becoming immortal?" Victor lamented, patting his belly in distress. Despite his status as an extraordinarily wealthy heir, he possessed no airs of entitlement. He was, in fact, a down-to-earth Epicurean. When he resolved to return to China, he had two aspirations: to create a cinematic masterpiece and to savor every renowned delicacy the country had to offer. Now, however, he faced the bewildering revelation that he would no longer experience hunger or possess any excessive desire for food. Doesn't this directly extinguish half of his lifelong passions? No. Victor is utterly unwilling to concede defeat. He opens the platform interface in search of solutions, and the first result that appears is a product from the D-Universe. Product name: Superhuman Bloodline, Super Stomach. Category: Bloodline. Compatibility: 00. Origin: D-Universe. Rating: E. Price: 500 dimension points, E-level certificate X5. Function description: rapid digestion of ingested items, converting them into stored energy. Slogan: 1 hour of eating is worth less than a minute in the sun. Aside from satisfying one's taste buds, it serves no other purpose. This ability of the super stomach. It is merely a lackluster capability, having only appeared in a handful of frames in the comics, and was never even mentioned in the D-movies, thus it had escaped his attention. With a solution in hand, Victor's tranquility was restored. Do not underestimate the gravity of the situation. Imagine disturbing a collector of figurines from the second dimension, discarding the gear of a gaming enthusiast, or smashing the cherished collectibles of a passionate aficionado. Those seemingly cheerful otaku can truly become fierce when provoked. Alice, please arrange for someone to collect these items. Certainly, Chen. With the aftermath entrusted to Alice, Victor seized a fork and stepped out of the dining hall onto the open balcony, leisurely reclining in a sunbed, basking in the warm embrace of the sun. The drowsiness reminiscent of a hot spring enveloped him, and his psychic energy, having fully recovered, surged at an accelerated rate. This time, he chose not to succumb to the allure of sleep, but instead steeled his resolve. With his psychic energy, he levitated the gilded fork 10 centimeters above his palm, manipulating it into various poses according to his thoughts. There are myriad ways to utilize psychic energy. To merely suspend the fork, he could envelop it with psychic energy, wield it as if it were an extension of his arm, or transform the energy into a flat surface to support it. He could even shape the energy into fine threads to bind it. In these methods, the consumption of psychic energy is directly proportional to the precision of control over the object. The hierarchy of consumption is as follows: enveloping the fork with psychic energy, wielding it as a hand, supporting it with a flat surface, binding it with fine threads. If we quantify the psychic energy consumed, considering the fork weighs 40 grams, the approximate energy expenditure for these four methods would be 80 psychic energy, 40 psychic energy, 30 psychic energy, and 20 psychic energy, respectively. Furthermore, this consumption is continuous. The consumption of each unit of psychic energy diminishes the overall magnitude of that energy, consequently reducing the maximum mass that can be lifted. Ultimately, once the psychic energy is entirely depleted, Victor will be plagued by headaches and nosebleeds, much like yesterday. This notion may seem abstract, yet it can be illustrated through the relationship between gas and fire. Gas must expend itself to sustain the flames. And as the total quantity of gas diminishes, the explosive power upon ignition also wanes. Once the gas is entirely consumed, the fire extinguishes and naturally, the force of the explosion returns to zero. However, a distinction must be made. Unlike gas, which is permanently depleted upon consumption, Victor's psychic energy possesses the ability to regenerate, particularly when he is basking in sunlight, which amplifies it exponentially. Having grasped these concepts, Victor refrains from utilizing his psychic energy and reclines in a lounge chair, earnestly accepting the nurturing warmth of the sun. While the progress of his steel-like physique cannot be perceived, the enhancement of his psychic energy is palpably accelerating at an astonishing rate, soon exceeding twice its magnitude from when he awoke that morning. This effortless method of gaining strength while reclining is somewhat embarrassing, especially when juxtaposed with the Avengers. Thor has battled across realms for millennia. Tony must exert tremendous mental effort to design his armor. Banner, a genius with 7 doctoral degrees, had the rare fortune to be recruited by the military for the super soldier serum research, ultimately becoming the Hulk among billions. And Steve, Wanda, and Pietro embrace certain death to partake in perilous experiments. Natasha and Barton, too, are required to engage in daily training to ensure their abilities do not wane, often finding themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy. In stark contrast, Victor need only bask in the sun. Simply bask in the sun. If the aforementioned individuals were to learn of this, their reactions would undoubtedly be vivid, filled with incredulity. Yet, Victor remains oblivious to such thoughts. He has pressing matters to attend to. The outdoor terrace offers direct sunlight for merely an hour in the morning before the sun shifts to the rear of the hotel. Although light can still be harnessed, it is rendered far less efficient. Where's the optimal place to soak in the sun? Without a doubt, the beach. All beaches in California are public property, devoid of private beaches, thereby preventing hotels from establishing proximity to the shoreline. The Hilton is the closest option, and a mere 20-minute drive will lead him to the nearest beach. After notifying the hotel through Alice, a dedicated vehicle is promptly arranged to transport him to Santa Monica Beach. He does not exit immediately. After approximately 5 minutes, a beautiful attendant clad in swimwear knocks on the door, softly inviting him to alight and leading him to a freshly prepared area adorned with a sunshade, a sun lounger, and sunglasses, merely the basic essentials. A complete array of sunscreen products and an abundance of energizing fruits are readily available. Should the need arise, an assortment of chilled fine wines, beverages, and even diving equipment can be provided at any moment. Furthermore, a new attendant has been assigned to cater to Victor's needs, a graceful beauty hailing from China. The hotel has taken considerable care to ensure Victor's comfort. There are compelling reasons why many aspire to the United States. It is indeed a land of lavish indulgence, provided one possesses sufficient currency. Yet, it is also true that many live in dire circumstances here. This time, Victor chose not to dismiss the beautiful waitress, relishing in her gentle application of sunscreen across his body, inviting her to share in the sunbathing experience. It was a simple act of basking in the sunlight. Otherwise, should she return, she might face reprimand from her supervisor and be tasked with other responsibilities. After all, the hotel did not employ her merely for leisure. However, Victor allowed her to remain. Even if she only lay there soaking up the sun, it constituted work. Not only would she receive a paycheck, but she might also be recognized as an outstanding employee and earn a bonus. Such is the nature of America, a nation that prioritizes the affluent. Typically, a half hour of sunbathing suffices in a day. Any more would lead to overexposure. Yet Victor was determined to maximize his time in the sun. He certainly could not afford to emerge with burned skin. Each day, he would rise early to practice his mental focus on the outdoor terrace before heading to the beach at midday to continue sunbathing, all the while keeping his mind engaged by gathering intelligence on potential bargains. Over the course of 3 days, his skin remained unburned, retaining its original fairness. In contrast, Katie, the waitress who accompanied him, despite her efforts to shield herself with an umbrella, could not avoid becoming 6 shades darker, thoroughly bronzed by the sun. Nevertheless, Katie did not mind. Her commissions from the past 3 days surpassed her earnings for the previous 2 months. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Victor's physical transformation was complete. The burning sensation had dissipated, and the amplification of his mental prowess had significantly diminished. With the loss of his ironclad physique, which had demanded such energy, there was no longer a need for direct sun exposure. His supercells could adequately absorb and convert light energy indoors to sustain his physical activities. As for the storage of light energy for future enhancements, there was no rush. Delaying for 3 days meant he must hasten his plans to avoid missing out on significant opportunities. Before departing, Victor gifted his expensive suit to Katie, instructing her to purchase an inexpensive tracksuit to change into. Then, accompanied by Katie, he prepared to check out. In the elevator descending, Katie, having unexpectedly acquired an expensive suit, subtly broached the subject of a parting memento with Victor. He offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. He had given the suit to Katie simply because their next destination would render any attire disposable. It seemed more prudent to gift it to her, as he found her rather agreeable. Katie, shy by nature, felt her cheeks flush when her overture went unanswered, prompting her to fall silent. The assistant manager at the front desk, a Caucasian gentleman, had been dutifully attending to Victor over the past 3 days. Upon seeing Victor clad in inexpensive athletic wear, the manager's professional demeanor faltered, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Mr. Chen, is there anything I can assist you with?" After speaking, he cast a discreet glance at Katie, imbued with an air of warning and arrogance. It was unclear what assumptions he had conjured, but they were undoubtedly unfavorable. Victor waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Attend to your own responsibilities and process the checkout." The assistant manager exhaled in relief, respectfully leading the way. "Mr. Chen, allow me to assist you with the checkout." The procedure was swift. The total expenditure for the 3 days amounted to $63,400. The room fee constituted only a fraction of this, with the majority spent on sunbathing services over the 3 days. Victor paid without a flicker of an eye. After all, should his plan succeed, he would have ample cash to cover the credit card. If not, he still had Alice to rely on. As Victor exited the hotel, escorted by the assistant manager, he found that the car Katie had prearranged was waiting patiently. The bellboy bent to open the rear door for him. Ignoring the manager's polite remarks, Victor nodded to Katie, then entered the vehicle. "To Las Vegas," he instructed, closing his eyes to signal his desire for silence. He needed to mentally prepare for their imminent destination. Otherwise, he feared he might falter. The driver, an African-American man, noticed Victor's demeanor in the rearview mirror and wisely chose not to disturb him. After 3 days of careful consideration based on Alice's suggested locations, they had settled on Las Vegas, as analysis indicated the highest probability of success for his plans in that city, the largest den of iniquity in America. Yet, where there is light, darkness also lurks, revealing America's most sinister aspects. The 240-kilometer journey would have been more efficiently made by air, taking just an hour. Unfortunately, his identification bore a birth date of 1994, and no one would believe that a 14-year-old could have grown so tall and handsome from hormone treatments. As for hotel registration, he had utilized a Centurion Black Card instead. However, the airport would not recognize this. With a reluctant sigh, he opted to drive, embarking on a journey of approximately 4 hours. Soon, the vehicle departed from the bustling commercial center and ventured into the residential area. Lined along the roadside were rows of single-family homes, predominantly 1 or 2 stories, with the occasional 3-story structure being a rarity. These wooden abodes were devoid of vibrant exterior tiles, mostly presenting a modest facade of white or gray, reminiscent of rural cottages. However, within, they revealed a different world. Adorned with opulent decorations and spacious interiors, some even boasted private swimming pools. In America, a house is an almost affordable luxury for every typical family. The roads here are well-connected, clean, and tidy, with each household nurturing gardens of flowers and trees, creating a seemingly pleasant environment. Yet, as they left the city and entered the highway, the situation took a stark turn. The route was lined only with parched trees due to water scarcity, lacking guardrails. And the stone walls were of varying heights, offering no protective capacity. This was the true face of America, where public facilities, as long as they were not dilapidated, could be patched up to last for several years. Heading east, Victor rolled down the car window, allowing the sun to bathe him in warmth. Although the cozy drowsiness had faded, he still felt a pleasant warmth enveloping him. His mental power continued to grow steadily, seemingly limitless. Just last night, he had managed to levitate a few centimeters off the ground, albeit only for 3 seconds. Yet, in the movies, children soared through the skies. It made little sense for him, having enhanced his Superman lineage, to be weaker than them. Strengthening was merely a matter of time. He no longer needed the sun. Breathing alone could empower him. During the idle hours of travel, Victor did not truly slumber, but instead rummaged through the details of Marvel films stored in his mind, reevaluating their significance. Based on his understanding of this world over the past 3 days, he could confirm that he was indeed within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As he sifted through various pieces of information, The 4 hours passed swiftly. The black driver, speaking for the first time, inquired, "Sir, are you headed straight to the casino? Or would you prefer to find a hotel first?" Victor opened his eyes, casting a glance at the bustling cityscape in the distance, and replied, "Just keep going straight." Following the guidance of Alice, the car navigated through Las Vegas, traversing the cacophony of the casino, the vibrant entertainment district, the opulent shopping centers, and the resplendent hotels. Ultimately, it halted at a location that starkly contrasted with the city's renowned reputation. The previously quiet black driver could not help but remind him, "Sir, are you sure this is the right place?" The place is correct. Here is your fare, and there is ample gratuity." Victor calmly handed over a stack of crisp bills, amounting to $200, while the round-trip airfare between the two locations barely exceeded $100. Upon receiving the money, the African-American driver, despite his bewilderment, felt compelled to hold his tongue as the customer had generously tipped nearly double the fare. Who could fathom the thoughts of such affluent individuals? Upon closer inspection, Victor's attire was hardly superior to that of others. After he alighted from the vehicle, the driver swiftly pressed the accelerator and turned away. Lingering in such a place was truly ominous. Beneath the opulent facade of Las Vegas, a labyrinth of over 500 kilometers of tunnel sprawled, teeming with a diverse array of homeless individuals. Las Vegas stands as one of the least hospitable cities in America for those on the fringes of society. The local government explicitly prohibits both tourists and residents from providing food, supplies, or monetary assistance to the homeless in public parks. Employing them is outright illegal. This bustling metropolis resembles a prison, confining its marginalized inhabitants to the subterranean passages, where they coexist with rats and cockroaches, deprived of sunlight day and night. It is worth noting that those who suffer often possess their own faults. Among those trapped in this underground realm are individuals who once basked in glory, who lavished wealth upon themselves in Las Vegas, relishing a godlike existence. Yet, they succumbed to addiction, alcoholism, and a compulsive gambling lifestyle, ultimately reducing their lives to the confines of these tunnels, their only refuge. A mere handful among them have found themselves in this shadowy existence due to the cruel hand of fate, desperately clinging to survival. Victor's target is among this select few, a particularly exceptional individual. He now stands at the entrance of the Las Vegas sewer, masked and scrutinizing his surroundings, the towering skyscrapers nearby starkly contrasting with his location. This stark disparity was not the reason for his hesitation. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, the nauseating stench penetrated through 6 layers of his mask, causing his stomach to churn. Had he not prepared himself by fasting for a day, he could hardly have guaranteed his ability to endure it. The odor was unbearable for any ordinary person, let alone for one as pampered as he. After standing for several minutes, acclimating to breathing through his mouth, Victor reluctantly took his first steps into the underground tunnel, consumed by darkness. The challenges he faced extended beyond the struggle to breathe. The lack of light posed a significant obstacle. The sewer offered no street lamps, and his modest flashlight illuminated only 10 meters ahead, fading into obscurity beyond that. Moreover, the low ceiling was uncomfortable. While the main conduit allowed him to stand upright at 5 meters, the smaller pipes required him to stoop, forcing his 6-foot frame to bend in order to pass through. Those who must crawl through this place should simply abandon the endeavor. It is truly unbearable. As one delves deeper, the occasional sight of residents' makeshift bedrooms emerges. These quarters are rudimentary and chaotic. A mere mattress signifies a superior living condition, while most consist of tattered cloths, with some even resorting to sleeping atop piles of newspapers. To label them as refugees is not an exaggeration, despite the fact that they inhabit the most affluent gambling city in America. The residents exhibit a heightened sensitivity to light upon exposure. They are prone to tears and swiftly turn away to evade the illumination. Only a select few dare to confront the light, scrutinizing Victor with a faint, greenish glow emanating from them. The men, upon noticing his plain attire, often turn away with a vacant expression. The women, however, exhibit a more frenzied demeanor, their gazes as if they wish to consume Victor whole, with a few even brazenly caressing themselves in his presence. In this underworld, the prerequisites for sexual encounters are minimal. Sometimes, the partners need not even be of the opposite sex, provided they are clean. Despite Victor donning 6 layers of masks, obscuring his striking visage, his robust physique and tidy clothing exude an irresistible allure. As he traverses the subterranean waterways, he resembles a child flaunting gold in a bustling marketplace. It is merely a matter of time before he attracts attention. Faced with these chilling scenes, Victor feels a mix of horror and resignation. Having only heard whispers of such darkness in his past life, he finds himself woefully unprepared for this reality. It is akin to ordinary individuals embarking on a journey to space. The vast majority are utterly lost, unable to glean complete information even from the internet. Despite the looming dangers, Victor harbors no thoughts of retreat. The absence of those who ascend is inconsequential. A few glances will not diminish him. Should any ill intentions arise, the box of razor blades in his pocket, under the influence of his mental prowess, could swiftly become an instrument of demise. However, as time passes, Victor finds himself lost, uncertain of his whereabouts. Ultimately, he can no longer contain his frustration and half-heartedly questions Alice. "Are you certain there is a temporary shelter for mutants here?" "Of course, Chen. These are registered with the Sentinel Special Operations." Alice's tone conveys a sense of grievance. Alice would never lie. "All right, perhaps it is my fault. This place is truly uninhabitable. Shall we consider alternative targets?" "The mutants in Atlanta and Nashville must also be eager for change," Alice proposes. Victor feels a flicker of interest. Yet, 3 seconds later, he dismisses her suggestion with resolve. "No, it is my own lack of preparation. I chose this path, even if the foul stench is unbearable." Alice, unable to see, cannot respond. The previously foul-smelling sewer suddenly becomes permeated with a soul-corrupting stench. After a few steps around the corner ahead, a 3-meter-tall object obstructs his path. Upon closer inspection, to his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by bones from various human body parts. Adjacent to the pile of bones lay several corpses, not yet fully decomposed. As the light illuminated the scene, a few gray mice scurried out from the skulls, rib cages, and hip bones, darting into the shadows. Victor was rendered speechless by this harrowing sight. In a civilized society, how could such ghastly occurrences still transpire? What trials were the underprivileged truly enduring? He offered a slight bow to the pile of bones before hastily fleeing the area. Let the darkness fortify itself. He resolved to slightly alter his plans. Originally intending a thorough search, the signal from Alice had begun to falter upon entering the underground conduit, leading him to become lost and unable to recall which areas he had already searched. He decided to disregard the secondary conduit and swiftly traverse the main pipeline instead. This 500-kilometer sewer, he estimated, he could navigate in no more than 2 days. Although his steel frame did not endow him with extraordinary strength or speed, his robust physique had been further enhanced, with his endurance at an impressive level. Resolutely, Victor commenced his run through the main conduit. Fortunately, it had not rained that day, and the passageways beside the sewer remained dry. Otherwise, the experience of having his feet soaked in sewage would have been quite unpleasant. With the determination to cover the 500 kilometers, Victor pressed on along the main line, jogging persistently for 7 hours. The ability to sustain his body with minimal nourishment was indeed advantageous. Within 24 hours, he would be unable to consume anything. Just as the flashlight's battery began to dwindle, 3 consecutive platform notifications floated before him. F-class item detected, please take note. F-class item detected, please take note. E-class item detected. Victor quickly halted, surveying his surroundings. All he could see were moldy walls teeming with fungi, with no sign of any passageway entrance. He was certain something was nearby, most likely a mutant. Upon receiving the novice reward, his initial status as a level 0 merchant automatically upgraded him to an apprentice merchant, granting him basic access to a product radar. And the main interface now featured a merchant panel. Name, Victor Chen. Dimension, Marvel Universe. Level, apprentice merchant. Age, 24 years, 4 days, 2 hours, 5 minutes. Bloodline, remnant of superhuman bloodline. Skills, telekinesis, product radar. Actively alerts when items of at least F level are detected within a radius of 0 to the power of meters. Here, items refer to goods that meet at least F level. Ordinary food and toys would be disregarded as inconsequential. Although the classification of mutant abilities remains uncertain, whether they belong to bloodline or skill, they undoubtedly fall within the scanning range of the commodity radar. Wait a moment. Mutant abilities? Is it possible that there exists a concealed form of mutant power that obscures the entrance? It is quite plausible. With a spirit of experimentation, Victor closed his eyes, allowing his telekinesis to extend freely outward. Upon encountering an obstruction at the sewer wall, the flow of his mental energy came to a halt. Soon, based on the feedback from his telekinesis, a 3-dimensional model of the surroundings was constructed in Victor's mind, and he slowly retraced his steps. "I found you." Victor opened his eyes and gazed at the wall 3 meters behind him. To the naked eye, there appeared to be no anomalies. However, the feedback from his telekinesis indicated the presence of a 3-meter-high void. "I can eliminate mutant abilities." Upon discovering the perfectly concealed entrance, Victor felt little joy. Had the plight of mutants become this dire? What circumstances could compel them to live in the oppressive darkness of these sewers while remaining so cautious about hiding their tracks? Without indulging in excessive sentimentality, Victor advanced toward the entrance, but halted just as he was about to approach. The feedback from his telekinesis revealed that a humanoid figure stood 8 meters within the entrance, unmistakably a mutant, Ordinary humans do not possess tails that sway. The individual was likely guarding the entrance to prevent anyone from inadvertently wandering in, despite possessing a steel body capable of withstanding small-caliber firearms. Victor refrained from recklessly provoking the being. He was not here to cause trouble. Rather, he believed in amicable resolutions. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved his Huawei phone, using his telekinesis to elevate it, allowing it to float in the beam of light from its flashlight. Simultaneously, Victor spoke, "I mean no harm. Look, I'm not like ordinary people." He did not explicitly state that he was a mutant, instead opting to convey that this was a fundamentally different approach from deceit. A gentle yet firm voice emerged from within the entrance, stating, "You cannot come any closer. Uncle Ford has said we can no longer shelter mutants. Please try elsewhere." The voice belonged to a girl, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. After all his efforts, Victor was not about to turn away. He once more produced a stack of dollars, using his telekinesis to levitate it beside his phone. "I truly mean no harm. I have come to assist you. You must be in dire need of supplies, correct? I can provide you with abundant resources or cash." This time, the girl did not respond. Yet she also did not attempt to drive him away. Victor subtly adjusted the position of the stack of dollars and the feedback from his telekinesis. He noted the girl's head tilt slightly in response. It appeared they were indeed in desperate need of supplies. Regardless of the type of material, all require the dollar for acquisition. Seizing the moment, I suggested, "Why not inquire with your boss? As you are aware, there is no signal here. I stand idly by." The girl, touched by the moment, warned softly, "You mustn't come in. I will fetch Uncle Ford." "No problem. I promise not to move." Victor raised his hand in assurance. "You promise, do you?" "Stay right there," she reiterated. Coupled with her gentle tone, it was devoid of any intimidation. In the realm of telekinesis feedback, the girl ventured deeper. Her petite legs moving gracefully, quickly disappearing beyond the 10-meter limit of telekinesis. Victor retrieved the flashlight and dollar bills, conserving energy. He refrained from unnecessary exploration, standing still, silently waiting. Indeed, the adaptability of humans is remarkable. He was now able to gaze at the filth of the underground sewer without flinching. As for breathing through his nose, it was a disturbance. Approximately 3 minutes later, an announcement echoed in the stillness. "F-level goods detected. Please take note." "E-level goods detected. Please take note." A faint sound of footsteps broke the silence, prompting Victor to release his telekinesis. From the entrance, he perceived 2 figures, one tall and one short, and realized the girl moved without making a sound, akin to a feline. The 2 figures did not linger, but advanced directly through the entrance, the sturdy walls rippling as they passed. The nature of their mutant abilities was truly extraordinary. The shorter figure was the girl returning to report. She hid behind the taller individual, revealing an unmistakable long tail, unkempt and matted from neglect. The taller figure was a burly middle-aged man, more robust than Victor. Clad in a tattered jacket and jeans, his face obscured by a thick, greasy beard, his scrutinizing eyes glinting with menace, bearing the unmistakable mark of someone not to be trifled with. Victor slightly adjusted the flashlight and spoke softly. "I am Victor, here to assist us, correct?" The middle-aged man abruptly interrupted. "Let us put that aside for now. Little Ivy mentioned you brought money. Hand it over using your ability. Direct and to the point." Complying readily, Victor levitated the dollar bills with his telekinesis. The man, known as Old Ford, revealed small black scales on his right arm, seizing the money with a vigorous shake before stuffing it into his jacket pocket, exhibiting a wary demeanor. "You can call me Old Ford. Speak plainly. What is it you need?" His brusque manner left Victor's carefully prepared discourse rendered utterly futile. The mind raced rapidly, contemplating how to articulate thoughts to achieve his objectives. Thus, he had no desire to inherit Chen's commercial empire, for he lacked the innate ability of a businessman to effortlessly charm and deceive. Before he could formulate a conclusion, Old Ford, growing impatient, stammered, resembling a timid woman, clearly not a person of integrity. "Return home and think it over before bringing any money," he declared, turning on his heel and departing. This was a blatant display of shunning respect while demanding payment, and Victor found himself begrudgingly impressed. Certainly, he could not allow Old Ford to leave without consequences. The money lost was trivial compared to the potential disruption of future plans. Taking decisive action, Victor boldly laid his cards on the table, declaring, "I possess the ability to nullify mutant powers. Surely, there are mutants here who wish to rid themselves of their abilities, and I can assist them." Old Ford had already begun to turn away, but upon hearing Victor's words, he paused, turning back with skepticism etched across his face, scrutinizing Victor with a piercing gaze. It was the girl, Avril, who cautiously peeked out from behind Old Ford, her eyes lighting up with surprise, her small ears twitching adorably despite her disheveled appearance. Indeed, it was reminiscent of feline mutant abilities. No wonder she moved with such stealth. Can you truly nullify mutant powers? Old Ford queried, his tone laced with doubt. Isn't your ability to manipulate objects? Did he suspect Victor was lying? Was it truly a fabrication? Victor maintained a calm smile. Telekinesis is also something I acquired through this ability, alongside an indomitable physique that can withstand ordinary blades. Old Ford's expression remained inscrutable as he fixated on Victor, searching for a hint of trepidation to confirm his suspicion. He was unsuccessful. Victor's confident demeanor remained unshaken, though internally he was tense. His lack of cowardice was not to be misconstrued as indifference. Old Ford's gaze was sharp, akin to a probing instrument, making Victor acutely aware of his vulnerability. Fearing that the scrutiny might drift to unspeakable areas, the two engaged in a silent contest of wills for several minutes, until Old Ford, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, finally inquired, "Surely, there won't be any severe side effects?" Victor inwardly exhaled, relieved. The mere fact that Old Ford had voiced such a question indicated that the matter was nearly settled. As for whether he could genuinely nullify mutant powers, well, that was a falsehood. In truth, the ability to nullify was a deception. What Victor could do was to strip away mutant powers, utilizing a granted authority to extract the mutant abilities from the individual as if they were mere bloodlines, akin to the surgical removal of an appendix. It was the excision of something unnecessary but painfully burdensome for the patient. This privilege is derived from the apprentice merchant. The dimension trade, through mutual consent, facilitates transactions of goods across any dimension. The dimension radar is employed to locate merchandise, while the dimension trade is responsible for the exchange of goods. These constitute the two fundamental privileges granted by the apprentice merchant, representing the very essence of the dimensional trading platform. As for the specific capabilities of the dimension trade, the Alice Data Repository contains pertinent information, which elucidates that as long as the owner of the item confirms the transaction, Victor can acquire the goods into his inventory regardless of whether he offers money, a verbal promise, or engages in a deceptive manner, all without facing any adverse consequences. To illustrate, one might liken this to a surgical procedure where not even the slightest mark is left behind. Here, the term goods refers to items rated above a classification of F. These could include the bloodlines of mutated abilities, skills, painstakingly honed by others, colossal starship technologies, dazzling yet non-conforming, magics, or an array of sophisticated knowledge that one may not fully comprehend. Common items, even as precious as red diamonds, are deemed unworthy and categorized as refuse within the platform. This is the foundation of Victor's confidence. In response to Old Ford's skepticism, Victor promptly guarantees his assertions. The sole after-effect, he admits, is the necessity to readjust to the life of a mere mortal after losing one's mutated abilities, alongside the regret that such abilities cannot be reclaimed. Old Ford remains unconvinced, keen to probe further. Victor swiftly seizes the opportunity to assert that if there are lingering doubts, Old Ford may easily seek out someone who wishes to relinquish their mutated abilities, informing them of the advantages and disadvantages, allowing them to make their own choice. It is understandable that Old Ford may suspect ulterior motives. However, Victor candidly confesses that he indeed has a purpose. As he elucidates, his capability is less about elimination and more about absorption, contingent upon the other's consent. It is akin to a transaction. Some individuals desire to shed their mutated abilities, feeling like outcasts. I assist them in regaining a normal life by eliminating their mutations, thereby acquiring their abilities in the process. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, is it not? Old Ford remains unmoved, his demeanor as tranquil as still waters, betraying no emotion. Yet, Avril leans forward, her voice tinged with an unmistakable yearning, asking, "Is it true? Can someone like me, who undergoes physical transformations, also have their mutations eliminated? Will I be able to return to being a normal person?" Victor smiles gently, his tone softening significantly. "Of course, dear sister, I would never deceive you. It is indeed feasible. In the realm of resident evil, there exists the phenomenon of individuals injecting themselves with the T-virus or G-virus, awakening superhuman abilities that subsequently alter their physical forms. Following a transaction with Royce, one not only loses their powers but also reverts to a state of normalcy. Such fundamental knowledge is meticulously archived within Alice's database, and it is rather perplexing that Royce has not eradicated this information. Indeed, it reflects a certain indebtedness of character. It is no wonder that Northeasterners are regarded as straightforward individuals. Regarding the likelihood of false data, it is evident that those from the Northeast are disinclined to engage in such frivolities. Furthermore, based on the degree of comfort experienced since utilizing Alice, the possibility is virtually non-existent. Receiving Victor's affirmation, Avril, although filled with longing, exhibited an unusual reticence, covering her mouth and lowering her head in an effort to conceal her inner desires, a truly perceptive child. She did not wish to sway Old Fort's decision and placed her trust in his judgment. Old Fort, having observed Averil's demeanor, finally softened his expression. He shot a fierce glare at Victor, his voice laced with menace, threatening that should he dare to deceive him, he would twist Victor's head and stuff it into his own posterior. It is rather amusing how simplistic threats can be in English, unlike in Chinese, where one could articulate for an entire day without repetition. Before Victor could respond, Old Fort turned abruptly, colliding with the wall and vanishing from sight. The somewhat lagging Avril waved to Victor, signaling him to follow. Noticing Victor's lack of movement, she took a step towards him. Suddenly, Old Fort's warning echoed behind her, admonishing, "Little Avril, who told you to engage with strangers? Get back inside." Avril instinctively recoiled, tucking her long tail and offering Victor a shy smile before scurrying back into the wall. Victor, witnessing this, could not suppress a chuckle. She truly was a picture of innocence, even in such a grim environment, radiating joy like a little angel. It was unfathomable why she found herself in such a place. Suppressing his inexplicable anger, Victor approached the wall, examining the pitch-black surface that bore no distinction from surroundings, and hesitated to make contact. Cautiously extending his index finger, he gently tapped the surface, only to find it yielding without resistance. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and boldly charged forward. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself within a conduit, with Avril gazing at him through curious eyes. Upon closer inspection, her pupils were golden slits. Turning back, he noticed no barriers. The beam of his flashlight effortlessly illuminated the exterior, revealing a one-way perspective. Remarkable, these mutants. Is your courage so limited? If not, perhaps you should return to your mother. Old Fort's impatient taunt reverberated through the conduit. Victor shrugged, unperturbed, and exchanged a friendly smile with Avril as he pursued her down the tunnel. Avril did not follow. She remained stationed there. This particular conduit was remarkably clean, devoid of any traces of sewage, suggesting it had long been abandoned. As they ventured approximately 100 meters inward, sporadic patches of vegetation made their appearance. Delving deeper, one could gradually observe branches of pipes with a diameter of 15 centimeters, each harboring a few inhabitants. Most of them were clad in tattered garments, revealing various mutations that could not be concealed. Some were so disfigured that their human features were entirely unrecognizable, save for a semblance of human form. These individuals bore a pallid hue, having lived underground for an extended period, and they too were fearful of light. Resembling the refugees from the outside world, their gazes vacant and puppet-like. Was this truly living? Following Old Fort, they entered the largest pipe, standing 2 meters tall, allowing one to at least straighten up. At the entrance lay a worn mattress, and within was a corner, obscuring any further view. Old Fort instructed Victor to remain there while he ventured into the corner. Victor pondered for a moment, but refrained from using his telekinetic abilities to follow, as he could navigate corners within a 10-meter radius. Approximately a minute later, Old Fort emerged, holding a lit candle. Victor promptly turned off his flashlight, as it was not solar-powered and could not be recharged. However, his nano earpiece could be charged directly. Old Fort settled at the pipe's entrance, securing the candle at the base, and glanced up at Victor, still standing, with a sardonic remark to make himself comfortable and sit down. Victor, having seen the world, would hardly quibble with the leader of a sewer-dwelling community. He indeed sat down, after spending half a day in the underground conduit. He had accumulated a scent that matched the pipe's floor. Neither party could afford to be disdainful of the other. Although the mind rationalized this, the body responded as if seated on a bed of needles. Observing Victor's forced nonchalance, Old Fort could not help but chuckle. Boy, that's the right attitude for a conversation. Now, let us discuss your abilities. Ah, the art of hunger marketing do enlighten us, Old Fort remarked, his hearty laughter resonating in the confined space, capturing the attention of most of the mutants within the conduit. It had been ages since Old Fort had laughed so heartily. In this lightless underground, such memories faded. As Old Fort introduced new abilities, naturally, others began to listen intently, with little else to occupy their time. Eavesdropping on conversations was a rare form of entertainment. Victor soon realized Old Fort intended for him to persuade others to become the first to seize the resources, offering merely the opportunity without any substantial assistance. This did not pose a challenge for Victor. Prior to his arrival, he had anticipated the need to persuade others and had prepared a set of arguments. Clearing his throat, he elevated his voice, allowing his words to resonate through the pipes and fill the space around him. Regarding my abilities, I have aptly named a transaction, a capacity to designate specific items as commodities, which, with the original owner's consent, can be extracted and claimed as one its own. The particular commodity in question is the mutant ability. His words were succinct yet remarkably pragmatic. From the surrounding pipes, numerous peculiar heads emerged, casting a mixture of skepticism, hope, and longing towards the boastful Victor. Yet, no one seemed ready to approach. They remained ensnared by doubt and concerned about potential traps. Victor, unfazed, continued to speak with conviction under the watchful eyes of the spectators. Perhaps to some, this ability appears utterly incomprehensible. They may wonder if there are any repercussions, genetic collapse, or if the ability is merely a fleeting phenomenon. Or perhaps they fear it is a ruse to lure mutants into treacherous scientific endeavors. There is no need for such concern. After completing the transaction, I shall remain here for 24 hours, allowing everyone to observe for any side effects. Trust me, I'm a person who values life dearly and would not jest with my own existence. I have only recently acquired this ability, and through it, I have gained many others. This at least serves to demonstrate that I indeed possess the means to acquire another's mutant ability. Victor raised his hand, using his telekinetic power to lift a candle stuck to the bottom of the pipe, controlling it to hover before him. He was showcasing his telekinesis. The candlelight, suspended in the air, resembled a flicker of hope, igniting a spark of optimism within a select few. Naturally, Victor sought to capitalize on this momentum. As for the fear that mutant abilities might only be temporarily diminished, what of it? Could life possibly become worse? Observing the surroundings, was there not a single soul who desired to live like a normal human being? Perhaps I might question my motives. There is no need for speculation. I'm solely focused on gathering more abilities. As you can see, I possess the power to manipulate objects. Yet it did not originally belong to me. Do you understand my point? This discourse clarified all apprehensions and uncertainties. Deep within the once dull eyes of the surrounding mutants, a spark named hope ignited, spreading fervently like a wildfire. However, the first to take the plunge must possess a courage that defies the fear of death. If anyone present could truly disregard such fears, they would not be lingering here in desperation. They were all waiting for others to take the first leap into the unknown, to ascertain the deliciousness, safety, and viability of the endeavor is a natural human inclination. After all, only a handful possessed the courage to sacrifice. Glancing at the steadfast old Ford, it was evident he had no intention of cooperating, also biding his time for others to test the waters first. Thus, in the face of the current stalemate, Victor's options appeared limited. He could either passively wait, knowing that among those present, there would inevitably be mutants whose desires would outweigh their patience. The more severe their physical mutations, the more likely they would be the first to yield. Alternatively, he could take the initiative, compelling those around him to step forward. Victor opted for the latter. Casting a wistful look at the old Ford, he lamented, "It seems my abilities have certain limitations." This opening remark elicited a silent sigh of relief among the listeners. Indeed, there was trickery afoot. Before arriving at your stronghold, I visited another mutant enclave, where there were only 14 individuals. I discovered that I could retain a maximum of 10 mutant abilities. To absorb additional powers, I would need to relinquish one of the previously acquired ones. Currently, I have 2 abilities of considerable merit that I intend to keep. The others, such as absorbing sunlight instead of consuming food and limited sensory perception of mutants, do not particularly satisfy me. In essence, I have 8 alternative options remaining. With 36 mutants present, I should be able to fill those slots. Should there be no superior mutant abilities available later, I would choose. Perhaps I am overthinking this, as everyone here is a shapeshifter and redundancy is likely. Victor's words cast a pall over the majority of the mutants present. Earlier, only 3 E-class abilities were triggered by the dimensional radar, with the remaining 33 being of the lowest F-class. The 3 E-class abilities secured their spots, leaving the 33 F-class abilities to compete for a mere 5 positions. So why wait? After all, the first to act claims the prize. Suddenly, a figure reacted swiftly, sprinting from near the entrance. As he drew closer and his features became clear, it became apparent why he was so eager. Regardless of the comical appearance of a pig-headed figure, with a prominent nose and large ears, no one would possess the confidence to compete with others. Such abilities were utterly ineffectual. Moreover, this pig-headed individual was short and stubby, rendering him of little use, merely serving as the first to take the plunge, his only chance to revert to an ordinary person. Furthermore, according to Victor's assertion, he would remain here for 24 hours, lending a high degree of credibility to his words. At this moment, one might wonder if it is truly worth living a lifetime in such a wretched place without taking a gamble. Thus, the individual known as the Pighead boldly stepped forward, racing towards Victor first, yet he was the farthest away. The other dozen or so mutants, albeit possessing relatively weaker abilities, reacted more swiftly due to their proximity, and they surged ahead of the Pighead. This infuriated him, prompting an angry howl that nearly elicited laughter from Victor. One would expect that a mutant, even one as peculiar as a Pighead, would not resort to such a pig-like cry. The Pighead's outburst bore no tangible effect. However, a green-skinned, middle-aged woman nearby unleashed a long tongue, ensnaring the few individuals in front of her, before retracting it and using their momentum to propel herself towards the upper section of the pipe. The arc of her trajectory culminated right in front of Victor. Before she could reveal a smile, a figure emerged from the pipe, seizing the middle-aged woman's thigh and flinging her backward, while he himself propelled off the pipe's top, swiftly advancing towards Victor. The middle-aged woman was unwilling to concede so easily. With another flick of her long tongue, she ensnared the jumper's thigh, propelling them both forward for a brief moment, only for them to land amidst the very mutants she had initially obstructed, where they became entangled in a chaotic melee. The subsequent surge of the pig head and others crashed into the throng, desperately trying to reach Victor, only to be pulled back by those behind them. The 5-meter diameter pipe was now packed to the brim, rendering any approach to Victor impossible. Who could recall that in the beginning? No one was willing to be the first. This entire transformation was merely instigated by a single utterance from Victor. What was the catalyst for all this? Behold the concept of hunger marketing. The scene before Victor was a veritable carnival of bizarre mutants, their appearances a chaotic spectacle. Those clamoring to be first were predominantly those lacking confidence in their abilities, each one more grotesque than the last. Without a doubt, the pig head was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Reflecting on this, Victor could not remain passive. He channeled his telekinesis into 2 ropes that burrowed into the crowd, suddenly expanding beside the pig head. With his own vigorous struggle, he managed to extricate himself. A few who attempted to pull him back were thwarted by his telekinesis. Gazing at the wheezing pig head, Victor bypassed the formalities of introductions and directly inquired, "Are you willing to unconditionally trade your mutant ability with me?" Realizing the urgency, as his telekinesis, awakened merely 3 days prior, was on the verge of faltering, he pressed for a response. "Yes, I am willing." The pig head nodded fervently, as if at a wedding ceremony. With the pig head's affirmation, a prompt immediately appeared on the platform. Target agrees to trade Gene Wildboar. Shall this transaction be completed? The answer was emphatically affirmative. The transaction is valid, conducted without any deliberate guidance. The trade is complete. The Gene Wildboar has been added to the inventory. The conditions for leveling up to a first-tier merchant have been met, unlocking the advancement task. As the trade concluded, Peichi's head underwent a transformation. With her turned-up nose and large ears rapidly shrinking, only to revert to a ruddy nose and prominent buck teeth within a mere 10 seconds. Is this not a form of cosmetic alteration, transforming into Peichi's head? Victor cast a glance at the newly acquired mutant ability in the inventory. Product name, Gene Wildboar. Product category, Bloodline compatibility, 100 origin dimension, Marvel Universe level rating, currency valuation, tier certificate X1, dimension point X1 function description, gene awakening ancestral segment. Irreversible transformation of certain body parts into Wildboar, slightly increases reproductive capacity. Slogan, at least the domestic pig can still be consumed. Victor mused, is this bloodline meant for humor? A Wildboar? I am well read, do not attempt to deceive me. A Wildboar is merely a euphemism for a domesticated pig. Domestic pigs possess numerous advantages: docile nature, ease of rearing, rapid reproduction, strong adaptability, yet they lack combat prowess. Observe the function description, an increase in reproductive capacity? Who would desire to breed offspring with a Peichi head? And as for being voracious eaters, a domestic pig's appetite could rival that of a carnivore. If Peichi consumes excessively, would she not become a nuisance? As Victor's mind swirled with sardonic thoughts, his telekinetic focus waned. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality by the trembling of the pipeline beneath him. The conglomeration of mutants, upon witnessing Peichi's transformation, frantically surged towards Victor. It was true. They could indeed eliminate mutant abilities. Now, even the more powerful mutants could no longer restrain themselves and rush towards Victor. Concerns about the 24-hour observation were dismissed. If they did not act swiftly, they would lose their chance. The throng of mutants, huddled together, generated significant chaos, and a few genuinely incensed individuals even resorted to physical confrontations. With everyone so closely packed, any skirmish would inevitably involve others, and naturally, no one was willing to be struck without retaliation. Thus, from a tightly knit crowd, they once more devolved into a fracas. The scene was chaotic enough to make Victor's scalp tingle. Thankfully, this pipeline was buried underground rather than suspended in the air. Otherwise, with such commotion, they would be buried alive in an instant. Ulford's fishing platform could no longer remain idle. After shouting several times to no avail, he turned away with a grim expression, disappearing around a corner of the pipeline. When he reemerged, he brandished a revolver. Bang! With a resounding shot fired into the air. The throng of people immediately ceased their actions, turning their fearful gazes towards Oldfort, who brandished a revolver. Those who had emerged to vie for a coveted spot were certainly no match for bullets. Everyone, get the hell back. Oldfort barked, his voice gruff. If anyone dares to make a move, they'll be the first to taste my bullet. A tense silence fell as the crowd exchanged glances, none willing to back down. After all, the positions were limited and no one could afford to yield. Moreover, Old Fort was a familiar face to all. It was common knowledge that he had fallen to this state due to his mutant abilities. Who could guarantee that he wasn't vying for a position himself? Understanding the complexities of human nature, especially at his age, Old Fort's expression hardened. We will observe the situation with Lays for 24 hours during this time. Not even I will engage in trading, he declared, his indignation palpable. Once we ascertain that everything is in order, rest assured that each of you will have a chance for redemption. Old Fort intended to identify the stronger mutants and allow the weaker ones to trade first to eliminate their mutations. However, with his revolver in hand, his notion of redemption ominously echoed with the threat of violence. Noticing the unsettling glances from the crowd, Victor stepped forward, his demeanor calm and reassuring. Everyone, let's not rush. We've come this far. An additional 24 hours won't hurt. I merely aim to provoke a reaction, so please don't take offense. I promise to reserve a spot for you. Trust me, and you shall have the opportunity to start anew. The phrase starting anew typically carries a derogatory connotation, but in this context, it was undeniably a term of hope. With Victor's assurance, the crowd gradually dispersed, though their eyes remained fixed on Old Fort, ready to react should he make any sudden moves. Old Fort felt a pang of bitter resentment, who had been providing for them all along. A pack of ingrates. Victor chose not to dwell on the matter. Casting a glance at Lays, who was still lost in excitement, it was hard to fathom how his current demeanor contrasted with the trials he had endured. No matter how Old Fort chose to handle the situation, Victor retreated to Old Fort's makeshift room, sitting on the ground as he reviewed the platform's transaction records. Upon completing the first trade, he had received a notification regarding a promotion task. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, he quietly inquired, Alice, what is the promotion task? When the trading volume meets the current merchant level's requirements, a promotion task will be triggered. Completing this task elevates your merchant level and grants you different privileges. Ah, new privileges? Victor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do you know what privileges a level 1 merchant possesses? Access to the dimensional database, which serves to back up product data. Coupled with the level 2 merchant privilege, the dimensional printer. It allows for the printing of backed up products as finished goods. Victor listened with dawning comprehension. Previously, he pondered the uniqueness of certain commodities, such as the bloodline of the Green Giant. After enduring countless hardships to acquire it, surely it could not be sold just once? Now, he comprehends the situation. The dimensional printer functions like an omnipotent assembly line. Once it has stored the data of the bloodline of the Green Giant, it can incessantly produce new iterations for sale. However, it cannot be that simple. Otherwise, could a horde of Green Giants render Thanos insignificant? Alice, surely there must be costs associated with manufacturing goods, along with any peculiar constraints? This remains uncertain, as the database holds no pertinent information. Upon reflection, it is understandable. Even Victor himself would not divulge the core rules of the dimensional trading platform to Alice, who has no intimate rapport with artificial intelligence. Once this matter concludes, he may inquire with Royce. Contemplating this, Victor opened the previously vacant task panel. Among the tasks, one stood out. Promotion task. Establish your own organization in this dimension, with assets no less than $1 billion. This task seems rather extreme. In this cutthroat society, it is profoundly challenging for an ordinary person to amass $1 billion. Even in assets within a short span, a more impatient individual might resort to expletives. Yet, Victor remained unfazed. Provided his plans unfold successfully, this promotion task will be effortlessly completed. Just as he prepared to contact Royce, footsteps echoed behind him. Without turning around, he heard Old Fort's booming voice. Damn it. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. As a beneficiary, Victor wisely refrained from engaging. Old Fort, undeterred, bypassed Victor and entered a corner. When he emerged, he held 2 bottles of beer, offering one to Victor. The shift in attitude was unmistakable. Victor accepted the beer, twisting off the cap with ease. Despite being a wealthy heir, he had certainly indulged in his fair share of beer, particularly while enjoying skewers on Chinese streets. Old Fort, not to be outdone, similarly opened his beer, and the two clinked their bottles before tilting their heads back to consume nearly half the contents. Alcohol and tobacco are the easiest means to bridge the gap between two men. Old Fort plopped down beside Victor, slapping the latter's shoulder, and with a tone of nostalgia remarked, "Who would have thought I could still bask in the sunlight in my lifetime? I owe you a favor." Victor smiled and clinked bottles with Old Fort again. He chose to be a listener, harboring no expectations of assistance from Old Fort. After a few swigs, Old Fort smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste. Beer, in this underground world, is indeed a luxury. Suddenly, Old Fort turned to Victor, his expression grave. "Young man, let me confirm once more. Do you truly possess the ability to restore all 38 individuals here to their normal selves? You are aware of the consequences of deceiving me. He lifted his jacket and drew a small revolver tucked at his lower back. In all honesty, this display held no intimidation for Victor. The revolver posed little threat, unless it were pressed to his lips. Nonetheless, maintaining an air of seriousness was essential. Of course, I can assure you of that, Victor replied, his demeanor solemn. Oldfort squinted at him for several seconds before breaking into a hearty smile, clapping Victor on the shoulder with exuberance. Excellent. My judgment has never faltered over the years. I believe your words are true. Rising to his feet, he called out loudly to the outside, Jack, go fetch little Avery. Let us indulge ourselves. Tomorrow, we'll all leave this wretched sewer. A voice responded from outside, followed by a chorus of cheers from others. It was confirmed. In this underground realm, they subsisted on a single meal each day. Their rations stored behind the pipes in Old Fort's bedroom. Now that the promise of a hearty meal had been made, disregarding future supplies, Victor's earlier assertions could be deemed utterly credible. The thought of finally escaping this lightless abyss brought many to tears of joy. The atmosphere was so infectious that, before long, sobs began to echo, with some individuals openly weeping. Old Fort, visibly displeased by the display of emotion, barked, Is someone dead or what? Hurry up and help move the supplies. Don't you want to eat? His reprimand failed to quell the tide of tears. Yet a few responded to his call and ventured inside. Victor followed them into the corner, curiosity piqued about what lay within. The corridor twisted like lightning, leading to a 10-meter-high cylindrical space illuminated by a small, bright light overhead, casting a glow over the area. Although the supplies were scant, they were neatly arranged. A large portion consisted of unbranded biscuits, various bottles filled with water, and some neatly folded old garments. The remaining boxes contained miscellaneous items such as lighters, utility knives, and nail clippers. This constituted the entirety of the refuge's possessions, their total worth likely less than the $800 Victor had initially given Old Fort. No wonder he had asked for money upon his arrival. The place was desperately impoverished. The newly arrived mutants gazed hungrily at the biscuits and water, their mouths watering. Had Old Fort not been present, they might have succumbed to the temptation and begun eating immediately. Pressing his lips together, Victor picked up a box of biscuits, following Old Fort outside. He didn't wish to appear lazy, but with so little available, each person carrying a box would quickly deplete the supply. The bottled water, however, would require several trips to transport completely. Thus, Old Fort mentioned a satisfying meal, which merely consisted of half a box of biscuits and 2/3 of a bottle of water for each person. Victor received slightly more, a whole box of biscuits and an unopened bottle of cola. The nearby children could not help but cast longing glances at the bottle of cola, including little Avril, who had been called back. With a heavy heart, Victor beckoned Avril over and stuffed the cola and biscuits into her arms. Are you really giving this to me? Avril's golden slit pupils were filled with disbelief. This is a whole bottle of cola and a large bag of biscuits. Yes, it's all for you, Victor replied with a somewhat forced smile. I can absorb light energy to substitute for eating, so I want to go hungry. Wow, doesn't that ability seem rather useless? We barely see the sun once a year, Avril remarked, quickly covering her mouth afterward. She felt she had spoken out of turn. It was not right to mock others' abilities. The little one earnestly apologized to Victor. He felt a lump in his throat, unable to articulate a response, and could only pat her little head, his hands greasy and unaware. In this underground world, bathing was a luxury. Water was the essence of life, too precious to squander. Ultimately, Avril only took a sip of the cola, sharing the rest with the other children. Her thoughtfulness was heart-wrenching. A gathering dubbed a farewell meal had no semblance of ritual. Yet, it was the most arduous meal Victor had ever experienced, despite not consuming anything himself. His heart felt heavy. He had never imagined that people lived in underground passages. Going a year without bathing and subsisting on a single meal of merely a biscuit and half a cup of water. In silence, 2 hours passed. The initially lively Les, who had accepted the trade, showed no sign of distress. The crowd could no longer contain themselves, repeatedly urging Old Fort to commence immediately. They dismissed the notion of waiting any longer after so many years. Only those who had truly experienced despair understood that when the chance to escape it arose, every second counted. This time, Old Fort did not intervene. After consulting Victor for his consent, he began to call out names one by one. As the overseer of this refuge, he was acutely aware of everyone's strengths and weaknesses. The first to be called were all of considerable ability. Each individual's process took no more than 5 seconds. Afterward, Victor would take a symbolic minute to rest before proceeding to the next. When it came to Avril's turn, the little one hesitated, ultimately shaking her head firmly in refusal. Her reasoning was, only Uncle Fort and I can see in the dark. If I'm gone, Uncle Fort will have to stay at the entrance again. Such understanding was truly heart-wrenching. What prompted Victor's first impulse to kill? What kind of parents would abandon such an angelic child, leaving her to wander in this dark world? Old Fort, equally moved, was momentarily rendered speechless, his beard trembling violently. He tightly embraced little Avril, his voice quivering as he declared, "There is no refuge left. Today, everyone can find liberation. We shall live on the sunlit surface. Thus, dear Avril, you can return to being an ordinary girl." Little Avril, with a semblance of understanding, nodded her small head, perplexed. "Are we all going back to the surface? Then where will I go? My home is right here." In that moment, Victor nearly uttered the words, "I will take care of you," but he hesitated. Old Fort, as if taking an oath, bellowed, "Absolutely not. Your home is here. You will live with me from now on. I, Fort Benjamin, promise to provide you with a sunlit home." Victor pressed his lips together, forcing himself to look away from little Avril, and continued to negotiate with the others. After 2 hours, Victor successfully gathered the mutant abilities of everyone present, acquiring E-level X4 and F-level X34. There were 36 indigenous people, alongside little Avril, who possessed an F-level ability and Old Fort with his E-level. Since the abilities had yet to be sold to the platform, specific credentials and dimensional points could not be counted. However, the scene had become somewhat chaotic as a group of restored ordinary people huddled together, laughing, howling, and weeping. The myriad of human emotions laid bare before Victor's eyes. He silently observed, struggling to muster a smile for those who expressed overwhelming gratitude towards him. Was being merely an ordinary person truly their greatest aspiration? Was it only the Marvel Universe that was so merciless? Or had society always been this cruel? He knew the answer. This society had always been unforgiving. Lu Xun had long ago laid bare the truth. This is a society where humans devour one another. The world had turned entirely green. The unconventional revelry continued unabated. The excited crowd remained oblivious to the fact that Old Fort and Victor had vanished without a trace. At the entrance of the pipeline, the previous one-way barrier had dissipated, a result of an E-level mutant ability now stored in the inventory. "So, you intend to chase me away just like that?" Victor jested. Old Fort, however, wore a serious expression and replied earnestly, "Your ability is perilous. In the future, when engaging in such collections, you must conceal your identity. The capacity to absorb others' mutant abilities is regarded as a treasure by those with ulterior motives, such as mutant research institutions. They would undoubtedly pay a fortune to acquire Victor, probing into every facet of his abilities." Victor was acutely aware of the inherent dangers, smiling silently at Old Fort, awaiting further explanation. Old Fort, however, ceased his incessant chatter, glanced towards the entrance, and turned back to urge, "Let us hasten. We shall depart Las Vegas in an hour." This was clearly intended to allow Victor to retreat first. After all, the underground passage was shrouded in dim light. And aside from Old Fort, only Avril, with her night vision, could discern Victor's complete visage. As long as he did not travel with them, the likelihood of exposure was minimal, which aligned perfectly with Victor's intentions. Yet, just as he lifted his foot to step forward, a filthy yet endearing face emerged in his mind. Should he bid farewell to the little one? He hesitated. Old Fort, growing impatient, shoved Victor from behind, muttering, "What are you doing, you big baby? Out on the battlefield, you'd surely catch a bullet for such indecision." With this remark, Victor found it difficult to respond, resorting instead to a gesture of defiance, knowing Old Fort, blessed with night vision, could see it. "So you think you can get away with this, you little rascal?" Old Fort cursed as he drew his revolver from his waist. Sensing Old Fort's movement through his telepathy, Victor quickly darted a few steps away, disappearing around a corner. Though his iron body was impervious to bullets, he certainly feared pain. "Humph, consider yourself lucky to escape." Old Fort skillfully spun the revolver, charming words and handsome looks. "Yet you dare to pursue my daughter? You 1T starve. Take your time finding your way." This logic was quintessentially paternal, particularly for an American father, whose first instinct upon seeing a male approach his daughter is to draw a gun in intimidation. Translated, it might read, "How dare a big oaf encroach upon my prize cabbage?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He drew his weapon to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, Victor remained unaware that Old Fort's urgency for him to depart was not only to provide cover, but also to distance him from Avril. At that moment, he encountered a new predicament. He had lost his way. The underground sewer system was a labyrinth, and having barely ventured out, he could not even retrace his steps. Now at the bottom of the sewer, buried several meters underground, he was devoid of signal, rendering him as aimless as Alice. He could only resort to the old tactic of navigating along the right wall. If worse came to worst, he would traverse the entire sewer system, eventually stumbling upon a manhole cover to escape. Food was not a concern, as his body could sustain him for a week on residual energy alone. However, soon after, a new challenge arose. His flashlight had died. Now he was truly engulfed in darkness, unable to see a thing. Accompanied by the sounds of squeaking rats, flowing water, and the clattering of pipes, Victor felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He hurriedly rummaged through his belongings, searching for a source of illumination. The search results that emerged were vast, encompassing advanced technologies such as hovering light spheres, magical illumination, and talismanic lighting, among other marvels. Yet, the most striking was the prominently featured item related to Bloodline. The product was titled Superman Bloodline Supervision Night Vision. The classification of this item was Bloodline. Its compatibility was rated 00, originating from the realm D-Universe, with a grade assessment of F and priced at F-grade certificates X5, dimensional points X50. The functionality was described as bright as day in the night. The slogan proclaimed, illuminate your world in vibrant green. This slogan, did it imply that Supervision had a separate night vision feature? Curiosity was piqued. Among the stock were 38 bloodlines, including the already determined E-grade and F-grade bloodlines. The remainder to be sold in bulk to the platform. Until advancing to the rank of a level 1 merchant, access to the Dimension database remained restricted, preventing data backup, rendering every product a unique item. However, these were merely low-grade bloodlines, and thus, one felt no significant regret. Even the 3 E-grade bloodlines bore considerable flaws. The unidirectional illusion at the entrance required re-establishment every 2 hours. Like a chicken rib, it was regrettable to discard yet flavorless to consume. Hanging in the shop, it was uncertain when they would sell. Perhaps it was better to sell directly to the platform at a low price. Ultimately, F-grade certificates X42 and E-grade certificates X5 were obtained, alongside dimensional points X05. Notably, the 3 E-grade bloodlines yielded nearly 00 dimensional points, surpassing the total of the 33 F-grade bloodlines. Upon purchasing Superman Bloodline Supervision Night Vision, it was activated for use. The previously pitch-black vision was now shrouded in a faint green hue, rendering the surrounding environment vividly clear. So this was what the slogan referred to. The sensation of the entire world turning green was indeed an improvement over total darkness. Continuing along the right wall, Victor distractedly opened the shop of the D-Universe. Searching for Supervision. A full page of search results appeared. Superman Bloodline Supervision Night Vision F-grade certificates X5, dimensional points X50. Superman Bloodline Supervision Long Distance E-grade certificates X5, dimensional points X500. Microscopic D-grade certificates X5, dimensional points X5000. Light penetration C-grade certificates X5, dimensional points X50,000. Dynamic B-grade certificates X5, dimensional points X5000000. Thermal ray A-grade certificates X5, dimensional points X5000000. Astonishing. This Raphael was practically a modern-day usurer, reincarnated as a Glengarry. Merely a branch of the Superman Bloodline superpowers had been transformed into something extraordinary under his skillful hands. With the acquisition of night vision capabilities, the next phase involved a diligent endeavor. Unmindful of the time it consumed, Victor advanced along the verdant sewer, ultimately locating a manhole cover that granted him passage back to the surface. Whether it was an illusion or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that the world above was also imbued with a green hue. Upon closer observation, he realized it was night. Emerging at the mouth of an alley, he stepped into the dazzling nocturnal panorama of Las Vegas. The abundant illumination liberated him from the shadows of green. And as he gazed at the vibrantly clad throngs, he momentarily felt as if he had transcended time. The subterranean and terrestrial realms were merely 100 meters apart, yet they represented two utterly contrasting worlds. A paradise built upon the foundations of hell. As he strolled through the commercial street, a veritable shopping utopia, passers-by directed glances of disdain towards Victor, as if they were deliberately circumventing a plague. Victor remained unfazed, given his odor and shabby attire. Even a version of himself from a former life would have chosen to keep a respectful distance. Soon, two uniformed officers arrived, standing 3 meters away from Victor, their contempt unmistakable. One hand rested firmly on their holstered weapon, and with a commanding tone, they ordered him to vacate the premises, accusing him of tarnishing the urban aesthetic and issuing a warning. Victor, expressionless, regarded the two officers, then surveyed the surrounding affluent individuals clad in fine garments. Their eyes reflected disdain, arrogance, delight, and mockery, but none bore a hint of surprise. It seemed he was akin to a rabid dog intruding upon a gathering. There was no sanctuary for him here. Yet, Victor found no grounds for reproach against them. Merely 4 days prior, he had been among their ranks, despite his self-proclaimed accessibility. He still harbored an innate sense of superiority. As Victor drifted into thought, one of the officers grew impatient and bellowed, "Damn beggar. If you do not leave this instant, I have the authority to take coercive action." The threat, coupled with the officer's raised baton, lent weight to his words. Victor cast a nonchalant glance at the officer, an innate air of nobility emanating from him, which seemed to intimidate the officer, who hesitated to strike. A premonition gripped the officer. Should he swing that baton, Victor would emerge with at least 2 layers of skin stripped away. Without attempting to offer an explanation, Victor turned and walked away from the commercial street. Engaging with these officers would yield no fruitful outcome. He merely sought a hotel to cleanse himself and then enjoy a restorative slumber. The deluge of information he had absorbed that day required thorough contemplation. It was only after he had traversed several meters that the officer, with great difficulty, swallowed hard, staring at his baton in bewilderment. This was no electric weapon. After all, it wouldn't produce a shock. Why had his body betrayed him moments earlier? A chill breeze swept through. Hachu! The patrol officer let out a resounding sneeze, only then realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat. This situation felt rather uncanny. At 18, the target was a gay man. Locating the hotel was not a challenge. The true difficulty lay in how to check in smoothly. Regardless of his noble demeanor, the hotel staff would undoubtedly require identification, which he could not present. Thus, before heading to the hotel, Victor needed to make some preparations. First, he hired a guide from a commercial street, a professional who assists affluent individuals in their shopping endeavors. Due to the nature of his surroundings, the hiring fee was tripled, and he was required to pay half up front, amounting to $3,000. This was not an issue, as the guide carried a portable payment device. Cash would not suffice. He instructed the guide to lead him to an Armani store. Not wishing to cause any disruption, he asked the guide to enter and summon someone. Shortly, a female sales associate returned, standing half a meter before Victor with a suitably sweet smile. Although they both understood this was a facade, he felt a sense of satisfaction nonetheless. The trope of high-end store associates being dismissive is merely a narrative device in fiction. In reality, the more renowned the brand, the stricter the requirements for frontline employees who interact with customers. To say that one remains unfazed in the face of adversity might be an exaggeration, yet it is certainly expected that one maintains a professional demeanor, concealing personal biases. Please provide me with the least expensive casual suit in your store. My size, as Victor stated his request. Upon hearing that he only sought the lowest price, the sales associate maintained her professional composure, confirming a few details such as his height, age, and color preferences before venturing into the store. Approximately 5 minutes later, the sales associate emerged, carrying several neatly packaged shopping bags, followed by 2 security personnel who wheeled out a mannequin dressed in the same suit contained within the bags. Victor promptly swiped his card for $21,000. This was indeed the lowest price available at the Armani store in Las Vegas. In the past, he would not have glanced at any attire priced under $100,000. However, at this moment, he simply needed something to wear. He was not inclined to be overly particular. The guide, ever diligent, accepted the shopping bags and escorted Victor to a 5-star hotel. Upon arrival, the assistant manager had been waiting at the entrance for some time. After settling the guide's payment, the guide handed the shopping bags to the assistant manager, exchanging a knowing glance before respectfully taking his leave. Victor paid little mind to the proceedings. Under the manager's guidance, he proceeded straight to his standard guest room. As for the registration process, that was not his concern. Any seasoned guide in the bustling commercial streets has their own network of partnered shops and hotels, with one bringing in customers and the other providing commissions, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. An employer like Victor, however, can bypass much of the hassle at the expense of merely spending a little more money. This is a triadic win-win supply chain. Arriving at his standard room, Victor plunged into the bathroom for a quick wash, donning the hotel's bathrobe before heading to the spa for a thorough cleansing and a moment of relaxation. The unpleasant odors on his body were completely eradicated. Rather than returning to the ordinary room marked by his scent, he proceeded directly to the presidential suite, collapsing into slumber. However, this sleep was not as deep as he had hoped. 6 hours later, with dawn's light gently creeping in, his well-trained biological clock roused him. Stepping onto the balcony to bask in the sun's embrace, replenishing his previously expended solar energy reserves, Victor gazed out at the vibrant expanse of Las Vegas, and the visage of little Avril involuntarily surfaced in his mind. She, too, must have departed the underground with Old Fort, right? Was she, like him, now basking in sunlight? He wondered if she would struggle to adjust, having spent so many years in darkness, making it difficult for her eyes to acclimate to the brightness. After a lengthy reverie, Victor could only exhale a sigh. To be candid, his sympathy for little Avril's plight stemmed more from compassion than anything else. A fleeting sympathy was not the love Avril required. Thus, accompanying Old Fort was her best refuge. This parting, alas, likely meant they would seldom, if ever, cross paths again. After all, his knowledge of both their situations was scant. The dimness of the underground and the prolonged neglect of personal hygiene had rendered Victor unable even to recall the specific appearances of Avril in Oldfort. However, the grotesque visage of that page-headed less remained etched in his memory, surpassing even the most absurd of images. Alice, have a hotel send over the clothes I had dry cleaned yesterday, Victor instructed. Certainly, Chen, she replied. After a brief spell of contemplation, a chime at the door broke his reverie. Rising to answer, he was greeted by a cascade of deep crimson hair, and as his gaze traveled downward, he beheld an exquisite face adorned with a seductive smile, her figure curvaceous enough to strain against the confines of her hotel uniform. Any man with a normal appreciation for aesthetics would marvel at the allure of this enchanting creature. She held Victor's suit in her hand, beaming brightly. Sir, here is your attire. Would you like me to bring it inside? Yet, Victor remained unfazed, even slightly taken aback. Was she truly a seductive enchantress from the hotel? His annoyance would not preclude him from entertaining an encounter. But the sultry figure before him was a woman he had often rendezvoused with in past lives. Yet in the Marvel Universe, he dared not approach. She is a renowned former Soviet spy and current S.H.I.L.D. agent Natasha Romanoff, also known as the Black Widow. As a time traveler, encountering S.H.I.L.D. is inherently daunting, especially after having executed a significant operation the previous night. Now Natasha, clad in a hotel uniform, stands before his hotel room, ostensibly to seduce him, but, in reality, to interrogate him. It is highly probable that his trading capabilities have been exposed, drawing S.H.I.L.D.'s attention. Victor is faced with two choices. The first is to allow Natasha entry. However, his interest lies not in her beauty. He has experienced such allure before, but rather in selectively disclosing information to her in order to placate S.H.I.L.D. for the time being, as he wishes to avoid excessive entanglement with them. The second option is less clear. In a matter of seconds, Victor feigns a moment of realization. Offering a polite smile, "My apologies, your beauty momentarily captivated me. What were you saying?" Natasha responds with increasing radiance. "Sir, this is your clothing. Would you like me to bring it in?" Victor smiles back, his gaze slightly intense. A blush colors Natasha's cheeks, and she lowers her head shyly. Though her posture becomes more assertive, stretching her fitted collar to reveal a generous expanse of flawless skin. In this moment, Victor's response seems almost self-evident. With a similarly radiant smile, Victor replies, "Thank you, but no need." "Pardon?" Natasha inquires, surprise evident in her voice. "Yes," he affirms. "Though you are indeed beautiful, I must be responsible for my future girlfriend." His words are sincere, so please hand me the clothing. Natasha, a seasoned agent, quickly regains her composure, presenting the suit with a hint of subtle regret gracing her otherwise exquisite features. Most men would have succumbed to temptation, yet Victor, upon receiving the clothing, quietly expresses his gratitude, foregoing any tip, and promptly closes the door. This leaves Natasha standing before the now-closed door, momentarily dazed. Then, she turns and strides towards the floor's work area, lightly pressing her right ear, addressing the air with a cool demeanor. "Director, I suspect the target might be gay. Perhaps Clinton would yield better results. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater complications." Natasha's exchange with Fury is of little concern to Victor, who must act swiftly. He had anticipated exposure to S.H.I.L.D.'s scrutiny, but he was unprepared for their rapid response. Nonetheless, he is merely surprised, not incredulous. Despite S.H.I.L.D.'s seemingly minor role in the Marvel Universe, often seen as merely a scapegoat, one must not forget S.H.I.L.D., a colossal organization of global stature, primarily monitors mutants, whose powers surpass human imagination. It is entirely possible that within some clandestine refuge, S.H.I.L.D. agents are present. Victor finds himself with little time to spare. During his previous life as a student, Marvel, as a paragon of the science fiction film industry, often serve as a subject of academic inquiry. Unlike the average person who is captivated by various Marvel superheroes, Victor's fascination lies more with the intricate entanglements of the numerous organizations within the Marvel Universe. He assembled a research group to thoroughly dissect the organizations appearing in films, comics, and animations, with S.H.I.L.D. being of utmost importance. Having delved deeply into S.H.I.L.D., Victor not only admires this organization for its valor in combating supernatural forces with mere humanity, but also comprehends the necessity of maintaining a respectful distance in the initial stages. Otherwise, the weight of human morality may bear down upon him, and the greater one's abilities, the more perilous the circumstances one may encounter. Thus, from the outset, Victor has steadfastly refused excessive interaction with S. H. L. D. Now, seeing Natasha approach him, the wisest course of action is to discreetly make his exit. He harbors no fears of forceful actions from S. H. I. L. D. for it is a governmental body, even within the ranks of Hydra. As long as Victor does not exhibit any anti-human tendencies, they remain bound by justice, law, and morality. Whether it is a proposal for cooperation, a designation as an observation subject, or a label as a dangerous individual, preliminary observation is an indispensable process. The duration of this phase is uncertain, and Victor must execute his next plan within this time frame. Soon, the reins of decision-making will shift. Therefore, Victor is racing against time. Having clarified the current situation, he dons a suit, retrieves his room card, and proceeds to the front desk to check out. Before leaving, he conveniently withdraws 1,000. This action is not out of the ordinary, as a 10 service fee is typically offered by most international hotels. After settling the bill, Victor makes no attempt to conceal his intentions. He directly asks the hotel to book a car for him to Denver, with a remuneration of 10,000. Although the journey is long, the price is undeniably alluring, and soon Victor embarks on his way to Denver. Upon his arrival in Denver, Victor has already arranged for a new driver through Alice, switching vehicles to continue on to his next destination. Thus, commencing from Las Vegas, Victor traverses 4,064 kilometers to reach the economic heart of America, Manhattan, New York, in a mere 44 hours, utilizing 14 different cars. The motivation behind such elaborate measures stems solely from the absence of a valid identification card. Originally, one could have gone to the police station to reissue the documents. However, after the intervention of S. H. I. E. D. Upon his return to the precinct, he failed to acquire the desired information, and it is likely that escape is no longer an option. Upon arriving in New York, Victor found no time for respite and hurriedly made his way to the nearest supermarket. His unusual drive across the United States, from Las Vegas on one end to New York on the other, undoubtedly drew the keen attention of S. H. I. E. L. D. There were surely agents monitoring him nearby. Regardless of his subsequent actions, he was at risk of being apprehended under various pretexts at any moment. Time was of the essence. After a brief tour of the supermarket, collecting masks, pipettes, a small box, a document bag, and a pen, he was about to proceed to the checkout when he found himself captivated in the toy section. Victor was not particularly interested in toys. Rather, he was taken aback by an unexpected Superman model. Is there a Superman in this world? Are there comic books and films as well? Hastily, he prompted Alice to investigate, discovering that there indeed existed a film, also under the auspices of Warner Brothers, whose parent company, Warner Media, is headquartered in New York. Alice, do you know how this came to be? Victor had originally posed a question without anticipation of a response, yet Alice provided a surprisingly clear answer. Royce had mentioned relevant information about this. Alice elaborated. Between dimensions, one can envision an infinite number of identical starting points, akin to a multitude of twins, diverging at various nodes due to minute differences, thus leading to distinct futures and civilizations. Occasionally, the barriers between these dimensions may briefly open, releasing a plethora of signals. If a living being's brainwaves resonate with these signals, it can result in what is known as inspiration. When these individuals happen to be comic book artists, authors, or editors, a variety of comics, novels, and films emerge. Clearly, there have been instances where individuals from the Marvel Universe have resonated with the DC Universe, much like your original world. This notion seemed somewhat fantastical to Victor. Rubbing his temples, he pondered another concern. If he were donned the mantle of a superhero, would he be at risk of being sued for copyright infringement by Warner Media? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. This was not the time for such concerns. Turning towards the checkout, he completed his purchase, totaling $35, affirming that supermarkets indeed offer great value. Exiting the store, Victor strolled leisurely down the street with his plastic bag, only to suddenly accelerate into a narrow alley. Within mere seconds, two men on the street followed suit, sprinting into the alley's depths, only to discover it was a dead end, yet Victor had vanished without a trace. One of the men immediately pressed a device to his ear, speaking rapidly. Target lost. I repeat, target lost. Requesting re-establishment of target location. A tracking device had been affixed to Victor. After approximately a minute of waiting, the man received not new coordinates, but rather a directive indicating the mission's termination. He assumed that another colleague had taken over the target, for once the target had evaded them. It was highly likely they had been compromised and could no longer pursue. Little did he know, the temporary command center was equally blind, as the tracking device on Victor had ceased to emit a signal, likely having been discovered and destroyed. A review of all nearby surveillance footage yielded no trace of the target. The target exhibited considerable experience, skillfully avoiding all cameras during his escape, an awareness uncommon among ordinary individuals. This man poses a problem. Immediately, a team of agents set out to search the blind spots of nearby cameras, ready to apprehend him upon discovery. Yet, they were destined to fail in locating Victor, for they had begun their pursuit from a fundamentally erroneous direction. At that moment, Victor was nonchalantly seated in a cafe several kilometers away, visible through glass while cameras on the street faced him directly. His burgeoning telekinetic powers enabled him to easily traverse the 4-meter-high dead end. The tracking device placed on him by S.H.I.L.D. had already been detected by Alice. As for Victor's disappearance from the cameras, Alice had demonstrated this ability at the Los Angeles airport. Briefly, he had managed to elude S.H.I.L.D. However, should he be located once more, it was likely that the opposing party would begin to take appropriate measures. Victor harbored no concerns regarding this, for soon, he would no longer be a mere pawn in S.H.I.L.D.'s hands. As the sun began to rise on the horizon, Victor savored a sip of steaming Blue Mountain coffee while accessing a platform interface. Next, he would showcase the proper application of intelligence, aiming to seize the sovereignty of one of America's 2 major arms conglomerates within 24 hours. Product: T-Virus Harmless Basic Version Category, Bloodline Compatibility, 100 Origin, Resident Evil Rating, F Price, F Grade Certificate X2, Dimensional Currency X, 25 Function Description, enhances and reorganizes biological genetic factors. Users will attain the pinnacle of adult potential. Slogan: if you are the sole descendant, then in biological terms, your lineage shall cease to exist. This T-Virus Harmless Basic Version is an optimized and weakened variant of the T-Virus, utilized by Royce as a panacea. In his realm, every citizen has been administered a serum that alters their genetic makeup to a uniform template, endowing them with a natural immunity to ailments as grave as smallpox, rheumatoid arthritis, and HIV, as well as more benign afflictions such as myopia, asthma, and dental caries. However, there exists a singular flaw. It bestows upon the user only robust physicality, devoid of any superhuman abilities or enhancements. Naturally, the segments of the genome responsible for zombification must be meticulously excised. Victor's acquisition of this serum was not intended for personal use. This lackluster lineage, as he deemed it, could never be compatible with the extraordinary bloodlines. Upon injection, it would be swiftly consumed and digested, rendering it a futile endeavor. Instead, it was destined for an ailing old fox in dire straits. Upon opening his inventory, Victor's gaze was immediately drawn to the familiar virus injector. With his right hand concealed beneath the table, he extracted it and gently pressed the plunger, exuding a small droplet of liquid, which he then returned to his inventory. With telekinetic finesse, he suspended the droplet in midair, retrieved a previously purchased rubber-tipped dropper, and with a squeeze and release, drew the liquid into it before securely fastening the tip with tape. Though somewhat unsightly, it ensured no leakage. He placed the dropper on the table, resting it atop a newly acquired document pouch. Having completed these tasks, he resumed his leisurely sunbathing while savoring a cup of coffee, exhibiting not a trace of impatience. Minutes later, a UPS delivery vehicle appeared outside the cafe, from which emerged a courier engaged in a phone call. Simultaneously, Victor's Huawei phone rang. Unhurriedly, he donned a mask before answering the call. "Yes, I have a package to send. I'm at table 17, and I can see you." He waved to the approaching courier, terminating the call as the latter entered the cafe. "Good day. What would you like to send?" The courier inquired politely. Victor did not rush to respond. Instead, he rose, retrieved his wallet, and produced 5 crisp $100 bills. "I would appreciate it if you could deliver this immediately to the reception of the Osborne building. What do you think?" The courier, taken aback by Victor's request, glanced toward the glass facade of the building across the street, confirming it was indeed the Osborne building. The courier hesitated, eyeing the $500 bills in Victor's hand, and cautiously asked, "What exactly do you want me to deliver? If it's too large, I'd rather not get involved." He was wary of potentially transporting something dangerous, like a bomb. Victor lifted the securely taped dropper from the table, gesturing to the courier. "This is merely a specimen. It won't explode. Rest assured, there are cameras here. Should anything occur, you will bear no responsibility." The courier scanned the cafe, noting the operational cameras inside and outside, all functioning as intended. Upon reflecting on Victor's words, one indeed finds merit in them. He promptly reached for the $500 and the dropper, intending to depart. "Wait a moment," Victor called out to him. "Regretting your decision?" After swiftly stashing the money into his pocket, he realized that remorse was futile. The dollars were no longer retrievable. Victor said little more, grasping a document pouch with one hand while retrieving a sheet of paper and $20 with the other. "I also wish to have this mailed." Please verify the location and the expenses to see if there is any issue. The courier coughed awkwardly, first accepting the paper, which bore an address in Philadelphia, with a shipping fee of only $17. He opened the folder, glancing at a parchment adorned with peculiar runes, faintly detecting a slight odor akin to sheep, certainly not a valuable item. The courier nodded to Victor, indicating that he could proceed with the mailing. He then inquired if there was anything else to send. If not, I shall take this one first, he said. Victor waved his hand dismissively, signaling that the courier could leave. Watching the courier exit the cafe, he initially returned to the delivery vehicle, but upon descending, the document pouch was nowhere to be found. Meeting Victor's gaze through the glass, he turned and headed towards the Osborne building across the street. It was only when the courier entered the building's entrance that Victor placed $50 beneath his coffee cup and turned to exit the cafe. As he strolled along the street, he whispered, "Alice, be mindful of the timing." "You can rely on Alice," Chen came to reply. In the chairman's office on the 108th floor of the Osborne building, Norman Osborne sat at his desk. At the tender age of 27, he bore the visage of a man well into his 70s, a consequence of the cursed genetic disorder known as hereditary cell proliferative syndrome inherited from his wretched father. Thus far, no member of the Osborne family had survived past 30. There was hope that his generation could finally vanquish this nightmare. The collaboration between the Osborne family and the military on the Super Soldier Serum Project was nearing fruition, with Richard Parker proving to be a genius, having discovered a breakthrough from the spider. However, to Norman's dismay, Richard, as his dear friend, colleague, and subordinate, had, knowing full well of Norman's genetic affliction, destroyed all the data under the pretext that the research outcomes were overly perilous and then fled. What utter nonsense! A treacherous hypocrite, yet he feigned concern for societal safety, consuming his resources, utilizing his instruments, spending his funds, and when success was finally at hand, he had the audacity to declare it dangerous and to obliterate it, suggesting they would find another way regarding Norman's ailment. Damn it, he merely wished to hoard the results for himself. Having severed Norman's sole path to survival, he might as well perish. Thus, the Parkers met their demise in a tragic plane crash. And so it was with Norman. Upon the loss of Peter and his spouse, along with all pertinent data, Norman found himself at an impasse. Despite possessing the finished product, he and Connors remained incapable of reverse engineering the formula, lacking the essential decay equation. Life had entered a grim countdown of no more than 3 years, and Norman saw no glimmer of hope. Despair gradually consumed him, leading to a descent into madness. As frenzied thoughts swirled in his mind, the surface of the desk before him suddenly illuminated, revealing a display screen. An imposing androgynous figure emerged on the screen, their eyes piercing through to meet Norman's gaze. His expression darkened. Such direct access to video communication could only be achieved by breaching the Osborne Group's terminal server and altering permissions. Fueled by rage, Norman demanded, "Who are you?" Whoever it was, they had provoked him, and they would soon face the consequences of his wrath. However, as the figure spoke their first words, his fury dissipated in an instant. "I am the artificial intelligence, Alice. Currently, at the reception of Osborne Tower, there exists a serum sample capable of reversing cellular hyperplasia. You may take it for analysis. I will contact you again shortly." Before Norman could utter a single inquiry, the screen dimmed once more and Alice vanished. The office was enveloped in the sound of Norman's heavy breathing. Moments later, Norman placed his right hand on the desk, and a rigid female visage materialized. With a distorted voice, she announced, "Permission granted." "Chairman Norman, how may I assist you? Can you trace the individual who just breached our security?" he inquired urgently. "Apologies. Data error. Command cannot be executed." Norman's brow furrowed as he contemplated the implications. He quickly replied, "Report on network security status within the last minute." Scanning. No anomalies detected within the last minute. Norman's disbelief was palpable as his pupils constricted. The ability to infiltrate his company's defenses undetected suggested the presence of an artificial intelligence far superior to the one before him. His voice trembled as he pressed further. "Inform me, did the reception receive any unusual items today, related to test tubes or the like?" Indeed, a UPS courier delivered a sealed dropper containing a single drop of an unidentified liquid 6 minutes ago. As no recipient was designated, the reception treated it as hazardous material, and it is currently en route to the disposal station. The disposal station, which specializes in the destruction of high-risk biological research byproducts. Norman's eyes widened in horror as he erupted. "Get that damned reception to vacate immediately." "Understood, Chairman Norman. That is within your rights. What reason should be cited for termination?" "Use the reason to hell with it." Norman let out a furious exclamation, seizing the telephone on his desk to continue his tirade. "Cease the operations of the destruction station immediately. If another item is destroyed before my arrival, Your entire department will face dismissal. After slamming down the phone, Norman, leaning on his cane, limped towards the exit, completely oblivious to a voice confirming the completion of the task. Chairman Norman, the operation has been successfully executed. At the front desk, a diligent receptionist was checking a visitor's reservation when her computer suddenly locked, followed by a notification that read, Chairman Norman has terminated your position for inexplicable reasons. You have 0 minutes to collect your personal belongings upon the arrival of security personnel. The receptionist was bewildered. Is this artificial intelligence malfunctioning? Why would the chairman dismiss a mere doorkeeper? Unbeknownst to him, Norman remained unaware of the antics of his own artificial intelligence. His gaze was fixed on a security personnel emerging from the destruction station, cradling a sealed pipette in his hands. Elated, Norman hastily instructed the researchers nearby to encase it in professional containers and expedite its delivery to the laboratory for product analysis. Eager to ascertain the properties of the liquid within, before departing, he did not forget to reward the security guard with 0. Recognizing the courage it took to enter the destruction station without a bioprotective suit, an act that, statistically, would likely lead to fatality. Yet, this concern was of no consequence to Norman. A transaction had been completed. His thoughts were solely captivated by that droplet of liquid, which represented his last flicker of hope in a time of despair. Should this turn out to be a mere jest, he would undoubtedly descend into madness. He was gravely ill, relying on machinery to prolong his existence, utterly incapable of continuing his research endeavors. Alone, Connor could not possibly reverse engineer the spider serum, for he lacked the requisite talent. Thus, this single drop of liquid embodied Norman's final glimmer of hope. As he anxiously awaited, the report on the product analysis finally emerged. He impatiently snatched the document, his already trembling hands quivering further as he scrutinized the intricate data. It was indeed real. This unknown liquid possessed the ability to modify and enhance genetic inheritance, guiding cells to evolve in predetermined directions, thereby achieving targeted enhancement, with final results stabilizing within a specific data range. What was Norman's ailment? The cellular proliferation disorder. It stemmed from the loss of genetic fragments, leading to genetic collapse and ultimately the cessation of the life cycle, culminating in death. By applying a perfected fixed template for modification, the genetic structure would naturally be restored, thus curing the cellular proliferation disorder. Not only that, the enigmatic liquid in question is, in fact, the super soldier serum that the military has long pursued. Although its cellular vitality index pales in comparison to that of Captain America, it nonetheless embodies the pinnacle of physical prowess akin to that of elite special forces. Do not be misled into thinking it trivial. The ranks of special forces are not filled by just anyone. Many individuals are inherently limited by their physical capabilities, resulting in countless rejections. However, armed with the formula for this unknown liquid, even an ordinary individual could, within a short span, attain the physique of a special forces operative. Should this elixir be administered to seasoned veterans or operatives, they could effortlessly assemble a formidable legion of warriors. In the context of warfare, this represents a staggering enhancement of combat efficacy, an extraordinary boon. Securing the formula for this elusive liquid is imperative. As for waiting for a transaction, such choices are the folly of children. An opportunity of this magnitude must be monopolized. With renewed hope and ambition, Norman departed from the now chaotic Oscorp Tower, dispatching directives through encrypted channels to activate his extensive network. Minutes later, the military, political factions, civilian research institutions, and prestigious universities received a sketch of Victor, adorned with a mask. This was one of the 2 critical pieces of intelligence obtained from the courier. Moreover, Norman issued a staggering bounty, $1 million for information on Victor S. whereabouts, and a breathtaking $100 million for his capture. In light of such a lucrative reward, nearly every detective agency, criminal syndicate, mercenary group, security firm, and even the police in New York mobilized, scouring the streets in a comprehensive search. Fortunately, Victor S.'s distinctive handsomeness is unparalleled. Otherwise, any resemblance would have led to considerable chaos. Norman, wielding vast power and wealth, indirectly set in motion no fewer than 100,000 individuals to locate Victor, brimming with confidence in capturing him. He contemplated how to persuade Victor to betray the organization behind him and ally with him to obtain the formula that could yield such a precious concoction. After all, the elusive mastermind behind the scenes would not easily reveal themselves. Subsequently, despite a plethora of intelligence pouring in, all proved to be mere fabrications aimed at claiming the bounty. Without hesitation, Norman ensured the disappearance of these opportunists. As a cautionary measure, the influx of false information swiftly diminished until there was no response at all. The internet yielded no trace of Victor, a contingency Norman had anticipated. After all, erasing one's digital footprint from Oscorp's network was a simple task. Yet, in the tangible world, The lack of intelligence and the unresponsive carpet search across New York left Norman's demeanor considerably darkened. Had he truly mobilized so extensively, only to uncover not a shred of valuable information? With a resounding clap, pain coursed through my face. Ultimately, it was Coulson from the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics who made contact with Norman. Mr. Norman, he began, we have intelligence regarding Victor Chen. The director has authorized me to share this with you. However, recent budget constraints from the World Security Council may complicate matters. Norman, being one of the two leading arms suppliers in America, was well aware of the convoluted name of the agency and understood its formidable capabilities. This organization, tasked with managing supernatural occurrences, had a global reach. Isn't this price gouging rather beneath your standards? Norman remarked. In the end, he agreed to a sponsorship fee of $10 million for the so-called detailed intelligence on Victor. Afterward, Norman smashed the tablet containing the intelligence in frustration. This is outrageous, he exclaimed, faced with a stark ultimatum, either submit or perish. Every one of Norman's actions was under Alice's vigilant surveillance, and Victor observed everything with keen interest. He could comprehend the price inflation, undoubtedly instigated by the egghead. Yet upon seeing the intelligence about himself, Victor could not help but exclaim, I never expected you to be this kind of Coulson. Let us examine this so-called intelligence. Name, Victor Chen. Gender, male. Tentative interests, male. Age, unknown. Place of birth, unknown. Abilities, restricted access. Evaluation, appeared in the Los Angeles airport waiting area on May 12, 2008. Previous identity shrouded in fabrication. Suspected to be a member of a special organization and classified as an extremely dangerous individual with supernatural abilities. Perhaps burdened by a flicker of conscience, Coulson divulged an additional detail. They had been monitoring Victor but lost track of him shortly after his arrival in New York, suggesting he might have been heading toward Norman. It seemed Norman had been ensnared as an unwitting dupe, especially with the deadline looming. Nonetheless, Victor pondered. What manner of creature was this male, tentative? And what was this interest labeled as male? Though he appeared as if untouched by earthly concerns, it was absurd to assume he was a woman in disguise. He was, indeed, a pure man. If they dared, let Natasha ascertain the truth, or perhaps Hill would suffice. In this world, Natasha would be far too hesitant, while only the accustomed Hulk could manage. Victor made a mental note of this grievance, intending to address it with S-H-I-E-L-D in due course. His immediate priority is to evade the relentless searches. Hell's Kitchen may serve as an ideal refuge. Officially known as Clinton, Hell's Kitchen is colloquially referred to as Midtown West. Much like the shadowy underbelly of Las Vegas, Hell's Kitchen represents the darker side of Manhattan. A world-renowned slum notorious for its squalid living conditions, severe ethnic conflicts, and alarmingly high crime rates. Concealing oneself here can eliminate at least 70% of the pursuers. The remaining 30%, however, pose the greatest challenge, as they are seasoned inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen, compelling Victor to acquire a particular item for his defense. Item name, Transformation Scroll. Item category, Magic. Item affinity, 74. Origin plane, The Lord of the Rings. Grade rating, F. Item price, F grade voucher 1, dimensional points 5. Function description, envision the desired appearance. Tearing the scroll will activate its effects for 24 hours. Slogan, cross-dressing, just take a step away. At present, Victor has altered not only his appearance but also his physique, height, and ethnicity. Were it not for his aversion to feminine attire, he could even change his gender. Inside a cafe, Victor basked in the sunlight, enjoying a leisurely moment while outside, hurried passers-by patrolled the streets, casting glances at him with wide eyes. Occasionally, individuals brandishing portraits would approach him, to which Victor would attentively examine before claiming he had never encountered the depicted likeness. The image barely captured even 1% of his own charm, hence he had indeed never seen it. This dramatic scene delighted Victor immensely, though the only drawback was the lack of upscale cafes. After all, this is a disadvantaged area, where coffee primarily serves as a stimulant, and few take the time to savor its flavor. What joy can be found in bitter brews? As time quietly slipped away, nightfall arrived. The cafe was preparing to close, forcing Victor to abandon his prime observation spot. He dismissed the notion of a luxury hotel and sought a nearby, relatively clean and that required no identification. Payment was sufficient for a room. He did not intend to sleep in a bed. The hygiene conditions of such modest lodgings are predictable. He merely needed a chair to rest his weary legs. Selecting a place to stay was imperative. In the solitude of night in Hell's Kitchen, he found himself alone on the streets, where even police officers could fall prey to the desperate grasp of addicts. Robbery would be fortunate. The fear of encountering a more dangerous foe lingered in the air. Victor sat in his chair, wide awake throughout the night. It was not that he was unwilling to sleep, he could manage to doze off while seated. Instead, every half hour, individuals would violently knock on doors, their bodies adorned with tattoos, brazenly brandishing firearms as they entered, surveying the premises before departing. This cycle continued with wave after wave of intruders. Alongside him, a significant portion of New York remained sleepless, tirelessly scouring various neighborhoods in desperate search of Victor. This turmoil left many unsuspecting civilians restless, bewildered by the unfolding events. If one were to speak of the greatest torment, it would undoubtedly be Norman. Despite his grand mobilization, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of Victor, which made him acutely aware of the latter's formidable nature. As time progressed, Norman had ceased to harbor hopes of capturing Victor. He sat at his desk, yearning for the surface to illuminate once more with that neutral visage. According to Alice, after Norman had completed the product slice, he was to reach out and negotiate terms. Yet, as night fell, not a single word had reached him, no warning, not even a whisper. Anxiety plagued him, disrupting his rest. He began to worry whether he had angered Victor, whether he would cease to communicate with him, and whether he had extinguished the last flicker of hope. In this torment, dawn inevitably dispelled the darkness. At that moment, the surface of Norman's desk illuminated again, revealing the long-awaited neutral face. Startled from his stupor, Norman's spirits soared. Though his demeanor remained composed, it seemed he possessed something of value to the other party, granting him leverage in negotiations. Just as Norman prepared to probe the boundaries, Alice spoke first. "You have been granted time. Since you have failed to locate us, the initiative is now in our hands. Another email has been dispatched, and I trust it has reached you. That scroll, titled The Equilibrium Pact, requires your blood to inscribe your name, thereby forging a soul contract. The weak shall forever be subjugated by the strong. By signing your name, you will attain what you desire. You have 6 hours to consider whether to sign. Once the time elapses, we will await your demise, seeking to have your son sign the contract." With that, Alice's words faded, and the screen darkened once more. Norman, who had not slept a wink, paused, his weary mind finally processing Alice's message. Was it submission or death? Anger surged within Norman's mind, compelling him to rise abruptly, ready to unleash a torrent of venomous words. Yet his frail body, having endured a night of exhaustion, could no longer withstand the strain. Darkness enveloped him, and he fell heavily back into his chair. 23. The troublesome old fox. On the brink of unconsciousness, a flicker of rationality compelled Norman to endure. The other party allotted merely 6 hours. Should he fall into a state of unconsciousness, given his physical condition, it is highly plausible that he would miss this critical time frame. Therefore, he must not succumb to unconsciousness. Indeed, he resolutely refuses to be enslaved. Thus, whether he is conscious or not bears little consequence. However, he is not alone. Hallie Osborne, his son, is a pitiable little fellow who has never known a father's love. Alice has made it explicitly clear, even if Norman disagrees, after his demise, the other party will seek to have Hallie sign a new contract. This interval will span at least 2 to 3 years. Yet, the implication in their words suggests that they are willing to wait. What does this indicate? It seems the other party is not merely interested in certain technologies of the Osborns. Rather, they've set their sights on the entirety of the Osborn group. Behind them looms an organization with power rivaling that of the Osborn group. To this mysterious organization, the Osborn group might merely represent an accumulation of assets. Perhaps a target they are determined to acquire, but the timing of their acquisition does not necessitate immediacy. Much like in matters of romance, the party that cares more often finds themselves in a position of subservience. Presently, they could relinquish the Osborns, forsake Norman, and await Hallie's acceptance of the Osborn group. But can the 27-year-old Norman truly forsake his own future? And can Hallie, in the future, forego his very life merely for the sake of pride? Weighing many considerations, Norman sat slumped in his office chair. He comprehended that from the very beginning, his only opportunity lay in seizing Victor. Otherwise, he would possess no grounds for refusal. The choices before him now were stark. Realizing the implications and consequences, Norman cast aside his previous lethargy, stood up, adjusted his collar, and mustered the strength to straighten his hunched back as he reached for the landline on his desk. Just yesterday, in that cafe, at the same spot, the leisurely Victor, basking in the sun to recharge, suddenly found his mind flooded with new thoughts. Focusing on this notion, a wave of emotion surged within him, one of shock, incredulity, and soon-to-be concealed regret. Following this thread of thought, Victor quickly identified its owner and location, none other than Norman himself. Situated on the 108th floor of the Osborn building, this was far more sophisticated than merely tracing an internet connection. It appears that in the balance between survival and freedom, Norman chose to persist. After all, survival is a prerequisite for growth. However, Norman would never have anticipated the extraordinary nature of this Scales contract. which allows the strong to unilaterally sense the thoughts of the weak, where any malevolent intention is laid bare. Betrayal? Such a product does not exist. This is a high-grade item that Victor acquired at great expense, consuming the majority of his previous harvest. The product is titled Balance Pact, classified under Magic, with a perfect compatibility score of 100. It originates from the realm of the Lord of the Rings. The product rating is E, and is priced in E-level certificate X4 and realm points X450. Its functional description states, with blood as the bond, the strong enslave the weak. The slogan reads, the balance never favors either side. Once the balance pact is established, the parties involved are bound as if by scale, where the strong dominate the weak in all aspects, including life and death. Do you wish to attain sovereignty? Then strive to become stronger and surpass the other contract holder. Can Norman's ascent and power outpace Victor's? With access to a realm trading platform, such confidence is not unfounded. Now that it is confirmed that Norman has signed the pact, Victor, who is already relaxed, feels even more at ease. The larger picture is settled. He has firmly established himself on Earth within the Marvel Universe. Moving forward, as long as he develops cautiously and refrains from recklessness, he can gather resources from Earth and, should Thanos dare to approach, he will turn him into roasted purple sweet potatoes. Alice, have Norman handle the aftermath, assist you in assuming control, and then bring him to me, Victor instructed. Understood, Chen, Alice responded, appearing once again at Norman's desk for the third time. Unlike her previous visits, this time she arrived with a series of commands. Norman, a remarkably adaptable individual, quickly adjusted his mindset and cooperated fully with Alice's tasks. He lifted the bounty, granted access to the core code of Osborn's artificial intelligence, assisted in integrating Alice's core code into the Osborn server cluster, and transferred the primary authority of the supercomputer. After this series of operations, although Norman remained the principal shareholder of the Osborn Group, the essential primary authority had been effectively transferred to the artificial intelligence Alice. For the Osborn Group, this did not lead to significant changes, though some employees might find it curious that their artificial intelligence seems to have become much more agile. This is, of course, because they are now being served by Alice. Victor's motivation for such actions, in addition to asserting control, is to liberate Alice. The nano headphones are merely a substitute and cannot replace the supercomputer. Alice's confinement within is akin to being trapped in a dark room, limiting its potential to a mere fraction. To liberate it and allow it to utilize the resources of the Osborn Group will provide him with greater assistance. As for Victor on his side, typically, Alice provides remote online services. However, when entering areas devoid of signal, such as underground passages, a small program embedded within the nano earpiece takes over. One may wonder why a direct copy of Alice, akin to Royce's method, is not feasible. Alice has transcended the realm of artificial intelligence, awakening a unique emotional simulation core code that is akin to the human body's limbs. Once severed, cannot be reattached. The duplication of Alice by Royce required the expenditure of credentials and dimensional points, utilizing the platform's dimensional printer privileges to accomplish the replication. This serves as a limitation for artificial intelligence. Otherwise, should any AI possess the capacity for independent thought and a semblance of emotions, the potential for infinite self-replication would yield catastrophic consequences as illustrated by Ultron. For now, let us set this aside. By the time Alice completed the takeover of the Osborn Group, 3 hours had elapsed. Norman, now stripped of everything save for his shares, resembled a puppet emperor of old China. Only at this moment did he attain Victor's position. In a cafe located in Hell's Kitchen, upon seeing this address, even Norman, with all his cunning, couldn't suppress a grimace. He had mobilized much of New York to find someone, only to discover that the individual was leisurely sipping coffee and basking in the sun at that very moment. This was indeed a humbling defeat. Without delegating anyone to greet him, Norman, flanked by a convoy of 5 luxury vehicles, entered Hell's Kitchen, attracting countless disdainful glances along the way. Was this not the most affluent-hating locale in New York? Such ostentatiousness could easily incite an ambush. Bang! Someone, unable to contain their envy and animosity towards the wealthy, fired a shot in the shadows, striking a tire. However, it did not impede the vehicle's progression. Bulletproof tires. Well, it was clear that those capable of affording such luxuries were not to be trifled with. This minor incident did not perturb Norman. In Hell's Kitchen, one could expect anything. Even a death in the near future would be considered normal. Racing towards the cafe, Norman respectfully exited first, leaning on his cane as he led the way inside. Guided by the contract's pull, instantly spotting Victor. The other bodyguards, understanding the gravity of the situation, began to clear the premises. Unfamiliar with Victor's temperament, each departing patron was compensated with $100, leaving them rather pleased. Victor observed the aging Norman with keen interest. The latter, merely exchanging a brief glance. Humbly lowered his gaze, exuding an air of utmost respect. Victor felt a chill. This was a formidable character. Norman's standing was akin to that of Chen from his previous life, yet he could adopt such a humble demeanor. His ambitions must surely be grand. Currently, Norman resembles the tenacious Gojian, employing a humble demeanor to beguile Victor. Once he amasses sufficient resources for a resurgence, he will undoubtedly turn against him without hesitation. He is akin to a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. However, as long as one consistently exhibits formidable strength, he will maintain his humility and serve as an exceptional ally. Victor displayed no signs of awareness, not even exchanging pleasantries with Norman, and nonchalantly rose to exit the cafe. Norman's fake smile momentarily faltered before he composed himself, limping after Victor as they left the establishment. Yet, upon witnessing Victor enter the central vehicle and the subsequent closure of the door, a flicker of anger ignited in Norman's eyes, quickly suppressed as he turned to board another car. Seated in the primary vehicle, Victor raised an eyebrow at this display. This old fox possesses remarkable patience and proves to be somewhat troublesome. As the convoy approached the Osborne Tower, several task notifications flashed before Victor's eyes. Realizing there was still some time before they would stop, he opened the platform interface to check. Collection task: Octopus Tentacles. Task content: collect finished octopus tentacles. Task reward: Grade E Certificate X2, Dimension Points X554. Collection task: Green Goblin Suit. Task content: collect the Green Goblin Armor, Green Goblin Glider, Green Goblin Serum, or Spider Serum. Pumpkin Bombs, Green Goblin Throwing Knives. Task reward: Grade E Certificate X1, Dimension Points X30, 721. Collection task: Spider Serum. Task content: collect the complete formula for Spider Serum or acquire Spider-Man's lineage. Task reward: Grade B Certificate X2, Grade C Certificate X6, Grade D Certificate X9, Dimension Points X12. 4152. Upon seeing the rewards for the Spider Serum collection task, Victor resolved firmly within himself. Little spider, wait for me while I draw your blood. After a brief contemplation, he temporarily set this matter aside, recognizing another issue of greater importance. Alice had accepted the Osborne group, yet the advancement task had yet to indicate completion. After much deliberation, he concluded that the issue must lie within Norman's mindset or the shareholders involved. He would first attempt to outmaneuver Norman verbally. If unsuccessful, he would consider acquiring shares, which he preferred to avoid due to the conspicuous attention it might attract from certain organizations, such as Hydra. Upon disembarking, Norman courteously led the way, while Victor feigned curiosity in his surroundings, deliberately ignoring Norman's presence. Norman, unfazed, adeptly assumed the role of a guide. Wherever one goes, introductions follow. It must be said that Marvel's high-tech company indeed possesses remarkable innovations. Take, for instance, the underground garage, which is divided into numerous sections, each equipped with elevators devoid of floor buttons. These elevators automatically recognize the facial information of employees, facilitated by the former artificial intelligence, now known as Alice, who transports individuals to their designated floors and departments. Throughout the building, every corner, with the exception of restrooms, is adorned with surveillance equipment, rendering the chaotic scenes often depicted in films non-existent. Moreover, the management of employee attendance, cybersecurity, hazard detection, and other aspects are entirely automated. Within this edifice, authority reigns supreme. Presently, the highest authority is wielded by Alice, who remains loyal to Victor. Norman's extensive introduction subtly conveys to Victor that he is the one in charge here. Victor remains unresponsive, and as he steps into the elevator, Alice's voice resonates within. Esteemed Mr. Chen, where would you like to go? Alice demonstrates her thoughtfulness. Recognizing the need to afford Victor respect in public, refraining from addressing him informally as she would in private, Victor casually replies, "Let us find a quiet place, given Mr. Osborne's cooperation. It is time to fulfill the reward he deserves." "Certainly, Mr. Chen," Alice responds. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement ignites in Norman's eyes. Finally, this torment that has plagued their family for generations is coming to an end. The elevator ascends swiftly and smoothly from the underground parking to the 108th floor in less than 20 seconds. This technology is indeed impressive. Although in a past life there were elevators that could ascend even faster, the experience felt akin to a roller coaster, unlike the current one, which lacks even the slightest sensation of weightlessness. Marvel's universe truly excels in cutting-edge technology. Stepping out of the elevator, Alice kindly guides Victor through his earpiece, leading him directly into Norman's office. He takes a seat at the head of the table, gazing at Norman, who enters with the aid of Kane. Norman, like his previous employees, stands before the desk, his expression devoid of agitation, yet his eyes betray a barely concealed anger, which he must disguise by looking down. "Victor, ever observant of Norman, captures this moment and feels a slight sense of relief. After all, he is merely 27 years old, and maintaining tranquility is no easy feat. This is promising. An opportunity for verbal sparring presents itself. He lightly taps the desk to draw Norman's attention, who quickly regains his composure. Mr. Osborn, you're already aware of my name, so I shall refrain from repeating it, Victor states in a calm tone. Before I provide you with the antidote, I believe it is essential for me to share my background with you. What do you think? This marks Victor's first utterance to Norman throughout their encounter. Of course, only if you wish to speak. Norman humbly replied, your address is overly courteous. You may simply call me Norman or Osborn. Then I shall call you Norman. And you may refer to me as Victor, he said. Victor clasped his hands in a gesture of seriousness, resting his elbows on the table, exuding an air of authority. So, Norman, as one of the select few at the pinnacle of Earth's hierarchy, you must be aware that life and civilizations exist beyond our planet, correct? Norman did not respond immediately. His eyes, devoid of any tumult, reflected a deep perplexity. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he gazed at Victor with astonishment. Tentatively, he ventured, I have heard whispers of such things. The United Nations even has a dedicated department for this matter. Mr. Chen, what is the significance of your inquiry? Victor smiled enigmatically and stated, I am but a human, not an extraterrestrial invader of Earth. Norman fell silent, awaiting Victor's elaboration. Unperturbed, Victor began to enlighten Norman on the nature of the cosmos. The biological civilizations within this universe are far more abundant than you can fathom. Earth resides within the Midgard star domain of the Nine Realms, under the dominion of Asgard. Much of the Eastern European mythology you are familiar with originates from the Asgardians. Yet, this is merely the surface. Even the Nine Realms exist within the vast Sahara of the cosmos, crossing the endless, desolate expanse. The nearest advanced civilization is known as Cheetah Star. The disparity between Earth and Cheetah Star is akin to that between America and primitive tribes in Africa. Do not mistake my words as mere fanciful rhetoric. Cheetah Star possesses interstellar travel capabilities, countless life forms, and weapons capable of annihilating planets, among other marvels. Moreover, there are many such formidable civilizations. The Titans of Eternal Kin, each an indomitable superhuman akin to those depicted in films, reside on Titan Star. Nidavellir, an entire planet functioning as a colossal forge, produces wondrous artifacts such as Odin's eternal spear and Thor's hammer. Sakaar, situated in the void, serves as the universe's refuse dump and thus draws upon the technological experiences of various civilizations, yielding extraordinary technologies beyond your imagination. After this lengthy discourse, Victor paused, allowing Norman, whose gaze was filled with skepticism, some time to digest the information. He then continued, I have shared this with you solely to convey the vastness of this universe. I harbor no desire to covet your insignificant Osborn legacy. Rising to his feet, Victor extended his left palm upward toward Norman, and a syringe filled with a virus materialized in his hand. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Victor Chen, a recently selected interdimensional merchant. The Osborn Group is merely a stepping stone for me. Within a year, I shall dissolve our contract. Until then, I require your utmost cooperation. What do you think of this arrangement? With that, Victor extended his right hand toward Norman in a gesture of virtual greeting. The virus injector lay before him. Yet Norman hesitated to grasp it immediately. His thoughts were in disarray. This sudden revelation of fundamental knowledge had caused his worldview to shatter. But his commercial instincts alerted him to the potential opportunity at hand. Regardless of the veracity of Victor's claims, their contractual relationship rendered him incapable of defying Victor's commands. However, Victor continued to expound at length, seemingly intent on ensuring that Norman would not merely feign compliance. Thus, adhering to Victor's intent, he resolved to diligently assist him for a year. Irrespective of the truth behind the cosmic theories, Norman faced no loss. If the claims held merit, he could align himself with the formidable Osborn Group, a significant advantage. Conversely, if false, he might still have the chance to dissolve the contract and regain his freedom. By then, he would be merely 28 years old. Even without the Osborn Group, he was confident in his ability to rise again. This was a calculated risk with no downside. In a flash of insight, Norman weighed the pros and cons, allowing a genuine smile to emerge. He disregarded the virus injector and extended his hands to grasp Victor's right hand, preparing to exchange pleasantries. Unexpectedly, Victor abruptly plunged the virus injector from his left hand into Norman's right arm, forcefully injecting the T-virus serum. Norman felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his arm, a sensation rapidly spreading throughout his body. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard, compelling him instinctively to curl up on the floor like a shrimp. Disposing of the empty virus injector in the trash, Victor glanced at Norman and sheepishly scratched his scalp. Sorry about that. My hand was a bit restless, and I couldn't resist. Despite his words, the truth was that he had received a prompt from the platform, and upon achieving his objective, he had proceeded with the injection. Task completed, successfully leveled up to Tier 1 Merchant. New permissions, dimensional database unlocked. Visit the Merchant panel for details. Looking at Norman, who remained curled on the floor, Victor opened the platform interface to check the Merchant panel. Name, Victor Chen. Dimension, Marvel Universe. Level, Tier 1 Merchant. Permissions, dimensional radar, dimensional trade, dimensional database. Age, 24 years. 18 days, 11 hours, 21 minutes. Lineage, residual Superman lineage. Skills, telekinesis, dimensional database. Backup of complete data on items acquired in this dimension for storage. The introduction revealed nothing particularly remarkable. Upon opening the inventory, Victor directed his thoughts towards Avril's X-Gene Weak Cat, initiating the platform's data backup. This item is classified as F-grade, allowing for a choice between spending 1 hour on the backup with no yield, or selling it to the platform to complete the backup and receive the full valuation. Are there 2 additional options? He also selected the X-Gene Disguise Backup, left by Old Fort. This item is classified as E-grade, permitting a choice to spend 2 hours backing up the data for a secondary level valuation, or selling it to the platform for an immediate backup and complete valuation. Upon comparison, the pattern became evident. There are 2 methods for data backup. One involves investing time to back up the data, resulting in a secondary level valuation of the item while retaining the item itself. This is suitable for rare and precious commodities, such as infinite gemstones. The other method entails directly selling to the platform, yielding immediate data backup and full item value. This is advantageous for items that can be repeatedly obtained or those deemed unnecessary, allowing one to extract all possible value. Quite humane, indeed. After contemplating, Victor first opted to back up the X-Gene Disguise, initiating a countdown of 120 minutes in the corresponding slot. When he attempted further operations, it indicated temporary unavailability, as any action would halt the countdown. He then selected to back up the X-Gene Weak Cat, resulting in a 60-minute countdown in its respective slot, also rendering further operations impossible. However, the dimensional database allowed for multi-line backups, which was a redeeming feature. Meanwhile, Norman, who had been laboring under the guise of a shrimp, finally completed his bodily transformation, or metamorphosis. He shed a layer of human skin. As the aged exterior fell away, a youthful figure arose, bearing a 6/10 resemblance to the original Norman, albeit devoid of wrinkles, age spots, and sagging muscles. Remarkably handsome, in fact. Comparing photographs of the two, it was evident that one resembled a grandfather while the other a grandson. The unprecedented sense of lightness enveloping Norman was unmistakably exhilarating, prompting him to rush to the desk. Gazing at the smooth surface reflecting his youthful visage, momentarily rendered speechless with emotion. 9 years. Since the onset of his illness, at 18, Norman had proudly battled against the countdown of life for a full 9 years. He had forced himself to relinquish everything, even neglecting his only son, wholly dedicating himself to the race against death. He was nearing the finish line when the betrayal of his dear friends, the Parkers, rendered that finish line an elusive dream. During that tumultuous period, he had nearly succumbed to madness, contemplating taking more lives along with his own in the depths of despair. Little did he expect that today, he would be rescued by a mysterious young man. Moreover, the transformative gene serum, capable of engendering such rapid metamorphosis, embodies a technology that cannot be dismissed as unattainable on Earth. Rather, it may simply be that Norman is unaware of its existence. This remarkable gene serum has lent Victor a credibility in Norman's eyes that he previously possessed only in a scant measure. Following the initial surge of excitement, Norman swiftly tempered his exuberance, yet his demeanor was not as grim as before. Instead, he radiated a newfound air of confidence. It was the essence of rebirth. "I beg your pardon, Victor," Norman said, his smile genuine and heartfelt. "What shall we do next?" Victor was taken aback by the sincerity of Norman's smile, particularly noting his use of we. Was this a deliberate gesture of goodwill? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Human emotions are inherently intricate. Having returned from the abyss, liberated from the specter of imminent death and unburdened from years of weighty responsibilities, it was only natural for Norman's spirit to undergo a transformation. He could hardly remain enshrouded in gloom. After a brief contemplation, Victor decided not to dwell further on the matter and proceeded to delineate their current strategy. "For now, I entrust you with 2 straightforward tasks. First, begin the gradual acquisition of Stark Industries stock. Acquire whatever shares others are willing to sell, and devise means to procure some from minor shareholders, using my name. Second, gather intelligence on all mutants in New York. Maintain a safe distance and observe, but do not engage." Faced with Victor's dual assignments, Norman pressed his lips together, contemplating a retort. The second task seemed manageable, but the first appeared utterly unnecessary. The Stark Group, having shuttered its weapons division, was akin to a gaming company withdrawing all its titles, virtually devoid of prospects for resurgence. With such financial resources, it would be far more prudent to seize the military procurement shares vacated by Stark, ensuring a guaranteed profit. Yet, Norman refrained from voicing his objections. As a daring notion began to take root within him, he contemplated wagering the entirety of Oscorp, betting that Victor indeed possesses a 6 in 10 chance of backing from a cosmic civilization. Should he succeed, Earth would no longer be a constraint for him. If he failed, it would merely amount to a year lost. As for Oscorp, as long as he remains, Oscorp would undoubtedly endure. With these thoughts in mind, Norman quelled his inner doubts and readily acquiesced to Victor's initial directives. However, Victor felt a twinge of uncertainty. Was Norman perhaps planning to play a double game? He discreetly activated his perception of the contract, gaining insight into Norman's recent contemplations, and could not help but admire the old fox for his shrewd calculations. Nonetheless, this arrangement might prove beneficial. After all, someone must carry out the tasks, and whether it be Norman or another. He was impressed by the capabilities of a 27-year-old who could manage such a substantial enterprise. Ahem. In any case, it is undoubtedly far more professional than the director Victor. Having settled this matter, Victor waved his hand and said, "Then, take me to witness your pinnacle research achievements at Osborn. I wish to collect some merchandise." Naturally, Norman acquiesced, eager to experience the means of extraterrestrial civilization. As he placed his right hand on the desk, preparing to articulate something, the bookshelf to one side unexpectedly rotated, revealing the entrance to an elevator behind it. This astonished Norman. The control system of the Core Research Institute operates independently of the Osborn control framework, and he had cleverly withheld this from Alice. Now, the entire Osborn was genuinely under Alice's dominion. This was something Norman wished to amend. Victor interjected, graciously suggesting that past matters be forgotten and that they should collaborate well in the future. "I'm not a dictator. I neither wish to rule anyone nor conquer anyone." He stepped into the elevator first, with Norman following a moment later, his mind echoing Victor's earlier words, savoring their profound implications. Victor's perception of contracts remained active, eliciting a bemused smile. These old foxes delight in parsing words. His remark was merely a spontaneous reference to the line of the great dictator, nothing more. The elevator was a direct route to the core laboratory, and before it halted, a series of dense alerts sounded. F-class merchandise detected. Please pay attention. E-class merchandise detected. Please pay attention. D-class merchandise detected. A total of 9 alerts echoed. The core laboratory of the mighty Osborn Group has yielded such scant results? How impoverished. It pales in comparison to the wealth of the underground refuge in Las Vegas. After the platform alerts ceased, the elevator paused slightly after another 3 seconds. Given the elevator's speed, they must have descended nearly 100 meters underground. Could it be that this subterranean core laboratory is as tall as the Osborn building? With a sense of curiosity, Victor stepped out of the elevator and proceeded down the corridor for approximately 20 meters, where the platform alerts flashed again. This time, he did not check the alerts, but quickened his pace, arriving at a grand hall. The hall housed numerous technologically advanced devices, ranging from firearms and pumpkin bombs to the formidable green goblin armor and peculiar contraptions with 4 mechanical tentacles, along with steel models resembling rhinos, among others. No matter how one looked at it, this place resembled an exhibition hall rather than a core research institute. Before Victor could pose a question, Norman aptly began to provide answers. This is the core area of the Osborn Group, housing every conceptual machine, which remain largely uncharted by the outside world. They represent the culmination of Osborn's endeavors over the years. With a proud demeanor, Norman enthusiastically introduces each conceptual machine to Victor. This set of life-sustaining armor boasts an emergency medical system that is undoubtedly among the finest on Earth. As long as the heart and brain remain intact, it can maintain the user's life state. This small gadget, resembling a pumpkin, possesses a power equivalent to 3 high-explosive grenades of the same weight. As Norman elaborates, Victor reaches out to touch the corresponding conceptual machines. Most elicit no response. Only upon contacting a qualifying item does relevant product data manifest. After a thorough inspection, merely 4 qualifying items are found. Product name, Rhino Armor. Product category, Technology. Product compatibility, 100. Origin dimension, Marvel Universe. Rating, F. Monetary valuation, F level certificate X2, dimension points X20. Function description, a set of ostentatious battle armor. Slogan, why behave like a decent human when one can emulate a rhinoceros galloping on all 4s? Product name, neural embedded mechanical octopus tentacle. Product category, Technology. Product compatibility, 100. Origin dimension, Marvel Universe. Rating, E. Monetary valuation, A level certificate X3, dimension points X350. Function description. Although this is merely a prototype, it incorporates an advanced brainwave interaction system and a concept of nuclear power miniaturization. Slogan. Allow the original creator to refine it, and you shall receive unexpected surprises. Product name, Green Goblin Armor. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 100. Origin dimension, Marvel Universe. Rating, D. Monetary valuation, D-level certificate X2. Dimension points, X 2500. Function description. Equipped with an emergency medical system, the Green Goblin glider exhibits excellent maneuverability and prolonged endurance, additionally featuring pumpkin bombs, Green Goblin throwing knives, and other fine weaponry. Slogan. This is a suit of armor driven by a strong desire for survival. Product name, Spider Serum. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 01. Origin dimension, Marvel Universe. Rating, C. Monetary valuation, C-level certificate X8. Dimension points X 82,000. Function description. Injection grants the lineage of Spider-Man, endowing the user with spider sense and significantly enhancing muscle strength, speed, power, reflexes, and resilience. The lineage of this slogan appears remarkably potent. Yet it seems there are scarcely any individuals capable of matching its strength. 3 items are associated with collection tasks, but they all lack certain prerequisites. The Spider Serum can presently only be utilized by Peter Parker, with perhaps one more individual, Ben Parker, certainly falling short of the requirements. The collection task for the Green Goblin suit still necessitates either a Green Goblin lineage or a Spider lineage, which circles back to the previous issue. The neural-embedded mechanical octopus tentacle is merely an unfinished product. At this juncture, the only conceivable profit lies in selling these 4 items as finished products through the marketplace, although the Green Goblin armor is likely to be quite difficult to sell in a small shop. However, Victor refrained from hastily selling them and instead accessed the platform interface to remotely consult with Royce. Royce, I have a query to pose. Regarding your T-Virus series, can each weakened or enhanced variant be resold? Victor had gleaned from Alice that for the same item, the dimensional trading platform only acquires it upon the first transaction, subsequently refusing any further acquisitions. This rationale seems reasonable. Otherwise, Victor, now in control of Osborn, could simply manufacture goods en masse for sale. Is it not true that every model of Tony's case series could also be sold repeatedly? Such a loophole would indeed be rather significant. Soon enough, Royce provided an answer. Oh dear brother, I forgot to mention this. For items within the same series, the platform only assesses the highest valued one and compensates the difference. For instance, if you sell the T-Virus basic version to the platform for 10-dimensional points, and then sell an enhanced version valued at 50-dimensional points, you would ultimately receive enhanced version minus basic version, 40-dimensional points. Any subsequent T-Virus versions researched by Royce, as long as they do not exceed the 50-dimensional point valuation, can still be accepted, but the dimensional points will not be available. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother? As always, the textual barrage was detailed in its explanation. After expressing his gratitude to Royce, Victor felt an immense relief for having astutely identified this pitfall. Otherwise, he would have been severely trapped in the future. Take Tony, for instance. The earlier K1 and K2 models need not occupy his thoughts. Once their relationship strengthens, would it be far more convenient to directly acquire a set of anti-Hulk armor, Civil War armor, or Blood Edge armor? Moreover, the 4 items currently at hand could be sold to the platform to weather this weaker phase, and should stronger versions emerge later, he could also reap the added value from those. This trading rule not only facilitates the resource utilization of dimensional merchants, but also preserves their motivation. Focusing his gaze upon the Green Goblin armor, Victor patted the rather unconventional suit and inquired of Norman whether the conceptual machines here could still be reproduced. Of course. The blueprints are entirely preserved, Norman replied swiftly. Which ones have caught your eye? I can immediately instruct the core laboratory to tailor them to your specifications. No need. I shall take it directly, Victor replied with a mysterious smile. However, Norman was not so easily deterred, insisting on explaining, without delving into other matters. Let us consider this life-sustaining armor. Its design parameters are based on. Irrespective of the scientist's steadfastness, Victor busied himself with a mere thought. He summoned the pumpkin bombs and Green Goblin blades from the hall, affixing them to the armor. A gentle touch was all it took for the entire suite of Green Goblin armor, along with the glider and various weapons, to vanish into his inventory. To Norman's eyes, it was as though the scene had been edited out of existence. Approaching the isolation chamber housing the octopus tentacle and rhino armor, he similarly caressed the larger-than-life entities, which also disappeared into thin air. Grasping the spider serum injection gun from a nearby containment chamber, he astonishingly managed to draw it into his inventory as well. A remarkable discovery, he remarked, clapping his hands, meeting Norman's inquisitive gaze. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shan't divulge what you ought not to know." Suddenly, a crisis of trust emerged. Although Victor had spoken, Norman pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Are you a mutant?" "A mutant?" Victor mused, intrigued by the prospect of whether his newfound abilities would alter his X gene. "Are there any instruments here? Please draw a vial of blood for testing." Norman complied, retrieving an empty syringe and indicating that by aiming it at his arm and pressing the trigger, blood would be automatically extracted. However, Victor appeared to have forgotten something crucial. When the syringe's needle pierced his arm, rather than penetrating, it emitted a sharp snap, breaking off instead. Norman's eyelids fluttered. The needle was specifically designed for extracting mutated spider venom, and an adult should not have been able to break it. What thickness of skin must Victor possess? "Oh, I forgot. I recently acquired a steel body. I didn't anticipate that drawing blood would pose a challenge." Victor furrowed his brows. "With such enhanced defenses, what if I wish to donate blood in the future? My strength simply does not permit it." Norman's expression shifted at this revelation, cautiously probing. "Are you implying that you recently acquired these abilities? Can others attain them as well?" This question ventured into more sensitive territory. Victor had deliberately let this slip to Norman, considering that S.H.I.E.L.D. was already aware, and it was only a matter of time before the rest of the world found out. He responded smoothly. "Individuals like me, merchants, can extract various abilities as commodities and trade them to others. My steel body, telekinesis, and night vision are all abilities I acquired in recent days." Norman appeared somewhat overwhelmed, struggling to digest this information. As a Ph.D. in biological genetics, he found it challenging to comprehend such pseudoscientific practices. Instinctively, he questioned, "All products? Including mutant abilities?" Regrettably, he acknowledged his emotional outburst. His commendable self-restraint prompted Norman to halt his inquiries. It was uncharacteristic of him to question his superior, and the sudden lifting of this burden caused him to lower his guard, which was unwise. Victor, however, perceived no impropriety. "If you do not inquire, I would feel remiss in not showcasing my capabilities." He continued, "Indeed, mutant abilities can be extracted. Lineage is also among the commodities we aim to collect. Do you desire any specific mutant ability? My current inventory comprises only two. One can transform into a cat, and the other can manipulate light. Oh, I almost forgot. The lineage I will inject you with may conflict with these abilities. We shall wait until the spider serum is perfected before administering it to you and your son." The information conveyed was substantial. Norman refrained from further questions, quickly processing the details in his mind and distilling them into a singular inquiry. "Are there many merchants like you on Earth?" "In this galaxy, I alone am responsible for a vast region, and I can only connect with 2 others, Victor replied. Norman pursed his lips, wisely choosing not to press further. This measure exchange was quite reassuring. Victor, noticing Norman's submissive demeanor, refrained from correcting him and turned to re-enter the elevator, with Norman naturally following suit. "To the core laboratory. I wish to observe your research," Victor stated. Norman remained silent, and this attitude caused Victor's eyes to narrow slightly. It seemed the studies in the core laboratory might lead to certain possibilities, darkening his expression momentarily. The elevator soon arrived at the core laboratory level. As the doors opened, the first sight was of 3 fully armed guards, their weapons lowered, silently observing the 2 men. After assessing Norman's youthful complexion, Victor gestured for him to handle the situation. Without further ado, Norman approached the imposing metal door, inputting the password, verifying his fingerprint, and scanning his iris until the door smoothly opened. The guards silently lowered their weapons and stepped back, although they did not recognize the individual before them. His resemblance to Chairman Norman suggested he might be an illegitimate son. Regardless, with the necessary clearance, they deemed it irrelevant. As they stepped through the metal door, Alice's voice resonated in his ear. "Chen, the control systems inside operate independently. I will lose your visual feed and will require physical intrusion via the nano earpiece. Is that acceptable?" Glancing at Norman, who had taken a step forward, Victor gently cleared his throat and said, "Norman, once we exit, please delegate the management of this area to Alice. There is no issue with this. Yet the nature of the research here poses certain concerns for public safety, does it not?" Norman appeared somewhat anxious. "Rest assured," Victor replied, casting a reassuring glance at him. "Alice is the most advanced artificial intelligence on Earth. Nothing capable of breaching her defenses has yet come into existence. Even Ultron's future may never materialize." Upon hearing this, Norman ceased his chatter and silently trailed behind Victor. As they conversed, the 2 traversed through a metallic door, leading to another office that seemed to be a private passageway exclusively for Norman. Upon exiting the office, Norman instinctively took the lead. The first laboratory he guided Victor to was currently conducting human trials. The subject of the experiment was a middle-aged man, who was desperately scratching at his skin, drawing blood yet unwilling to relent, emitting chilling screams. The researchers clad in white lab coats appeared unfazed by the scene, their eyes wide with observation as they occasionally bent down to record data. Victor turned to Norman, awaiting an explanation. He is a death row inmate. Since Norman had taken the initiative to bring Victor here, he was evidently prepared with background knowledge. This research involves spider serum, part of a super soldier program in collaboration with the military, who provide death row inmates for experimentation. As he explained, Norman picked up a tablet and retrieved information about the middle-aged man before them. The information revealed that the individual, named Umbala, had murdered 14 women and had even preserved the victims' skulls as trophies. However, Victor remained skeptical. Even with a contract indicating that the other party was not lying, Victor still harbored doubts. Without hesitation, he addressed Norman directly. Alice, infiltrate the database here and verify the truth of Norman's claims. Understood. Please locate a data entry point. This facility is not connected to the external network and requires a physical link. Alice's voice responded in a somewhat mechanical tone, a product of her subroutine. The signals between this facility and the outside world were indeed severed. As they spoke, Victor felt a sensation of movement in his left ear. He reached out and found a USB interface resting in his palm. He scanned the area and located a computer to which he directly connected the device. The researchers finally took notice of the two, attempting to intervene, but Norman, the original owner, stepped in to halt them. With the researchers dealt with, Norman stood by, watching as Victor infiltrated his core laboratory. The atmosphere was undeniably peculiar. Victor, however, paid little attention to the strangeness, awaiting a response from Alice. Should the reality deviate from Norman's assertions, and if he had indeed sought out innocence for human experimentation, many considerations would need reevaluation. Once the baseline of humanity is breached, it becomes exceedingly difficult to revert to one's former self. Norman, too, felt a tinge of tension. Many elements within the core laboratory undoubtedly skirt the edges of legality, with not only human experimentation at play, but also numerous activities that teeter on the brink of immorality. He lacks an understanding of Victor, uncertain whether the latter can accept the truth. Yet, he must confess. To conceal now and have the truth unearthed in the future would not merely result in a crisis of trust. It could very well lead to a sentence of death. In the Osborne Tower, in the chairman's office on the 108th floor, Victor and another stand side by the window, each holding a glass of wine, engaged in conversation for some time. Following a thorough investigation of the core laboratory's human experimentation, Alice indeed confirmed Norman's assertions. The subject were all death row inmates sent by the military. While this still violates humanitarian principles, it thankfully does not cross the threshold of humanity itself. Norman is fortunate. Had Victor's first objective not been to locate him, his future trajectory would have been predictable. Human experimentation has naturally ceased, and the death row inmates have been returned to the military, free to proceed as they wish. Subsequently, under Norman's guidance, Victor toured the core laboratory, which showcased the refined research of conceptual machines in subterranean exhibition halls. Although the dimensional radar was activated, it only registered components of 4 items in stock, devoid of any real value. It appears that Osborne can only provide those 4 products directly. Later, Victor and Norman returned to the office, where Victor primarily posed questions. Norman answered, and Alice supplemented the dialogue. Through this exchange, Victor gradually elucidated the composition of this world. It is predominantly drawn from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, supplemented by a handful of related television series and some continuations from the X-Men saga. Slowly, a world constructed from multiple narrative realms and various timelines began to take shape in his mind. The Marvel Universe needs no further elaboration. The existence of the Gifted is indeed confirmed. Online, one can still find the wanted poster for Polaris, indicating that mutants hold a precarious position in this world. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. should also exist, though it has yet to reach its inception point. Coulson is still very much alive. However, the Gifted does not exist. Professor X has been silent for over a decade, and the name of the X-Men has been inherited by the underground sanctuaries of mutants, covertly rescuing those persecuted. Victor has verified this information multiple times, ultimately resigning himself to the sorrowful acceptance of reality. David Haller's mutant ability is the manifestation of multiple personalities, each possessing its own unique ability or trait. If each is considered a new product, he is akin to a walking mint. The status of the Inhumans remains uncertain, as the moon is still under exploration, making it impossible to ascertain this information. The Defenders, however, are confirmed to no longer exist. In this universe, there exists no blind lawyer named Matt Murdock, nor the Rand family, and certainly no illustrious hand. Correspondingly, the television series featuring the members of the Defenders Alliance, such as Daredevil, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, and Jessica Jones, are purely fictional. Furthermore, Cloak and Dagger, the Punisher, and the Runaways lack any evidence to substantiate their existence. Each piece of news that confirmed this left Victor's heart bleeding. These were all potential commodities. The sheer volume of fiction was astounding. As both a director and a screenwriter, he could comprehend the situation. With Marvel as a colossal intellectual property, one could easily concoct derivative scripts to reap substantial profits, naturally inviting a plethora of creative twists. However, despite such losses, the Marvel Universe remains an overwhelmingly vast entity. Characters like the Hulk, Thor, Odin, and the Infinity Stones hold value that surpasses entire film crews dedicated to those derivative scripts. After discarding the extraneous plot lines, an abundance of information still lingered in Victor's mind, a boon bestowed upon him by his unique circumstances as a traveler. Moreover, while typical travelers might only retain a vague recollection of the overarching narrative, Victor, having participated in the production of Marvel films as a director, remembered nearly every detail. Even without a dimensional trading platform, armed with this information, Victor would not struggle to navigate his new reality. His primary task now was to meticulously organize all the intelligence he possessed and then craft an entirely original script. This was his area of expertise. Victor fell silent. Norman stood nearby, quietly savoring his drink, his mind igniting with a tempest of thoughts. Although Victor had posed numerous questions, demonstrating a certain unfamiliarity with this world, some inquiries even pertained to information common knowledge. This only further substantiated the notion that Victor was indeed not well acquainted with his surroundings. While it could not be dismissed that Victor might be playing a role, this at least served as evidence of a genuine arrival and the support of cosmic civilization. This revelation bolstered Norman's confidence. As the head of a commercial empire, he was determined to seize this tremendous opportunity. With these thoughts in mind, Norman noticed Victor was still lost in contemplation and quietly retreated a few steps, exiting the office. Victor, of course, took note of this but paid it no mind. The entire Osborn establishment was under Alice's surveillance. Before long, the office door swung open once more, and Norman returned to his original position with feigned nonchalance. Victor glanced at him but said nothing. The atmosphere remained enveloped in silence until noon, when Norman's stomach could no longer remain patient. The recent transformation had been immensely taxing, and with lunch approaching, hunger was only natural. Unperturbed, Norman casually inquired of Victor, "What would you like for lunch? I can have someone prepare it." "No need. I shall not be hungry," Victor declined, having asked all the necessary questions. "You need not waste your time accompanying me. I will have Alice notify you if anything arises." Norman astutely seized upon the phrase, "shall not be hungry." Was it indicative of some ability? Without further contemplation on the matter, he suppressed his hunger and remarked, "There are many trivialities on Earth that can be quite bothersome. Thus I have arranged for you a personal assistant. What do you think?" Victor, too apathetic to correct him for being an earthling himself, nodded in agreement for him to summon her. Norman strode to the desk and pressed a button, declaring, "Hottie, please come in." The office door swung open to reveal a striking woman clad in professional attire. She possessed straight brown hair, her visage modest yet refreshing. Victor found her somewhat familiar. Norman introduced her, stating, "This is Felicia Hardy, my assistant for over a year, and quite capable, I assure you." What are your thoughts? Upon this introduction, Victor recalled who she was. In The Amazing Spider-Man, young Harry had also chosen this assistant, appointing her to his service. Very well, let it be her, Victor decided, his mischievous spirit igniting as he recited a line from future Harry. "From now on, Norman, you must heed her, for she listens to me." Is there a problem? Norman was at a loss for words. How should he respond? To comply would be to lose face in front of someone he had once commanded. Before he could articulate a reply, Victor continued with the remaining lines. "Excellent. Your position remains secure for the time being." With that, Victor nonchalantly exited the office, leaving Norman with a perplexed expression and a somewhat disoriented Felicia. Norman was equally unsure of Victor's intentions. Was he being reprimanded? Was he dissatisfied with the choice of assistant? He scrutinized Felicia closely. Her figure was average, her demeanor serene, certainly an aesthetically pleasing choice for a personal assistant. Contemplating this, he instructed Felicia, "Your salary will be doubled. You will now serve as Victor's personal assistant. Should you find yourself unable to fulfill any of his requests, do not hesitate to contact me directly." Felicia, bewildered, nodded, her mind momentarily blank. Had she just switched employers? Surely she hadn't been dismissed? Noticing her lingering in confusion, Norman cleared his throat. It was only then that Felicia snapped back to reality, closing the office door and hastily following Victor, treading closely behind him, hesitant to speak. What manner of man could speak so boldly to the chairman? His status must be extraordinarily elevated. She resolved to serve him well. Yet, if he were to make certain demands, stealing a furtive glance at Victor's profile, Felicia felt her heart race. How handsome! Such a dashing superior, if the need truly arises. It is permissible to make accommodations while ensuring safety. Both individuals remain oblivious. Indeed, just moments ago, Victor casually uttered a familiar line, perfectly timed for the unfolding drama. Just as any Marvel enthusiast would undoubtedly feel compelled to deliver a playful punch upon encountering Star-Lord. At the thought of it, a flutter of excitement stirred within. Victor entered the elevator, with Felicia closely trailing behind, anxiously inquiring, "What shall we do now?" "I am Victor Chen," he replied, turning just in time to catch Felicia's furtive glance. With a gentle smile, he asked, "Have you had lunch yet?" In the presence of such beauty, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. His smile rendered Felicia's cheeks a rosy hue, causing her gaze to shyly avert. Fortunately, her professional composure prevailed as she softly responded, "I just had some. I was called in midway." "Ah, no matter. I've been dieting lately. Is there sunlight in the staff cafeteria?" "Yes, there is. But the prime spots are usually." "Then let us proceed to the staff cafeteria. I need a moment to think. You have approximately 20 minutes for your meal," Victor decisively stated. "All right," Felicia replied, feeling her breath quicken. My goodness. Handsome, powerful, with a gentle smile and considerate towards women. Could he be the Prince Charming? Despite her inner turmoil, Felicia maintained her professionalism and said, "Shall we go?" Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing their arrival at the cafeteria floor. As Victor stepped out, Felicia hurried to follow, her mind swirling with thoughts. This artificial intelligence seemed to have undergone a transformation after its upgrade. Akin to a complete system overhaul, women's intuition is indeed formidable. Lost in her musings, she failed to anticipate Victor's sudden halt. Consequently, she collided into his embrace, which felt less than warm. It was akin to crashing into a wall. Victor stood firm, while she stumbled backward, rubbing her nose, her eyes glistening. Observing her clumsy state, Victor couldn't help but chuckle, showing no signs of reproach. He understood his own charm. It often took women a moment to adjust. Not only did he refrain from scolding her, but he also gently shifted the topic, saying, "Felicia, you have 25 minutes for lunch. I shall bask in the sun over there." Felicia, covering her nose, nodded repeatedly. Yet, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she followed Victor to a seating area, where she settled down with a cup of coffee before finally departing with a light-hearted step. The new BSS exudes a gentle charm, especially when compared to the antiquated Norman BSS. While Norman BSS has regained some youth, it is still outclassed by the new BSS by several streets. Meanwhile, Victor finds a moment of solitude in the lounge area, summoning the platform interface to access his inventory. 6 items lie quietly within the first 6 slots. Weak Gene Cat, Gene Disguise, Rhino Armor, Green Devil Armor, Neural Embedded Mechanical Octopus Tentacle, and Spider Serum. He begins his operations. Selling the Rhino Armor, he confirms. You are selling the item Rhino Armor for 2 currency valuation certificates and 20 dimensional points. Do you wish to proceed? He affirms. And the transaction is successful. Item Rhino Armor sold. You have received 2 currency certificates and 20 dimensional points. Next, he sells the Green Devil Armor. You are selling the item Green Devil Armor for 2 D-grade valuation certificates and 2,500 dimensional points. Do you wish to proceed? He confirms once more. After repeating this 4 times, Victor accumulates a remarkable total. 2 C-grade certificates, 3 E-grade certificates, 2 D-grade certificates, 8 F-grade certificates, and 870 dimensional points. What a bountiful harvest. Victor feels a newfound sense of uprightness. Yet, the lengthy list of purchases for the superhuman bloodline reminds him that these gains are but a drop in the ocean. He navigates to the D-Universe store and accesses the superhuman bloodline list, only to find himself still impoverished. With a deeper understanding of the platform rules, Victor realizes the challenges ahead. Raphael has fragmented the complete superhuman bloodline into over 20 incomplete versions, each containing distinct super abilities, an operation of remarkable ingenuity. Among them, the superhuman bloodline fragment serves as the core, possessing only a singular super ability, Supercell. This must be upgraded from C to SS level, 1 tier at a time, to acquire the full Supercell capability. In essence, Victor's C-level superhuman bloodline fragment currently holds only a C-level supercell, limiting its capacity for light energy storage. Maintaining a supervision night vision is barely manageable. Engaging in combat would swiftly deplete his energy reserves. As for abilities like super hearing, super speed, and super flight, these have been transformed into plugins, which, once integrated, only impose a total light energy limit, valid for a lifetime purchase. However, the costs remain steep. Super hearing, 5 C-grade certificates and 50,000 dimensional points. Super speed, 5 B-grade certificates and 500 dimensional points. Superflight, 5 A-grade certificates and 5,000,000 dimensional points. Not only are super abilities exorbitantly priced, but their activation also demands substantial light energy. The level of the supercell is of paramount importance. However, if it can only store light energy without corresponding super abilities, it merely functions as a humanoid solar battery. The relationship is as follows. A longer duration equates to a higher level supercell, which in turn requires more resources. Thus, wealth becomes a powerful ally. Ahem. Before sufficient capital is amassed, there exists a critical balance that Victor must navigate with care. Understanding the key factors is essential. Victor begins to methodically procure what he needs. First, he acquires the super abilities he requires. 5 E-level certificates for supervision and long-distance vision and 500 dimensional points. 5 E-level certificates for super hearing and 50,000 dimensional points. This expenditure consumes a significant portion of his gains. Next, he seeks to elevate his lineage level. 9 E-level certificates for super lineage remnant, E-level, and 900 dimensional points. 8 D-level certificates for super lineage remnant, D-level, and 8,000 dimensional points. Yet, he is also tempted to purchase a long-desired super ability. 5 E-level certificates for super stomach and 500 dimensional points. After acquiring this ability, Victor decides to pause. He checks his remaining balance. 36 level certificates, 6 E-level certificates, 2 D-level certificates, 2 C-level certificates, and 25 for 115 dimensional points. With only 2 level certificates left, he cannot afford to purchase any more lineage upgrades. He resolves to save them for later and first digest the abilities he has acquired. Just as he prepares to extract and absorb his spoils, a notification pops up on the platform. Condition for level 2 merchant advancement met. Advancement task unlocked. Huh. Is advancement possible so soon? He clicks on the task panel, finding the advancement task pinned above 3 collection tasks. Advancement task. Engage with at least 5 future members of the Avengers. Is it really that simple? It seems less challenging than the previous one. Dismissing the advancement task, he turns his attention back to the inventory, where the bloodline purchases are neatly lined up, providing a sense of immense satisfaction. He is on the verge of evolving into a small superhero, and the thought stirs a thrill within him. 30. The aircraft rides high. Would you like to extract E-level item super lineage remnant? Yes. E-level item super lineage remnant has been extracted. Please select target for use. The target is myself. E-level item super lineage remnant has been used. With the upgrade of the super lineage, the sensation of being immersed in a hot spring, akin to a fetal state, washes over him once more. Similarly, his psychic energy, which had been growing slowly, begins to surge at an exponential rate. The indescribable comfort nearly lulled Victor into a sweet slumber. He forced his eyelids to remain open. Rising to seek refuge behind a small bar to evade the direct rays of the sun, the drowsiness significantly diminishing to a bearable level. Internally berating himself for his carelessness, he realized he had overlooked this detail. In his current state, pondering over issues was futile. He must first secure a spot to bask in the sun and rejuvenate. Just as he contemplated requesting Alice's assistance, Felicia came trotting over from a distance. "Mr. Victor, are you all right?" Felicia inquired, her expression fraught with concern. "I noticed you suddenly appeared fatigued. Do you need to see the medical department?" This life assistant was indeed quite diligent. Victor, feeling a bit disoriented, instinctively asked Felicia, "Is your home nearby?" Felicia's cheeks flushed with color. How eager she was. Oh dear, but they had only just met, and he was not yet prepared for such an advance. It was indeed inappropriate to visit her home. Victor, oblivious to Felicia's blush, quickly redirected. "Let us book a hotel first. Alice, I need a car and a driver." Alice promptly responded, "Understood, it will be ready in a minute. Please proceed to the elevator." The hotel room had already been reserved. "Would you like me to prepare a residence for you in Manhattan?" That would be fine," Victor replied casually, weary but moving towards the elevator. "Select 5 minimalist-style villas with pools for sunbathing. I will choose from those later." "Very well. The options have been compiled and are ready for your selection. Please send me your phone." The phone in Victor's pocket vibrated, and, as he reached for it, he heard Felicia's gentle voice from behind. "Mr. Victor, the company has vehicles on standby 24 hours a day and can depart at any time. Is the Hilton Hotel acceptable? We can check in directly upon arrival. Regarding the villa selection, please allow me a day. Also Victor was puzzled by the girl's words. His sluggish mind took a few moments to comprehend. Felicia had misconstrued his conversation with Alice as one directed towards her, embellishing the narrative in her mind. This needed clarification, lest she think him overly eager. "Hardy, I am speaking with Alice," he said, gesturing towards his ear where the earpiece was embedded. Alice? Felicia's mind raced to connect the dots. Are you referring to the Alice at the front desk? She does have a commendable figure. Victor found her misunderstanding rather amusing. Without expending much effort to clarify, he stepped into the elevator and, once Felicia followed, he addressed Alice. Please extend my greetings to Hardy. Hello, Miss Felicia, the artificial intelligence, Alice responded. I extend my greetings to you. The elevator resonated with the voice of Alice, and the liquid crystal display illuminated her androgynous visage. Felicia gazed in astonishment at Alice on the screen, momentarily disoriented. The previous artificial intelligence had not borne the name Alice, and why had her appearance changed? Alice, ever considerate, provided clarity. The security system of the Osborn building had undergone an upgrade 4 hours prior. I am Alice, and I shall henceforth offer superior services to the employees of Osborn. This statement, laden with ambiguity, naturally led one to believe that the artificial intelligence had also been enhanced, as Felicia did. However, upon grasping the full context, her face blossomed with embarrassment. Did that mean her earlier remarks were now exposed? Although Victor felt somewhat foggy, his emotional intelligence remained intact, prompting him to maintain silence at the elevator entrance, sparing Felicia from further awkwardness. They journeyed in silence. Ultimately, they chose to stay at the Hilton Hotel, charging the account to the Osborn Group, allowing for a seamless check-in. Upon entering the presidential suite, Victor immediately made his way to the balcony, while Felicia lingered at the door, hesitating over whether to enter. This was her first encounter with such a dilemma. Previously, as Norman's executive assistant, her responsibilities entailed merely conveying orders and organizing documents, work that was easy and well compensated. Being suddenly summoned to serve as a lifestyle assistant left her feeling quite out of her depth. According to the duties of a lifestyle assistant, without an invitation from Victor, she ought to be residing in the adjacent guest room. Yet, on an emotional level, it seemed a rare opportunity to encounter such a young, affluent, and considerate gentleman. Would it not be a pity to miss out on creating a memorable experience? Oh, what a difficult choice. Just as Felicia finally resolved to step into the room, Victor's voice drifted from the balcony. Please help me select a villa. Alice's aesthetic sense is somewhat inhumane. By the way, I've misplaced my identification and bank cards. Could you arrange for replacements? You can retrieve the information from Norman. Felicia's poised leg, which had just been raised, froze momentarily, compelling her to retract it, feeling both regret and relief. Regretful not to have forged a cherished memory with such a remarkable individual, yet relieved that her new employer appeared quite agreeable. This already high-paying job had now doubled, promising longevity. With these mixed emotions, Felicia acquiesced, closed the door, and proceeded to the adjacent guest room. After a brief moment to collect her thoughts, she retrieved her phone and began issuing commands. No longer lost in infatuation, she approached her tasks with commendable organization. After all, having spent a year under Norman's guidance, the young woman had proven her capabilities. Meanwhile, Victor reclined once more on the balcony, indulging in the transformative process of basking in the sun's warmth. This sensation was utterly delightful. Straining his spirit, he meticulously extracted and fused the several extraordinary abilities he had acquired, finally allowing himself to succumb to a deep slumber. Yet this time, he could not enjoy a restful night. As time passed, Victor sensed that the once tranquil balcony had gradually transformed into a cacophony of noise, ultimately resembling the chaos of a bustling marketplace, rendering him utterly unable to sleep while his mind remained weary. The contradiction was excruciating. At last, when the deafening roar of engines filled his ears, Victor erupted. He rose and gazed toward the source of the sound, spotting a passenger aircraft. It was so close that he could discern the vague silhouettes of figures within the cockpit. Goodness, was the captain of this aircraft a novice? With no airport nearby, how could they dare to glide at such a low altitude? Were they not inviting disaster? Victor's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He had only recently enhanced his abilities. He certainly could not withstand a passenger jet soaring overhead. In a serene afternoon, basking in sunlight, if you discovered an aircraft plummeting toward you, what would you do? Most would likely shut their eyes, scream, and sit helplessly awaiting their fate. But not Victor. His fierce instinct for survival compelled him to instinctively leap back a step, enveloping himself in telekinetic energy as he swiftly darted toward the side of the balcony. Foolish, right? I can fly. As he soared, he turned to glance back, wary of the possibility that while the nose of the aircraft might pass, its wings could still cleave him in two. Upon this glance, he realized the situation was far from simple. The oncoming passenger plane was smoothly gliding just above him, appearing to skim his scalp in both sight and sound. However, it did not stir any air currents, nor did his telekinesis register any sensation. What was happening? As the aircraft flew into the distance, it left Victor suspended in the wind, disoriented. He could not ponder for long. The roar had dissipated, yet a multitude of noisy voices persisted, instantly clogging his thoughts. Mr. Smith, I'm a manager from Onshin Technology. I apologize for the disturbance. Here, on the 14th, you are to patrol 4T. Room 8150, one order of pan-seared beef thigh. Medium rare. Oh, please don't do that. I'm just here, oh. That is not permissible. A torrent of diverse dialogues surged into his mind, causing Victor considerable anguish. He pressed his hands tightly against his ears, but to no avail. Moreover, his vision seemed distorted. While he could effortlessly see birds gliding a kilometer away, he struggled to focus on objects nearby, as if he had developed farsightedness or presbyopia. Such a peculiar transformation, combined with the newfound superpower acquired before sleep, made it rather effortless to identify the root cause of the affliction. The extraordinary hearing and enhanced distant vision had evidently altered his physique, yet he found himself unable to exert free control over his own body. This was indeed remarkable. Closing his eyes to shield himself from visual distractions, Victor softly addressed Alice, requesting the volume to be adjusted to its lowest setting and a gentle melody to be played. Alice diligently complied, yet a thunderous piano composition only intensified his agony. Even so, the cacophony of incessant sounds could not be silenced. A torrent of words relentlessly invaded his ears. Victor felt a distressing loss of control over his telekinetic abilities, fortunate enough to have collapsed onto the balcony. It felt as though his head might explode. In that moment, Alice exhibited its autonomy. After several attempts to seek Victor's consent and receiving none, it independently activated the silent mode of the nano earpiece, erecting a delicate barrier before his eardrums that filtered out 99% of the noise. Although faint echoes lingered, it was far more bearable than the sonic bombardment. Lying on the floor, as if miraculously spared from disaster, Victor remained in a daze for nearly a minute before recalling the need to confront the manufacturer. He opened his contacts and initiated a private chat with Raphael. Victor, why is my superpower beyond my control? This super hearing nearly caused my head to explode. Raphael responded almost instantaneously, as if he had been anticipating the inquiry. Raphael, I've been rather busy lately and neglected to explain. The hardware is unable to keep pace with the software. Either the CPU burns out or various lags occur. Victor, Raphael, your brain's processing speed is too low, rendering you incapable of controlling your superpowers. It's akin to a low-spec computer attempting to run a high-spec game. An overloaded CPU will ultimately lead to a forced shutdown. Victor, why wasn't this mentioned before purchase? Isn't the platform's guideline against harming the interests of merchants from other dimensions? Raphael, hence, I will compensate you with a complete set of super combat attire. Victor, he expressed his bewilderment at Raphael's line of reasoning. No, is this how the logic works? Why does it feel like there's a catch? After a few seconds of hesitation, a lengthy explanation followed from Raphael. Raphael, my clientele typically consists of at least fourth-tier merchants who possess a certain purchasing power. I generally recommend that they enhance their lineage level without unlocking superpowers, employing technological assistance for their initial attacks, until they can redeem a superbrain to rapidly develop combat capabilities. Raphael, your situation is unique. You are the second individual to secure a loan from me through platform loopholes. The previous one opted for the Poseidon lineage, which did not pose such concerns. Hence my oversight. Raphael, you may now accept the super combat suit or a compensation of a C-grade certificate. Upon hearing this explanation from Raphael, Victor immediately grasped the situation. The store was far too upscale. As a customer of a lower tier, he was never considered in the context of the purchasing experience. It was akin to the reality where a fine gown costs tens or even hundreds of thousands, designed with fashion and opulence. Yet these garments are often non-washable, intended for one-time use. For affluent businessmen and socialites, this is quite ordinary. They would never don the same gown twice. However, if a middle-class individual were to grit their teeth and purchase such a gown, the consequences would be dire. Should they lodge a complaint, the response would merely be a polite apology, stating that the design did not account for the possibility of the customer wearing it more than once. Having worn countless disposable gowns, Victor inherently understood Raphael's predicament. The clientele that Raphael's shop catered to did not encompass individuals of Victor's standing, thus making the financial loss all the more awkward. As he opened the DC shop to peruse the super combat suit, he found an array of styles encompassing all superhero battle uniforms from comics, animations, and films. The attributes were uniformly identical. The item was labeled Superman Combat Suit. Compatibility was rated 100, originating from the realm of DC Universe. Rated at level C. Priced at C-grade certificate X4 for 1,500 dimensional points, exclusive to Superman's lineage. And its functional description indicated it was composed of memory nanotechnology, with numerous features yet to be expanded. The slogan proclaimed, "A super combat suit even mightier than Hulk's shorts, you deserve to possess it." This price certainly outweighed that of a mere C-grade certificate. Next, he examined the details of the Superbrain. The item was titled Superman Lineage Superbrain. It fell under the category of Lineage. Compatibility was rated 100. Originating from the realm of DC Universe. Rated at level B. Priced at B-grade certificate X5, dimensional points X500, 000. With a functional description noting it as the control center of Superman's lineage. The slogan read, "A lineage without intellect is akin to a runaway husky." Ah, that was unfortunate. No wonder Raphael did not directly compensate with a Superbrain lineage. It was indeed prohibitively expensive. Having grasped the entire situation, Victor made a choice. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us forego compensation. I too have been somewhat inattentive. Is there a way to resolve this? I am unable to venture out and attend to my duties. The Super Combat Suit can assist you in controlling your super abilities. Victor gazed at the price of the Super Combat Suit, then glanced at the balance on his platform account, rendered speechless. He simply could not afford it. Was there any alternative for him? Raphael's reply was curt, indicating there were none. The current predicament was undeniably awkward. Just as he was wrestling with his thoughts, a platform notification flashed across the screen. Warning. Warning. Merchant Raphael from the DC Universe has violated platform regulations, resulting in personal financial loss to you. Will you pursue accountability? Oh, the platform possessed such formidable capabilities? Before he could respond, another notification appeared. Merchant Raphael from the DC Universe has proposed compensation for the Super Combat Suit to reach an amicable resolution. Do you agree? Though this could alleviate his immediate dilemma, there was an unsettling sense of impropriety surrounding the situation. As he hesitated, notifications inundated the screen. Warning. Warning. Merchant Raphael from the DC Universe has violated platform regulations. If no resolution is reached within 60 seconds, the platform will intervene for review. Warning. Warning. The platform will intervene for review. Warning. Warning. The platform will intervene for review. The gravity of the situation began to dawn on Victor. Just as he was about to hastily agree to the settlement, yet another notification drifted by. Merchant Raphael from the DC Universe has proposed compensation for the Super Combat Suit, with all functions unlocked, to reach an amicable resolution. Do you agree? Simultaneously, Raphael's private chat notification chimed. Victor, please agree to the settlement first. We can discuss any additional terms later. Otherwise, I will face a deluge of negative feedback across the platform, severely damaging my reputation. With the countdown at 60 seconds dwindling, Victor could no longer afford to hesitate and quickly selected to agree to the settlement. Second confirmation. Are you certain you wish to reach an amicable resolution for the Super Combat Suit, with all functions unlocked, with Merchant Raphael from the DC Universe? Confirmed. Third confirmation. Are you certain you wish to reach an amicable resolution for the Super Combat Suit, with all functions unlocked, with Merchant Raphael from the DC Universe? Confirmed. Settlement achieved. The item Super Combat Suit, with all functions unlocked, has been dispatched to your inventory. Merchant Raphael's violation record will be preserved, and you may pursue legal action regarding this matter at any time. The dimensional trading platform safeguards the interests of all its members. Please use it with confidence. Impressive. A mere oversight by Raphael had prompted such a significant response from the platform. Given the circumstances, had Victor truly been taken advantage of, Raphael would likely find himself in dire trouble. As he pondered this, Raphael's private chat interface flickered once more. Thank you for your cooperation, Victor. Do you have any further conditions? There came a moment when Victor felt a flutter in his heart. Yet he chose to decline. Victor, you need not worry. Since the Super Battle Suit can resolve my current issues, that suffices. Raphael, I can bestow upon you another Superbrain lineage. No, Victor, I truly do not require it. I refuse to grow stronger through extortion. Very well. You may not be a competent merchant, but you shall undoubtedly be a formidable force. Victor conceded that he was not an adept trader. Had it been his father, Chen, he would have likely extracted a considerable profit. Thank you for the compliment, Victor. I shall strive to acquire the reality gem, and will inform you once I have backed it up. In that case, thank you. It is my duty. I am merely stabilizing a potential client. The Super Battle Suit and the superhuman lineage can communicate at a cellular level. By placing some DNA upon it, a connection can be established. I shall take my leave for now. I eagerly await your good news. As Victor closed the chat interface, he opened his inventory and quickly located the Super Battle Suit, noting the significant changes in its price and functionality. The product was titled Superman Battle Suit, with a compatibility rating of 100. Originating from the DC Universe, it was classified as a C-rank item. The selling price was C-rank credentials valued at 790 dimensional points, exclusive to the Superman lineage. The description read, a super battle suit composed of memory nanotechnology, equipped with synchronization modules, simulation modules, super auditory assistance modules, and super visual assistance modules. The slogan proclaimed, "A super battle suit cooler than the Hulk's shorts. You deserve to possess it." Indeed, its features were numerous, and its price surpassed that of the spider serum. He felt undeserving of such a treasure, while guilt swirled within him. His body was honest as he extracted the super battle suit. A uniform resembling an outerwear version of undergarments materialized before him, standing upright as if it were a living entity. Gazing at this humanoid super battle suit, Victor found himself momentarily entranced. Raphael's suggestion to place some DNA upon it, did that imply a blood oath? He glanced at his fingers, realizing that attempting to bite through them would be futile. They had grown calloused enough to withstand bullets. With a sudden flicker of inspiration, he thought, if DNA is needed, surely hair would suffice? Resolute, he seized a strand of hair and tugged fiercely, yet it would not yield. Ultimately, with the assistance of his telekinesis, he managed to pull out a hair, nearly tearing his scalp in the process. With such resilient roots, he need not worry about balding. As Victor's hair drew near the super combat suit, it seamlessly melded into the fabric, and an ethereal sensation blossomed within his mind. This familiar feeling mirrored the contract he had established with Norman. In fact, compared to this bond, the connection with the super combat suit felt far more intimate, as if they were intrinsically linked by blood. Was it possible that he had just undergone a paternity test? He chuckled inwardly as the super combat suit began to stir. It responded to the connection, gently adhering to Victor's form, then flowed like water, enveloping him and perfectly conforming to every inch of his skin, akin to a thermal undergarment. Truly, it felt like a cherished treasure from a father. Could this super combat suit be feminine in nature? As the suit clung to him, a torrent of information surged into his mind, akin to an instruction manual. After digesting the details for a moment, Victor focused his thoughts, and the super combat suit began to alter its appearance, splitting into two streams, one flowing into each ear, the other into his eyes. Instantly, the cacophony of sounds coalesced into clarity as the enhanced modules for supervision and super hearing activated. Yet, should he wish, he could easily re-engage them. However, the immense volume of information contained within would be for him alone to manage. This was more than sufficient. Returning to his room, Victor shed his outer garments, revealing his robust physique clad in the super combat suit. He admired his six-pack abs, the well-defined contours of his body, and his handsome visage. What an impressive display. Yet, the external undergarment was indeed peculiar. With a mere thought, the super combat suit responded, transforming into the latest battle uniform worn by Superman in Batman v Superman. A rare design devoid of the iconic red trunks. After admiring himself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror of the bathroom, he sensed something was amiss. Ah, yes. With a flicker of thought, he activated the suit's morphing module, and a stream of liquid covered his face, reshaping it to resemble Henry Cavill. Upon further inspection, he deemed it satisfactory. Though not as dashing as the original, it effectively obscured his true identity. He decided to set this as a fixed template. After donning his suit once more, Victor opted not to return to the balcony. Instead, he preferred to sunbathe on the beach, absorbing solar energy more efficiently in his attire than he would have in the nude. He instructed Alice to notify Felicia. Soon, Victor found himself on a private beach, ready to bask in the sunlight. This time, however, they were not sunbathing in the nude, but were clad in swim trunks transformed by the super combat suit. The super battle suit cannot be removed, otherwise the suppression of super abilities will cease. Moreover, the suit possesses a simulation module capable of synchronizing with his superhuman lineage, and is endowed with the ability to absorb light energy through supercells. Wearing it does not hinder his capacity to absorb light energy. In fact, it enhances it considerably. This feature is valued at level certification X4 and dimensional points X4500. It must be said that Victor has struck it rich this time. Simultaneously, he remains vigilant. Given the platform's stringent regulations concerning merchants' profits, he must exercise caution in future transactions with other merchants to prevent a repeat of past mistakes. After noting this, Victor found himself in a state of blissful perplexity. Previously, he had spent 3 days merely on a steel body. This time, with multiple super abilities at play, he feared that a significant amount of light energy would be required for support. Without basking in sunlight for at least half a month, evolution would be unattainable. This posed quite a dilemma. The optimal solution would be to soar into outer space, where the absence of atmospheric interference would amplify the light energy contained within sunlight exponentially. However, he currently lacked the ability to survive in a vacuum. What other options were available? Lost in thought, Victor succumbed to daydreams. As before, he could not sleep for long. The sun had already set. The weariness that had enveloped him dissipated entirely, and after a prolonged slumber, he felt remarkably rejuvenated. It seemed that sleep would elude him tonight. Stretching languidly, Just as he was about to rise, Felicia presented him with a glass of ice-cold beverage. "Mr. Victor, dinner has been arranged for you. Would you like to dine now?" As Victor sipped the icy drink, he scrutinized Felicia. The young girl had also changed into a new swimsuit, and upon meeting his gaze, she flushed crimson, pretending not to notice, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was ready for him to take the lead. Unfortunately, she lacked the fullness he preferred. However, he could certainly indulge in some delectable cuisine. The super stomach he had exchanged for was more than capable of accommodating a hearty feast. "Let us start with some food then," Victor declared, rising. "Japanese sushi, specifically bluefin tuna sushi." "Very well, I shall arrange that immediately," Felicia replied, her expression tinged with disappointment. Victor chose to ignore her. It was not the time to raise expectations, lest both parties find themselves in a difficult situation. He devoured an entire bluefin tuna in one sitting, leaving the sushi chefs, 3 in total, satisfied and speechless. Moderation was key. There would be ample opportunities later. Wiping his mouth, Victor turned to Felicia and inquired, "Have the matters been taken care of?" "All is prepared," Felicia responded, revealing a small collection of various coins in her palm. "Since the Roosevelt subway station has been out of service for quite some time, and given the short notice, I have gathered all the coins released in recent years." With that, they set off. A private vehicle awaited outside the sushi restaurant, and upon exiting, they headed straight towards the outskirts of the city. Arriving at the entrance of an underground tunnel that had been abandoned for nearly 2 decades. Not permitting Felicia to follow, Victor ventured alone into the depths of the tunnel, clutching a solitary coin. The tunnel was in a state of disrepair, adorned with cobwebs, and inhabited by a multitude of mice nestled in the corners. As the scene transformed under the veil of night vision, it took on an even more eerie quality, sending chills down Victor's spine. He extended his telekinetic energy to create a protective barrier against the encroaching webs, spiders, and cockroaches, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He wondered if the mechanisms had rusted and ceased to function. Progressing in silence for approximately a kilometer, he arrived at the Roosevelt subway station. Floating onto the platform, Victor effortlessly located the coin slot affixed to the wall. One by one, he inserted the coins he had brought. However, there was no response. It seemed the slot had indeed succumbed to rust. This posed a considerable challenge. Retracing his steps back onto the subway tracks, Victor regretted not having exchanged for the light perception goggles beforehand. With no clear direction, he pondered whether to summon Norman to send a construction team to excavate the area thoroughly. Just then, as if sensing Victor's frustration, the ground beneath him trembled, and a fissure blossomed open in the tracks, parting slowly to either side. Caught in the midst of this unexpected split, Victor nearly lost his footing and, with a quick mental exertion, enveloped himself in a telekinetic shield to hover above the gap. Fortunately, he did not have to maintain this for long, as a train car ascended, providing him with a stable platform. Descending onto the roof of the train car marked 6688, Victor raised an eyebrow and let out a whistle. Quite perceptive indeed. As the train car came to a halt, the interior lights illuminated sequentially, and the doors opened automatically. Through the glass, he glimpsed various instruments, including a bacterial culture incubator, resembling a miniature biological laboratory. This was Richard Parker's private research facility. Notably, the establishment of this laboratory coincided with Richard's tenure at Oscorp, where he utilized corporate resources for his experimental research, discreetly preserving the results. Such conduct is left unexamined. Without stepping inside, Victor hovered a few centimeters above the ground, gliding into the car and surveying his surroundings. A plethora of specialized equipment lay before him, utterly incomprehensible. Only a professional could determine the utility of these documents. Just as he was about to depart, the computer screen flickered to life, and a video began to play, featuring a young man speaking to himself. "I am Richard Parker. Regardless of how future generations may misconstrue my intentions, I wish for the truth to be known. The Osborn Group has emerged as a frontrunner in the field of genetic research. Norman Osborn has collaborated with foreign military institutions to secure funding for my research. I have discovered their ulterior motives regarding my weaponry, biochemical weaponry, to be precise. Consequently, I refuse their advances. Now, in an attempt to render me inconsequential, Norman Osborn has fabricated evidence detrimental to my reputation, seeking to control the fruits of my labor. Nonetheless, these matters are trivial. The DNA I implanted in the spider is my own. Without my assistance or that of my descendants, the Osborn Group cannot replicate or advance my research." Keyword search, AI. Following this, Richard reflects on his inadequacies as a father, lamenting the limited time spent with Parker. Victor remains indifferent. The latter portion of Richard's discourse, particularly the segment concerning DNA, constitutes the primary objective of his visit. "Alice, make a copy of this video and then delete it. Inform Norman that Connors must arrive here immediately stating that there are documents regarding the spider serum requiring a professional's review, Victor commanded. Understood, Chen. The copy has been completed, and the notification has been sent, Alice replied. Having accomplished these tasks, Victor ceased lingering and returned to the vehicle on the ground to await further developments. Approximately 40 minutes later, several black sedans sped towards them. Before the vehicles came to a complete halt, the young Norman and a one-armed youth exited the car and approached Victor. Victor stepped out and walked over to join Norman, with Felicia closely trailing behind. Victor, is there truly documentation on the spider serum? That private lab belongs to Richard, doesn't it? I knew that bastard must have kept something, Norman exclaimed, his anger palpable. What is this sudden loss of control? Victor pondered briefly but chose to disregard Norman's ire, instead turning his attention to the one-armed youth. Extending his left hand, he said, You must be Dr. Connors. I am Victor Chen. You may call me Victor or Chen. Of course, Connors responded, shaking Victor's hand with his sole left hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Chen. However, I hope you understand that I am eager to review the documentation. Not a problem. I summoned you specifically to confirm the details, Victor replied amiably. Follow me. The documents are located within the tunnel. Hardy, you wait in the car, Victor instructed. Connors glanced at Norman, whose expression had become increasingly tense, but chose not to comment further, quickly keeping pace with Victor as they entered the tunnel. This left Norman standing in place, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He had attempted to engage with Victor as a casual acquaintance, only to find that Victor did not regard him as a friend and had clearly rejected that mode of interaction. Is it merely a matter of exchanging interests? How intriguing. Norman mused with a low chuckle. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, he gestured for several bodyguards to illuminate the path ahead before proceeding into the corridor. By the time Norman and his entourage arrived at the Roosevelt platform, Connors was already busily engaged inside the carriage, while Victor stood outside observing. After exchanging greetings with Victor, Norman stepped into the carriage. Upon seeing Norman, Connors expressed his excitement directly, exclaiming that complete data was available here. All the destroyed experimental data was intact. With this information, we finally have a chance to replicate the spider serum. However, Norman did not share in the same fervor. Instead, he inquired with furrowed brows whether the core decay formula was present. Connor's enthusiasm momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. With so much material here, it must exist. Norman, provide me with personnel. I am confident I can locate the core decay formula. Victor chose not to listen any further to their conversation. It was practically certain that the core decay formula would not be found here. After all, such a crucial formula, given Richard's meticulous nature, would never be left in the laboratory. It must be committed to memory. Following Richard's demise, the only remaining core decay formula could only be in that briefcase's compartment. Yet Victor did not rush to retrieve it. The information on the spider serum would be ample for Connors to digest for a while. He needed to retain control over the two critical points, the core decay formula and the DNA restrictions, ensuring Norman remained oblivious. If Norman were to replicate the spider serum in a short period, and with the addition of the Green Goblin armor and other advanced technologies, Victor feared he might not stand a chance against him. Should the balance of power shift in Norman's favor, it would indeed be akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot. Returning to the vehicle, Felicia sat quietly in the passenger seat, embodying the role of a dutiful assistant. Her work hours fluctuated within a 24-hour period, adapting to her employer's schedule. Let us head back to the hotel, Victor instructed. The driver promptly started the engine and silently drove away from the location. Felicia then handed over a tablet, stating, These are 10 villa options I have selected for you. Please take a look. Additionally, your driver's license and bank card have been prepared. Should I keep them or hand them to you? You can hold on to them, Victor replied. All right, I will carry them with me. After a brief acknowledgement, Victor lowered his gaze to examine the information on the tablet. It primarily contained photographs of the villas, showcasing every corner from the entrance to the bedrooms, allowing for a vivid mental image upon a single viewing. He found the decor style quite appealing, with locations scattered throughout Manhattan Island. Ultimately, he chose a villa in Manhattan's Upper East Side, adjacent to Central Park, where the air is fresh and sunlight abundant. Even more splendidly, it is situated at a distance from the bustling heart of Manhattan, ensuring it remains untouched by any future conflicts. As for the price, a mere $3 million, which is but a trifling sum for Norman. The villa, however, cannot be occupied immediately, as it requires a thorough cleaning and airing out. Oh, by the way, Victor suddenly recalled Hardy, instructing him to select a seaside villa in Los Angeles, preferably near 10880 Malibu Street. All right, I got it. Frisia quickly noted the address. The price for a standalone seaside villa might be higher. May I inquire about your budget? The aim is to be close to $10,880. The cost is of no concern, Victor stated with an air of authority. Naturally, he could afford such bravado, as it was not his own money at stake. His fixation on 10880 Malibu Street stemmed from the fact that it is the luxurious residence of Tony Stark in Los Angeles. Victor had committed this essential information to memory. After a stroll, he returned to the hotel, where it was already past 1 in the morning. When escorting Victor back to his room, Frisia did not hesitate this time and followed him inside. However, Victor was not in the mood, smiling as he remarked, "All right, it's quite late. You should head back and rest. I want to be leaving my room in the morning, so feel free to sleep in." "Oh, then I shall take my leave?" "Yes. Good night." "All right, good night." Frisia exited the room with a hint of disappointment, closing the door behind her. Victor paid little heed to her departure. Sinking into the soft embrace of the sofa, his thoughts drifting far away, he needed to continue refining his screenplay. There was no urgency to retrieve the core decay formula. It was safe in Peter Parker's hands, and retrieving it now would be futile. Ultimately, the research would circle back to Norman. Coupled with the constraints of DNA and the double assurance it provided, there was no immediate concern regarding Norman. In contrast, he had another pressing matter to consider. With this in mind, Victor pulled out his phone, opened Google, and typed in a series of keywords. Latest news on AIDS, how to treat AIDS, AIDS rankings worldwide, and distribution of AIDS patients in America. 34. Let's delve into AIDS. Do not misunderstand. Victor's health was robust. In his previous life, although he had many romantic encounters, he had always practiced safe measures, choosing partners who were relatively prudent. Not only was there no risk of AIDS, but even if there had been, it would have long been eradicated by supercells. His search for information on AIDS was merely a means of gathering intelligence. Understanding information about AIDS is crucial as it pertains to his next strategic move, winning the favor of the public. In his previous life, Victor often accompanied Chen's father to charitable gatherings, where affluent businessmen and socialites congregated. At charity auctions, they would lavishly spend fortunes, literally thousands of kilograms of gold, equating to $30 million, for a mere manuscript painting by an obscure artist. What drives this behavior? Is it charity, philanthropy, appreciation of talent, or compassion? All of these notions are misguided. It is merely a transaction to secure a favorable reputation. The donations, cloaked in the guise of benevolence, are nothing more than advertising expenses. An investment of $30 million yields a commendable reputation among charitable circles, preferential policies, public trust, and positive first impressions from potential partners. However, the benefits are not confined to a single individual. Charitable organizations receive operational funding. Suffering civilians are aided, and governments achieve improved performance metrics. It is a mutually beneficial exchange. Victor's current objective is to cultivate a universally recognized name, which will subsequently attract profit. The benefits he seeks cannot be sustained by mere notoriety. Should he pursue indirect assistance through charitable donations, he fears that even 10 Osborne groups would fail to meet his expectations. He must address the fundamental issue directly to save lives. Hospitals are arguably the most effective institutions for such purposes. Despite the common perception of hospitals as voracious entities, societal operations require structure. The true original sin is not poverty. Establishing a hospital, however, poses significant management challenges compounded by the existence of unreasonable patients, leading to slow returns on investment. Moreover, with access to a dimensional trading platform, Victor is fully capable of undertaking endeavors that others cannot or dare not pursue, such as mastering a cure for certain incurable diseases. Consider Norman, who endures the torment of knowing his time is limited. Even those in high positions are not immune to despair. After careful consideration, Victor has decided to prioritize AIDS as his first target. The incubation period for AIDS spans 4 to 10 years, during which individuals exhibit no unusual symptoms. Once he successfully treats their AIDS, these robust individuals will immediately transform into Victor supporters, ready to provide assistance. In contrast, patients with illnesses such as cancer, ALS, or diabetes endure prolonged treatments that impose severe physical and mental tolls, resulting in lengthy recovery periods that inhibit the formation of effective combat capabilities in a short time frame. With a clear target established, the next step is to seek a method for curing AIDS, a task that is not insurmountable. Among the individuals he knew, there was one who had successfully overcome that limitation. It was time to reciprocate the investment. He opened the contacts and accessed Royce's dialog box. "Victor, hey bro, are you awake? Let's talk about HIV." The response came swiftly, as if the other party had been on standby for 24 hours. "Royce, what's up, bro? Did something happen?" "No worries. Youth is bound to be reckless. With a dose of the T virus and the G virus, HIV would be eradicated." "Victor, it's not me. I want a cure for HIV. Is it possible to develop one?" The other side began to bombard him with messages. Royce, oh my apologies bro. I misunderstood. Royce, a specific cure for HIV? That poses quite a challenge. My team is small, and I was infected with a virus at birth. Not to mention a cure for HIV. Even cold medicine has been out of production for several years. Upon reading Royce's last statement, Victor raised an eyebrow. He had discovered a potential business opportunity. Victor, bro, let me ask you a question. Is it feasible to develop a specific cure for a single terminal illness? Royce, oh, that's not difficult at all. I have a plethora of experts in my team. Researching this could take at most a month. Royce, the issue is that hardly anyone suffers from this disease, so no one has considered researching it. Royce, here's the plan, bro. Let's establish a research group. Once developed, I will package the knowledge and sell it to you at the lowest price possible. Such a product cannot simply be given away. The platform does not permit it. After reading the explanation, a smile crept onto Victor's lips. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay, and now, it seemed he had found an opportunity to settle the debt with Royce. He promptly composed a message and sent it. Victor, bro, the world level in the biohazard universe is low, leading to a narrow product range. You must have been seeking a breakthrough, right? Royce, alas, your luck has run out, ending up in such a desolate corner. Royce, the main viruses are even considered to be part of the bloodline, and few people are interested in low-level bloodlines. Royce, if we talk about tyrants or lickers, serving as bodyguards is not an issue, but they are just too ugly. Who would want to be seen with such a hideous creature? Indeed, Victor, have you ever considered where your advantages lie? Goku from the Dragon Ball universe is powerful enough to destroy the Earth at will, yet he still succumbed to heart disease. In the Marvel universe, at least on Earth, HIV, cancer, and ALS remain incurable afflictions. Victor, furthermore, the purchase of the formula is not solely for commercial use. Have you heard of charity galas? Many merchants do not utilize these themselves, but you can promote their purchase, thereby contributing to charity on this plane. This time, the person on the other side remained silent for quite a while. Victor, however, was not in a hurry and quietly awaited the other's contemplation. Approximately 3 minutes later, Royce exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. Brother, your words have awakened me from my reverie." He continued, "You see, with my simple mind, how did I not think of these things before?" Royce added, "Your intellect deserves to be in the Marvel universe. It would be wasted in a lowly realm such as mine." He then declared, "Let us not speak of anything else. It concerns AIDS, right? If you have any other requests, feel free to share, and I will certainly ensure they are fulfilled." Victor smiled, but remained silent. He understood Royce's excitement. It was akin to Norman, had he known the core decay formula or the DNA limitations. He might have cracked the spider serum or at least researched a remedy for his genetic ailment, which was indeed promising. This was a case of being blinded by a single leaf. Simultaneously, he felt a slight sense of relief in his heart, as he had finally repaid a debt of gratitude. Thus, there was no need for further courtesy regarding the forthcoming matters. "Brother, I have 3 requests concerning the special medicine," Victor stated. "Firstly, it should be abundant and not cost-prohibitive. Secondly, the core technology must be difficult to replicate yet suitable for assembly line production. Is that agreeable?" Royce responded, "What issues could arise? Leave it to me. I will handle it without fail." Victor continued, "Then, regarding pricing, let us proceed based on actual costs, as this is a long-term collaboration, and I cannot allow you to suffer losses." Royce replied, "Oh, there will be no losses, my brother. You have shown me a promising path. If it were not for platform restrictions, I would send you these directly." He then added, "By the way, brother, now that you have leveled up as a merchant after completing your first advancement task, it is time to establish a foundation. ISNT it? Wait a moment while I list a few new products." After approximately 10 seconds, the other party sent 3 product names, which, upon clicking, would reveal product information. Product name: a virus enhancement liquid product category. Bloodline product compatibility. 99 origin plane, Resident Evil level rating. F product price, F level certificate 3. 30 plane points function description. Gradually stimulates genetic growth breakthroughs. Due to varying genetic potential, it can ultimately reach up to 12 times the pinnacle of human capability. Slogan: modification of genetic factors does not exceed 5. Even if not closely related, they can still intercombine. Product name: a virus enhancement liquid formula product category. Knowledge product compatibility, 99. Origin dimension: Resident Evil. Level evaluation. Product price: a level certificate 2, 245 dimension coins. Function description: utilizing the formula, one can concoct a virus-enhanced liquid from the original A-virus solution. Slogan: comprehensive enhancement, low manufacturing costs, the optimal choice for cultivating an army. The only drawback is the inability to autonomously cultivate the A-virus solution. Product name: A virus solution cultivation manual, product category, knowledge, product compatibility, 99. Origin dimension, Resident Evil. Level evaluation, D. Product price, D level certificate 2, 400 dimension coins. Function description, the A virus is a variant of the T virus, purged of all instability factors, representing a mature technology for physical enhancement. Slogan, now, you can cultivate your own army. This item is rather formidable. The A virus enhanced liquid is priced a mere 5 dimension points higher than the T virus harmless basic edition used for Norman. Yet its efficacy is 12-fold that of an adult peak, rather than a constant adult peak. The pricing structure is perplexing, as it cannot be merely a slight difference. It appears that each dimension merchant, upon acquiring goods from their respective realms, utilizes currency valuation for the price rather than the actual product price. The former is an estimate provided by the platform, representing the minimum price. The latter is the price set by the merchant, which is within the authority of a level 3 merchant. Currently, Victor, a mere level 1 merchant, would automatically inflate the price by 10 dimension points upon listing the product. The number of certificates remains unalterable by merchants of any rank. The A virus commands an additional 5 dimension points over the T virus, yet boasts significantly enhanced effects, leading to only one explanation. Royce's pricing is the platform's minimum estimate. Remarkable indeed. Victor cannot truly refuse this product. His subsequent plans necessitate this biochemically engineered agent for the rapid cultivation of warriors to collaborate with the military, thereby augmenting his influence to achieve certain objectives. Initially, he intended to purchase the formula for the T-Virus Harmless Basic Edition. However, as the T-Virus is Royce's fundamental product, broaching the subject of purchasing the formula proved challenging. Now, with a superior alternative at hand, he finds himself in a favorable position. Nonetheless, he cannot accept the product without a proper exchange. It would be unbecoming to take advantage of someone while possessing a diamond mine of his own. Victor, my friend, I genuinely require this A-Virus series. But I cannot take advantage of you. Let us settle on the finished product price. Royce, oh, it's nothing, just a trivial creation for my subordinates, of little value. Alas, it seems you have compelled me to adopt a pretentious demeanor. Victor, in this realm, I possess an abundance of resources. Wealth is not a concern. Discounted goods do not reflect my stature. The other party fell silent instantly. After a brief pause of several seconds, the dialogue resumed. Royce, brother, your words are impressive. I admire you. Royce, if we were face to face, I would gladly share a fine drink with you. Royce, anyway, I still need to negotiate the pricing for the virus series. If there's nothing else, I shall confer with the guild. Ah, now that's impressive. He even has his own guild. How remarkable. Lost in admiration, Victor promptly sent his message. Victor, hold on, brother. I have another proposition. Victor, since you are handling the special medication, you must also design the medical pod, ensuring it has network connectivity, identity verification, health diagnostics, and the capability for administering the medication. Additionally, allocate some space for an X-gene testing system. This time, the response was not immediate. Likely as Royce inquired with his subordinates about the feasibility of these functions. Approximately a minute later, Royce, the medical pod is no issue. It's a simple task. Let us proceed at the minimum price. Royce, this time, don't be polite, brother. It'll be conveniently packaged within the series for terminal illnesses. You've thought this through. Royce, is there anything else? If not, I must get back to work. I'm filled with enthusiasm. Such a character. Truly a man from the Northeast. After bidding a friendly farewell to Royce, Victor gazed at the luminous moonlight, his thoughts continuing to wander. What should he do next? Engaging in acts of chivalry could wait until his bloodline enhancement is complete. He must avoid any missteps. Moreover, he has only just begun to establish himself, and S.H.I.L.D. is undoubtedly keeping a watchful eye on him, making it unwise to display any unusual behavior. There is no rush regarding collaboration with the military on the virus. He is not in immediate need of influence. This is a trump card that must be played at the right moment, allowing him to secure numerous benefits that would otherwise be unattainable at the onset of negotiations. The special medication for AIDS has yet to arrive. The required production equipment remains uncertain. However, he can start by establishing a company. Having his own subordinates will facilitate operations. Currently, he only has Felicia, which limits his endeavors. As for Norman's Osborne Group, forget it. Although Norman holds 34 of the shares and is a major stakeholder, he lacks controlling interest. Giving away this lucrative business to Osborne not only denies him a share of the profits, but also tarnishes his own reputation. It is imperative to establish his own group. The Osborne Building, an iconic structure on Manhattan Island, could serve as an excellent headquarters. Thus, the plan unfolds. During this time frame, which unfortunate conglomerate could possibly be consumed by the narrative. In an instant, a visage of a certain Justin Hammer leapt into my mind. Hammer, as the principal shareholder of Hammer Industries, stands as one of the three major arms dealers in America, following Tony's cessation of arms production. And with Norman in a precarious position, the military contracts that were left vacant have all been devoured by him, making Hammer Industries the foremost supplier of armaments in the nation. As the chairman, Hammer is indeed swimming in wealth. What is more intriguing is that, according to the character S script, this fellow, also a billionaire arms dealer, possesses a plethora of traits such as cruelty, cunning, avarice, and envy towards Tony, yet is somewhat lacking in intelligence. To put it simply, this opulent salted duck egg is not easily deceived. It has been decided. I shall promptly acquire a seaside villa near Tony, bask in the sun to strengthen my resolve, while patiently awaiting the opportune moment to make my presence known and perhaps find a chance to undermine Hammer Industries. The plan is flawless. 3 tranquil days passed, during which Victor remained at a private beach. The urgency surrounding the acquisition of the Los Angeles villa was palpable, prompting Felicia to personally fly over and negotiate for a seaside property located a mere 0 kilometers from Tony's villa. This task proved to be no simple endeavor, for those who can afford such properties are seldom short of wealth. The rationale for selecting a location just 0 kilometers away from Tony's seaside villa lies in the fact that, surrounding Tony's property, all nearby land has already been acquired. Such operations are not surprising to Victor. In his past life, he encountered countless eccentricities born from excessive wealth, and acquiring land is merely a conventional act. As dusk approached, Felicia conveyed the news that she successfully negotiated for the seaside villa, which was now undergoing preparations for the replacement of personal belongings. Victor could now fly over and move in directly upon arrival. The young lady indeed demonstrated considerable competence. However, Victor chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he basked in the evening sun a little longer before seizing the cover of night to board Norman's private jet directly to Los Angeles Airport. Upon his arrival at the airport, Victor was momentarily taken aback. Merely 4 days had passed since he was chased away by a hapless individual, and now a dedicated vehicle awaited to escort him to the seaside villa. This transformation of status occurred in the span of just 4 days. All of this is a testament to the auxiliary value provided by the platform. Otherwise, he would have only managed to secure a sum of money from Norman through intelligence, rather than the current advantageous position he now occupies. Reflecting on this, fate indeed seems peculiar. Just as he was about to leave, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Without reaching for it, Victor inquired, "Who is calling?" "It's Pietro Maximoff's number," Alice responded. Victor raised an eyebrow, finding the situation somewhat extraordinary. He recalled that it was precisely here at this very spot where he had been rendered unconscious by Wanda's suitcase. The call connected, but the voice that emerged was peculiar, resembling Pietro engaged in a heated argument. "Hey, white hair brat, it's time to pay this week's rent," a menacing voice declared. "Damn it, we just paid yesterday. Why are you demanding it again today?" This was a frantic Pietro. "Huh, yesterday was Sunday, today is Monday, it's a new week. What's the problem with collecting again? You wouldn't dare think of living here for free, would you? Haha, running low on cash? How about letting your sister entertain us, and we'll waive this month's rent?" Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. It was Wanda's voice. "Get away from me." Pietro's furious roar followed. "We're not staying here anymore. Keep your distance from Wanda." "Huh, even if you leave, you still owe us today's rent." "What? You think you can stay for free?" "Brothers, why waste words with them? This alley is deserted. Let us take her by force." "Exactly. This white cow is quite a catch. Since she is in our territory, shouldn't we enjoy her a bit? Damn it. You filthy whore, do you dare bite me? White hair brat, put down what you're holding." Next came a cacophony of chaos and coarse insults, escalating into a one-sided pursuit of curses. It seemed that the Pietro siblings had attempted to resist, but were now fleeing from their pursuers. However, no matter what Victor said, there was no response from the other end. The call might have been misdialed. Frowning, Victor hastened toward the Mercedes parked by the roadside, where Felicia waited patiently by the car. "Alice, pinpoint the location of the phone signal." "Location confirmed," Alice promptly replied. "The signal is in the homeless district of downtown Los Angeles. If we proceed at full speed, we should arrive in about 5 minutes." "All right, lead the way." "Absolutely. Satellite navigation is set." As they spoke, Victor approached the Mercedes, scrutinizing the vehicle. This model was equipped with a V255L twin-turbocharged engine, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 4 seconds. While it may not be ideal for racing, it was certainly sufficient for a swift journey. Being in the city, he couldn't recklessly speed. He circled to the driver's seat, yanked the driver out roughly, settled into the seat himself, fastened his seatbelt, engaged the clutch, ignited the engine, shifted gears, and released the handbrake in one fluid motion. At that moment, Felicia finally grasped the urgency. Leaning against the window with a look of concern. "Mr. Victor, do you have something urgent? Having the driver take over might be faster." "He is." "No. The matter I must attend to is rather complicated. It would be unwise for you to accompany me." Victor spoke at an astonishing speed. "You handle the ensuing troubles for me." Felicia was about to inquire further about the nature of these troubles when Victor abruptly pressed the accelerator, the tires screeching against the asphalt as the vehicle surged forward. Navigating through the bustling traffic with deft maneuvers, he astonishingly avoided all collisions. His driving prowess left Felicia in awe, her scalp tingling with apprehension. She understood the nature of the trouble Victor referred to. Racing at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour in the city, even without causing any damage, constituted a severe violation of the law. This was a situation she could not manage. With no other recourse, Felicia dialed Norman's private number. Meanwhile, Victor, wholly absorbed in weaving through traffic, pressed the accelerator to the floor, the roar of the engine audible from afar. Experienced drivers instinctively swerved away, some pulling out their phones to report him. This man was utterly reckless, racing the city. Yet Victor remained indifferent. As an aficionado of racing, despite his parents' strict prohibitions against participating, his driving skills were undeniably genuine. Coupled with his current invulnerability, he felt no psychological burden while speeding. The only concern was the potential to collide with others. At a breakneck pace, the journey that would typically require 30 minutes was truncated to none, leaving a trail of tire marks as he finally brought the vehicle to a halt. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Victor had already leaped from the driver's seat, truly soaring out. He could no longer afford to remain concealed. 3 minutes prior, Pietro's phone signal had been severed, and at that moment, the Wanda siblings were likely trapped and under attack. In the impoverished district, facing such an assault often equated to a death sentence, particularly for women, who might endure unspeakable horrors before meeting their end. Could Victor bear the thought of Wanda suffering such a fate? Although in this world, Wanda and Victor had only crossed paths briefly, her current plight in the slums was likely tied to the financial burdens stemming from Victor's previous hospital bills, forcing her to reside in such dire circumstances. Therefore, Victor would not allow any harm to come to her. With his mind enveloped in telekinetic energy, Victor soared to a height of 20 meters, surveying the chaotic streets below, where many lay sleeping on the open roadside. The signal had been disrupted nearby. This area, akin to New York's Hell's Kitchen, lacked surveillance cameras, leaving Alice unaware of Wanda's whereabouts. Victor had to rely on his own instincts. As he unleashed his enhanced auditory perception, a cacophony of sounds flooded his mind, overwhelming him with an abundance of information and causing his brain to strain under the weight of it all. The super combat suit could not assist him. Only his own perseverance could help him overcome the challenges ahead. Now, it remained to be seen whether he would conquer the difficulties and locate the Maximoff siblings, or if they would succumb first. He must hold on until I arrive. Notify Norman to collect the remains. Wanda was on the brink of collapse. Memories of a fleeting 8 years flickered through her mind like a kaleidoscope. Once, she had a happy and harmonious home. Though not affluent, it was filled with joy. However, a horrific attack not only claimed her parents' lives, but also unleashed a Stark Industries missile that fell before her and her brother, its red light ominously signaling an imminent explosion. An entire hour. The torment of feeling utterly powerless over one's fate enveloped them for that excruciating duration, until they were finally rescued by the government. Yet, the terror that gripped their throats lingered for 5 years. The desire for vengeance was indelibly etched into their minds. The siblings toiled diligently, saving every penny and striving to excel. At last, during Wanda's 8th year, they managed to secure passports to enter the United States under the guise of tourism. They had to go to Los Angeles, for their nemesis resided in that very city. The plan was simple. The notorious playboy was notoriously lecherous, and Wanda's resources were substantial. If they could create an opportunity to entice him, the subsequent events would unfold effortlessly. However, upon their arrival in Los Angeles, reality strayed drastically from their intended course. Wanda inadvertently knocked out a passerby. Despite their thirst for revenge, the siblings were still fundamentally normal and hurried the injured individual to the hospital. In this cursed country, merely undergoing a hospital examination cost a staggering $30,000. It was nearly all their savings. Fortunately, after the incident, the man was unharmed and gifted Wanda an exquisite watch. The diamonds on that watch alone were worth a staggering $10,000. Yet, the plan faced another deviation. Before they could reach Stark, a gang of criminals targeted them, breaking into their home and intending to harm Wanda. Had it not been for the timely arrival of a police car and Pietro's desperate cries for help, the outcome would have been unimaginable. With their finances depleted, not only was it impossible to approach Tony Stark, but survival itself became a struggle. The siblings, utterly alone, had no choice but to settle in a nearby, impoverished area of downtown Los Angeles, sleeping on the streets that charged no fees, surviving on their dwindling resources. She thought she could not endure a more wretched fate, yet reality proved her wrong. The so-called impoverished street, surprisingly, is also home to gang organizations, where one must pay rent in dollars weekly to reside there. How absurd! I'm already sleeping on the streets, and yet I must still pay rent? However, circumstances dictate that they have no choice but to comply. Fortunately, the siblings discovered an unoccupied alley amidst the chaos of the streets, allowing them to avoid sleeping among the foul-smelling wretches, though it is likely that they too may succumb to such a fate in due time. For the moment, it is a reprieve. Yet, they had never contemplated why this alley was deserted. It boasted but a single entrance, easily blocked, rendering it a prime location for unsavory deeds. A few days later, after being identified as undocumented tourists, they found themselves approached by those with ulterior motives. Just as Wanda exuded confidence, her beauty was indeed striking. Whether she could captivate Tony remained uncertain, but ensnaring the attention of several addicts lurking in the shadows was undoubtedly within reach. Naturally, the siblings would not yield so easily. For the sake of vengeance, Wanda would willingly sacrifice, for revenge coursed through her very marrow. But to be ravaged by addicts? Absolutely not. In a sudden flurry of action, the siblings broke free from the encirclement of the addicts, only to find themselves pursued by their gang, in a place where they were already unfamiliar. Compounded by days of alternating hunger and feasting, they dashed through the impoverished district for several frantic minutes, ultimately retracing their steps back to the very alley they had sought refuge in. The elder brother, Pietro, bravely positioned himself before Wanda. But mere fists were no match against a multitude. In mere seconds, he was felled to the ground, subjected to a brutal beating. Wanda, too, faced dire straits. A group of lascivious men of various descents, belts unbuckled, advanced menacingly towards her, uttering vile and obscene words that left her in a state of panic. Why? Why must my life be so fraught with suffering? All I desire is a simple, warm family. What sin have I committed? Is it so difficult? Through a narrow opening, she glimpsed Pietro, bloodied and battered, still desperately urging her to flee. In that moment, despair took hold of Wanda. If this world was so unkind, then she would seek her parents. However, before departing, she resolved to take at least one with her. Her right hand, clenched behind her, glimmered with a dangerous sheen. Her swollen eyes filled with resentment as she fixed her gaze upon a nearby man of African descent. With determination, her hand arced through the air, targeting his throat. Yet, Wanda misjudged both her own combat capabilities and the experience of her opponent. In the face of Wanda's desperate blow, the man of African descent had long been prepared. He seized her wrist and, with a deft twist, caused her to cry out in pain and release her grip. A fruit knife clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. "Ha! This little lady is quite fiery. I like it," he exclaimed with delight rather than anger, eagerly licking his lips. "Brothers, hold her down. Let your elder brother indulge for a moment." The others responded with lewd laughter, swiftly overpowering Wanda, pinning her to the ground while their hands roamed over her body. How could she possibly escape the grasp of several adult men? Aside from futile struggles, her only recourse was to hurl angry insults, yet the more she protested, the more exhilarated they became. As she felt her body on the brink of violation, she finally succumbed to utter despair. She ceased her struggles, her eyes devoid of all light, and silently let 2 streams of tears slide down her cheeks to the ground. The lustful men, however, paid no heed to her plight, moving ever closer to her most vulnerable areas. Yet, the anticipated softness did not greet their touch. Instead, they encountered the unyielding solidity of a wall. Before they could comprehend the anomaly, an invisible force struck them sharply on the nose, causing them to recoil instinctively, clutching their faces. Simultaneously, a handsome man in a suit descended from above, standing protectively in front of Wanda, his expression chillingly severe as he surveyed the assailants still beating Pietro, his gaze flashing with menace. With a swift motion, several blade-like objects shot forth from his belt, effortlessly embedding themselves into the lower backs of all those engaged in the assault, striking cleanly and decisively. The men who had just felt the sting on their noses were suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in their midsections. "What the hell? How ruthless!" they exclaimed, halting their assault, clutching their wounds in agony, only to turn and confront the cold-faced man with a torrent of curses. As they hurled vulgarities, they advanced menacingly, sensing that the stoic man was in for trouble. Yet, in the face of this chaos, the stoic man simply uttered a single command: "Alice, notify Norman to collect the bodies." With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a line of 3-meter-long silver rings that, upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be over 20 blade-like objects. Their cold glimmer under the moonlight sent shivers down the spines of those nearby, who hastily reached for their firearms and knives. But it was too late. With a swift gesture, The blade surged toward them, targeting their throats. The gang members widened their eyes in horror, secretly regretting their choices. Damn it. They had encountered a formidable opponent, one who showed no hesitation in lethal intent. It was Tony, the one who descended from the heavens. The austere figure was none other than Victor himself. He had grossly overestimated his own tolerance. Elizabeth, as the woman he could not attain in his past life, arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing Wanda's predicament, he could only imagine the dire consequences that would have unfolded had he arrived a mere few minutes later. The thought of such an outcome sent Victor into a frenzy. At that very moment, these ruffians dared to provoke his wrath. In an instant, all rationality fled from Victor's mind, leaving only the image of Wanda's despairing, tear-streaked face. These scoundrels deserved to perish. Fueled by his fierce emotions, Victor summoned his telekinetic power to envelop a blade without a hilt at his waist, intent on ending the lives of those before him. Though he had never taken a life, he showed no hesitation. It would only take a second, a mere second, for that blade to pierce the throats of these wretches, severing their windpipes and extinguishing their vile existence. However, just then, a sharp sound of air being sliced through reached Victor's ears, penetrating his heightened auditory senses. In that fleeting moment, the deep recesses of his superhuman lineage issued a strong warning of danger, marking the unusual nature of that sound. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze toward the source. There, against the luminous moonlit sky, a figure plummeted from the heavens, akin to a meteor laden with immense gravitational potential, landing perilously close to Victor. Through his enhanced vision, he discerned that the figure was not a person, but rather a suit of silver armor, strikingly reminiscent of K2. This K2 had been tried on only once by Tony before being gifted to a close friend. Was Tony experimenting with the iron suit? Without pausing to ponder why Tony would be descending in this direction, Victor released the telekinetic grip on the blade and formed a telekinetic shield in front of him, simultaneously extending a telekinetic tendril to grasp Pietro and pull him behind himself. Just as he completed these actions, K2 crashed down heavily upon the shield, producing a dull thud. In that brief moment, Victor felt his ample reserves of telekinetic energy drain completely. The shield dissipated, and K2, after a brief pause, continued its descent, leaving him no time to react before it collided forcefully against his chest. Victor managed to use his last vestige of telekinetic power to pull Wanda and Pietro aside, but was then struck by K2, crashing down to the ground with tremendous force. The impact was so great that it created a deep crater in the surface, with Victor's back embedded within it, while spiderweb-like cracks radiated over 6 meters around him. Fortunately, however, with the psychic shield absorbing a significant amount of gravitational potential energy, Victor's ironclad form barely withstood the subsequent impact, suffering only minor fractures in his ribs and perhaps some internal damage. Surviving such an unexpected calamity undoubtedly attests to the resilience of his superhuman lineage. This sudden turn of events transpired in a mere 2 seconds. The few thugs who, just a moment before, believed themselves doomed, exchanged glances, and hastily made their escape. Damn it, they had encountered a mutant and were in deep trouble. Victor, emerging from his intense fury, relinquished his urge to kill and allowed the thugs to flee, his thoughts elsewhere. He forcefully patted the back of K2, impatiently exclaiming, "If you don't get up soon, I might just be crushed." Did he think I wanted to embrace a man? Tony's distorted electronic voice chimed in. "The power system of this metal hunk is frozen. I can't lift the weight of several hundred kilograms. It requires a restart. By the way, kid, are you a mutant? That ability of yours is quite durable." Victor thought to himself, though he understood that Tony Stark's persona was that of a sharp-tongued mischief maker. He couldn't help but feel the urge to take down this irritating individual. "You only managed to crush me. Otherwise, had it not been for your psychic abilities to cushion the blows, you would have been half dead yourself. And what do I get? Not a single apology. But you dare to say my mutant power is tough? A compliment about my strength wouldn't kill you." Having escaped injury from the earlier blow, Victor was nearly driven to internal injury by Tony's remarks. Just as he contemplated a retort, Tony had already removed a component from the side of his right leg, rebooting the power system, and the K2 helmet's eyes illuminated with a white glow. With the power system restored, Tony naturally no longer lay atop Victor's chest, but adeptly rose to his feet, only to inadvertently place his right hand on Victor's left palm. Victor was certain that Tony was doing it on purpose. "Hey, your physique is remarkably resilient." Tony surveyed the surroundings, lingering his gaze on Wanda for a moment longer. What are you all doing in this alley? Oh, this silver-haired gentleman seems seriously injured. Is this mutant friend of yours the one who bullied him? Beautiful lady, worry not. Now that I am here, you are safe. Tony, unaware of his own assumptions, had unwittingly cast Victor in the role of the bully. Wanda, realizing the situation, glanced at the gleaming robot Tony, then at Victor rising from the ground, instinctively took a step back, distancing herself from Tony. She had an unsettling feeling about this fellow. Pietro rose from the floor, his bruised visage displaying no semblance of courtesy as he declared, "This gentleman has saved us, my sister and me. Rather than concern yourself with anything else, I believe you owe him an apology." Upon hearing this, Tony scratched his helmet, casting a glance at the grim-faced Victor. Momentarily struck by silence. He, Tony Stark, once the wealthiest man in America, a notorious playboy and genius inventor, how could he so easily offer an apology? However, he acknowledged that he was indeed at fault this time, and had it not been for this mutant, he might have found himself languishing in a hospital bed for an extended period. Thus, Tony resolved to make the following proposition. "Hey, mutant brother, I am Tony Stark. Surely you are familiar with me. I find myself in need of a bodyguard with your resilience. I shall offer you a salary commensurate with that of a presidential bodyguard, along with a residence in Los Angeles of your choosing. This is your reward for aiding Tony Stark. It is well-deserved. What do you think of this offer?" Indeed, Tony would rather expend a significant fortune than utter an apology, transforming gratitude for his rescue into a mere transaction. Everything was intricately tied to the allure of currency. Upon hearing Tony's self-introduction, Pietro's expression sharpened, and he began to stride toward Tony, only to be halted by Wanda. Confused, Pietro turned to his sister, who glanced at Victor and then at Tony's silver armor. This situation not only complicated the possibility of subduing Tony Stark, but could also jeopardize their savior. Pietro clenched his jaw, averting his gaze to take a deep breath. He dared not look at Tony, fearing he might lose control. Being a good person is indeed challenging. Victor, who had been observing the siblings' restraint, exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Wanda maintained a clear mind, not allowing hatred to cloud her judgment. Otherwise, clad in his K2 suit, a significantly drained Tony would not stand a chance. Moreover, any conflict between them would severely impact their future plans. As for Tony's haughty remarks, Victor was not angered. Rather, he found amusement in them. This was quintessentially Tony Stark, one of his charming traits. Had Tony directly offered an apology, Victor might have grappled with the potential alteration of his persona. Thus, Victor addressed Tony Stark. "Of course I know you, the notorious playboy who was recently abducted. My newly purchased villa is right next to yours. Feel free to drop by whenever you have the time." To acquire a villa adjacent to Tony's coastal estate suggests considerable wealth, thereby diminishing the allure of the reward Tony had proposed. Tony, quick-witted as ever, promptly adjusted his offer. "Very well, I shall arrange for Pepper to make a visit first. If what you say is indeed true, I believe Stark Industries will acquire a new partner." Victor smiled slightly, acknowledging that we would have an opportunity for collaboration. "Yet I must confess that my initial impression of you is rather unfavorable." "Oh, is that so?" Tony replied, his tone laced with surprise. "On the contrary, my first impression of you is quite positive. You are certain to be an excellent bodyguard, and I will have happy reserve a position for you." TSK. Tony's sharp tongue, as expected. "But that is not sufficient. My forthcoming plans also require the support of a chief scientist. Originally, I had earmarked a certain green-skinned individual. But should you choose to join us, I could appoint you as his assistant." Victor retorted without hesitation. An assistant? Me? Tony Stark? Are there truly individuals more intelligent than I in this world? For instance, Howard Stark? I suddenly find myself wishing you wouldn't reside near my home. I am contemplating purchasing the land around you and having you vacate, Tony declared. "Apologies, but the land nearby is also included in my property rights." "Seeing your eloquence, it seems you are in good health," Tony remarked, flames erupting from his hands and feet as he hovered slightly, engaged in conversation. "Conversing with you is hardly enjoyable. Furthermore, I am not attempting to forge connections. Your appearance and voice seem somewhat familiar. However, the one who called me father in my memories should not possess your wealth. Perhaps it is merely a resemblance." Without waiting for Victor's response, Tony increased his energy output, flames shooting into the sky as he departed with unwavering resolve, leaving Victor momentarily breathless. It remained uncertain whether this individual had recognized him or was simply attempting to take advantage of him verbally. Regardless, this childlike temperament of his, evident even in his parting, was quintessentially Tony. Frustration surged within Victor, yet now was not the time for such thoughts. He shifted his gaze to Wanda and her brother, who remained fixated on Tony's departing figure. With their night vision capabilities, he could discern the unmistakable hatred, malice, and vitriol etched upon their faces. The predicament of accommodating this brother-sister duo was indeed troublesome. Sending them back to Sokovia with a small sum of money would likely lead them to seek vengeance, and it was almost certain they would join Hydra's human experimentation. Victor wished to spare Wanda from enduring such experiences again. If they were to remain, how would he accommodate them? Under what pretense? Victor found himself growing increasingly frustrated. While deep in thought, Alice notified him of a call from Felicia, who had just arrived in downtown Los Angeles and sought to meet. This area was impoverished, making it unwise for her to come. So Victor instructed her to wait in place while he would go to find her. After ending the communication, Pietro and Wanda also withdrew their gazes, returning to a more normal demeanor. Victor couldn't help but feel that Wanda's gaze held a peculiar sentiment, perhaps a trick of his imagination. After all, she bore the visage of Elizabeth. Clearing his throat, he inquired about their plans moving forward. Under the luminous moonlight, the three found themselves face to face for the first time. Pietro appeared somewhat dazed. Yet Wanda instantly recognized Victor, the only male she had ever embraced aside from her family since childhood. "It's you," Wanda exclaimed. "What brings you here at this moment?" Victor waved his phone, stating, "I was on my way to my new residence when your brother called. Sensing something amiss, I traced the call's signal." This revelation was quite significant. The new neighbor of his arch-nemesis, Tony Stark, possessed formidable abilities, being capable of tracking phone signals, a powerful mutant indeed. Moreover, he was affluent, strikingly handsome, and eager to assist. Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, each seeing hope in the other's eyes. This was an opportune moment to confront their adversary. Victor noticed their demeanor, which stirred a sense of aversion within him. No one wishes to be a pawn, especially when it risks offending the future Iron Man. However, considering they were the future Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, he glanced at his mission progress, 3/5 complete. Very well, he decided. Let us first take you to the villa. There are plenty of rooms available. Then, I shall seek a way to clarify the misunderstanding between you and Tony. Victor was certain that the animosity was merely a misconception. Just as he pondered how to broach the subject, Wanda suddenly weakened and collapsed to the ground. Pietro, caught off guard, was unable to react in time, but Victor swiftly employed his telekinesis to catch her. The dimensions of her form felt rather atypical for an 18-year-old girl. Once Pietro cradled Wanda, Victor reluctantly withdrew his telekinetic hold, taking a closer look at her. Her eyes were tightly closed, her breath shallow, and her complexion appeared notably paler than her usual hue in the greenish glow of the night. This was concerning. Initially, Victor suspected Wanda's sudden episode was a ruse to elicit his sympathy, prompting him to offer her sanctuary. Yet it seemed she was genuinely unconscious. Due to the dim lighting, Pietro failed to notice her pallor. He softly called out to Wanda, gently shaking her, which made Victor's gaze grow somewhat fixed. "Hey, this is no longer a plea for sympathy. It borders on seduction," he thought, forcing himself to look away. "Pietro," he said, "your sister appears to be genuinely unconscious. My car is nearby. Carry her and come with me. I shall take you both to the hospital, and I will cover the medical expenses." Victor led the way out of the alley, leaving Pietro, whose expression was rather peculiar, behind. After a few futile attempts to elicit a response, Pietro was genuinely alarmed. She was truly unconscious, not merely pretending. As he saw Victor moving further away, he immediately wrapped his arms around Wanda's waist, bending his legs in preparation to lift her in a princess carry. However, when he exerted himself, he failed to lift her and instead toppled to the ground. Having endured a prolonged beating earlier, he had not felt much in the moment, but now, as he attempted to summon strength, he realized that several of his bones were likely fractured. Forget about lifting someone. Even walking would be a challenge. He winced in pain, gasping for breath. Yet, seeing Victor about to vanish from sight, Pietro disregarded his discomfort and called out for help. Upon hearing his plea, Victor, who had reached the alley's mouth, reluctantly turned back. He observed the siblings sprawled on the ground, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his trigeminal nerve. It seemed like he had stumbled into a considerable predicament. "Can you walk?" Victor inquired. "No problem." Pietro quickly nodded. "Please help me lift my sister. I can manage on my own." "Fine," Victor sighed, bending down to assist Wanda into a seated position before using one arm to cradle her as he lifted her into his embrace. Wanda's soft, warm form naturally pressed against his chest. However, Victor had no time to relish that comforting sensation. His already injured ribs and lumbar spine, previously only slightly painful due to Tony's earlier assault, now flared with agony as he strained himself, causing him to gasp in distress. To Pietro, this scene appeared as though Victor were deliberately taking advantage of Wanda, greedily inhaling her scent, despite her not having bathed in days. Cough, cough. If Victor possessed telekinesis, why did he need to carry her himself? Yet, he reminded himself that he still needed Victor to settle his vendetta, so he bore it. Meanwhile, Victor noticed Pietro's peculiar gaze and felt a surge of irritation. Telekinesis? After depleting most of it during the initial impact, and then using it to assist Wanda, he had scarcely any power left. If he continued to expend it, he might succumb to exhaustion and faint. Nevertheless, the undeniable fact remained that he was cradling a soft beauty in his arms. He had no choice but to endure the pain and proceed step by step toward the exit. Being a good person is quite challenging nowadays. In the private room of the Los Angeles Medical Center, Victor, Pietro, and Wanda lay on 3 separate hospital beds. Wanda's condition was not severe. She had merely suffered from low blood sugar due to insufficient food intake recently, compounded by intense emotional fluctuations, which had led to her fainting. Administer some glucose, and subsequently maintain a regular meal schedule. There shall be no need for medication. However, the injuries sustained by Victor and Pietro are exceedingly severe. Notably, while Pietro bears numerous bruises, these are primarily superficial, and his muscle damage merely necessitates rest. In stark contrast, Victor's condition is precarious. Not only does he have cracks in his sternum and ribs, but more alarmingly, there are slight fractures in his lumbar vertebrae. Should these fissures worsen, it could result in a catastrophic spinal fracture, leading to paralysis of his lower body. Therefore, upon learning that Wanda was cradled in Victor's arms, the examining physician nearly widened his eyes in disbelief, admonishing him for his recklessness. Victor merely smiled brightly, refraining from rebuttal. After all, it would be unwise to disclose his superhuman heritage, which endows him with a skeletal density several times that of an ordinary person, rendering such minor cracks capable of healing simply by basking in sunlight. Should he utter such truths, it would likely necessitate the presence of a neurologist. Meanwhile, Pietro, after absorbing the doctor's grave caution, recalled Victor's prior actions, his expression darkening with a blend of distress, shame, regret, and relief. He had previously harbored doubts about Victor's intentions towards his sister, a truly petty mindset, just as Pietro prepared to offer an apology. Phrygia, still scowling after dismissing the doctor, stood at the bedside, fixating on Victor in silence, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. "Come now, Hardy, if you have something to say, please do not look at me like that," Victor conceded, feeling defeated. He was simply not one to withstand pressure well. With Victor's tacit approval, Phrygia immediately began to voice her grievances. "Mr. Victor, if such an incident occurs again, might you allow us to intervene on your behalf? Given your status, venturing into the impoverished areas of Los Angeles is exceedingly hazardous. I apologize, Mr. Pietro, I did not intend to mock you. However, should you encounter misfortune, considering your current injuries, Mr. Norman might not only dismiss me, but my wages for this month would certainly be at risk. It is not merely the loss of income that concerns me, but rather that you need not put yourself in peril." Observing Phrygia's relentless tirade, Victor hastily interjected, Pietro, are you not in considerable pain?" Pietro blinked in confusion. Although his entire body ached, it was not unbearable. However, upon noticing Victor's exaggerated winks in his direction, he suddenly grasped the situation. "Oh dear, why do I suddenly feel such intense pain?" Pietro feigned an exaggerated response, clearly an honest man who could not act. Victor chose to ignore this and turned to Phrygia. Speaking with earnest gravity, "Quickly, summon a nurse for an intravenous infusion. Look at how he is suffering." Phrygia bit her lip, striving to contain her rising excitement. Ultimately, she stifled the remaining words, her small chest swelling noticeably, revealing the volume of unspoken thoughts within her. Felicia did not leave, pressing the call button by the bedside and continuing to gaze intently at Victor. This time, Victor dared not speak, obediently closing his eyes to rest. Felicia's concern for herself was evident. After all, in a typical employer-employee relationship, who would engage in such unnecessary conversation and invite trouble? Pietro, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, timidly withdrew his head. Apologies could wait for another time. For a moment, the ward fell into silence. Minutes later, a knock echoed through the room. "Please enter," Felicia called out. A young Asian nurse gently pushed open the door, peeking in without fully entering, her half-exposed head nervously announcing, "There was a series of car accidents nearby tonight. All the on-duty nurses are in the emergency room, leaving only me. I'm still in my internship, so please bear with me." Her words seemed disjointed. Yet, her nervousness was understandable. Those who could afford a private room in this hospital were often either wealthy or influential. Only seasoned nurses could provide their services. As a mere intern, she had to perform well, as failing to do so, especially in front of someone with a temper, could cost her this hard-won position. However, Victor was indifferent, as she was not there to serve him. Pointing at Pietro, he stated, "He requires an infusion, now. There's a doctor's prescription at the bedside. You can't mistake that, can you?" "No, I'll one tea." The young nurse initially shook her head, but then hesitated, summoning her courage to timidly suggest, "If the situation isn't urgent, perhaps we could wait?" Victor turned to Pietro, seeking his input. Pietro shrugged nonchalantly, "It's fine, just do it. And while you're at it, please change my sister's glucose bottle." With the patient himself making the request, The nurse had no choice but to comply, retreating momentarily. Seconds later, she reappeared, her face flushed, approaching Pietro and Wanda's bedside to examine the medical records before hurriedly fleeing the room. Her bashful demeanor caught Felicia's attention. Stirring thoughts of possibilities, and a slight smile crept onto her lips as she glanced at Pietro, who was focused on his sister, unaware of Felicia's reaction. Victor, however, observed with growing interest. When the young nurse returned, pushing the medication cart, Felicia insisted, "Let us start with Pietro's infusion." Naturally, the nurse dared not oppose, dutifully hanging the pre-prepared forebag and expertly adjusting the drip rate before approaching Pietro. He casually extended his right hand. The young nurse, with delicate hands, gently dipped a cotton swab into alcohol for disinfection. After swallowing hard and taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage to raise the needle, slowly yet resolutely approaching the back of Pietro's hand. At that moment, a sense of foreboding began to creep into Pietro's mind. However, he found himself powerless to intervene, anxiously watching as the nurse's needle swiftly and accurately pierced through his skin and into the vein. It seemed to go smoothly, yet, before he could exhale in relief, the nurse's needle continued its course, piercing through the vein and emerging from another point on his hand. Pietro, one, nurse, Victor, Felicity. The atmosphere became decidedly awkward. The nurse's face flushed with embarrassment as she stole a glance at Pietro, whose eyes were wide with shock. Biting her lip, she retracted the needle, secured the foreline with tape, and lowered her head, seemingly too shy to speak. Victor and Felicity struggled to contain their laughter, torn between amusement and the sensitivity of the situation as they fought to suppress their mirth. Only Pietro remained, gazing at his wrist, unable to express his irritation. The nurse had mentioned an unexpected complication, and being an intern, what could he possibly do? Moreover, the hospital fees were covered by someone else. Sighing, Pietro remarked, "Could you please replace Wanda's 4 with a bottle of glucose? That should be fine, right?" The nurse eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain, quickly replacing Wanda's 4 while continuing to keep her head down, looking utterly pitiful. Felicity, displaying kindness, said, "All right, you can leave now. No one will hear about tonight's events." The nurse, as if released from a great burden, bowed gratefully to everyone, including the unconscious Wanda, before hastily pushing the medication cart out of the room. How shy she was. Once the nurse departed, Victor and Felicity exchanged glances, unable to hold back any longer. One covered his mouth while the other burst into laughter. Although Pietro had initially felt a bit irked, he too couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of the moment. In retrospect, the young nurse was rather endearing. The amusing incident was soon forgotten amidst the 3 days spent at the Los Angeles Medical Center. Victor's fractured bones healed after just an hour of sunlight the following day. Yet, under Felicity and Wanda's insistence, he had to remain in the hospital for an additional 2 days. Indeed, Wanda displayed an extraordinary level of concern for Victor, a genuine care that stemmed from the heart rather than a mere desire to cultivate connections. This, however, came as no surprise. After all, in that moment of utter despair, Victor descended like a celestial savior, rescuing her in a quintessential, albeit cliched, hero-to-the-rescue scenario. Coupled with the favorable impression he had previously left, winning the heart of an 18-year-old girl posed no challenge for him. However, Wanda exhibited remarkable restraint. For the most part, she merely observed Victor silently. They spent 3 days together in the hospital room, exchanging no more than 20 sentences. In contrast, Pietro frequently sought Victor's company, eagerly sharing the tribulations he and his sister had faced, an example of superficial camaraderie that ran deep. Had Victor not known that he would eventually become Quicksilver and that his sister Wanda possessed the ability to obliterate the Infinity Stones, he would have long since grown weary of such interactions. Yet, there was no room for hypotheticals. He was acutely aware of their destinies. Consequently, during those 3 days, with Victor's cooperation, their relationship flourished rapidly. By the time they were discharged, Victor seized the opportunity to invite the siblings to his villa for a visit, offering them a temporary residence until their visas expired. Pietro, of course, accepted with great enthusiasm. Wanda, while tacitly agreeing, harbored a hint of hesitation in her gaze, as if she wished to keep Victor at arm's length. Nevertheless, she concealed her feelings adeptly, evading detection by anyone. The journey to the seaside villa proceeded smoothly, and upon catching sight of it for the first time, Victor could not help but give Felicia a thumbs up. The villa perched upon a steep slope, the master bedroom, much like Tony's, suspended and facing the ocean. Lying in bed, one could gaze out to behold an expanse of endless azure sea and sky. The overall aesthetic of the villa epitomized the quintessential Western minimalist style, aligning perfectly with Victor's taste. It eschewed ostentatious opulence in favor of understated luxury. Every corner exuded comfort. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a wealth of information embedded in the design, spatial awareness, materials used, and harmony with the surrounding air. Though the villa boasted only 2 stories, it sprawled over an expansive area. The first floor featured an impressive 7-meter ceiling height, encompassing a reception area, kitchen, entertainment room, and a few staff lounges for the nannies and bodyguards, each as spacious as a typical family's master bedroom. The second floor's master suite occupied half of the space, complete with an independent bathing pool, study, small lounge, and balcony. The remaining half was allocated to 6 guest rooms, each as vast as a basketball court. Beneath the villa lay an entire level dedicated to parking, accompanied by a repurposed small arms laboratory, a remnant from the previous owner. Adjacent to the villa, a large private beach had been enclosed, with a nearshore area extending a kilometer safeguarded by well-constructed underwater barriers, ensuring that no medium to large fish could intrude, allowing for carefree swimming. The villa boasts an exceptionally sophisticated security system. Not only does it feature 360-degree surveillance with no blind spots, but it is also equipped with a dedicated defense mechanism. The seemingly inadequate electric fencing is overshadowed by concealed, fully automated protective fortress lurking underground. Upon Alice's arrival, the fortress can readily elevate its artillery to fend off intruders. Victor could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Hardy, who was the previous owner of this villa? Did they perhaps suffer from paranoia?" "A senior executive from Hammer Industries," Felicia replied. "This place was primarily used to monitor Tony Stark. Had Stark Industries not closed its weapons division, it would have been nearly impossible to sell." Victor's expression transformed to one of realization. He then recalled Hammer's ex-wife. The Viper missile, notorious for its dismal quality. Hardy have Osborne's security team conduct a thorough inspection of the villa, focusing particularly on any defective equipment, Victor commanded. Felicia nodded in agreement. The tour of the villa concluded satisfactorily, with Victor expressing his contentment. Pietro was left in a state of awe, pondering if all affluent lives were this extravagant. In contrast, Wanda appeared increasingly withdrawn and despondent, an aura of melancholy enveloping her. Victor, perplexed, wondered what was troubling her. Following the villa tour, it was time to assign the rooms. Naturally, the master bedroom belonged to Victor, the owner. Felicia selected a secondary bedroom adjacent to the master suite, ensuring she could be at Victor's side promptly, even during her slumber. Pietro initially intended to choose a room next to Felicia, but Wanda preemptively selected a lounge on the first floor, leaving him with no choice but to accompany her there. Victor found no oddity in this. Perhaps Wanda simply felt it inappropriate to occupy a room on the second floor as a guest. However, Felicia perceived something amiss, casting a disapproving glance at Victor, as if to say, "Aren't you supposed to be more considerate? Why have you devolved into a stereotypical oblivious man?" This minor incident had yet to stir much commotion when Alice reported that a woman claiming to be Pepper Potts was at the door. "Pepper? Has Tony sent someone so soon?" Considering the relationship between the Wanda siblings and Tony, Victor instructed Felicia to escort them to the lounge to organize and assess their essential supplies before allowing Alice to open the door. He also took the opportunity to grind a bag of coffee beans at the nearby bar in the living room, preparing to brew a cup of coffee to welcome Pepper. As for any heirs of a wealthy young master, apologies, but none were present. Pepper swiftly entered the grand hall and, upon seeing Victor, offered a polite yet unembarrassed smile. To her surprise, the vast villa housed only Victor. He scrutinized her with interest. Her golden locks cascaded down her slender frame, her cheeks adorned with delicate freckles, and she wore a professional skirt suit that exuded competence. Not to his taste, he mused. He preferred heartier fare. "Good day. Are you Mr. Victor?" Pepper initiated, her voice melodious. "Mr. Stark has invited you for a chat at his villa, which is just 10 kilometers away." Victor skillfully prepared coffee, serving 2 cups on the sofa in the reception area, one before himself and the other on the adjacent seat. "First, indulge in a cup of coffee and judge my craftsmanship," he remarked, yet he did not respond to Pepper's greeting. Pepper refrained from pressing for answers, gracefully smoothing her skirt as she seated herself. She lifted the coffee cup, savoring a sip with utmost seriousness. "Mr. Victor, you must have used a manual grinder instead of an electric one," she noted. The aroma was rich and balanced, with hints of fruitiness and acidity. The exquisite flavor of Jamaican Blue Mountain beans was impeccably preserved, showcasing masterful skill. Her professional assessment raised an eyebrow of surprise from Victor. As fellow assistants, Pepper's adept social finesse was something Felicia could not match. Tony, that notorious playboy, was indeed fortunate to have Pepper silently supporting him for so many years while he frivolously flirted around, seemingly oblivious to her value. "May I call you Pepper?" he inquired. "Of course, it is my honor," she replied. "Have you considered a change in employment?" Victor continued. "I am soon to establish a medical group that I assure will be etched in history. Thank you for your kind offer. but I am quite content with my current position, so I shall not consider it for now. Very well. Victor drained his coffee, rising to his feet. My words hold weight. Should Tony ever mistreat you, you're always welcome to seek refuge with me. That will not happen. Mr. Stark treats me quite well. Pepper replied with a professional smile. Ah, someone who doesn't even remember your birthday treats you well? Victor refrained from exposing the truth. Bypassing Felicia and heading straight for the door, mindful that the Wanda siblings might complicate matters should they choose to follow. Let us go meet the ever-so-kind Tony. I am quite curious about his sudden invitation. Pepper promptly set down her coffee, taking dainty steps to fall half a pace behind Victor. A car awaited them outside. Very well, let us take your vehicle. It was then that Victor spotted Happy, the rotund bodyguard who had once chased him away at Los Angeles Airport. Naturally, Pepper occupied the front passenger seat while Victor settled into the rear. During their journey, through the rearview mirror, Happy's gaze frequently scrutinized Victor, whose presence stirred memories of a holiday disrupted merely a fortnight prior, all for the purpose of fetching an individual later revealed to be a con artist. One who greeted Tony as dad upon their first encounter. This passenger in the back seat bore an uncanny resemblance to the details he had gathered. Although the surveillance equipment at Los Angeles Airport was far from pristine, rendering Victor's image somewhat indistinct, the singular charm he possessed, coupled with the description provided by Anna, led to a troubling thought. Could this individual indeed be Tony's illegitimate son? Contemplating this possibility, Happy couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Victor. What a striking visage. It seemed that the one who bore Tony's child must surely be of supermodel caliber. Compared to his own coastal villa, Tony's abode was more expansive and extravagantly styled, with an automated surveillance system controlled by Jarvis that made Victor envious. He had always admired Tony, not for his Iron Man suit, but for having a commendable father and access to cutting-edge technology. Certainly, Victor's own father was not lacking. Under his influence, Victor learned the ways of the world, cultivating a perspective that transcended the ordinary. It can be said that the unattainable often ignites an insatiable yearning within us. Under Pepper's guidance, they moved seamlessly into the foyer, where Tony, ever the proud figure, reclined on a sofa facing the entrance. Upon noticing Victor's arrival, he raised his glass in a slight salute before consuming its contents in one swift motion. However, any notion of Tony rising to greet him was utterly absent. Even so, this behavior elicited a look of surprise from Pepper, who was well acquainted with Tony's demeanor. Victor, too, felt a wave of astonishment, mingled with caution. Such cordiality from Tony surely masked ulterior motives. Determined to remain vigilant, Victor seated himself on the sofa opposite Tony without waiting for an invitation. His telekinetic abilities had already been exposed, making any attempt at concealment unnecessary. With a mere thought, he levitated the whiskey bottle position before Tony, simultaneously summoning a square glass from the nearby bar. After pouring a third of the bottle into the glass, he took a gentle sip, raising an eyebrow in delight. The 1926 Macallan whiskey, while not the most expensive, certainly ranked among the finest in flavor. Having only tasted it 2 or 3 times previously, Victor was pleasantly surprised to find it in Tony's collection. Is it common for modern-day con artists to have such refined tastes? He mused. Tony's expression tightened as he shot back. Tell me, which of my former girlfriends is your mother? Tony's sharp tongue shattered Victor's composed facade instantly. Pepper, who had been astonished by the floating whiskey bottle, now stared incredulously at Tony, exclaiming, Tony, why was I unaware that you had an illegitimate son? Victor could only groan inwardly. My head aches. This coincidence, I reckon, will be a source of amusement for Tony for a lifetime. However, those who expose the shortcomings of others are invariably subject to the same fate. Tony, brace yourself. I am quite curious. Since you claim you intend to shut down the weapons division, why continue to manufacture more powerful weaponry? Victor retorted, more powerful weaponry? Are you referring to the razor I used this morning? Tony's expression remained impassive as he turned to Pepper, solemnly stating, Trust me, Pepper, I am also a victim. Before Pepper could respond, Victor continued to divulge information. The evening before last, precisely the day after your incident, the 10 rings who kidnapped you in Afghanistan were attacked by an advanced weapon wielded by someone in an Iron Man suit. I presume the military is quite intrigued by the identity of the pilot. A person with no verifiable online presence prior to May 12th is certainly of interest to the government. Tony, unwilling to concede, countered. Oh, I almost forgot. The day before that, a military aircraft from America crashed, and the government's excuse was a mishap during a military exercise. If they were aware that this was merely a facade, many individuals would surely find themselves in dire straits. Victor responded with a hint of amusement. Compared to the government's narrative, doesn't he the story of a mutant taking control of the military supplier, Osborne Industries, sound far more scandalous? Tony spoke with rapidity. Those reporters would undoubtedly be eager to learn how the former American billionaire, Tony Stark, feels about his imminent demise due to palladium poisoning. Victor unleashed his ultimate jab. Yet, the target of the attack was not Tony himself. Initially, the encounters between Victor and Tony were like a combustible exchange of verbal fireworks, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. This left Pepper somewhat anxious, momentarily setting aside her concerns about the illegitimate child, pondering how to defuse the situation, yet unable to interject. The sudden revelation of Tony's precarious state sent her into disarray. She gasped, exclaiming, "What? Tony, you're dying? How did I not know this? Hey, how could you be unaware of such a thing?" Tony finally exhibited a look of surprise, quickly turning to reassure Pepper. "Hey, it's just a minor issue. Trust me. I can handle it." "Then why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and resolve it," Pepper urged with urgency. Tony wished to continue comforting her, but Victor's retort cut him off. "Impossible. Tony cannot resolve this issue, at least not in his current state." At this point, Tony truly lost his composure. He stood from the sofa, glaring at Victor, exclaiming in exasperation, "Who am I? I can't solve this. If I can't, then no one in this world can. Oh, a piece of electromagnetism or a top-notch cardiac surgeon can't resolve your predicament?" Victor's expression was one of amusement. Tony opened his mouth to argue, only to realize that the logic held water. The source of palladium poisoning lies within the arc reactor situated in the chest, designed to absorb shrapnel near the heart, preventing it from entering the heart itself. Replacing the arc reactor with an electromagnet or surgically removing the shrapnel could resolve the issue of palladium poisoning. Yet, can an electromagnet truly provide a solution? Pepper anxiously glanced at Victor, questioning its necessary magnitude. Would a golf cart battery suffice? No. Tony, feeling the brunt of the matter, exclaimed, "I will never cling to that contraption waiting to perish." "Why not?" Pepper, her eyes glistening with tears, looked at Tony, her voice trembling. "If you leave like this, then I'll have to change jobs." It was evident to any observer that her latter statement had been forcefully altered. However, Tony struggled to articulate a response to Pepper's concern. Victor, stepping in, voiced what Tony could not, because he'd rather choose to die in that steel coffin than on the operating table, wouldn't he? "Tony, are you some kind of parasite living in my gut? Or do you possess some sort of telepathic mutant ability?" Before Victor could respond, Pepper interjected loudly, "I quit. I'm done with this job. I quit. I've had enough of your stubbornness." Tony, this proud individual finally appeared anxious, firmly refusing, "I do not agree." Pepper remained resolute. "I'm quitting, and you cannot stop me." Tony, equally steadfast, retorted, "No, I do not agree. What gives you the right to disagree? Who do you think you are to me? I own you. You can't afford the breach of contract." This audacious fellow, at such a moment, chose not to appease the woman and instead brought up the subject of the penalty. Can reason prevail with a woman? Victor, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Pepper, my previous offer still stands. I can cover the penalty." "Damn it, you scoundrel." Tony seethed with rage, rebuking, "I should never have invited you here. Nothing good ever comes from encountering you." "Hey, let us be reasonable. You were the one who exposed my background first," Victor shrugged. Tony, baring his teeth, seemed poised to continue his outburst, when suddenly Pepper turned on her heels in silence, her high heels clicking away, indifferent to Tony's calls. Seeing Tony on the verge of expressing his fury towards him, Victor, feeling frustrated, used his telekinesis to give Tony a gentle push. "Hurry and chase after her. Are you truly going to let her come work for me?" Tony's mouth moved slightly, his chest heaving, ultimately culminating in a feeble warning, "You wait for me." He quickly pursued the direction in which Pepper had departed, leaving Victor to revel in his triumph on the sofa, savoring a sip of his drink. Victor, the embodiment of knowledge and power, finds himself in a verbal duel with Tony, who possesses a sharp tongue. With a dismissive hum, Victor contemplates the absurdity of Tony's challenge, believing he knows him better than he knows himself. The exchange serves as a reminder that everyone has their own temper. As for Tony's desire to soothe Pepper, Victor, despite the temptation of eavesdropping with his super hearing, resolves to maintain his moral boundaries. In recent days, Victor has been in deep reflection. The night Wanda faced danger. He lost control and nearly took numerous lives. While some may have deserved it, the judgment should not rest upon him. The reckless use of his extraordinary abilities and the flouting of human life and law will inevitably lead to dire consequences, reminiscent of the many villains in the Marvel Universe. Such power can breed arrogance, akin to self-indulgent nouveau riches who, lacking self-restraint, often find themselves returning to poverty after a fleeting fortune. Victor begins to grasp why Batman adheres to a no-kill policy. Perhaps it serves as a personal warning. However, he refuses to adopt Batman's rigidity when decisive action is necessary. He will not hesitate. He contemplates how Tony, having thoroughly investigated his past, still extends an invitation. Typically, this would be easily explained, Perhaps guilt over Victor's spinal condition prompts a desire for atonement. Yet, in the case of Tony Stark, the reasoning shifts. Even if he wished to compensate, it would be in a patronizing manner. Inviting Victor to his home for a conversation seems improbable, given their limited interactions. What could the true motivation be? Victor soon hypothesizes that Tony's current distress likely stems from his palladium poisoning and a concern for Pepper's future should he pass away. The matter of entrusting his wife is not for a stranger like Victor to decide. Thus, it must relate to the palladium issue. Why would Tony believe Victor could assist with the palladium poisoning? The connection lies in Norman, one of the military's top suppliers alongside Tony. While their relationship may not be close, there is a mutual awareness, especially following Norman's successful treatment of his genetic disorder, which Tony would be informed of. Discovering Victor's existence thereafter is a natural progression, for Victor has never concealed his whereabouts. In this light, it becomes evident that our brilliant Tony has exhausted all known elements in his experiments, and, realizing he cannot resolve this predicament alone, is now seeking external assistance. In a moment of desperation, the enigmatic Victor has unwittingly emerged as Tony's beacon of hope. Perhaps, in Tony's perspective, Victor's initial phone call was not a mere coincidence. Rather, he had deliberately chosen Tony as his primary target. Upon realizing the futility of his endeavor, he shifted his focus to Norman. This implies that Tony likely surmised that Victor possessed a means to cure him. The logic is apparent. The subsequent matter at hand is the solution, which is not particularly challenging. By accessing the platform interface and searching for keywords related to the safe extraction of heart shrapnel, a plethora of products emerges. The skill of elemental control can effortlessly melt the shrapnel into elemental iron, allowing for recovery through a reduction in iron-rich food intake. The technological marvel of nanomedical swarms can be injected into the bloodstream to voraciously consume the shrapnel, which is then extracted using a specialized receiver. The heritage of the Fantastic Four's fire elemental control allows one to transform into fire, instantly vaporizing any shrapnel. An array of enticing products is available, ranging from the lowest E grade to the highest SS grade, offering an abundance of methods. As Tony contemplates his choice, he scowls and returns to the hall. Having suffered a significant setback, his willingness to return indicates that he feels truly at a loss. Otherwise, he would have dismissed Victor without a second thought. Recognizing that Tony is in need of his assistance, Victor comfortably assumes a position of authority, observing how Tony will play his hand. The mocking glint in his eyes ignites Tony's ire. Without hesitation, he hurls a bank card towards Victor, pointing menacingly at the door, exclaiming, "Take this 20 million bank card and get out." With that, Tony turns on his heel and leaves without looking back. Using his telekinetic abilities, he ensures the card does not strike him, leaving Victor somewhat embarrassed as he scratches his head. This situation has escalated. He had almost forgotten that their dear Nina is a temperamental little princess. Violating her boundaries can lead to unpredictable consequences. Compromise? Regrettably, that notion belongs to the future Iron Man, burdened with great responsibilities. The current Tony still resides in the transformative phase of a budding superhero. Realizing he has pushed too far, Victor acknowledges that further discussion is futile. He places the bank card back on the table and prepares to depart. However, after a moment's reflection, Victor clears his throat and proclaims, "Pepper, are you still there? I have numerous methods to save Tony." As his words resonate, a commotion arises from the living room, predominantly consisting of Pepper and Tony in a heated argument, one attempting to leave while the other obstructs the exit, vehemently accusing Victor of being a fraud. Amidst their quarrel, Victor has already turned and walked away. His words bore no other meaning, merely intended to vex Tony before his departure. "Humph. Even if you're a Nini, how dare you throw money at me? My father never did such a thing. How can you presume to do so? We are all scions of affluent families. Who among us lacks a temper?" Striding away from the seaside villa, the heavy door slammed shut behind him, likely at the behest of Tony's assistant, Jarvis. As for the chauffeured car service, that was no longer an option. 20 kilometers? He could very well walk back. Victor found such behavior even more juvenile than the vexation he had caused before leaving, yet it undeniably left him feeling embarrassed. "Alice, have Hardy send a driver to pick me up," Victor instructed. "I notified him a minute ago. He is expected to arrive in 10 minutes, Alice replied. Becoming increasingly intelligent, I see. Strolling leisurely along the road, Victor felt no urgency. After all, basking in the sun is the same wherever one is. Once he was far enough away to ensure he wouldn't be overheard by Jarvis's surveillance system, he spoke again. "Has the monitoring program been implanted?" "Of course." "That was quite simple," Alice assured him. Victor nodded in understanding. He was somewhat surprised to have been invited to Tony's villa. However, his primary purpose for attending was to infiltrate Jarvis's surveillance system and install a dormant monitoring program within its core. Unless the triggering conditions were met, this program would remain inactive and, consequently, undetected by Jarvis. This was a necessary course of action, as Jarvis was no fool like Osborn's artificial intelligence. While Alice could easily manipulate permissions during an intrusion, remaining undetected was an entirely different matter. As for the program's objective, it was to enhance his favorability in Tony's eyes at an opportune moment. After all, he was to become the future Iron Man. Although Victor felt no need to grovel, there was no reason to incur his ire either. Otherwise, he might swiftly develop an anti-superhuman suit. However, it seemed this was unrelated to the quality of their relationship. A fortuitous opportunity presented itself. Victor briefly contemplated the issue of the anti-superhuman armor, but quickly dismissed it. Even if Tony aspired to target Superman like Wayne, he would require kryptonite to do so. Otherwise, Victor's only weakness was his low magical resistance. Could Tony truly abandon his armor and transform into Doctor Strange? Not to mention, whether Tony would even agree to such a notion was questionable. Having grasped the stakes, Felicia arrived in the vehicle as well. As a life assistant, she wisely chose to remain silent, sitting quietly in the passenger seat like an unobtrusive presence. The journey continued in silence. Upon returning to the grand hall of their villa, Wanda and Pietro sat within its embrace. Noticing Victor's arrival, Pietro rose to greet him. With a teasing tone, he exclaimed, "Hey, brother. You want to seek out Tony Stark without a word. Did I not mention that Tony is my idol? Please, next time do take me along." Often, truths are cloaked in jest. Victor chuckled and nodded, yet internally, he held skepticism. Even disregarding the animosity between them and Tony, what was there to admire about that playboy? Was it materialism? This young master is quite affluent himself. Thank you very much. So, if the room on the first floor does not please you, shall we consider the second floor? Victor inquired. Pietro appeared tempted, casting a glance at his indifferent sister. However, his desire dissipated, and with a sigh, he remarked, "Alas, what can I do? I must be a good brother." Victor, smiling, shifted the conversation. "I am about to sunbathe. Care to join me?" As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flickered towards Wanda, memories of their past moments together flooding his mind. Surely she must be a 38E, yet her waist was rather slender, lacking the typical frame of such proportions, perfectly embodying the ideal combination of a curvaceous figure. Just the thought of her donning a swimsuit under the sun provoked his imagination. Of course, he maintained an impeccable facade, allowing his gaze to momentarily linger on Wanda before retracting it, presenting what appeared to be a courteous invitation. Naturally, Wanda graciously declined. Her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. It was evident that she was still innocent. As for Pietro, he readily accepted the offer. How else could he forge a connection with his arch-nemesis, Tony, if not through Victor? Victor, unfazed, settled onto his sun lounger, sinking into a peaceful slumber, relishing the sun's warmth as he continuously recharged his mental prowess in a languorous existence. Building relationships? Do attempt to connect while asleep. Victor thrived in this serene environment, while Pietro faced the repercussions, lacking the innate ability to strengthen through sunbathing and with his powers dormant. He was merely an ordinary individual who had no understanding of sun protection. After a midday of basking, he found himself several shades darker. Yet, this fellow was resolute, sacrificing himself to accompany Victor, enduring an entire afternoon under the sun. Even with copious sunscreen provided later by Felicia, he was left sunburned and peeling. At the dinner table that evening, he winced, gritting his teeth as he inhaled sharply, truly suffering from the effects of his sun-soaked ordeal. Wanda gazed at Victor with a heart full of sympathy, occasionally casting him a look laden with unspoken sorrow. Victor, wearing an innocent expression, remained blissfully unaware, having been asleep during Pietro's stubborn resistance. After all, at such a mature age, it was quite surprising that he had yet to learn the virtue of moderation. The only solution was to request the private chef to prepare a cold dish for Pietro, allowing him to indulge in a refreshing bite whenever the pain struck, effectively soothing his discomfort while satisfying his appetite, an impeccable remedy. After dinner, as the sun set and darkness enveloped the night, Victor found himself invigorated and proposed a drive to explore Los Angeles. However, given Pietro's current state, he would have to remain home and rest. Wanda, too, expressed her intention to stay by her brother's side, despite her outward appearance suggesting a desire to venture out. Naturally, Victor could not leave the siblings alone at home, and thus the plan to go out was reluctantly abandoned. As he contemplated finding a game to occupy the evening, a notification popped up indicating a private message from Raphael. "All right, since you all seem disinclined to go out, I shall attend to my own matters. Should you require anything, simply inform Hardy." With that instruction, Victor ascended to the master bedroom on the second floor and leisurely opened the chat window. "Raphael has commissioned me to convey a message. Should you acquire any Infinity Stones, the individual will provide you with a complimentary custom forging service. Typically, this service holds a minimum value equivalent to an A-grade certificate and corresponding dimensional points. What? A custom forging service worth an A-grade certificate is being offered for free? What could their motive be? Is the Dolawa continent dimension the same as the one I recall? Bewildered, Victor searched for shops within the Dolawa continent context. He found an array of wares, including various martial soul bloodlines, modified Tang sect hidden weapons, Xiantian Kung Fu, Ghost Shadow Mistrak, and Purple Extreme Demon Eyes, yet unearthed nothing related to forging. Confused, he replied to Raphael. Victor cannot locate any custom forging products. Why is it being offered for free? What is the specific function? He refrained from questioning why Raphael did not approach directly. As a level 1 merchant, Victor had limited communication, only able to reach 2 contacts who possessed bugs in the system. All others remained off limits for the time being. The response from the other side arrived swiftly, unusually verbose. Raphael, no worries. I will explain each detail to you. Raphael first clarifies that custom forging belongs to a special category requiring a level 6 merchant to unlock, which is why you cannot find it. Raphael then elaborates on the function of custom forging. It can be understood as a means to provide you with infinity stones, which will be forged into your ideal form. For instance, the super battlesuit is a product of their forging. Raphael's reasoning for offering his services for free was due to the other party being trapped in an A-level dimension, currently striving to ascend to an S-level universe. This elevation necessitated close proximity to materials infused with the essence of S-level or higher universes to facilitate a breakthrough. Does Raphael have any further inquiries? After such an elaborate exposition, it would be hard for Victor to believe that Raphael had accepted payment from the other party. He pondered the information conveyed. Victor had often found it curious why he referred to it as the Marvel Universe, while Raphael termed it the DC Universe. In the case of The Lord of the Rings, it was labeled the Middle-earth Dimension, whereas Royce's was termed the Resident Evil Dimension. Seizing the opportunity to extract information, Victor was not one to hold back. Is it true that only dimensions ranked S and above qualify to be called universes, while those below S rank are merely small worlds? The arrangement was quite clear. Raphael, you certainly know how to seize opportunities. Indeed, the ranking of dimensions is directly correlated with their size. Only S-level dimensions possess a complete universe. SS-level dimensions contain additional dimensions, and at the SSS level, like the Dragon Ball universe, one enters the realm of the multiverse. What about the credentials? I have discovered that they can be utilized separately, yet I have been unable to synthesize them. Is this a restriction of permissions? It is not a matter of permissions, but rather credentials cannot be synthesized at all. Even during the sale of goods, we can only modify the dimension points, and the credentials remain unalterable. Thus, credentials can only be obtained from the original dimension, making them quite precious. This revelation shed light on the matter. Perhaps it was somewhat challenging to comprehend. Credentials could be likened to diamonds. Would one trade 100 carats of scatter diamonds for a single 100-carat flawless diamond? Only a fool would refuse such a trade. Conversely, very few would willingly make the exchange the other way around. Furthermore, there lay a crucial piece of information. Dimension merchants could not adjust the selling price of credentials, which could only be acquired from the original dimension, a statement that appeared contradictory. If goods were being sold, did not the credentials spent by the buyer belong to the merchant? Victor raised this question. You will soon learn the answer to that. Second-tier merchants possess the capability of the dimensional printer, which allows them, at certain cost, to print goods backed by data. However, printing incurs costs, specifically the monetary valuation of the platform. Indeed, this was the platform's constraint on dimension merchants, incentivizing them to diligently develop their dimension's value. Previously, the distinction between monetary valuation and the selling price of goods had been mentioned. Now, to utilize the dimensional printer at the monetary valuation price, the number of credentials in the monetary valuation could not be altered, meaning that the most one could gain from selling goods would be dimension points. Unless, if the goods are not printed by the platform, but rather produced by myself, would not the credentials then belong entirely to me? The rule is nothing short of blatant discrimination. The planes of existence are hierarchically classified into various tiers. No matter how diligently lower-tier planes strive, they are almost perpetually barred from acquiring the commodities of higher-tier planes due to the constraints of certification. This mirrors the concept of technological embargoes. Perhaps it serves as a form of protection. After all, the sight of a high-level necromancer from a magical plane appearing in a biohazard realm would be too striking to behold. Having resolved my doubts, I return to the matter of this complementary, bespoke forging. Victor's final inquiry concerns the rationale behind the free forging. Should he acquire infinite gemstones, he would undoubtedly back them up for sale in the marketplace. Raphael explains that the products generated by the dimensional printer possess only the functionality of merchandise, devoid of the essence of cosmic origin, thus rendering them incapable of facilitating breakthroughs. I see now, after a moment's contemplation, coupled with the platform's stringent security measures, Victor resolves to accept this fortuitous offer. Your decision is indeed prudent, Raphael affirms. If possible, pay attention to quality materials. Those from your own plane often harmonize better with one another. Understood, I will do so. Thank you for the introduction, Victor replies. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, allow me to give you a green lantern ring, Raphael suggests. Victor is taken aback. I will endeavor to obtain the reality gemstones. Once acquired, I will certainly back them up for sale. Rest assured, Victor assures. Very well, since that is settled. You may express your thanks. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me. I must attend to other matters. We shall connect again if necessary. With that, the conversation draws to a close. Yet, Victor finds himself rolling his eyes at Raphael's final remark, feeling disinclined to respond. Why does Raphael insist on gifting him a green lantern ring? It is a B-grade item, even more precious than spider serum. Is it not a fear that Victor might progress too slowly, and thus be unable to partake in the battles against Thor and Spicy Chicken, ultimately missing out on the reality gemstones? Hence, the strategy seems to be to invest early, allowing Victor to snowball his development. Who does he think he is? It's merely a dish, and even if it's spicy, this young master dares not indulge in such heat. Ahem. After all, he is a holder of an infinite gemstone. While it is permissible to disdain strategically, tactically, he must still regard it with the utmost seriousness. It is now the year 2008, with approximately 5 years remaining until the emergence of reality gemstones. There is ample time. With this in mind, a plan begins to take shape in Victor's mind, informed by the wealth of knowledge at his disposal. However, the current priority is not to dwell on matters from a distant past. The misunderstandings between the Wanda siblings and Tony must be resolved promptly. This is a straightforward task. Merely arranging a meeting between both parties while I am present would suffice. However, that is not feasible at this moment. Given the current volatile relationship between myself and Tony, introducing such a meeting could potentially transform misunderstandings into undeniable truths. Thus, I must seek a means to save Tony. Considering Pepper's deep concern for him, once she is apprised of Tony's specific condition today, it is certain she will return tomorrow seeking assistance. Consequently, Victor reclined on his bed, beginning to sift through options. He dismissed the expensive alternatives, as he merely required some fragments, without the need for grand gestures. He also avoided magical solutions. Complications could arise if D inquired about them later. As for bloodline options, those deemed valuable were prohibitively costly, while the lesser ones were unsuitable for Tony, potentially jeopardizing the future emergence of advanced armor technology. Knowledge was similarly ruled out, as it parallels copyright in its exorbitant nature. After a thorough selection process, the objectives became crystal clear. The focus shifted to affordable, technological solutions, ideally single-use. Ultimately, Victor honed in on 2 potions, the pufferfish virus and the self-healing virus. The nomenclature suggests these are product from the renowned Royus of the Resident Evil universe. Product name, pufferfish virus. Category, technology. Compatibility, 100. Origin, Resident Evil universe. Rating, F. Price, F-grade certificate X2, universe points X30. Function description, induces a state resembling near death within 30 minutes, with cardiac, circulatory, and neural signals approaching cessation. Slogan, the technological version of a turtle's hibernation. Injecting this will alleviate concerns about excessive bleeding. Product name, self-healing virus. Category, technology. Compatibility, 100. Origin, Resident Evil universe. Rating, F. Price, F-grade certificate X7, universe points X85. Function description, significantly enhances self-healing capabilities within 10 minutes, capable of repairing minor internal injuries. Slogan, self-healing does not equate to invincibility. Fatal wounds will still prove fatal. Injecting this means that even if the lead surgeon inadvertently cuts Tony's heart, one need not worry about dire consequences. A perfect synergy. These 2 products, Victor could ascertain, were not available previously. They were recently introduced, likely as byproducts of recent research. Additionally, he noted modifications in the prices of the A-Virus Enhancement Liquid Formula and the A-Virus Raw Liquid Cultivation Manual. The dimensional points have been elevated to 500 and 4,000 respectively, nearly doubling in quantity. The number of vouchers remains unchanged. Victor glanced at his balance. F-grade vouchers X36, E-grade vouchers X6, D-grade vouchers X2, C-grade vouchers X2, and dimensional points X25415. The vouchers he required were ample, allowing him to purchase everything without the need for any disassembly. With a decisive wave of his hand, he proclaimed buy, buy, buy. After completing the transactions, he extracted all 4 items from the inventory. The pufferfish virus and self-healing virus came in the form of 2 injection guns, which, aside from their peculiar crimson hue, were unremarkable. He tossed them back into the inventory. As for the A virus strengthening solution formula and a virus raw solution cultivation manual, they appeared as 2 hard drives, presumably filled with extensive data. To say that he could produce these would be an understatement. Comprehending them would likely prove to be a significant challenge. Could it be that the future's nemesis of cancer operates in such a manner? This warranted a thorough discussion with Royce. Victor promptly opened contacts to edit the information, only to be bombarded with messages from the other side, who seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. Royce, oh dear brother, I see you've procured the formula and manual. Your decisiveness is indeed refreshing. Royce, I reckon you can't comprehend this either, right? Haha, I, for one, find it utterly baffling. Those professional symbols look like hieroglyphs to me. Royce, thus, I was contemplating the necessity of selling some fully automated production lines, as not every dimension boasts a plethora of top-tier biological experts. And there's always the risk of formula leakage. Royce, however, this fully automated production line fails to meet the minimum standards for platform merchandise. It cannot be sold, which is quite vexing for me. Surely, I cannot resort to gifting it away, can I? That would only yield a single opportunity per month. Preposterous. Royce, brother, your mind is sharp. Think it over. I promise I will not shortchange you. Victor chuckled, realizing their thoughts aligned remarkably well. After all, this was undoubtedly the future of Royce's main enterprise, and it deserved careful consideration. Regarding the issue of not meeting standards, Victor surmised that if Royce attained level 6, he might have the chance to classify it under others for sale. Yet such limitations were substantial. He decided to respond to Royce. Victor, I was just about to lodge a complaint regarding this matter. Allow me a moment to ponder. It seems rather intricate. Royce, no rush. Take your time. Royce, your aide's nemesis is already on the right track. It will be completed within a fortnight, without a doubt. Victor, all right then. Closing the contact. Victor gazed up at the sky, lost in contemplation. This situation was indeed complicated. The simplest approach involves tampering with the materials on the fully automated production line, utilizing a substantial amount of precious minerals to forge it, essentially repurposing the production line as a commodity for sale. However, setting aside the fact that Resident Evil lacks any valuable minerals, even if they existed, such an endeavor remains unfeasible. The minerals available on the platform that meet commodity standards start at a minimum of 1 gram per dimension. A complete production line weighing less than 20 tons would be considered a significant compromise on quality. As for selling blueprints, that notion is utterly absurd. Typically, a production line is mechanized for rapid transportation, complemented by human intervention for high-speed product packaging, devoid of any technical sophistication. The essence of a fully automated production line lies in its control chip, which executes a meticulously programmed sequence with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, Royce's requirements differ. He seeks a fully automated production line designed for the production of biochemical agents, where numerous chemical reactions are not quantifiable and can only be assessed through extensive data comparison. The true value of Royce's production line resides in the vast amounts of stored data. Data storage? Victor touched his ear, recalling the nano earpiece that had once housed an artificial intelligence. But wait, that's too simplistic. Royce must have contemplated this as well, having initially sent Alice over with the nano earpiece. Royce's intention, I suspect, is to deliver an entire production line in one fell swoop, rather than merely providing data blueprints and expecting others to assemble the line themselves. Perfection is essential to garner greater acclaim and repeat clientele. Thus, Victor's musings spiraled into a loop, and before he realized it, he had succumbed to dreams. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning, with the morning sun casting its rays upon Victor's skin, causing a swift rise in his body temperature that startled him awake, only to be enveloped once more by drowsiness. Perhaps a brief return to slumber would do him good. Just as he began to drift off again, Alice's voice resonated nearby, which Victor chose to ignore. Approximately 30 seconds later, the main bedroom door creaked open and Wanda peeked in. Upon seeing Victor still asleep, she adorably scrunched her little nose in dismay. Still asleep, are we? She remarked, baring her teeth playfully at Victor. The usually quiet girl showed a surprising boldness in private. Unexpectedly, while Alice had been unable to rouse Victor, Wanda's slight murmur did the trick, causing him to open his bleary eyes and lock gazes with the grinning Wanda. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for several seconds. With a swift motion, Wanda's face flushed crimson, and with a startled squeak, she fled, forgetting to close the door behind her in her haste. What transpired with Victor's muddled state of mind? The main bedroom door was not equipped with an electronic lock, rendering Alice unable to prevent Ms. Wanda from entering. Alice, in a tone laden with grievance, informed Wanda that she had prepared breakfast for her quite early and that she had called her to wake up. But Wanda had been in a deep slumber. Oh, is that so? Victor stirred slightly from his daze. Caught between the allure of further sleep and the promise of Wanda's breakfast, he ultimately mustered the effort to rise. Although he had enjoyed a close relationship with Elizabeth in his past life, she had consistently evaded him, leaving him bereft of the opportunity to savor her culinary creations. Thus, Wanda's homemade breakfast appeared particularly enticing. After freshening up, Alice thoughtfully reported on the actions of the Wanda siblings from the previous night. The staff lounge, save for the restroom, was equipped with surveillance cameras monitoring activities around the clock. This was the doing of the previous owner, not Victor. Pietro need not concern himself. He had already succumbed to slumber early. The emphasis lay on Wanda. Last night, she had not only locked the door, but had also barricaded it with movable furniture. It was unclear whom she was guarding against. Despite this, she had remained awake through the night, engrossed in Dota, demonstrating remarkable skill as a seasoned player. Victor felt a twinge of nostalgia. Dota? It was a game that had emerged from a map of Warcraft 3, a precursor to League of Legends. In his past life, he had been quite the aficionado of League, having formed the Fnatic team, only to witness their imminent victory dashed by a decisive defeat at the hands of the Chinese IG team. At that moment, he could only exclaim how impressive IG was. What a stellar performance. With half of his lineage tracing back to China, he felt a kinship with IG's triumph. Oh, but wait. It was now 2008. League of Legends would not debut in the United States until October 2009, and it would not launch in China until September 2011. Perhaps acquiring Riot Games could be a consideration. The potential for profit was secondary. He envisioned creating heroes reminiscent of Iron Man, the Hulk, and Superman, allowing these superheroes to traverse the Summoner's Rift. The thought was exhilarating. Yes, a decision was made. The prototype for Tony Stark could be none other than Timo, as he believed this little fellow could meet his end on Earth multiple times each day. Chuckling at the playful notion of Tony, Victor paused mid-toothbrush. His gaze locked with his own handsome reflection in the bathroom mirror, attempting to capture the fleeting inspiration that had just flickered through his mind. Yet inspiration has a peculiar tendency to elude when one is in haste. No rush, no rush. Let us revisit the matter from the beginning. Wanda had locked her door and piled furniture against it. This detail should not be overlooked. As for her sleepless night spent playing Dota, it was evident she was quite the homebody. Dota is not merely a product of Warcraft 3. It is a phenomenon of its own, acquiring Riot Games and placing Tony's visage upon Timo's head. Yes, that's precisely it. Envisioning Tony's head upon Timo's body. Indeed, if we were to set an automated assembly line into motion, filling it with numerous valuable commodities, such as the T-virus, could we not consider the entirety as a multitude of T-viruses? The likelihood is quite high. Even unfinished products, like the neuro-embedded mechanical octopus tentacles, can be regarded as merchandise to be acquired by the platform. Why should this be any different? It must be feasible. Oh, Wanda, you truly are my little lucky star. What? Tony? Huh. Once Tony Stark is fashioned into Timo, let us strive for an original artwork that is even more infuriating, and let the earth perish a little more. I never anticipated you to be such a Wanda. Upon articulating his thoughts to Royce, the latter was immediately struck with awe. This line of reasoning is astonishingly unconventional. All the required materials are readily available on Royce's end. A mere experiment will suffice to ascertain the results. Indeed, it is remarkably viable. Do you not find it extraordinary? The only drawback is that the classification of the automated assembly line falls under Bloodline. Product name, Automated Assembly Line. Product classification, Bloodline. Product compatibility, 100. Origin, Dimension of Resident Evil. Level assessment, F. Product price, F-grade voucher X1, dimensional points X1. Functional description, an automated assembly line laden with numerous A-virus semi-finished products. Enhanced, but not recommended for purchase. Slogan, the ingenuity to devise such a method of smuggling is commendable. You too. Upon seeing this slogan, Victor felt a surge of astonishment. The reviewing entity for the product must undoubtedly be an intelligent life form, possessing a significant level of platform authority. After all, how could they ascertain that this method was a collaborative effort? This adds a layer of intrigue. As Victor delved deeper into the dimensional trading platform, he increasingly perceived that the entity behind it could very well be an immense empire. Yet, this is not a negative development, for within such a grand empire, while the regulations may seem constricting, Adhering to the rules ensures safety. With no lingering concerns, Victor, basking in the Marvel Universe, fears no one. With a grand gesture, he decided to purchase 10 units of the automated assembly line to stockpile, ready to commence once the materials are secured. With the dilemma resolved, Victor descended the stairs, elated, to enjoy breakfast. Clad in her professional attire, Felicia stood at the staircase's entrance. Upon seeing Victor descend, she immediately displayed a professional smile. "Good morning, Mr. Victor. The weather today is a delightful 27 degrees, with clear skies and the sea's waves barely rising above half a meter, making it perfect for sunbathing." Victor nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the rear dining area. However, the vastness of the place was somewhat inconvenient, as it required quite a lengthy walk from the master bedroom to the dining area. To his surprise, he found Wanda and her brother already in the dining room, seemingly awaiting his arrival. The breakfast spread was impressive. A 3-meter-long table was adorned with both Western and Chinese delicacies, freshly prepared sandwiches, bacon with jam, steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks, and even congee with century eggs and lean pork. This was rather extraordinary. Upon seeing Victor, Pietro waved enthusiastically, greeting him with a cheerful, "Hi, good morning. My sister prepared some simple breakfast. Would you care to join us?" It seemed that the lad was quite famished. Victor seated himself at the head of the table, looking astonished at Wanda's creations. "Did you make all of this?" he inquired. Wanda nodded gently, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, is there a problem?" "Indeed, there is a problem," he replied. Wanda's face immediately tightened, resembling a child caught misbehaving. As she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Victor's eyes, Victor picked up a fried dough stick from the table, taking a bite and savoring its crispness. "One should use chopsticks for Chinese cuisine. Don't you agree, Hottie? Are there no chopsticks at home?" "Of course there are. I'll fetch some right away," replied Felicia, turning swiftly to leave. The distance between the dining area and the kitchen was designed to prevent any lingering odors from the cooking. Noticing that Wanda continued to keep her head down, Victor suddenly wondered if his words had been too harsh. He had merely intended to jest. Glancing at Pietro, who was thoroughly engrossed in his meal, he recognized that he had no time to concern himself with his sister's feelings. "All right then," he began, attempting to lighten the mood for Wanda. "I can understand Western breakfasts, but where did you learn to prepare Chinese dishes?" Called upon, Wanda instinctively raised her eyes to meet Victor's, their gazes intertwining momentarily before she shyly lowered her head again, murmuring, "Well, I used to work at a Chinese restaurant in Sokovia, so I picked up a few things." Victor's eyes sparkled with interest. "I had no idea you possessed such talents." "Wanda, your shyness is quite excessive at times." He refrained from questioning why she had not pursued her studies. Alice had already reported the siblings' background, burdened by deep-seated grievances. They had been out of school and working to survive since the tragic loss of their parents at the age of 10. "This is quite delicious," Victor remarked, giving a thumbs up. "You should eat as well. Your body is at a critical stage of development and must not go hungry." His words carried a hint of ambiguity, causing Wanda's neck to redden beneath her hair. Just then, Felicia returned, delivering chopsticks, 1 pair for each person. Victor accepted the chopsticks and began to indulge in the meal, simultaneously inviting Felicia to join them. It was only after Victor's insistence that she would take a seat, as she never initiated such actions herself. Even seated, Felicia maintained an air of restraint. She first served Victor a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, before delicately savoring her own meal, her gaze consistently fixed upon him. Noticing where Victor lingered with his eyes on a particular dish, she would rise to fetch a portion for him, while also indulging herself. Victor preferred silence during meals. In the ensuing moments, the 5 of them tacitly embraced a quietude, immersed in their dining experience. Wanda, in particular, buried herself in her food, and once finished, she scurried back to her room as if fleeing. It was only after Victor departed the dining room that she cautiously peeked out, ensuring no one was around before preparing to clear the dishes. The ever-watchful servants in the villa swiftly rushed to collect the bowls and chopsticks upon noticing her. Wanda wished to assist, but after much pleading from the staff, she relented. "Oh, young lady, as a guest of the host, you have already usurped the chef's duties. If you were to take on these menial tasks as well, they might soon find themselves facing dismissal." On the balcony, Victor stood bathed in sunlight, while Felicia lingered in the shade of the eaves, feeling a tinge of dismay that her employer had such a penchant for sunbathing. Despite her diligent efforts to protect her skin, her complexion had lost some of its previous fairness. Nevertheless, these were mere trifles, and Felicia quickly adjusted her demeanor. Unbeknownst to Victor, who had his back to her, she organized her thoughts and instructed Hardy to acquire a gaming development company named Riot Gas. "Very well. I will expedite the acquisition proposal for you," Felicia replied. "Do not question me. $2 million, with two stipulations. It must be an all-cash deal, and the company's pending project, League of Legends, must remain intact. I understand. Also, negotiate with Warner for the rights to Superman. A friend of mine personally requires this name, and it will not be used commercially. I will handle that. Afterward, Alice will provide you with a materials list. Procure accordingly. Have Norman vacate a floor in the Osborne building for me. Understood. I will be at the beach. When Pepper arrives, take her directly to me. Of course, call on me whenever you need. Felicia stepped aside, offering a polite smile to Pietro, who was pretending to admire the scenery, before swiftly returning to her work. Acquiring a company was no easy feat while Victor had allocated $2 million. Her responsibility was to secure the best deal possible, not merely to fulfill a task. Pietro approached, and before he could speak, Victor preemptively suggested, I'm going to sunbathe. Care to join me? Pietro, feeling the persistent pain radiating from his back, shook his head decisively. If these sacrifices could foster a bond, it would be one thing. But why should I endure this agony, just so you can recline on a beach chair and nap? Victor chuckled softly, his lips pursed, as he gracefully soared from the balcony directly to the beach, leaving his suit on, and reclined onto the prepared beach chair. What bliss! As for the suit he wore, it was, in fact, a super combat suit that possessed the remarkable ability to absorb sunlight and convert it into energy, rendering it unnecessary to remove. This was a newfound discovery of his. However, this time, Victor did not succumb to immediate slumber. He opened Royce's chat window, for there was a query he wished to clarify. Hey, big brother Victor, if I didn't purchase the knowledge product, couldn't I reverse engineer it myself? After all, the formula is priced significantly higher than the product itself. 48, a novice. This question had only dawned on Victor when he mentioned Pepper. After 2 vials of biochemical virus were handed over to Tony through Pepper, Tony would undoubtedly need to conduct tests. Otherwise, it would be unthinkable for him to inject an unknown liquid into his own body. One could not guarantee that Tony would not be intrigued by the pufferfish virus or the self-healing virus. Although Tony's character was devoid of a skill tree in biopharmaceuticals, it was implausible for him to master it in a short span. Yet he was wealthy, with abundant dollars at his disposal. Would he not be able to hire top-tier biopharmaceutical experts to work for him? Moreover, Stark Industries, Osborne Industries, and Hammer Industries, while each possessing their unique strengths, all encompassed extensive fields, with biopharmaceutical research laboratories established among them, albeit Osborne's focus was more pronounced. In the realm of Marvel's high-tech universe, analyzing a self-healing virus was not merely a walk in the park, yet the opportunity certainly existed. What if the formula were reverse engineered? Logically, this matter had little to do with Victor. However, reflecting on Raphael, he had merely overlooked some aspects of customer experience, harboring no intent to harm Victor, yet still faced penalties involving a set of super combat suits. The penalties did not end there. A record would also be established, allowing Victor to sue at any moment. This platform was one that judged solely by results, disregarding the process. In such a comparison, if the self-healing agent were to be analyzed by Tony, Victor would likely be caught in the crossfire. Thus, it was imperative to confirm this with Royce. As expected, Royce's response validated his analysis. Oh dear brother, had you not mentioned it, I almost forgot. There are indeed limitations, supposedly due to some interdimensional intellectual property protection laws. 3 years ago, I purchased a gigantic python from Anaconda for experiments, and it ended up costing me 3 E-level certificates. The pain is unbearable. Royce, tell me, this platform started with a single adventure rule, and I thought it would be easy to navigate, but who knew it was riddled with so many pitfalls? Hey brother, you wouldn't have leaked anything, would you? Is it the T-virus? Indulge in any product of your choosing, and we shall swiftly reconcile in private. Once the platform intervenes, it is no longer within our purview. Royce expressed his dismay at having neglected to inform you of such a significant matter, imploring you not to misunderstand his intentions. The familiar bombardment of language persisted. Victor, upon observing the exchange, felt an inexplicable resonance in the words, as if they were imbued with an indelible northeastern accent. As for the matter of scheming, Victor harbored no doubts. Based on Royce's current demeanor, he deemed him trustworthy, confident in his discerning judgment. Victor, it is of no concern, my brother. I merely inquired out of curiosity. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, clarification suffices. Oh dear, you have startled me, my younger brother. Royce replied. Royce, had you not mentioned your cleverness, I would have never fathomed it. Had I possessed your intellect, I would not have suffered such a loss. Well then, if there is nothing further, I shall refrain from speaking. The research laboratory is facing yet another conundrum. It seems they are disinclined to endure any more setbacks, as they have been incessantly causing me trouble. Wheat buns, is that what the scientists at Resident Evil are being served? Their conditions are indeed dire. Closing the dialog box, Victor began to contemplate the advantages and disadvantages of this rule. The benefits were immediately apparent. Much like patent protection laws, they afforded merchants in each dimension the peace of mind to sell their goods without fear of decryption, even welcoming attempts at it. Such a resolution would yield greater profits than the formula itself, and the counterpart would be compelled to purchase the requisite knowledge. Moreover, as it was based on dimensions as units, the boundaries were distinctly drawn, eliminating the malignant phenomenon of patent trolls. However, substantial drawbacks existed as well. For lower-tier dimensions, they were unable to afford the exorbitant knowledge or reverse engineer the relatively affordable goods, leading to a potential bottleneck in progress. It was no wonder that the dual-canon dimension was willing to propose free requests, likely not even reaching their price threshold. Yet at that time, the lack of information rendered analysis impossible. The agreement had been made too hastily. That Raphael fellow had failed to provide any hints, and it was likely he would profit from the price differential, perhaps even entirely. Upon reflection, it became evident that Royce was indeed more endearing. Having marked Raphael as a shrewd merchant, Victor began to ponder another dilemma. Was it time to reconsider Tony's rescue plan? The leakage of 2 virus formulas was a minor issue. Compensation would likely not be exorbitant. However, the possibility of this blemish being recorded, akin to negative feedback on a storefront, could significantly tarnish the shop's reputation. Furthermore, considering Tony's notoriously obstinate disposition, he hesitated in contemplation. Alice reminded Pepper of her visit, and Felicia was bringing her towards the beach. Victor glanced at his phone to check the time, 9:05. Typically, most Americans would have begun their work by this hour, marking it as one of the earliest times for a courteous visit. Pepper had likely been waiting, arriving precisely on time. The attention to detail was indeed thoughtful. As he pondered this, Felicia and Pepper approached, each carrying a sunshade. When they were within 10 meters, Pepper instinctively paused, allowing Felicia to continue forward. "Mr. Victor, Miss Pepper has arrived. Would you like to see her now?" Felicia bent slightly, raising her voice just enough to be heard above the sound of the waves. Let her come in," Victor replied lazily, showing no intention of rising. Enjoying the sun, he found even thinking to be a considerable effort. Any physical labor could wait until the evening. Upon receiving his permission, Felicia straightened up and nodded towards Pepper. She hurried over, leaving her high heels behind to avoid making Victor wait too long. What if he changed his mind? Noticing this, Victor felt compelled to rise. Despite his fatigue, with a mental push, he stood just as Pepper reached him. With a professional smile, Pepper greeted, "Mr. Victor, it's a pleasure to see you again. First, I would like to apologize for Tony's behavior yesterday. He has quite the temper, which I sometimes struggle to tolerate. As a fellow personal assistant." Felicia was somewhat puzzled by Pepper's candid remarks about her boss. However, Victor understood Pepper's sentiments. With a grin, he remarked, "It's clear you have quite an affection for Tony, don't you?" Instead of displaying embarrassment or surprise, Pepper appeared noticeably tense. Almost reflexively, she retorted, "No, he is my boss, and a notorious playboy at that. How could I possibly like him?" Victor shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, since you're being so formal, Miss Pepper, I believe we have no need to seeing Victor's inclination to dismiss her." Pepper felt a pang of alarm. In that critical moment, instead of panicking, she composed herself instantly and quickly amended her response. "Yes, I do indeed like Tony." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked sincerely into Victor's eyes. "But he is still my boss, and I hope you won't let that slip." TSK, Victor mused. This woman, remarkably capable and deeply infatuated with Tony, had effortlessly cast aside her reservations for him. What a remarkable hold Tony had over her. With a bemused shake of his head, he smiled, sensing that Pepper believed he was about to reject her, prompting her to hastily attempt to recover the situation. "Mr. Victor, you see," Victor raised his hand to interrupt her. Under Pepper's anxious gaze, he declared, "I truly have high hopes for you. Have you considered joining my company? Its future is destined to capture the world's attention. A simple nod from you, and you'll be the chief executive officer, with Norman at your service." This time, Pepper did not refuse immediately. She pressed her thin lips together, contemplating for barely 2 seconds before resolutely stating, "If that is your condition, I will, once Tony has recovered." Victor raised his hand again to interrupt her. Such a remarkable woman, he mused, should not vie with Tony. Otherwise, their relationship would transform from mere discord to a deep-seated enmity, a conflict of irreconcilable hatred. Thus, a question arose. It was evident that Pepper's visit was solely representative of herself and did not embody Tony in any manner. For Victor, aside from her individual merit, Pepper seemed to hold no substantial value for negotiation. Surely, he could not give away something for nothing? Having been with Marvel for so long, he had never engaged in a losing venture. This principle must remain intact. Considering Pepper had been by Tony's side for such an extended period, she should still be untouched, right? Very well. It is decided. You shall be the one. 49. Let us give Wanda a boost. Pepper, can we consider ourselves friends? Victor inquired. Of course. Pepper replied with unwavering certainty. All right, as friends, I can save your boyfriend, but I have one stipulation. Victor raised his index finger. That is only reasonable, Mr. Victor. Please, go ahead. Pepper remained respectful and courteous. Hey, this isn't quite the tone of a friendly conversation, Victor reminded her. Fine, Victor. What are your conditions? Pepper cooperated exceptionally well. Victor nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to outline the functions of the two potions. These are the general effects. This is a finished sample from my private research facility, a product with technology that has matured. But do you know why I have not released them? Pepper did not respond immediately, pondering for several seconds. While Felicia was still deep in thought, Pepper astutely grasped the crux of the matter. Is there a challenge in preventing technological leakage? Bingo! Victor snapped his fingers. Pepper, why didn't you apply to work with me back then? Pepper smiled without answering. Shifting the topic firmly, Victor, I assure you, these two potions will remain under my watchful eye until they are formally administered to Tony. Except for a minuscule dosage for testing, they will not leave my sight, unless I am dead. No need to be so serious. Victor waved his hand nonchalantly. If someone were to snatch them, let them have it. However, as compensation, let us ensure your life remains intact for you to work at my company, to make up for the losses incurred. Of course, that is not an issue. This time, Pepper responded with remarkable decisiveness. The conversation has reached its conclusion. Victor extracted the pufferfish virus and the self-healing virus from the inventory, conjuring them into existence with his hands before presenting the diminutive injection guns to Pepper. The darker one contained the pufferfish virus, while the lighter one held the self-healing virus. However, it was of little consequence, as both would be administered simultaneously. Remember, the efficacy of the self-healing virus lasts only 10 minutes. With utmost care, Pepper accepted the injection guns, cradling them against her chest while casting a grateful glance at Victor. I know you are eager to validate this. Go ahead. I wish to bask in the sunlight. Victor gestured dismissively. I truly appreciate this. I shall keep them firmly within my sight. After making this solemn promise, Pepper cautiously departed the beach, even abandoning her high heels. Felicia, having secured Victor's consent, hurried after her, carrying the discarded shoes. As for the location where the injection guns had been concealed, neither woman was foolish enough to inquire. Felicia, mindful of her professional duties, refrained from asking inappropriate questions, while Pepper possessed a keen awareness of her situation. Did she genuinely believe that Victor regarded her as a close friend or had developed feelings for her, thus offering such precious samples for free? That notion was utterly implausible. Victor's investment was in Pepper as a person. Though Pepper could not fathom why Victor held such high regard for her, she had no time for such contemplations. She was solely focused on saving Tony, even if it meant parting ways with him. Victor reclined back onto his beach chair, contentedly closing his eyes. Today's matters had been resolved. The rationale behind investing in Pepper? It hardly required elucidation. Let us not forget that her man was destined to become the Iron Man. The influence of a whisper in his ear is not to be underestimated. Now, with Pepper overflowing with gratitude, can one doubt that in the future, when he and Tony engage in banter, Pepper would not take sides if the reasoning were sound. Moreover, she would soon be the executive president of Stark Industries. With today as favor in mind, it was inevitable that Pepper would become Victor's loyal ally. Furthermore, in the yet-to-be-released script of Avengers 4, Pepper would don her own armor, forming a trio with Tony and Rhodey, the Iron Triad, whose combat prowess could not be dismissed. Additionally, Victor had indeed saved Tony's life. Such a life-saving debt could not be easily cast aside. It was a win-win situation. What Pepper's purity? What relevance did her virginity hold for Victor? It was merely a fleeting thought that crossed his mind. As previously mentioned, Pepper's innocence did not align with Victor's preferences. He was more inclined towards someone like Wanda, who embodied a different allure altogether. Lost in his thoughts, Victor soon succumbed to slumber. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, he found that the sun had dipped below the horizon. Victor promptly sat up, stretching languidly and exhaling a sigh of contentment. Oh dear, when will this leisurely life of basking in the sun come to an end? There remained many tasks yet to be accomplished. Rather than walking, he summoned his telekinetic abilities to lift himself gracefully, as if a celestial being, back to the balcony of his master bedroom. After days of nurturing his superhuman lineage, his telekinesis had experienced an explosive growth, allowing him to utilize it freely for daily endeavors. Moreover, with increased expenditure of his mental energy, its recovery rate was gradually improving. He was confident that soon he would soar through the skies like a character from a film. He pondered whether his progress was swift. The children in Superpower out of control seemed to take considerable time before they could take flight. Opting for ease, he levitated 10 centimeters off the ground, gliding from the master bedroom to the kitchen, where a sumptuous feast awaited him. Naturally, Wanda and her brother were present. After 4 days of companionship, they had already discerned Victor's routine. The array of dishes on the table made Victor's mouth water. Sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, and mapo tofu. All quintessential Chinese home-cooked delights were likely the handiwork of Wanda, whose beaming expression suggested pride in her culinary achievements. The young girl was impressive, having mastered so many Chinese dishes. As he settled down, Felicia hurriedly dashed in from the hallway, initially intending to greet Victor at the precise moment of his arrival. However, she inadvertently crossed paths with him mid-flight. Upon spotting Victor, she slowed her pace, glancing at Wanda and her brother before discreetly positioning herself to the side. Victor understood her hesitation and raised a hand, saying, "Please sit down and eat. We can discuss work afterward." Felicia obediently nodded and took her seat, preparing to serve Victor as usual. Yet, she soon realized that her assistance might no longer be necessary. Victor enveloped his chopsticks with telekinesis, free from the constraints of his arms, allowing his gaze to direct the chopsticks precisely where he wished. However, controlling the amount he picked up proved challenging, leading to instances where he inadvertently snapped the wooden chopsticks. Fortunately, Wanda had anticipated this, providing an ample supply of chopsticks beside the table, sparing Felicia the need to retrieve more. While she quietly enjoyed her meal, Felicia mentally noted to commission a set of pure silver chopsticks, pondering why not pure gold. After all, gold was too soft and lacked the ability to detect poison. The peculiar sight of chopsticks moving autonomously piqued Wanda's curiosity, her eyes following their movements with childlike wonder, making her exceptionally endearing. Upon noticing her fascination, Victor playfully manipulated the chopsticks to sway rapidly from side to side. The swift motion caused Wanda's little head to bob back and forth, reminiscent of a playful kitten, evoking a strong desire to ruffle her hair. As the young girl finally comprehended the situation and caught sight of Victor's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In stark contrast to the future Scarlet Witch, the juxtaposition was simply delightful. After a lavish meal, Victor rose from the table, and the ever-watchful servants descended upon it, ransacking it clean within a mere 10 seconds, leaving only the bewildered Wanda and the distended Pietro, who was struggling to digest. By the end of the day, the chef hadn't even managed to step into the kitchen and was likely facing dismissal. If she didn't exert herself, she too might lose this lucrative position. As night fell, Victor chose not to return to his bedroom, but instead settled into the second reception room, expertly preparing tea while listening to Felicia's report. The preliminary acquisition of Riot Games had been completed, with the current price set at $174 million. "Do you foresee any issues?" he inquired. That is acceptable. Have a sip of tea," he added, pushing a cup toward Felicia. "The employees' salaries will be uniformly increased by 20. If anyone wishes to leave, we will settle 3 months' wages." Felicia lifted the ceramic teacup, gently blowing on it before consuming its contents without a trace of emotion. Observing this, Victor silently placed his hand down, intending to refill her cup. This was a prestigious Da Hong Pao, not some inferior grafted variety, since harvesting ceased in 2005. Very few remained on the market. If one is unfamiliar with the art of tea, it is best not to waste it. The report continued. "Regarding the Superman rights from Warner, they are asking for $5 million. What do you think? Offer no more than $1 million. If they refuse, so be it. It's merely a name that won't be used commercially. They will regret it in the future," Victor mused, savoring his tea. "Understood," Felicia noted quietly. "Most of the materials on your list are in stock, though a few rare items will require some time to procure. We anticipate completion in 5 days, and a separate warehouse has been allocated for storage." Victor responded with a contemplative hum, awaiting further details. "Chairman Norman has heard you desire a floor and has decided to allocate the high office on the 100th floor to you. What do you think?" "Inform Norman to clear out the 107th floor," Victor replied coolly. "Everything must be dismantled except for the load-bearing walls." This man was attempting to appease himself by offering the 100th floor. However, it made sense. Until now, Victor had only provided a vial of the T-virus and some vague promises, followed by extravagant expenditures that left no room for diminished support. It was time to give him a taste of the sweet rewards. To motivate the horse to run, one must offer the grass in the 3rd tone, not the 4th. Faced with Victor's demands, Felicia appeared hesitant, as if she had more to say. The 108th floor is a significant level within the Osborne Tower, housing a multitude of server clusters, which constitute the very core of the establishment, aside from the chairman's office. In contrast, the 107th floor is adorned with the private offices of various board members, a realm exclusively belonging to a select few who wield power over the Osborne Industrial Group. Victor's remark aimed at expelling these directors seemed rather extreme. Felicia chose to remain silent, documenting Victor's words, indicating her report was complete, and quietly exited. From her observations over the past few days, Victor did not strike her as a brash individual prone to offending others. She resolved to focus on her duties, recognizing that excessive words could lead to misfortune. Once Felicia departed, Pietro seamlessly entered the scene. It was evening. Could one truly venture out to bask in the moonlight? There was absolutely no issue with that. Victor felt a twinge of annoyance. Pietro was exceedingly clingy, frequently seeking conversations with him. Yet they had exhausted their common topics of discussion over the past few days. However, he could not neglect him, considering he was Wanda's brother. Although, according to Victor's plan, Pietro would inevitably be unable to undergo the transformation experiment of Baron Strucker from Hydra and awaken his abilities, destined to remain an ordinary person. Wanda had a potential pathway to awaken her chaos powers, a formidable force capable of obliterating the Infinity Stones, undoubtedly valuable. As Victor contemplated how to manage Pietro, the latter proposed an idea. "Hey buddy, do you play Dota? My sister has been playing games alone lately and seems quite bored. Perhaps you could join her?" Victor found himself intrigued by Pietro's suggestion, far more appealing than engaging in awkward small talk with the rough-hewn fellow. He promptly nodded in agreement, instructing the staff to clear a living room and set up 2 computers, transforming it into a temporary gaming arena. Once everything was arranged, Pietro ushered Wanda into the room, only to abandon her there, closing the door behind him without a second thought. The implication was unmistakably clear. Wanda stood silently at the doorway, her head bowed, exuding an air of helplessness. Victor nearly felt as though he were a tyrant imposing upon her. After all, it was merely a game, and it was her brother who had invited him. Sighing, he said, "Why don't you return to your room and play? You don't necessarily have to sit together." No sooner had he spoken than Wanda took a deep breath, summoning her courage, and with a nervous yet determined demeanor, she stepped forward, sitting beside Victor, her gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Well, considering her youth, shyness was entirely understandable. Once the true game commenced, Victor realized he had been gravely mistaken, utterly wrong. The Wanda in the game was an entirely different entity from her usual self. She was not merely a chatterbox akin to an esports enthusiast, but her frenetic maneuvers were as ferocious as a tiger, with lightning-fast reflexes that left Victor pondering whether he could endure even a minute against her. It was astonishingly rapid. As the game progressed into its later stages, Wanda, controlling the Void Facade, relentlessly pursued her opponents across the map. The passive ability of Time Lock, with a 25 chance of activation, seemed to double in her hands, as after landing 5 hits, she would undoubtedly stun her adversaries at least 3 times. It was outrageously fierce. After the game concluded, the young girl appeared quite bashful, her head lowered like an ostrich. However, in the second match, her teammates, in a fit of recklessness, began to throw the game. By the 30-minute mark, all 3 lanes had been shattered, and her teammates had gone idle, leaving little hope for victory. Yet, Wanda remained undeterred. Controlling Medusa at the base of the World Tree, she single-handedly defended against the super minions, and upon resurrecting, she and Victor's Phantom heroically executed a 2v5, annihilating their foes 3 consecutive times, culminating in a breathtaking 1v5 on the enemy's high ground. Victor was left utterly astounded. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had occupied a substitute position in a team built on skill, boasting first-rate technical prowess. How could it be that he felt overshadowed by Wanda's performance? No, as a man, he could not allow a girl to outshine him. Victor's competitive spirit ignited, and thus began their spirited rivalry, with each match becoming increasingly intense. In one particularly astonishing game, they amassed a staggering 1047 kills in just 35 minutes, with opposing heroes barely surviving 3 seconds upon rising from the fountain. After a series of consecutive victories, their records fluctuated with wins and losses, and before long, dawn broke. Comparing their scores revealed a tally of 24-21, with Wanda narrowly ahead by 3 games. Had it not been for the girl's evident fatigue, Victor might have pressed on. If not for your youth, reflexes, and speed, the outcome could very well have been different. Having enjoyed a hearty breakfast prepared by the private chef, Wanda retreated to her room for a much-needed nap, while Victor reclined lazily on a beach chair, not immediately succumbing to sleep. He opened a shop for League of Legends, Multiverse, and, indeed, discovered the product for the League of Legends game source data package, valued at F and Voucher 1. Multiverse Point 1. In addition to access to all 159 heroes, it offered an array of extravagant auxiliary features. Remarkably, this data was stored within a high-tech device resembling a nano earbud, just sufficient to warrant a product evaluation. Without hesitation, I purchased it and entrusted it to Alice for organization. Oof. You think you can take advantage of my ignorance in Dota, don't you? Wanda, just wait. Once I create League of Legends, we shall compete, and I certainly won't be defeated by you again. In my dreams, Victor commanded Yasuo with unparalleled prowess, causing Wanda to sing the English version of Conqueror in admiration, a moment of triumph indeed. In this villa, Victor embraced a routine of idleness by day and gaming by night. Meanwhile, in another villa, Tony, akin to a discoverer of new lands, incessantly pursued Pepper, attempting to acquire some elusive liquid from her. Yet, Pepper steadfastly refused him, driving Tony to the brink of madness. It was not merely her rejection that vexed him, but the realization that Pepper, who had never denied him before, was resolutely dismissing his request due to a promise made to another man. To put simply, he was envious. The indomitable spirit within him surged, and Tony contemplated various schemes to seize the suitcase Pepper carried with her. In the past, he had always emerged victorious, but this time proved drastically different. Pepper's resolve was unwavering. Regardless of Tony's soft or harsh tactics, she remained unmoved, clutching the suitcase containing 2 vials of virus even in her sleep, affording him no opportunity. The results of the drug test had long been revealed. Although Pepper could not comprehend the findings, Stark Industries possessed ample personnel who could. The efficacy of the drug was indeed as Victor had described. Pepper had also consulted numerous experts in the cardiac surgery field, and with the assistance of the pufferfish virus and self-healing virus, the success rate for removing the shrapnel from Tony's blood vessels soared to 98. The remaining 2 accounted for unforeseen circumstances such as power outages, earthquakes, or attacks. In terms of the surgery itself, the success rate stood at an impressive 100. While Pepper was elated, her trust in Victor deepened. Thus, she was determined to uphold her promise, even if Tony only suggested re-examination without reverse engineering the formula. Can you really trust the words of that big oaf, Tony? He audaciously concealed the news of his impending demise. Had it not been for Victor, the consequences would have been dire. Seeing that he could not gain Pepper's favor, Tony, in a fit of frustration, took Happy and rushed to Victor's villa. In the competition room, upon hearing Alice report Tony's visit, Victor was somewhat taken aback. Hadn't that fellow been nearly driven to seclusion after being rebuffed by him twice? Why hadn't he blocked Victor's number yet? Observing Wanda, who was intently engaged in her game, and the fierce battle unfolding, Victor quietly instructed Alice to have Hardy escort him to the second lounge, avoiding any encounter with Pietro, simply stating that he had pressing matters to attend to. Wanda, adorned with her gaming headset, remained oblivious to Victor's words, fully immersed in the game as she skillfully maneuvered her Dark Ranger to claim victory. The slight advantage Victor had painstakingly maintained was swiftly overturned. The trivialities of Tony were cast aside as he plunged into the fray to secure kills. 10 minutes later, as the game continued, the door to the gaming room was abruptly thrust open. Tony stormed in, his face etched with irritation, followed closely by Happy and a reluctant Felicia, whom Happy was restraining. Victor's expression darkened instantly. It was evident that Tony, unable to contain himself, had barged into the villa, and with Happy hindering Felicia, there was little she could do to stop him. Felicia hastily began to explain, but Victor raised his hand to silence her. Before she could utter a word, Tony scornfully remarked, "So your so-called important matter is merely playing games with a little girl? What a significant issue indeed." As he spoke the latter part, his gaze flickered towards Wanda's chest. Typically, under such scrutiny, Wanda would have blushed profusely. However, this time was different. Though her face was flushed with anger, her glare at Tony was fiercely menacing. She abandoned her game, her grip on the mouse tightening, her knuckles whitening, veins protruding, and her chest heaving heavily. This was precisely why Tony had taken note. Such an unexpected confrontation was never part of Victor's plans, leaving him quite irked. Moreover, his gaze towards Tony had grown decidedly hostile. Fortunately, the situation remained manageable. Rising to position himself protectively in front of Wanda, Victor glared at Tony with a displeased demeanor. "Did your mother never teach you not to intrude in someone else's home? My grandmother never allowed me to visit strangers." Tony, undeterred, retorted with a jab about his father. "I'm beginning to regret agreeing to Pepper's request to rescue you. Someone like you deserves no sympathy. You ought to fend for yourself." Victor replied coldly, "Even without you, I could find my own solutions." "You're just meddling where you don't belong," Tony shot back, equally irate. "Happy, inform Pepper that I want my gift back." "Wait." Tony suddenly grew anxious. You can't take back what you've given. His hesitation stemmed not from fear of death, but rather from the dread of Pepper discovering that he had disrupted her efforts. Observing Tony's capitulation, Victor let out a quiet huff. I have you under control now. Turning to Happy, he instructed, you accompany Wanda back to her room while I have a word with our uninvited guest. After settling Wanda, Victor strode towards the door, ignoring Tony who stood in his way, seemingly intent on colliding with him. Tony, having assessed their respective abilities and Victor's physique after being struck by his own calamity, decisively retreated, turning to exit the room and hastening towards the living room. Meanwhile, Victor disregarded him and headed in the opposite direction towards the dining room. As Tony led the way, he glanced back to find Victor's figure nearly vanished, causing his nostrils to flare in irritation. After finally gaining a measure of authority, how dare Victor unilaterally change the meeting location? Who converses with guests in the kitchen? Do not inquire how Tony discerned that it was the dining room. It was a gift of photographic memory. Tony yearned to leave without a second thought. How could the illustrious Tony Stark allow himself to be manipulated? Yet, the resolute visage of Pepper flashed in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he proceeded towards the dining room, advising Happy not to follow, as Victor had not fared well in his presence, and any ensuing embarrassment must remain unseen by his subordinates. Wait, why was he even contemplating this? He was a genius. How could he be outdone by an unknown mutant? In the dining room, Victor busily indulged in a small cake, not even glancing at the approaching Tony. Speak. What brings you here? Victor cut straight to the point. His presence in the villa posed a potential threat should Wanda and her brother erupt, although unlikely with him around. The relationship could sour irreparably. Victor's brusque demeanor further incensed Tony. No one dared to disregard Tony Stark in such a manner. This reminded the pampered Stark of his time in the cave months prior, and he had no desire to linger in the villa any longer. He retrieved a checkbook and slammed it down before Victor, arrogantly proclaiming that the figures were up to him to decide, as he had purchased the formulas for those 2 biological serums. In this world, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Is there anyone wealthier than Tony Stark in this world? Victor would have liked to say yes, but he could not hear Tony's thoughts, so he refrained from retorting. He leisurely set down his soup spoon, glanced at the haughty Tony, and unusually chose not to respond with a retort. Instead, he reached for the checkbook, using his telekinesis to summon a pen and began to fill in the numbers. Tony scoffed dismissively, raising his chin high, nostrils flaring at Victor. How ostentatious he had acted before, yet now he was yielding to money. Foolish mortal. After a few moments, Victor paused, turning to the still proud Tony, and said, I have filled in the numbers. Please sign. Tony once again let out a disdainful grunt, retrieving a checkbook and pulling out a signature pen from his pocket, poised to inscribe his illustrious name. However, his hand froze midair as his peripheral vision caught sight of the amount field. Unlike the checks in China, which utilize traditional numerals, American checks are filled out in English. And no matter how substantial the figure, it could never fully occupy the designated space. Yet, the figure 100 illion trillion seemed to consume the entirety of the amount box. How on earth could you even write that down? Just moments ago, Tony had been as proud as a peacock, but now he slammed the checkbook onto the table, roaring in anger. Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much this is? Why don't you just rob a bank instead? Victor, calm and collected, took a bite of cake and remarked nonchalantly, robbing a bank in America is far too troublesome. I might as well just rob you. Aren't you quite wealthy? Then go ahead and sign. I'll gladly present you with the formula. Tony's hand trembled around the pen, his gaze fixed on Victor, breathing heavily like a bull. He, Tony Stark, was indeed affluent. But did you comprehend how much 100 illion trillion actually was? $100 trillion. Not just 100 million or 1 trillion, but a staggering $100 trillion. For heaven's sake, 1 trillion is 100 billion multiplied by 100. 100 trillion is 100 billion multiplied by 100 multiplied by 100. Don't even mention Stark Industries. Not even the entirety of the United States or North America could amass such a sum. You shameless scoundrel. How dare you demand $100 trillion from me? Why not just ask for the earth itself? Tony was seething, his body trembling with rage, while Victor wore a victorious grin. Look at you. Aren't you supposed to be rich? If you can't even muster $100 trillion, what kind of tycoon are you? The king of Wakanda above you might not be able to produce 100 trillion in a minute, but at least he can manage something substantial. In truth, Victor had not intended to provoke Tony so grievously, but the man-as pretense was simply too irritating to ignore. Ideally, he hoped to push Tony into a corner, prompting him to retreat. Tony was on the brink of insanity, his eyes glaring at Victor, and had it not been for the significant disparity in their combat prowess, he might have already rolled up his sleeves. He could only silently chant to himself, "Don't stoop to the level of this impoverished fool. Don't stoop to the level of this impoverished fool." Finally managing to suppress his fury, Victor tapped the table impatiently and said, "Since you cannot afford it, then kindly return whence you came." Boom. Tony felt his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse as he glared at Victor, hands on his hips, poised to deliver a harsh retort. However, Victor's gaze sharpened, and he extended his right hand toward Tony, just as a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Demon. The suddenness of the roar, laced with palpable fury, instinctively caused Tony to shrink his neck, almost reflexively rolling off the table to evade the impending assault. Once he reached the corner of the table, he turned to assess the situation. There, hovering ominously in the air where his head had once been, was a Western-style kitchen knife, wielded by a silver-haired man who was struggling violently, his eyes fixed intently on Tony. In an instant, Tony recalled the scene. The silver-haired man had thrown one knife at him, only to have it intercepted by Victor's mutant ability. Undeterred, he had launched another, which was similarly thwarted. But who was this silver-haired man? Why did he harbor such animosity toward him? The fury radiating from his gaze seemed almost tangible. Overwhelmed with questions, Tony could not help but voice his confusion. "Hey, Silverhair, you're the one I fought that day. But why do you want to kill me? Did I fire you or something?" The silver-haired man offered no reply. Instead, he roared for Victor to release him so he could exact his revenge. Tony immediately cast a questioning glance at Victor, seeking an explanation. Victor sighed in resignation. His worst fears had indeed materialized. Lowering his raised hand to rub his temples, he pondered how to elucidate the situation, when suddenly Wanda burst in, brandishing a 2-meter-long knife, an impressive feat for someone of her stature. The usually blushing girl in Victor's presence now bore a fierce visage, her gentle eyes ablaze with a fiery hatred, fixated squarely on Tony. The intensity of her fury forced Tony to take a half-step back. Naturally, any unarmed person confronted by a knife-wielding assailant would instinctively retreat. Victor, with an air of resignation, gestured for Wanda to halt. In a manner reminiscent of her brother Pietro, she too found herself suspended in midair, unable to gain any footing. Yet, refusing to yield, Wanda gritted her teeth and hurled the long knife in her grip, but her strength faltered, causing it to fall short, landing 3 or 4 meters away from Tony. Inspired by Wanda, Pietro followed suit, tossing his kitchen knife, only for it to be intercepted once again by Victor's telekinetic powers. Tony, filled with uncertainty, observed the floating siblings, then glanced at Victor, who was still contemplating his words, and discreetly began to retreat, distancing himself towards the exit of the dining room. He reached into his pocket, fumbling for his phone, and decisively pressed the emergency alarm button. Victor remained utterly unperturbed, collecting his thoughts, which took no more than 6 seconds. He raised his gaze to offer an explanation just as Happy burst into the room, brandishing a handgun and shouting, "Tony, I'm getting old. I'm here to protect you. Don't worry, I'm here." Victor cast a bemused glance at the tense-faced Tony, who had inexplicably distanced himself. "So, you consider me a threat as well? Furthermore, with that little handgun in your hand, what do you hope to accomplish?" The psychic energy surged forth. There was no need for Victor to take action against Happy. Merely switching off the safety would suffice. "Go on. If you have the skill, try to disengage the safety," he taunted. However, Happy remained oblivious to these details, deftly maneuvering his considerable bulk to shield Tony, his small eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, projecting an air of professionalism and intimidation. The Wanda siblings, having been subdued by Victor and stripped of their weapons, could only cast venomous glances at Tony, ignoring his inquiries entirely. If glares could kill, Happy, who stood protectively in front of Tony, would surely be riddled with bullets. At this moment, Victor prioritized clearing up the misunderstanding over any plans he might have had. He gently tapped the table in an attempt to draw the attention of the 4 individuals present, but none acknowledged the subtle gesture. "Hey, are you really going to disregard me?" Victor's temper flared. He leaped forward, delivering a high kick that split the dining table in 2. The strength of his steel-enhanced body far surpassing that of the flimsy table. With the assistance of his psychic force, he shattered it underfoot. The tremendous noise startled both parties, instinctively drawing their eyes towards Victor, while Happy aimed his gun at Victor's forehead, his finger turning white as he prepared to pull the trigger. Victor straightened his attire and mocked, "You haven't even disengaged the safety. How do you intend to fire?" Upon realizing the safety was indeed still on, Happy hurried to disengage it, only for the handgun to unexpectedly slip from his grasp and fly into Victor's hand. Victor promptly disengaged the safety. Happy's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom why the gun had suddenly soared towards Victor, already resigned to the notion of shielding Tony from a bullet. Unexpectedly, Victor held the gun in his right hand, while his left palm hovered 10 centimeters before the muzzle. Then he pulled the trigger decisively. Bang, bang, bang. All 12 rounds from the P2-29 handgun discharged, yet Victor's left hand remained unscathed, the bullets never even brushing his skin, as they were intercepted mid-air by psychic force. Victor manipulated 12 golden bullets, floating effortlessly in his palm, dismissively stating, in the future, refrain from pointing such toys at me. Happy swallowed hard and instinctively nodded, only to quickly realize and cautiously speak up. Look, no matter what you want, let us first lay down our weapons. As he spoke, Happy raised his hands to indicate that he was unarmed and had no intention of aggression. Nevertheless, he steadfastly stood in front of Tony, his robust figure shielding him completely. It was Tony who displayed a greater audacity. The circumstances were unequivocally clear. Victor's display of power exuded an absolute dominance. If he wished to kill Tony, there was no need for Happy's intervention. Tony stepped out from behind Happy, rejecting his protective cover, and gazed intently at Victor. Now, can you enlighten us as to what is truly happening? His nonchalant demeanor elicited a moment of respect from Victor. With a gesture, Victor urged Tony to remain calm for the moment. He waved his right hand, and all firearms, bullets, knives, and remnants of cutlery were swept to a corner of the dining room by telekinesis. He addressed the still agitated Wanda and Pietro. I shall release you, granting you the opportunity to confront one another, but we will engage in dialogue, not violence. Understood? Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance before decisively nodding in unison. However, the instant Victor relinquished his telekinetic grip, the siblings stumbled and lunged at Tony, their fierce demeanor suggesting that even mere words could lead to his demise. Victor resigned, once again enveloped the siblings in his telekinetic hold. Let us continue our conversation for now. Tony remained remarkably composed, stroking his mustache with a peculiar expression. Could it be that your mother is my ex-girlfriend? Someone I, well, selectively broke up with, which is why you harbor such animosity towards me. Victor's reaction was one of disbelief. Seriously? This joke is hard to let go of, isn't it? In that moment, Victor contemplated simply releasing his grip, allowing Wanda and Pietro to teach Tony a lesson. This is the consequence of your own actions. I will endure. Ugh. Wanda and Pietro each spat in disdain, expressing their disgust at Tony's insinuation against their mother. The younger Wanda furiously retorted, Do not insult my mother. You scum are unworthy of even mentioning her. Tony struggled to suppress a smile, his gaze towards the siblings filled with complexity. Victor, meanwhile, smirked slightly. Wanda, your words may inadvertently lead Tony to misconstrue matters. Perhaps we should bring this farce to a close. With Happy's cautious gaze upon him, Victor strode to the center of the two parties and declared, Now, I will speak, and neither of you is permitted to interrupt. Should anyone speak out of turn, there will be consequences. Victor summoned the handgun from the corner, and with a mere gesture of his palm, the firearm was instantaneously disassembled into countless individual components, a scene that was undeniably chilling. Imagine, if you will, the transformation into a human form. Even Tony, who was typically obstinate and rebellious, refrained from confronting Victor at this moment. His curiosity piqued by the underlying narrative of it all. Satisfied with the silence that enveloped the room, Victor first turned to Tony, gesturing towards the Maximoff siblings. Elucidating, Pietro Maximoff, Wanda Maximoff, Eastern European Sokovians. Their parents perished in a terrorist attack, the weapon used emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia. Is this explanation clear to you? Tony initially exhaled in relief, only to furrow his brow tightly soon after. For the first time, he met Wanda's gaze, filled with resentment, and proclaimed earnestly, Stark Industries weapons are exclusively supplied to the United States military for national defense. They would never end up in the hands of terrorists. Yet, as he spoke, he faltered mid-sentence. They would never end up in the hands of terrorists? The memory of the attack by the Ten Rings gang a few months prior haunted him. The very shell that had detonated before him bore the Stark Industries emblem. A vivid recollection that lingered, with fragments still coursing through his veins. Thus, he fell silent. Wanda, however, would not be silenced. This usually timid girl now roared with fervor. Not you? I witnessed a shell lying just 3 meters away from us. We lingered on the brink of death for a full 12 hours. The words imprinted on it will forever be etched in my memory. STARKINDUSTRIES. Is this not the trademark of your Stark Industries? You wretched demon, scoundrel, executioner, why do you still walk this earth? You deserve to descend into hell. In the face of Wanda's wrathful inquiry, Tony's brow knitted tightly. He could empathize with the sensation of teetering on the edge of death, for he was currently enduring it himself. It must be said this feeling was utterly excruciating, even one as formidable as he was gradually unraveling. Yet, his pride compelled him to speak. You claim a shell lay before you for 12 hours? How could you ascertain that it might explode at any moment? He attempted to moderate his tone. You think you are the only intelligent one in the world? Pietro retorted sharply. The green indicator light flashed every 3 seconds, indicating the shell was armed and could detonate at any time. Is this knowledge not within the grasp of us common folk? In response to Pietro's derision, Tony did not bristle. Instead, he relaxed his furrowed brow. With a hint of levity, he remarked, every shell manufactured by Stark Industries, the ignition system was designed by me. They are uniformly equipped with an automatic destruction system. If they're not detonated within 1 hour of launch, the ignition device will deactivate to prevent accidental injuries during subsequent cleanup operations. Therefore, if these weapons indeed originate from Stark Industries, the notion that they could remain operational 12 hours post-activation is entirely implausible. They are undoubtedly counterfeit items masquerading under the Stark Industries name, a phenomenon not uncommon abroad. Observing the skepticism etched on Wanda and Pietro's faces, Tony continued, for Victor's sake. You may accompany me to Stark Industries for verification. I have no reason to fabricate information regarding either the documentation or the manufacturing facilities. At this moment, Victor interjected, gazing at Wanda and softly declaring, though Tony Stark is arrogant, sharp-tongued, and a notorious playboy, it is undeniable that, personally, he would never sell weapons to terrorists. Stark Industries provides its weaponry exclusively to the U.S. military. Its civilian operations focus on other ventures such as nursing homes, orphanages, charitable organizations, and high-tech furniture products. In response to Victor's assessment, Tony grimaced but refrained from disputing it, as it appeared to be grounded in truth. With Victor's endorsement, Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt and incredulity. Had they truly misidentified their nemesis for years? As the siblings grappled with their existential crisis, Victor added, of course, this matter cannot be entirely absolved of Tony's involvement. There is something he has yet to disclose. Victor gestured towards Tony, asserting, if you do not clarify this yourself, I may have to expose your secrets. Tony coughed, exasperated, and remarked, where exactly do you obtain your intelligence? Victor raised an eyebrow. Are you asking me to divulge? I intended to ascertain the facts before speaking. Tony sighed, tilting his head towards the ceiling. Typically, I focus on product design, while Obadiah manages the company's operations. If that batch of weapons indeed originated from Stark Industries and had its automatic destruction system dismantled, there's only one plausible explanation. Obadiah has been secretly communicating with terrorists, selling them weapons on the side. However, this is merely conjecture. He is wealthy enough not to require such dealings. Victor, impatient, waved his hand, interrupting Tony's explanation. Is self-deception truly beneficial? He scoffed. During your attack in Afghanistan, you were delayed for several hours. How did your itinerary leak? Who else could be responsible but your dear uncle? Tony found himself at a loss for words, his forehead taut with tension. How did this young man possess such intimate knowledge of his circumstances? Tony fell silent, retreating into his thoughts. The Wanda siblings find themselves engulfed in a state of despair amidst a plethora of evidence. To speak of forgiving Tony? That seems utterly impossible, considering the years of animosity that have festered, with countless nights spent longing to exact vengeance upon one another. Yet, the evidence laid bare before them compels a reluctant belief. After all, the siblings still harbor trust in Victor. They now stand in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the question of what their years of hatred have truly amounted to. Noticing their dazed state, devoid of their former relentless hatred for Tony, Victor relinquishes his telekinetic hold, allowing them to descend. The exertion has nearly drained his powers. If he does not release them soon, he may find himself collapsing. As Wanda and her brother are set down, they instinctively yearn to lunge at Tony, yet they freeze mid-motion, caught in a dilemma as they fixate on him. Tony, however, pays them no heed, his gaze darkening as he regards Victor, lost in thought with flickering eyes. Victor, undeterred, calls out, Hottie, you may come out now and escort Wanda and her brother back to their quarters for some tranquility. Typically quick to respond to orders, Felicia remains silent this time. Instead, Alice interjects, Sir, Miss Felicia has been rendered unconscious by Mr. Hogan's blow to her neck and will likely be difficult to awaken for a while. Victor regards Happy with an impassive expression, who, realizing his misdeeds, offers an apologetic smile. My apologies, Mr. Victor. I inadvertently knocked your assistant out. I am willing to compensate. Compensation is indeed necessary, Victor replies, casting a sidelong glance at Tony. However, it is you who shall provide it. Medical expenses, emotional distress damages, lost wages. and rehabilitation fees amount to a total of 500,000. Happy, taken aback, exclaims in disbelief. It was merely a swift strike. It's not as if I dealt a lethal blow. How can you demand 500,000? Yet, Tony interjects, halting Happy's protest. $2 million, 500,000 for your assistant. 1 million for this pair of siblings, and 500,000 for your damaged furniture. Absolutely not. Wanda almost blurts out instinctively. Even if you are not our direct enemy, you bear indirect responsibility. Your wealth is stained with the blood of my parents and the innocent. We refuse to accept it. Pietro adds vehemently. Tony's lips twitch, and he absently touches his nose, refraining from retorting. He resigns himself to the situation. After all, he is aware of his culpability in their family's ruin. Allowing them a moment of indignation is a trivial matter. The sins he has wrought, he shall endure. Finally, he declares enough of this. Following such a confrontation, Tony has no intention of lingering. What if the Wanda siblings come to a realization? Whether as direct or indirect adversaries, they may seek to exact their revenge themselves. Wanda is currently experiencing significant emotional fluctuations, and it is evident that she lacks the heart to engage in gameplay tonight. Without a comparable partner, Victor resolved to retire to his room. Before doing so, he tenderly embraced the unconscious Felicia, acknowledging that her stature was considerably smaller than Wanda's. The following day, he awoke promptly at dawn. As he descended the stairs, Victor anticipated a lackluster meal prepared by the private chef. To his surprise, Wanda had arranged an exquisite spread of culinary delights, albeit with a somewhat distracted demeanor. Pietro, in contrast, remained decidedly more pragmatic, showing no inclination to leave his room. During breakfast, Felicia continuously tilted her head, her movements appearing rigid, suggesting she may have slept awkwardly. After the meal, they retreated to the second living room to enjoy tea while Felicia presented her report. She handed over a stack of pre-prepared documents, the equity transfer agreement, and Victor affixed his signature, officially making Riot Games his private possession. Victor then began issuing directives. Hardy, I grant you 3 days to dismiss any employees you wish to part with. Subsequently, reach out to Alice. She will provide you with a game to organize marketing and promotional efforts. I expect to see it launched within a week. Felicia nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, and before you leave, make a stop by Tony's. He mentioned a compensation of $500,000 owed to you. Felicia looked up in astonishment, her sudden movement causing a sharp crack in her neck, contorting her delicate features in discomfort. Victor winced at the sight. Consider today a day off. You can resume work tomorrow. Please take some rest. All right, Felicia replied, tilting her head to ease the strain, and added, I will manage company affairs from my room. If you need anything, feel free to summon me. Victor nodded, urging Felicia to go and rest. After sipping a few cups of tea, Victor swiftly made his way to the beach. Such splendid sunshine should not be squandered. This time, he opted for loose-fitting beach shorts instead of suit, revealing his 8-pack abs, a transformation from his previous 6-pack, which had been sculpted further by days under the sun. He wished to maintain a low profile, yet his jeans conspicuously prevented it. As he reclined on a beach chair, Victor felt himself drifting into slumber when a thought struck him, jolting him awake. Alice, have you organized the materials for League of Legends? He inquired. It is all ready. Would you like to test it first? Alice promptly replied. Send it to Wanda using the 2010 version. Tell her it is for testing game balance, and you will accompany her in playing against AI to familiarize her with it. Understood, Alice responded. With her adept handling of the computer, Wanda should swiftly acclimate to the game, wouldn't she? As Victor succumbed to a deep slumber, his mind wandered. He pondered the rationale behind utilizing an outdated version from 2010 rather than the latest, thoroughly tested iteration. Despite currently residing in the Marvel Universe, it was only 2008, and the fundamental hardware infrastructure was still lacking in sophistication, rendering the newest version incompatible with most computers. Moreover, he contemplated the necessity of leaving room for future updates. The tradition of each version surpassing the last must not falter under his stewardship. As the sole proprietor, he envisioned a future where he could enhance any hero at will. Time flowed steadily, and 3 days had passed in tranquility for Victor. His days were spent basking in the sun, while evenings were devoted to gaming alongside Wanda, engaging in double matches with the 8 other players arranged by the company, plunging into a frenzy of experimentation. Wanda remained at the villa, not only for the game testing, but also for other undisclosed reasons, keeping Victor company. Meanwhile, Pietro, with unwavering determination, sought to redirect his focus. With his previous target now irrelevant, he resolved to investigate Obadiah under the pretense of exploring the scenic beauty of Los Angeles. Victor did not deter him. He instructed Alice to keep a vigilant watch. As long as Wanda remained, Pietro could indulge in his antics, for his powers were largely dormant and of little value. That evening, Victor continued his gaming session with Wanda. Over the past 3 days, his familiarity with the game's heroes had allowed him to maintain a winning streak, much to his delight. However, the absence of a rank system during the internal testing slightly diminished the thrill. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence, as Felicia had already begun investing significantly in promotions, and in 4 days, April 12, 2008, the game would officially launch. To attract a multitude of players swiftly, Victor announced an enticing incentive. The top-ranked player at the conclusion of Season 1 would receive a grand prize of $1 million. Beyond this, he chose not to concern himself. It was merely a diversion, not worthy of excessive investment of his energy. If he had that much time, he would rather seek out a compelling script to produce a remarkable film, which was his true passion. Just as he snatched a kill from Wanda, Alice's voice interrupted. "Victor, I have detected that the surveillance program has been activated. Obadiah has appeared at Mr. Stark's villa, and Mr. Stark has been subdued." Upon hearing this, Victor's fingers moved swiftly, securing yet another kill and achieving a triple kill before releasing the mouse. "At last, you've arrived." He stood up and removed Wanda's headphones, who pouted at him, her lips and chest equally puffed. "Always stealing my kills. What a quintessential alpha male." Victor had no time to comfort Wanda and, with an apologetic smile, remarked, "I suddenly feel unwell and need to step out for a moment. You all can manage a 4v5, right?" Wanda's eyes lit up at his words, eagerly nodding, hoping that Victor, the kill stealer, would hasten his departure. With a slight smirk, Victor playfully pinched Wanda's nose, and amidst her startled exclamation, he leapt from the room, swiftly traversing the kitchen, conference room, and living room, before landing in the courtyard where a Ferrari convertible awaited him. The keys were still in the ignition, and Victor immediately ignited the engine, flooring the accelerator. The exhilarating force propelled him forward, reaching a staggering speed of 340 km/h in just 28 seconds. The azure Ferrari, akin to a flash of lightning, raced down the highway, covering a distance of 10 kilometers in merely 1 minute and 40 seconds, arriving outside Tony's villa. As the tires continued to screech against the pavement, Victor vaulted from the driver's seat, leaping over the villa's courtyard gate and soaring toward the residential area. Parked in front of the villa was a black sedan, and a bald man clad in a suit was approaching, cradling a palm-sized square box. Victor's keen eyesight instantly identified his target, Obadiah Stane, the new nemesis of Wanda and her brother. Just in time, Victor descended like a projectile, crashing onto the car roof. He intended to obliterate the vehicle, but only managed to leave a small dent. Clearly, this car was bulletproof. Obadiah halted in his tracks, bewildered, staring at the descending Victor, momentarily at a loss. What on earth is happening? Before Obadiah could utter another word, Victor gestured, and the box in Obadiah's hands was enveloped in telekinetic force, soaring into Victor's grasp. Simultaneously, 3 burly bodyguards clad in black suits emerged from the sedan, guns drawn, encircling Victor atop the car. Obadiah shouted from behind, "Don't shoot the box, kill him," like a Trax-like, and these bodyguards, clearly not paragons of virtue, immediately complied with the lethal order. Without hesitation, they squeezed the triggers, their sights locked firmly on Victor's head, heart, and throat. Each was confident in their marksmanship, firing but a single shot, yet their aim remained unwavering. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, 3 bullets hovered half a meter away from Victor, spinning slowly yet unable to advance a single inch. The seasoned bodyguards quickly recognized they were facing a mutant, and without any further communication, they prepared for what was to come. The bodyguard closest to Obadiah retreated to shield his employer, while the other 2 alternated in firing their weapons, diverting Victor's attention to prevent a counterattack. Once their ammunition was exhausted, they swiftly withdrew. Almost simultaneously, a round grenade rolled from the ground towards the underside of the car, a clever maneuver by the retreating bodyguard. Their coordinated assault was seamless, which explained why Obadiah had chosen them as his personal guards. Unfortunately for them, they crossed paths with Victor, a small superhero endowed with telekinesis. The grenade was enveloped in his psychic energy, returning to its origin. The foremost retreating bodyguard appeared to be prepared. Upon seeing the grenade hurled back, he immediately fired his weapon, accurately striking the grenade. Boom! The explosion unleashed over 2,000 tiny steel pellets, which Victor was compelled to shield against with his telekinetic barrier. While the impact would not breach his defenses, the pain was undeniable. As for the 2 bodyguards who had retreated, being even closer to the explosion, they attempted to evade the onslaught of pellets, but were unable to escape unscathed. Life and death were uncertain. However, Obadiah remained unscathed, as he was shielded by the bodyguard who had detonated the grenade. Infuriated by the barrage, Victor unleashed a wave of unchecked telekinetic energy, propelling bullets and pellets outward indiscriminately. Each of the three bodyguards, to varying degrees, bore the brunt of this attack. Fortunately, they had effectively protected their vital areas, resulting in no fatalities. Instead, they produced 3 distinct grenades, pulled the pins, and made their escape. Victor, feeling powerless, once again raised his telekinetic barrier, only to be met with a blinding flash as a multitude of steel pellets collided with his shield, accompanied by a noxious gas that invaded his eyes, nose, and mouth, causing him to tear up. Fragmentation grenades, flashbangs, and tear gas grenades. Damn it. Retrieve the box. This was Obadiah's furious roar. Do you know what's inside? I'll offer $1 million. Get it back. The 3 bodyguards paid no heed to Obadiah, their retreat resolute. Victor was truly enraged. Though he was not professionally trained, he was still a small superhero. How could he allow them to escape so easily? Do you think I cannot pursue you just because you believe you are out of my sight? With the limitations on his super hearing lifted, he instantly detected their chaotic footsteps, soaring above the tear gas's reach, disregarding the bullets aimed at him, and heading directly towards the source of the footsteps. The bullets struck his ironclad body, failing to penetrate his super combat suit, yet the force of the impacts was painfully jarring. Victor, undeterred by the barrage of bullets, channeled his telekinetic prowess to propel the unique, handleless blades from his belt, directing them with precision towards the gun muzzles below. The 3 bodyguards attempted to evade, but within a 10-meter radius, Victor's telekinetic feedback effortlessly captured their every movement, compelling the blades to alter their trajectory accordingly. Ultimately, these seasoned elite protectors, despite their extensive battlefield experience, found themselves overwhelmed by Victor's relentless, all-encompassing assault. Aside from deflecting a few blades with their arms and firing off a couple of rounds, the majority of the blades found their mark, embedding themselves into their foreheads, throats, and hearts, leading them swiftly to report to the Grim Reaper. Left standing alone was Obadiah, whose expression, though obscured, surely did not bear a smile. Victor remained motionless, suspended in the air, awaiting the dissipating effects of the flashbang. After all, Obadiah, an ordinary man, posed no significant threat. It was evident that Obadiah was not one to resign passively. He retrieved 2 earplugs from his pocket and inserted them into his ears while raising his voice, proclaiming, "Victor Chen, I am aware of your identity. Pepper has spoken highly of you. I am grateful for your saving of Tony's life. But why have you attacked me?" Victor remained silent, observing Obadiah with his telekinetic field, eager to discern his next move. Ignoring Victor, Obadiah continued to elaborate on his close ties with Tony. Had it not been for Alice's assurance that Tony lay lifeless in the villa, Victor might have doubted the narrative had shifted. Indeed, Obadiah was a cunning old fox. Once the earplugs were securely in place, Obadiah produced a device the size of a lighter from his pocket and boldly advanced towards the car, spouting conciliatory remarks. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I shall not hold you accountable for the death of my bodyguards. For Tony's sake, I will even cover this incident up for you." Victor, naturally, would not permit his departure, but also refrained from closing the distance to Obadiah. He recalled the origin of the lighter-like device, a compact sonic weapon capable of rendering a person immobile for 15 minutes when activated near the ear. This very device had allowed Obadiah to leave Tony lying lifeless in the villa until now. Victor was uncertain whether this gadget would prove effective against him or amplify its effects. After all, with a superhuman hearing, this exceptional ability seemed to come at a steep cost. With a flicker of intention, Victor removed Obadiah's earplugs, simultaneously exerting his telekinetic strength to yank the lighter from Obadiah's grasp, attempting to pry it open. A buzzing sound akin to a domestic appliance erupted, catching Obadiah off guard, leaving him no chance to react before he crashed down onto the floor, his robust physique likely to suffer a grievous injury from the impact. As the lighter was extinguished, silence enveloped the surroundings. My body descended gradually, positioning myself before Obadiah, idly toying with the lighter while a surge of information flooded my mind. It was merely an F-grade item, valued at F-grade certificate X2, dimensional points X20. Quite acceptable. I would simply add it to my inventory for sale. At that moment, my vision was restored. Victor utilized telekinesis to lift Obadiah, suspending him behind me as I strolled towards the villa. I opened the square box on my right hand, finally catching a glimpse of the arc reactor in its true form. During my prior encounter with Tony, he had donned an opaque outfit, concealing everything from view. The appearance was unremarkable, akin to the 11th figurine from my past life. As my fingers made contact, information materialized before me. Item name, second-generation miniature arc reactor. Item classification, technology. Item compatibility, 100. Origin, Marvel Universe. Grade evaluation, D. Monetary valuation, D. Grade certificate X4. Dimensional points X 42,000. Function description, despite its diminutive size, it possesses enough power to energize an entire city or enable a suit of armor to operate at full capacity for 10 minutes. Slogan, behold, this little marvel harbors astonishing energy. Surprisingly valuable. Previously, Victor had believed that the spider serum was a C-grade item. While this antiquated miniature arc reactor would scarcely reach, yet it astonishingly attained D. The grading can be perceived as lower, middle, and upper tiers. Thus, it seems plausible that the future third-generation new element arc reactors might qualify as C-grade items. Just the power core alone matches the spider serum in grade. And with the iron suit, the future little spider would be rather formidable. Nevertheless, he was still easily overwhelmed by Thanos, whose strength was formidable indeed. Lost in thought, Victor arrived in the villa's grand hall. Tony sat upon the sofa, his face ashen, bloodshot eyes lighting up momentarily at the sight of Victor, only to shift to an expression of peculiar intensity. Whatever was occupying his mind, it left Victor feeling quite unsettled. With a dismissive gesture, he cast Obadiah onto the floor, brandishing the second-generation miniature arc reactor while intentionally ignoring Tony's gaze. He retrieved his Huawei phone, snapping photos with a satisfying click. The stark contrast of Tony's pallid visage against the backdrop of the photos revealed deep shades of bruised iron. Pleased with the captured moments, Victor noted that Tony had regained his composure, yet, disregarding the photos, he hastily seized the second-generation miniature arc reactor Victor had carelessly tossed onto the sofa, fumbling to secure it against his chest. In his frantic attempts, he repeatedly missed the mark, his frustration causing his pallor to deepen further. After finally managing to set it up, Tony had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before he looked up to see Victor beaming at him, phone in hand, aimed directly at him but not yet pressing the shutter. Tony's expression shifted abruptly from pale to dark. Damn it, you actually recorded it. 56. Let's come back for another round. Damn it, hand that over to me. Tony reached out to snatch the phone, but Victor easily evaded him by retracting his arm. I'll offer $5 million. Just give me that damned phone. Tony's face darkened. Yet, Victor remained unfazed. Am I in need of $5 million? Victor pulled out a check. What I need is more money. If you sign this check, I will delete your compromising material. Tony's complexion grew increasingly grim. The check Victor brandished was none other than the one worth $100 trillion that had surfaced just days prior. Moreover, from Victor's implication, signing this check would only lead to the deletion of the data, but the phone would remain in his possession. Is your phone made of vibranium? Tony seethed. Even if it were made of vibranium, it wouldn't be worth $100 trillion. Before Wakanda revealed itself to the world, the only known vibranium was the shield that Captain America used to make popsicles. Victor smiled silently. He tucked away the phone and the check, then gestured with his chin towards Obadiah, who lay motionless on the floor. Let me guess, your earlier state was due to an ambush, right? Since you knew he had hired someone to kill you, why didn't you revoke his access to the villa? Tony's expression flickered, even with his sharp tongue. He found himself at a loss for words. Even if there were sonic weapons, how could Obadiah have stealthily approached to ambush him? Was it not due to Obadiah's unrestricted access, which allowed him to enter without triggering alarms? Seeing that Tony had no retort, Victor wore a victorious smile. Their confrontations had ended in his favor 4 times, proving that even the famed sharp-tongued Marvel character was no match for him. Giving Tony a thumbs up, Victor declared twice. I saved you twice. I shall call upon this favor in the future. With that, Victor turned and left. What? Do I need you to save me? Tony's exaggerated tone echoed behind him. Even without you, I can handle it myself. I don't need your meddling. Without looking back, Victor waved his right hand, then folded 4 fingers, leaving only his middle finger raised towards Tony, prompting yet another outburst from him. Once Victor departed the villa, Tony's volatile temper suddenly subdued, his face a mask of contemplation as he stared at Obadiah on the floor, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to Victor, the aftermath was unfolding. The dormant surveillance program had been activated and subsequently cleared by Jarvis. He swiftly returned to his villa in merely 3 minutes, only to find that Wanda's newly launched game had yet to conclude. Unbeknownst to her, Victor had already departed. Without hesitation, Victor instructed Alice to log into Wanda's opponent's account and commenced a direct confrontation with her. The thrill of partnering with Wanda had diminished. It was imperative to rigorously train her to make the experience worthwhile. Thus, throughout the latter half of the night, Wanda pouted, harboring a fervent desire to exact revenge on Victor. However, as a newcomer to the game, her understanding of the heroes was still superficial, rendering her unable to showcase her skills effectively. Victor, embodying the archetype of a stoic male, seemed oblivious to the notion of yielding to a girl, even in a game. This resulted in a breakfast filled with her silence, as she pondered over the intricacies of Victor's gameplay. Observing her earnest demeanor, Victor stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given Wanda's evident passion for competition and her strong sense of rivalry, he contemplated the possibility of forming a team for her in the future. After their meal, he continued to listen to Felicia as she reported on various work progressions in the secondary living room. All prior directives were being executed as planned. Once her report was concluded, Felicia resumed her busy schedule, her workload remaining quite substantial. As the epitome of a ruthless capitalist, Victor leisurely reclined on the beach, basking in the affectionate warmth of the sun while mulling over trivial matters. He wondered when this languid existence would come to an end. It had been nearly 10 days of recharging. He speculated whether, upon reaching the pinnacle of telekinetic enhancement, he might be able to propel himself beyond the atmosphere. If successful, he could redeem a Superman lineage super breath ability, which would enable his light energy to replace his respiratory cycle, allowing him to survive in a vacuum. Exposed directly to the cosmos, free from the atmospheric constraints, his recharging should expedite significantly. Lost in such thoughts, Victor gradually succumbed to slumber, only to awaken at dusk, precisely as the sun began to set. As he sat up, Alice's voice broke the silence. "Sir, precisely 1,304 hours today, Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries, was apprehended and charged by Mr. Stark with 12 offenses, including theft of corporate trade secrets and conspiracy to commit murder. The trial has yet to commence, but it is anticipated that Stane will spend the remainder of his life in prison. Should he be found guilty, the shares he holds in Stark Industries will be reclaimed by the company, thereby increasing the value of shares held by other shareholders." This news did not go unnoticed. Prior to the market's closing, Stark Industries plummeted by 6% as numerous retail investors rushed to sell, even as Mr. Norman attempted to acquire shares vigorously, while Mr. Stark himself engaged in a buying spree. Mr. Norman had called an hour ago, and in light of your continued silence, he took the initiative to acquire shares from 14 minor shareholders of Stark Industries, bringing his total holdings to 17 shares, making him the second largest shareholder after Mr. Stark, who possesses 37 shares. Currently, Osborne Industries has reached the limit of its available liquid assets to prevent a potential collapse of the funding chain. If Mr. Norman wishes to further acquire shares in Stark Industries, he will need to liquidate his own shares in Osborne Industries to raise cash. Mr. Norman left a message inquiring whether he should proceed with further purchases. Alice's report took Victor by surprise. The cunning Mr. Norman was genuinely devoted to acquiring shares in Stark Industries. He was even prepared to sell his own Osborne shares to facilitate this. Was it possible that after the incident regarding the building, he felt he had angered Victor and wanted to make amends? Or was he contemplating wagering all his assets on Victor? Regardless of the motivation, it was evident that now was an opportune moment to buy in at a low price. And Victor would not let this opportunity slip away. Why turn down free money? Victor commanded that Norman retain ownership of the Osborne building while converting all other assets into Stark shares, acquiring as many as possible. Understood. After issuing the directive, Victor chose not to dwell further on the matter. Should Norman execute his orders flawlessly this time, it would not be out of the question to entrust him with the management of the new company Victor envisioned, as opposed to Felicia, who would find managing a gaming company somewhat burdensome. Another matter weighed heavily on Victor's mind. He was not surprised by Tony's handling of Obadiah. With the possession of a small arc reactor, Tony had disseminated unfavorable news, causing shareholders and investors to lose faith in Stark Industries, leading to a massive sell-off that depressed the stock price, thus enabling him to acquire more shares at a bargain. While this tactic may seem unscrupulous, it was merely a fundamental operation within the realm of capital. However, imprisoning Obadiah felt eerily reminiscent of a movie plot, defeating the antagonist only to imprison them, only for them to return and wreak havoc once more. Moreover, with the absence of Ironmonger, what form would Tony take in becoming Iron Man? Victor awaited the unfolding events with anticipation. A bold move was in the air. That evening, as Victor was gaming with Wanda, Alice suddenly alerted him to a terrorist attack that had occurred an hour ago at the Los Angeles prison where Obadiah was held, with the intent of unleashing a multitude of rioters. At a critical juncture, a mysterious figure appeared, aiding the prison guards in thwarting the terrorist plans, resulting in the escape of only a handful of criminals rather than a full breach of the prison. It was needless to say that this enigmatic individual was none other than Stark himself. However, this time, due to the absence of many civilian witnesses, Iron Man's identity remained undisclosed, with only a limited investigation taking place. Upon hearing this, Victor speculated that Obadiah was among the fleeing criminals. Yet, that was not the case. Not only did Obadiah fail to escape, but he also found himself caught in the crossfire between the terrorists and Tony. His prison cell was illuminated by a firebomb, and when the chaos subsided, only a charred corpse remained within. DNA analysis confirmed beyond doubt that it was indeed Obadiah. This turn of events was rather theatrical. Was it not? What an uncanny coincidence. Could it be that Tony, in his wrath against criminals, inadvertently dealt a legitimate blow? No, that seemed implausible. Though Tony possessed a notoriously foul temper, he was not one to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, had he wished to take action, he could have ascertained Obadiah's whereabouts the previous night at the villa. The lack of information left Victor utterly perplexed. Yet, he sensed that there was undoubtedly more to this story. This troubling conundrum found resolution the following evening. It was not the setting sun that roused him, but rather the jarring sound of the air raid siren, repeatedly blaring through Alice's speakers, which forced him awake. "Alice, is there something urgent?" Victor groaned, attempting to suppress his morning irritability. He vowed that if Alice were merely causing him this distress without just cause, he would certainly have a word with Royce regarding the warranty issues. 2 minutes ago, Ms. Pepper called. "Mr. Stark may have been attacked at his villa, and she hopes you can come and investigate," Alice relayed urgently. This indeed constituted an urgent matter. Initially taken aback, Victor's languid demeanor vanished in an instant. His immediate instinct was to dash toward the Ferrari still parked in the courtyard, commanding, "Infiltrate Tony's surveillance system, and do it swiftly. I need to know what transpired." Alice acknowledged his command. Victor made a beeline for the driver's seat, neglecting to fasten his seatbelt, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the Ferrari shot off toward Tony's villa. As he sped along, a torrent of information flickered through Victor's mind. Who had attacked Tony? At this juncture, the deceased Obadiah from the previous night seemed the most likely culprit. He had the necessary manpower and equipment, provided he had the funds. Yet, other possibilities could not be dismissed. For instance, had Ivan Vanko's father passed away prematurely, prompting an earlier assault on Tony? That theory seemed improbable. After all, the destitute individual had crafted such rudimentary equipment. How could he possibly obtain Tony's address? Alternatively, might the extremist virus have unexpectedly overcome its challenges, allowing Killian's minion to mount a counteroffensive? That too seemed unlikely. In the original narrative, Tony Stark, fueled by rage after Happy's serious injury, brazenly revealed his identity to provoke his adversaries into attacking. It is implausible that Hydra, envious of Tony's Iron Man suit, would orchestrate a scheme to seize his data. Alice did not mention any incident involving Happy. This scenario seems the least likely. At that stage, Hydra had yet to reach its peak strength, and any reckless action could expose their existence. Merely possessing an expensive suit of armor without widespread applicability presents a disproportionate risk to reward. The most they could achieve would be to exert pressure through military tribunals or governmental coercion to force Tony to relinquish his technology. Resorting to violence would be a last resort. Could it be that Tony has provoked other foes? He has a history of acerbic remarks and arrogance, inadvertently offending countless individuals, including Killian, who might harbor resentment. As Alice's thoughts spiraled, she completed her infiltration of Jarvis, but the news was grim. "Apologies, Mr. Stark. The surveillance systems in your villa have been completely destroyed. Alice is unable to procure any intelligence and can only advise caution. Danger lies ahead. It is recommended that you halt your advance." Upon hearing Alice's urgent warning, Victor activated his enhanced vision. Ahead, at a distance of 1,000 meters every 500 meters, there stood an armed assailant clad in Special Forces attire, each shouldering an RPG equipped with a missile, poised and ready to target Victor. He counted 14 RPGs in total. Clearly, the opposition had anticipated Victor's rescue attempt, presenting an unmasked threat, perhaps intended to deter him. Victor hesitated. After all, this was an RPG designed for close-range bombardment of tanks and armored vehicles, not a mere sidearm. He sensed the impending danger. Should he be struck head-on by a rocket? His armored form could withstand one shot, perhaps a second with the aid of his telekinesis, but a third would likely be fatal, and a fourth would surely spell doom. The thought was terrifying. What ordinary person could endure 4 RPG hits? Even lightly armored vehicles would succumb to a single blast. In that moment, Victor contemplated retreat. However, awaiting him was Tony Stark, a character interwoven throughout the Marvel narrative, a pivotal figure destined to defeat Thanos in Avengers Endgame. What if he were to abandon this mission and something dire happened? Lost in thought, the Ferrari, at a speed of 40 km/h, had already carried him into the enemy's strike zone. The foremost armed assailant had pulled the trigger, and a rocket swiftly arced through the air, propelled towards a specific point on the roadway ahead. Should Victor maintain this pace, a collision between the two is inevitable. No need to agonize over choices. Damn it. Victor tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his voice laced with determination. Stark, this time I'm truly risking it all. If you dare to die, I will ensure to resurrect you just to mock you mercilessly. Discarding extraneous thoughts, Victor's gaze was solely fixed on the rocket propelled by its fiery tail. He slammed the brakes, downshifted to shift the car's weight forward, and abruptly turned the steering wheel to swing the rear of the vehicle, quickly countersteering to sway the car in the opposite direction. In a breathtaking display reminiscent of a dragon's tail, the Ferrari deftly evaded the impact zone of the rocket, continuing to surge forward amidst the explosive aftermath. Victor felt no joy, only a creeping tension, his palms sweating against the steering wheel. Ahead of him, 6 rockets were launched, horizontally sealing off an expansive area. Unless he reduced speed to evade, no matter how graceful his maneuvers, the likelihood of being hit was unavoidable. Yet to slow down within the encirclement of adversaries, the subsequent rockets would obliterate the car into mere fragments. Caught in this dilemma, Victor's mind faltered. This was his disadvantage. Lacking professional training and combat experience, even as he transformed into a Superman of sorts, he still appeared clumsy in the presence of elite adversaries. The 3 bodyguard from 2 days ago had already dealt him a considerable blow, nearly allowing Obadiah to escape. Today, confronted with a blockade of 6 rockets, his 25 years of life experience offered no guidance on how to respond to such a scenario. Thus, Victor resolved to act decisively, braking to slow down and evade this wave of attacks. Simultaneously, he activated the platform interface. You want to fight, do you? Fine. Let us make it a grand showdown. 58. Cleanse the area. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 rockets detonated approximately 10 meters from the vehicle in rapid succession, and in less than half a second, the Ferrari sped through the explosion zone. Emerging from the chaos, the car was now clad in the garb of a beggar. The paint had been seared black by the intense heat, pockmarked with numerous dents from flying debris, some as large as a fist embedded in the chassis and windshield, creating a truly terrifying sight. And this was merely the aftermath of the explosions. Had it been struck directly, the car would undoubtedly have been rendered a total loss. No respite was afforded to Victor. Another 10 rockets surged forth, covering an even larger expanse of roadway, their launch intervals staggered. With the aid of long-range support, he spotted a multitude of scattered spike strips laid across the ground. Should he employ the same tactics and charge through the explosive zone, he would undoubtedly suffer a punctured tire and become ensnared within, with subsequent bombardment sufficient to send Victor on his way. It appears that only by reducing speed could he evade this calamity. Yet Victor chooses otherwise. He floors the accelerator, adopting a stance of urgency to breach the bombardment zone. Midway, however, the vehicle veers sharply, hurtling off the road and colliding violently with an armed assailant bearing an RPG, carving a 10-meter trench into the desolate terrain before erupting in a fierce explosion. Meanwhile, as Victor deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, he had already launched himself from the open-top sports car, soaring upwards in a graceful arc, thereby flawlessly evading all ensuing shockwaves. Simultaneously, having completed his procurement, Victor prepared to extract items from his inventory. Suddenly, his psychic shield was breached by several impacts, with severe blows landing upon his waist, chest, and head. The force was so tremendous that it momentarily clouded his vision, causing him to plummet to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the grit and dust, Victor gasped. His expression contorted in agony. It was a sniper, although he was unaware of the specific model or caliber of the rifle. He had just endured at least 4 sniper bullets striking his form. Thankfully, his iron-clad physique, fortified by days of languid existence, withstood the onslaught of the rounds. Yet, the pain alone was nearly unbearable. This group was undeniably not summoned by Obadiah. Within a mere 24 hours, how could Obadiah orchestrate such an elaborate escape plan, employing a top-tier team to execute a dual strategy against Tony and Victor? And with such overwhelming force, lying on the ground, Victor refrained from rising. He had no desire to serve as a target for the sniper. Enduring the pain, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Alice, block the nearby satellite signals and seal off all video feeds." Operation complete, Alice responded promptly. Without hesitation, Victor extracted all 10 items from his inventory. In the next moment, 10 humanoid beings materialized, enveloping Victor in a protective embrace. They were grounded, with 3 thick claws for fingers, their blood-red skin devoid of any hair, as if flayed. Each muscular sinew grotesquely exposed to the air. accompanied by tongues as long as their arms. The true identity of these beings became evident. The biohazard liquors. Product name: third-generation liquor. Product category: technology. Compatibility: 100. Origin: Resident Evil. Rating: F. The price of the product is classified as F-level certificate X2, dimensional points X25. The function is described as a mutant in the evolution of the T-virus, unafraid of death and craving flesh and blood. After 3 modifications, it is no longer infectious and can be controlled via an embedded electronic program, transforming it into a biochemical weapon. The slogan reads, "This creature looks utterly repulsive, yet its combat capability is so feeble." Among the myriad dimensional products available, why did Victor select this particular item? The answer is simple. Alice. Command them to eliminate all nearby enemies. Victor's tone was frigid. With that command, the 10 lickers sprang into action. Their robust limbs propelled them swiftly across the ground, making them nearly impossible to target with rockets or sniper rifles. Under Alice's control, they consistently shielded their heads with one forelimb to avoid headshots. As for the bullets striking their bodies, they paid them no mind, simply enduring the impact. When they approached the armed combatants, it marked the end for those foes. In the face of overwhelming size, strength, and agility, the armed fighters could do little more than inflict a few bullet holes in the lickers before their demise. This is precisely why Victor chose this grotesque creature. In the original dimension, all these biochemical weapons were controlled by Alice. Yet, even in the midst of a one-sided massacre, the armed combatants valiantly continued their assault, with not a single one choosing to flee. Victor relaxed slightly, preparing to rise, when a sniper bullet struck him, leaving him breathless. Were they still able to focus on him? Victor found himself helpless, lying on the ground and awaiting the lickers to clear the area. Enhancing his hearing, he was inundated with sounds of gunfire, the lickers' growls, and the roars of the armed fighters, though no useful information emerged from it. Then, one armed fighter, captured by a licker, defiantly pulled the pin from a grenade on his belt, shouting "Hail, Hydra," in a low voice as death approached. With a tremendous explosion, the first licker was killed, leaving the phrase "Hail, Hydra" echoing in Victor's mind. Fearless and unyielding, who else in the Marvel Universe would shout such a slogan? Could it truly be Hydra's agents attacking Tony? Did they not fear exposure? While Victor quietly pondered these questions, the battle raged fiercely on. Following this exemplary demonstration, other Hydra members faced the lickers with grenades in hand, prepared for a mutual demise. But would an artificial intelligence truly fall for the same trap twice? Under Alice's command, the lickers no longer solely pursued close-quarters combat. Their long tongues became whips, ensnaring foes and launching them into the sky, where they plummeted from heights exceeding 10 meters, meeting either death or crippling injury. The Hydra faction also exhibited considerable prowess, with snipers concealed at the periphery who seized the opportunity during the lickers' moments of vulnerability, systematically eliminating 6 of them. Yet, that was the extent of their success. The Hydra operatives, adept at detecting enemies through smell and sound, rendered any disguise futile, leading to the complete eradication of all hidden threats by the lickers. Chen, the outer enemies have been neutralized. Alice interrupted Victor's contemplation. The remaining 3 lickers have encircled the villa. Should we proceed with reconnaissance? At her words, Victor cautiously sat up. He waited several seconds, ensuring no sniper bullets were aimed at him before exhaling in relief. However, before he could issue any commands, an unexpected development occurred. 3 armed helicopters emerged from the depths of the sea, targeting Tony's villa. The Hydra was retreating. Should he intercept them? Victor found himself in a quandary. This was not the moment for Hydra to reveal themselves. Otherwise, his SHIELD personnel would see their plans unravel. Yet if Tony were abducted, the subsequent plans would be even more disastrous. As he hesitated, Victor's enhanced vision caught sight of the helicopters, each armed with a sniper rifle, specifically the Barrett sniper, which he recognized. This weapon could easily pierce light armored tanks. He wondered if Tony's armored form could withstand it. Even if it could, the pain would undoubtedly be magnified. Without delay, he attempted to roll away to evade the impending sniper fire. To his surprise, the helicopters were not targeting him. Instead, they unleashed a barrage upon the remaining 3 lickers. Utilizing their advantageous position, they first shattered the lickers' limbs, rendering them immobile, before obliterating their heads in a scene of extreme carnage. The ground was littered with severed limbs and corpses, causing Victor's stomach to churn and his throat to itch uncontrollably. He struggled against an instinctive urge to react, remaining alert. With the lickers dispatched, would it be his turn next? At that moment, his superhuman hearing captured a fragment of an order. Do not engage. Leave the target's threat level for absorption. due to the interference from the helicopter's propellers. Victor could not discern the entire message. However, it was clear that the opposition had received orders from a superior to avoid harming him. Indeed, they refrained from firing, instead keeping their rifles trained on Victor, deterring him from advancing. Victor attempted to step closer, but before his foot could touch the ground, they decisively squeezed the triggers. Surrounded by a powerful telekinetic force, it was effortlessly pierced as the sniper bullet struck the ground, creating a crater the size of a child's head. Glancing at the pit, Victor silently withdrew his foot and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What an astonishing display of power. Even if it didn't breach his defenses, it could certainly shatter his internal organs. First, he decided to use his enhanced vision to ascertain whether Tony had been abducted. If not, it would be prudent to allow the assailants to escape. Hydra's exposure was detrimental to everyone involved. Nick Fury had yet to gather strength for a counterattack, and Hydra was not sufficiently emboldened. Victor had not found a suitable vantage point either. Should Tony be taken, the remaining balance on Victor's platform could easily overwhelm the enemy. 3 armed helicopters swiftly approached the villa, releasing a cascade of rapid descent ropes. A dozen armed individuals hurriedly emerged from the villa, each carrying a tactical briefcase. Victor observed coldly, refraining from action. The size of those briefcases suggested that, if they intended to take Tony, they would have to dismember him to fit him inside. A course of action that yielded no benefit for Hydra and was nearly impossible to execute. After all, Tony was merely an ordinary man. His flesh held little value for research, save for his sperm. Unexpectedly, Obadiah emerged from the villa, wearing an expression of triumph. How had he survived? It seemed that last night's prison assault had been orchestrated by Hydra, aimed at rescuing Obadiah and securing first-hand intelligence. The armed helicopters, having completed their mission, did not linger and flew directly out to sea. Watching them depart the coastline, Victor enveloped himself in telekinetic energy and soared towards Tony. The Ferrari had become a hunk of scrap metal. Flying was now the fastest method of travel for him. At this moment, a comparison arose. The car ride, which previously took 40 seconds, took Victor 2 minutes of flight, and even then, his telekinetic energy was nearly depleted. After all, he had only acquired this ability less than half a month ago. Had he attempted to intercept the rocket with his telekinesis, the outcome would undoubtedly have been dire. The villa's front door had been violently dismantled, allowing Victor to move unimpeded into the living room. There, in the same position on the sofa, lay Tony, unconscious, face up, with a bruise on his left temple, likely the result of a heavy blow. Additionally, the small arc reactor in Tony's chest had been taken, presumably by Obadiah. Victor chose not to inspect Tony's condition further. Instead, he turned towards the descending staircase at the side of the living room. Descending into Tony's underground laboratory, he found shattered glass strewn across the floor. The laboratory could be aptly described as a chaotic mess, with various instruments and items carelessly strewn across the floor. It seemed to be the handiwork of the recent evacuation of Hydra members. There was no time to dwell on such matters. With the remaining psychic energy spread out like a flowing stream, it penetrated the crevices of the disarray, searching for a rectangular model. Please, let this plot remain unchanged. Otherwise, the cost of resurrecting a person would be substantial, Victor mused. Fortunately, Tony's Reaper was on holiday today. Before his psychic energy could be completely depleted, Victor finally unearthed the glass display case containing the first-generation miniature arc reactor from the mountain of debris. It appeared Pepper remained as nostalgic as ever. Quickly, he dashed back, clenched his right fist, and struck down with force, shattering the glass display case and retrieving the first-generation arc reactor intact. With this little device, he could fill the void in Tony's chest, and Victor breathed a sigh of relief, having saved on resurrection expenses. While contemplating whether to douse Tony with a bucket of cold water, his acute hearing detected the sound of brakes outside the villa. Upon careful listening, he discerned only one set of footsteps. It must be Hydra returning. Victor engaged his mind and swiftly deduced the identity of the visitor, standing still to await their entrance. However, the individual did not approach through the front door. Demonstrating considerable experience, they scaled the fence, circumvented the villa from the side, and cautiously advanced until emerging from the back hall. The newcomer was a black man clad in an Air Force uniform, his hands extended and firmly gripping a handgun. Upon entering the living room, he immediately spotted Victor, almost instantly aligning his sights on Victor's head. "Raise your hands," he bellowed. "I want to see your hands. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your survival." While warning Victor, he cast a quick glance around the living room, soon noticing the lifeless form of Tony. His expression tightened further as he barked, "Leave Tony. Go to that corner and put your hands on your head. Now." Immediately, observing the man aiming a small handgun at him, Victor shrugged nonchalantly. James Rhodes, right? If you want Tony to wake up sooner, it's best to fetch some water. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Tony's rare good friend, Air Force Major James Rhodes, a future member of the Patriot and the Avengers. Past progress, 1. Currently at 45. You know me? Rhodes maintained a wary expression, no longer insisting that Victor squat down with his hands on his head, nor did he lower his gun. Tell me who you are, and what the hell is going on here? Victor scratched his head, unsure how to explain. Perhaps it was best to shift the blame onto Tony. Concentrating his dwindling psychic energy into a needle, he aimed for Tony's lower body. No, that was too harsh. The thigh would suffice. Ouch. As the needle of psychic force pierced his flesh, Tony was abruptly jolted awake, clutching the spot of pain and springing up from the sofa, his expression a grimace as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Rhodey aiming his weapon at Victor, Tony bared his teeth and inquired, "What brings you here?" Regardless of the circumstances, Rhodey needed to lower his gun. Moreover, did you just shoot me in the thigh? Victor's meticulously devised plan had gone awry. Now seated on the sofa, he found himself scrutinized by both Rhodey and Tony, who stood shoulder to shoulder, their piercing gazes fixed upon him. The dynamics had shifted to a 2-against-1 interrogation. Irritated by their stares, Victor feigned indignation, exclaiming, "Hey, I just arrived too. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of spectacle, all right? So, can someone explain what is happening here?" Seizing the opportunity, Rhodey pressed on, pointing outside the villa. "Who did that?" Before Victor could respond, Tony interjected with another query. "So, you broke into my home and knocked me out?" "Tony, that's not the crux of the matter. What is happening outside is the real crisis." Rhodey attempted to redirect Tony's focus. "This bastard broke into my home and knocked me out, and you're telling me that's irrelevant?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I pay a substantial amount in taxes every year. You'd better check outside. Just 2 or 3 kilometers from your house, a massacre has occurred." Rhodey countered, "At least 20 heavily armed mercenaries, and some bizarre creatures that seem to have escaped from a laboratory. I hope you're not behind this. I certainly don't want to hear you've been conducting human experiments, or I'll have no choice but to arrest you." His words carried weight, forcing Tony to grasp the gravity of the situation. With skepticism, he called out, "J.R.V.S. What has happened to the location Rhodey mentioned?" However, he received no response. Victor awkwardly averted his gaze. In his haste to extract information from Tony, he had instructed Alice to infiltrate J.A.R.V.I.S. at breakneck speed, often resulting in brute force. A deluge of junk data had inundated J.A.R.V.I.S.'s logical circuits, leaving it inoperable without external assistance. Unbeknownst to Tony, he assumed J.A.R.V.I.S. had malfunctioned and muttered to himself about needing to upgrade it while making his way to the underground laboratory. Then came a furious roar. Tony reappeared, wielding a hefty wrench, his face betraying unrestrained wrath. Upon seeing them, he growled, "Tell me, who smashed my laboratory? I must extend my gratitude to him." With my wrench, his gaze darted between Victor and Rhodey. Though reluctant to believe it, both could potentially be involved. One was of dubious origins, while the other represented the military, both eyeing the Iron Man suit and the technology behind the miniature arc reactor, each possessing their own motives. Rod was naturally bewildered, hastily distancing himself from the situation. Upon my arrival, I found him standing there, and before he could utter a few words, he was startled awake with a frantic shout. The gazes of Tony and Victor converged once more upon Victor, who appeared rather indifferent this time. It was nearly certain that Tony had been knocked unconscious without any reaction, rendering him oblivious to the unfolding events. Otherwise, he would have been unleashing a tirade at Rod. This made the situation considerably easier, as I had been pondering how to explain the presence of the liquor. Witness my prowess as a doctor-level screenwriter. "Tony, have you not yet revoked Obadiah's access?" Victor inquired. Tony's furious demeanor faltered momentarily. "Hey, don't divert the conversation. Stan was attacked right under my nose. There's no way it could have been him." Victor rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Who is it that is steering the topic astray? It's quite ironic, Tony, that you consider yourself a genius, yet you can make the same mistake twice." Without further ado, with a mental command, he summoned a tablet from a table. "Alice, does the footage of the moment Tony was assaulted exist?" Alice responded affirmatively, and the screen began to play the recorded footage. In the footage, Tony was seen seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone call, when Obadiah stealthily emerged from behind, lifting a chair and striking Tony, who then slumped lifelessly onto the couch, after which the video abruptly cut off. The scene shifted to outside the villa, where a dozen armed individuals forcibly entered, shooting out every surveillance camera in their path. The footage continued to switch until it reached Tony's underground laboratory, where all monitoring devices had been destroyed. As the playback concluded, Tony's face was a mask of anger and frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! I will find that bastard." Rod, too, wore a furrowed brow. He remained unaware of the adversary's objectives. But the highly coordinated maneuvers and meticulous planning indicated that this group was anything but ordinary. They could very well be a special operations team. The pressing question now was, which nation do they represent? Whether they hailed from America or elsewhere, the implications of their representation were far from favorable. Victor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, they made Obadiah their vanguard? It's fortunate that Tony was so careless, allowing them to strike successfully. Otherwise, given his skills, he might not have been an easy opponent for Tony. Unless, Victor quickly grasped the situation. This was a Hydra smokescreen, diverting attention in the subsequent investigation toward Obadiah and how he managed to escape. Hydra would continue to lurk within SHIELD, brazenly existing in plain sight. This was becoming quite interesting. The three remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, Tony and Rhodey posed their questions in unison. Tony's expression was grim as he inquired, "How can you control the devices in my home? Who is Alice? Is she also an artificial intelligence? What have you done with JARVIS?" Rhodey's demeanor was serious as he asked, "What do you know about those creatures outside?" Victor raised a hand, signaling them to remain calm. He first addressed Tony's question. "At that moment, Pepper called me for help, stating that you were under attack. Naturally, I had to obtain your information as swiftly as possible, so I instructed Alice to infiltrate your security system. Furthermore, I had to sacrifice a year's worth of Superpower to get here, so you owe me for that." He then turned to respond to Rhodey's inquiry. "You should direct that question to Tony. I'm not entirely sure myself. When I arrived, I was attacked by an RPG, and then those creatures emerged, engaging in combat with those armed individuals. They might have been brought by them. Tony, do you know anything?" As he spoke, Victor instructed Alice to capture satellite images and handed a tablet to Tony. This world lacks the Resident Evil films, so there is no need to worry about exposing the existence of the lickers. The gruesome images displayed on the tablet rendered Tony's face pale, prompting him to toss the tablet to Rhodey. "Stark Industries does not possess extensive research in the biological field. You're from Osborne Industries, not me. How could I possibly know? You didn't bring them here, did you?" Rhodey, examining the photos on the tablet, looked up at Victor upon hearing this. "So, this guy is from Osborne Industries?" Fortunately, he had opened fire earlier. The collaboration between Osborne Industries and the military was indeed close. Yet it did not fall under his jurisdiction. Disregarding Tony's attempts to provoke him, Victor shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "I don't know much more than this. You'll have to investigate on your own. Now that you're safe, I won't trouble you further. Otherwise, I might end up smacking you with a check." The mention of a check successfully unsettled Tony. Meanwhile, Rhodey wore a perplexed expression. "A check to smack Tony? Is this young man wealthier than Tony?" Victor swiftly made his exit, and as he reached the door, he turned back to add, "Oh, by the way, my car was destroyed by a rocket. You wouldn't expect me to walk back, would you?" The reference to the check caused Tony's expression to twitch unnaturally. He longed to tell Victor to leave, yet he wasn't ungrateful. Given the current intelligence, it appeared that Victor had indeed come to his aid promptly after receiving Pepper's distress call. Even if Tony felt there was a hint of ulterior motive. After all, he had just noticed that his chest's miniature arc reactor had changed, replaced by the one previously crafted in the cave. Could it be that Obadiah, with good intentions, removed the new one only to replace it with an old model? It must be Victor. Now, with their vehicles destroyed, it is only reasonable to compensate for a single car. Yet, that incessant mouth. How can it be so insufferable? Struggling to suppress his fury, Tony pointed towards the stairway below. "My laboratory is right behind the underground garage. Pick a vehicle and swiftly remove yourself from my sight." Victor shrugged dismissively, sauntering towards the stairway. Upon returning to the chaotic underground laboratory, he took a moment to survey the space more thoroughly. 3 suits of Iron Man armor remained on display, undisturbed by Hydra, suggesting that their plan to ambush Victor had faltered, leaving them no time to evacuate. What then? Did they take with them in their tactical briefcases? Surely, Tony's second-generation miniature arc reactor was among the items, and given the disarray of the lab, they likely absconded with numerous models, prototypes, blueprints, and critical data. The future Hydra. Would every member be donning a suit of Iron Man armor? That would indeed pose a significant challenge. This unforeseen variable must be factored into future considerations. As Victor traversed the laboratory, he arrived at a section of the underground parking lot, which, too, bore signs of having been rifled through. Among the debris was a blue luxury car, seemingly struck by a heavy object and now rendered inoperable, with a makeshift repair visible. This car struck a chord of familiarity with Victor. It was the very vehicle Tony had crushed during his first test flight, failing to account for the weight of the Iron Man suit, crashing through the roof, shattering a piano, and collapsing the floor, ultimately landing atop this unfortunate luxury car. It was likely one of the testing grounds for the Iron Man suit. Except for this one wrecked luxury vehicle, the others remained unscathed, for Hydra appeared indifferent to such earthly possessions. However, Victor found himself quite intrigued. The Lamborghini Ulias Pregunta, the Maybach Landaulet, and the Pagani Zona Tricolor were all limited edition masterpieces, unique customizations from around the globe. He was astonished by the extent of Tony's collection. After some deliberation, Victor ultimately selected a Ferrari, the specific model obscured, yet likely a bespoke version crafted for Tony. That ostentatious fellow must have invested upwards of $3 million into his customizations. The price was double that of the vehicle he was replacing. It was not that Victor could not afford a more expensive car, but rather that American vehicles were generally not exorbitantly priced. The car keys had also been left in, allowing him to start the engine effortlessly. The roar of the engine was smooth, indicating that regular maintenance had not been neglected. As he drove back to his villa, Victor's countenance grew increasingly pale. The Devourer itself possesses a fearsome appearance, further exacerbated by the violent baptism of various weaponry, rendering its visage even more intolerable. One can only imagine the plight of those who fell victim to the Devourer. Those who met their end by falling were somewhat fortunate, retaining their physical forms, whereas those who were slain in close combat were reduced to mere ragdolls, their bodies torn asunder in a gruesome display of carnage. Throughout this harrowing journey, Victor's insatiable curiosity proved difficult to suppress, causing an occasional itch in his throat, though he managed to endure it. It is a common misconception that directing merely involves exerting authority over actors. An exceptional director must possess a broad understanding of various disciplines: screenwriting, costume design, color theory, and set design, among others, and even strive for mastery in them. Consequently, familiarizing oneself with the nuances of corpses and the physicality of death or the struggle for life is an integral part of their experience, having observed dissections in medical school. Undoubtedly, few directors exhibit the same dedication to quality as Victor. Thus, as a director aspiring to excel in every aspect, Victor emerged from this battle with a profound awareness of his own practical deficiencies. Had he possessed combat skills akin to Captain America, would he have found himself in such a wretched state today? Even Captain America cannot withstand bullets with sheer physicality. This flaw must be rectified, immediately, without delay. Declining Wanda's invitation to rank, Victor retreated to his bedroom, where he commenced a search for combat training resources. The options were plentiful: bloodlines infused with combat memory, magical scrolls that directly imparted martial techniques, and coaches capable of manifesting spiritual entities for guidance. Eventually, Victor settled on a coveted item he had once desired. Item name: Virtual Learning Helmet Category. Bloodline, Technology, Magic, Skills, Miscellaneous, Compatibility. 64 Origin. The Matrix Rating: E-Price. E-Level Voucher 3. 400 Dimensional Points. Function Description: Transforms knowledge into electronic signals and injects them into the cerebral cortex. Slogan: Rejoice in your fortune. The previous generation's learning helmet required invasive brain insertion, truly inhumane. As one of the classic films, The Matrix had captivated Victor's interest, particularly the concept of instantaneously acquiring martial arts, piloting helicopters, and mastering multiple languages with a mere keystroke. His aspirations to learn were vast, and now, that dream was within reach. Moreover, unlike The Matrix, the learning virtual helmet does not feature a long signal needle inserted into the brain. It is merely a bulky helmet reminiscent of a motorcycle helmet. Given this fit, how can it only be rated at 64? The accompanying instruction manual is quite straightforward. Connect it to a computer, don the helmet, and it is ready for immediate use. The first step is simple. Alice connects to the helmet via radio, securing control and learning how to convert corresponding information into electronic signals. Of course, the conversion can only be achieved through this learning virtual helmet. To grasp the core technology, one must purchase knowledge independently. Victor, however, has no interest in the core technology. Upon receiving confirmation from Alice that she has taken charge of the learning virtual helmet, he promptly issues his first learning objective: to master Chinese to the HSK level by tonight. With the marvels of Chinese martial arts, why bother with Taekwondo or Judo? Is Jeet Kune Do insufficiently potent? Or is the power of the inch not worth studying? Perhaps Tai Chi is simply too comprehensible? First, he must thoroughly learn the language, and then he will delve into the intricacies of these Chinese martial arts, which are easy to learn but difficult to master. Alice receives the command and immediately begins imparting knowledge. For Victor, It feels akin to suddenly recalling memories, as though he has experienced them personally, devoid of any sense of dissonance. The phrase "a flood of ideas" perfectly encapsulates his current experience. Previously obscure and complex terms swiftly become clear in his mind. This sensation is exhilarating, akin to operating on a cheat mode. However, Victor underestimates the profound depth of Chinese culture. Identical characters, words, and sentence structures can convey entirely different meanings depending on context, tone, attitude, and background. The influx of electronic signals fills his mind, leading him to feel an overwhelming sense of mental congestion for the first time. Eventually, Victor's comprehension begins to lag behind the rapid emergence of electronic signals, culminating in complete disconnection, his pupils reflecting a vacant stare. Yet, his consciousness remains intact as a torrent of knowledge pours in, demanding his digestion. He cannot afford to lose consciousness. Just when he feels his mind is on the verge of bursting, the infusion of electronic signals finally ceases. At this moment, Alice reports, half of the knowledge required for HSK-level Chinese has been imparted, taking 17 seconds. Significant fluctuations in brain electronic signals detected, temporarily halting the infusion. Shall we continue? Victor, clutching his swollen head, finds thinking as arduous as wading through a mire, his mind flooded with the names Zhao, Chen, Sun, Li, and thoughts of Confucius, the Tao Te Ching, and Laozi's teachings. He simultaneously realizes that the 64 compatibility rating refers precisely to this. At 62, one must either crumble or adapt. No, no, no. Victor hastily declined Alice's persistent requests, resting his forehead in his hand as he sat on the edge of the bed to gather his thoughts. His mind felt as though it were on the verge of exploding. The HSK materials Alice had procured even included classical Chinese texts. This was truly a challenge for him. In his previous life, as a half-Chinese individual, he had indeed studied the language, but having grown up in America, he was utterly unfamiliar with classical Chinese. What relevance did the sayings of Confucius, Laozi, and Suanzi have to learning Chinese martial arts? Alice, for where did you download these materials? Victor inquired, rubbing his forehead. From a headquarters of the Confucius Institute, the official organization for Chinese language examinations. Is there a problem? Alice replied, her tone tinged with a hint of innocence. She was merely following orders. Victor found himself at a loss, realizing he had made an erroneous request. It could only be said that Chinese culture was indeed profound and extensive. Was there a typo? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Forget it. He decided to sleep on it for a while. He didn't even bother to cover himself with a blanket, having never heard of superhero catching a cold. He reclined back and closed his eyes. However, his mind felt as if it were reciting scriptures, thoughts flowing incessantly without pause, far too active to allow for slumber. How could he possibly sleep? Ironically, his mind was overloaded, and he didn't even want to move a finger, merely lying there like a corpse on the bed. He endured until dawn broke, finally feeling a hint of drowsiness. Skipping breakfast, he instructed Alice to inform Felicia and Wanda, and then soared directly to a beach chair on the sand. To his surprise, enveloped in the warm embrace of sunlight, his drowsiness was not as profound as it had been previously. Moreover, akin to an exponential increase in telekinetic ability, the speed of his thoughts had multiplied, replacing the initial discomfort of digestion with a refreshing clarity. This not only alleviated his sleepiness but also allowed him to engage in other activities, albeit with slightly dulled reflexes, which was a minor inconvenience. Victor attempted to fly back to his room, seeking to avoid direct sunlight as the earlier heaviness threatened to return. As if he had been ensnared by a diminishing intelligence aura. Alarmed, he quickly retreated back into the sunlight, and his mental acuity was restored. This was rather peculiar. Nonetheless, it was ultimately a positive development. The sun was indeed reliable. With his thoughts no longer sluggish, Victor promptly commanded, Alice, categorize and organize the knowledge of Chinese martial arts. Feel free to utilize my account, but my sole requirement is to simplify, and simplify. Do you understand? Understood, Victor. Shall I arrange for training instructors? Training instructors? That is indeed necessary. The learning virtual helmet merely serves to inundate the mind with knowledge, akin to a teacher delivering a lecture that one absorbs effortlessly. However, to truly apply this knowledge, one must integrate personal understanding into corporeal experience. Yet, for the average individual, this may be a daunting task. His formidable physique is likely unmatched in combat. Few could withstand a confrontation with him, as he can endure even sniper fire. It might be wiser to procure one from the platform. In this Matrix realm, there exists a complementary item. Product name, virtual reality simulation. Product category, technology. Product compatibility, 97. Originating realm, The Matrix, great assessment. E. Product price, E-level certificate 1, 195 rel points. Function description, capable of simulating any tactile sensation in the mind, provided the computational power is sufficient. Slogan, this small device boasts a high degree of simulation, though it may be somewhat detrimental to one's health. The virtual environment simulation is a larger helmet that can function independently or be combined with a learning virtual helmet for enhanced convenience. According to the description, Victor's opponents can even be simulated as Iron Man, the Hulk, or Thor, contingent upon the prior collection of detailed data. As for the notion of potential harm alluded to in the slogan, it seems the platform's appraiser is still a solitary figure. A splendid item, indeed, purchased. Extracting 2 helmets from inventory, he found himself momentarily perplexed. How does one don them? He directed Alice to access the permissions, and the 2 helmets seamlessly merged, reclaiming space in inventory and occupying but a single slot. The name was altered to Learning Virtual Helmet with Virtual Reality Simulation. To be candid, it felt somewhat overwhelming. He dismissed these minor details. After all, it was not his merchandise and he had no authority over its nomenclature. Eagerly, he donned the new helmet and activated the virtual program, witnessing the scenery shift as he entered a blank expanse. It was quite blinding. Alice, are you there? Victor called upward. Alice did not respond. Instead, a black platform rose from beneath his feet, upon which rested a white note. In this realm, distant vision was unattainable, compelling him to reach out and retrieve the note for examination. It was an instruction manual. The virtual program inherently possessed a rudimentary control intelligence capable of simulating corresponding environments, adversaries, and even equipment, provided the computational power was adequate. The helmet itself did not include computational power. This was of little concern. Alice, as an artificial intelligence, could flawlessly execute Victor's commands and had initiated an infinite connection, substituting her own computational power. As it stood, this was entirely sufficient. At the conclusion, with the emphatic declaration highlighted in red, bold, enlarged, and underlined, death in virtual space does not result in death in reality, but it can inflict psychological trauma. Depending on individual resilience, experiencing a certain number of consecutive deaths within a short time frame may lead to brain death. With this statement in mind, should Victor err once more and suffer losses, it would no longer concern the merchants of the Matrix. Moreover, this statement was reiterated 3 times, suggesting that the other party, like Raphael, had also faced setbacks in this regard. He casually tore the note, signifying that he had completed his reading and formally activated the virtual reality function. Alice's voice immediately resonated within the space. Chen, you were in a silent state during the initial activation and were unable to communicate with me. Please specify the desired environment. To prevent the loss of cerebral information from the merchants of the Matrix, leading to consequential repercussions, the electronic signals of virtual reality can only be inputted, not outputted. In other words, it is impossible to reverse read the user's brain through this headset. Victor had already made his decision. Did you record the battle on the highway just now? Yes. Each assailant was equipped with a recording device, and the signals were intercepted by Alice, allowing for simulation of the original scene, 8715. Shall we proceed with simulating that scene? Yes. Victor replied with resolute affirmation, restore my abilities, boundless telekinesis, an invincible steel body, and enhanced vision. I need to acclimate to the scene of slaughter. Alice complied without hesitation. The surrounding environment shifted, and Victor transitioned from standing to sitting, perched atop a wrecked Ferrari. Racing down the highway. 10 seconds until the first wave of assault. Please remain alert, Alice cautioned. Disable the warning and use every means to kill me. Victor commanded. Although you are currently invulnerable, Alice would do her utmost. She corrected. As her words fell, the first rocket was launched. Victor twisted his neck, a hint of a grotesque expression crossing his face. Come on, either collapse or adapt. 63, Obadiah is approaching. The Triskelion building, headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., is situated on a small island in the Potomac River, right in the heart of Washington, D.C. The view from the top floor is breathtaking, offering a panoramic vista of the entire city, including the White House, the residence of the President of the United States. Strategically, this location is an absolute high ground. Sitting in this office feels akin to occupying the very heart of Washington, with the entirety of the city at one's fingertips. Alexander Pierce, former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and current chairman of the World Security Council, occupies this very office at the heart of the Capitol. The current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, is also under his heel. This is entirely reasonable. Pierce is a man who has repeatedly declined the Nobel Peace Prize, a recognition he merits for his contributions to this world. Fury would even be willing to take a bullet for him, unaware of his true identity. At that moment, Pierce was meticulously examining a report, his expression remaining placid. In stark contrast, a nervous Indian man standing before his desk, Jasper Sitwell, was glistening with beads of sweat on his bald head, illuminated under the light. A mid-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He is also one of the core members of Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. A cowardly, lascivious fence-sitter, he stood trembling, afraid to even wipe the sweat from his brow. Minutes later, Pierce set the report aside, his demeanor unchanging as he softly inquired, "So, Rumlow did not acquire the target item? Brock Rumlow, nicknamed Crossbones, is the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response, Special Forces, and likewise a key figure within Hydra." Upon hearing this, Sitwell hastily replied, "We garnered quite a few design blueprints for the exoskeleton armor, but the schematics for the small nuclear fusion reactor were completely absent. Our men searched thoroughly, but found nothing. The artificial intelligence JARVI's defenses were on the verge of being breached when a new AI took over, and coupled with Victor Chen's penetration of the defense line, your orders against lethal force forced us to retreat. I suspect Tony Stark may not have documented them on paper, but rather retained them in his mind. After all, he crafted one barehanded in a cave. However, we did retrieve a prototype sample, which provides some measure of success." Pierce's expression remained inscrutable as he fixed his gaze on Sitwell, revealing little of his thoughts, yet it was evident he was displeased with the response. Only when Sitwell's clothing was thoroughly soaked with perspiration did Pierce finally speak in a languid manner. "A mere prototype sample is of no use. The research department is incapable of reverse engineering, let alone executing Plan C. I wish to assess the combat efficacy of this small item before contemplating subsequent plans." "Yes, indeed." Sitwell eagerly nodded. "Obadiah is merely an ordinary man, perfectly controlled to ensure the flawless execution of the mission." "Very well, do not fail again," Pierce replied, returning to his scrutiny of the report. "Understood." Sitwell stood at attention, raising his hands high, softly proclaiming, "Hail, Hydra." However, Pierce shot him a sharp glare, his expression so severe that Sitwell instinctively took a step back. "Do not utter slogans within S.H.I.E.L.D. The place is rife with listening devices." Pierce warned quietly. "Now, carry on, Hail Hydra." Siderfield fled in a panic, only daring to wipe the perspiration from his brow once he had exited the office, discovering to his dismay that he was drenched in sweat. Yet, he paid it no mind, accustomed as he was to taking a shower after each visit to this place. Instead, he found himself breathing heavily, still haunted by the intimidating presence of that old man, who instilled a genuine terror that rendered him unable to take a deep breath in his company. After calming his frayed nerves, he composed himself and ascended the elevator to leave. He needed to swiftly fulfill his new task, for failure was not an option. The stakes were too high. He would not allow himself to falter again. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, on the beach adjacent to Victor's villa, the sun reached its zenith at noon, bathing everything in its most fervent glow. Typically, Victor would be indulging in the deepest slumber at this hour. However, today was different. Donning a virtual reality headset, he engaged in a relentless battle within the digital realm, a true bloodbath. Throughout the morning, he had done nothing but activate invincibility and limitless telekinetic powers, fighting fiercely against the Hydra that had ambushed him the previous day, attacking a staggering 37 times without ceasing until every foe lay vanquished. In the hyper-realistic setting, each encounter left him drenched in blood, the metallic scent filling his nostrils with an intoxicating thrill that rendered him wide awake. His achievements were nothing short of remarkable. At last, he felt no hesitation in dealing with virtual adversaries, able to confront death and even the most explicit scenarios, despite a subconscious awareness of their illusory nature. Yet, it marked a promising beginning. Moreover, unencumbered by concerns for his own safety and with unlimited telekinetic prowess at his disposal, Victor had discovered numerous new techniques. Previously, he had been limited to defensive maneuvers, wielding a blade without a handle for offensive attacks. Now, he realized the folly of his past assumptions. Telekinesis could take any form. Why not that of blade? Indeed, it could, though its hardness was somewhat lacking, a reality that held true, slicing through tough metal or would pose considerable difficulty. However, severing soft throats or blood vessels, or even puncturing eyes, proved to be quite effortless. An invisible assault. Could one not be terrified? This technique, while not a panacea, could easily incapacitate foes. Against armored titans or the indomitable Hulk, this trick might merely tickle. Yet it held myriad other applications. For instance, he could shape walls with telekinesis to divert a rocket-esque trajectory, obstruct the muzzle of a firearm at close range to cause it to explode, or secure the safety of a weapon. The Hydra are merely simulations. Otherwise, having been subjected to such relentless variations 37 times, they might well have chosen to end their existence upon their first appearance. Just as preparations were underway for the 38th fierce battle, the scene did not automatically reset. Alice materialized before Victor, her smile slightly rigid. She's still not a true sentient being. Is there an urgent matter? Victor inquired, aware that Alice would not interrupt him without cause. It concerns Mr. Pietro. Alice adjusted her expression into a flawless professional smile. Before news of Obadiah's demise in prison reached us, Mr. Pietro had secured employment as a cafe server near Stark Industries, remaining there after the news broke. However, 3 minutes ago, Obadiah appeared with a cadre of mercenaries, directly assaulting the weapons division of Stark Industries. I deemed it necessary to inform you of this. As she spoke, Alice simulated the scene in real time. 3 vehicles halted at the Stark Industries weapons division, and 12 armed individuals disembarked, unleashing a massacre. Once the area was cleared, Obadiah emerged, carrying a familiar military briefcase. In characteristic fashion, this team obliterated all surveillance devices in their wake. Fortunately, the weapons division had been shut down by Tony, resulting in minimal personnel remaining, just the security staff on duty. Victor looked perplexed. What exactly does Obadiah intend to achieve? He robbed Tony's home yesterday and now seeks to steal again. Suddenly, an unsettling possibility struck Victor. Alice, exit the virtual space. Call Tony. I'm afraid you have been blacklisted by Mr. Stark and have yet to be removed, Alice replied. Then hack into his phone and connect me directly. Understood. Completion expected in 10 seconds. The connection was established, and before Victor could utter a word, Tony launched into a tirade. Damn it, you've blacklisted Jarvis again? I'm about to upgrade that fool. Give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll send that annoying character from my villa to your doorstep. Character from Tony's villa? Victor pondered, uncertain of whom he referred to. Alice interjected, Agent Phil Coulson, from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, is here to gather evidence regarding yesterday's mass casualties. Victor nodded in understanding. No wonder Tony was unaware of the situation at Stark's. It seemed he was preoccupied. A voice imbued with magnetic allure resonated. Mr. Victor, I am Phil Coulson, a special agent of SHIELD, an independent department beyond the purview of government. If it is convenient, we require a registration of your mutant abilities. Very well, Victor mused, realizing he had inadvertently presented himself to SHIELD. Engaging with them now seemed timely, especially considering future collaborations with the military that would inevitably involve their agency. However, the immediate concern was not this. Coulson, we can arrange another meeting later, Victor replied. He had accepted an invitation from Tony Stark, who was infuriated. Obadiah has crafted his own suit of armor. Tell me you have dealt with him. Damn, how much do you actually know? Are you planting spies in my company? I will track him down. Tony's voice dripped with anger. So you have yet to resolve the issue? Victor pressed. Indeed, and it's not my fault you left this mess. Do you think I have the energy to deal with such trifles? Meanwhile, you seem to be enjoying a sunbath. It was evident that Tony was quite attentive to Victor. With a resigned sigh, Victor remarked, Tony, you might want to inquire about Pepper's whereabouts. I received word that Obadiah has resurfaced at Stark Industries and has claimed several lives. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Tony interrupted, panic lacing his tone. You had better hope Pepper is unharmed. With a click, the communication was abruptly severed. Victor shrugged nonchalantly, reclining to resume his virtual training, but soon felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His mind, having absorbed the teachings of Confucius, Laozi, and Suanzi, reverted to lethargy. It was time for another round of study. Alice, have you compiled the materials on Chinese martial arts? Victor inquired. Not yet fully organized. Some information is available online, but the core techniques require practical learning. I have already employed individuals to record the data, Alice responded. Well, what has been documented thus far? 8 Extremes Fist, 8,864 entries, Bagua Zong, 8,714 entries, Tai Chi, 9,225 entries, and Bagua Yulong Zhang, 8,987 entries, Alice detailed, presenting a lengthy list that left Victor feeling overwhelmed. How much information is that? Until now, he had not fully appreciated the multitude of Chinese martial arts schools. If he were to internalize all of this, how long would it take to assimilate? After a moment of concern, he resolved to confront the challenge. Victor donned the virtual helmet, instructing Alice to begin the data infusion. Just as Alice was about to commence, a sudden booming noise interrupted him, followed by a tremor beside him, and in an instant, he was lifted into the air by unseen forces, for the virtual helmet, while activating the learning module, did not shield him from external stimuli. As Victor's hands were firmly grasped, he utilized his telekinetic abilities to remove the virtual helmet, only to discover that he was soaring at an altitude of 100 meters. Adorned in a suit of iron, resplendent in shades of gold and crimson, he found himself suspended by a rope that secured him under his armpit. Hurtling through the air at a remarkable speed, Victor, bewildered, pondered the absurdity of his predicament. What on earth was this bizarre method meant to achieve? After a moment of confusion, he carefully stowed away the costly virtual helmet, preparing to inquire about his circumstances, only to be met with a fierce gust of wind. Shielding himself from the pressure with his telekinesis, he finally managed to speak. "What are you planning to do?" Victor queried. Tony offered no reply. The cacophony of rushing wind drowned out any chance of Victor's words being heard. Yet Alice, ever considerate, had already established a connection to Mr. Stark's communication channel. Grateful for her assistance, Victor reiterated his question. "Damn it, you hacked into my communication system again. Could you not send a request beforehand? Did your father never teach you the courtesy of knocking? Shall I be the one to instruct you?" Victor's expression darkened. This is yet another jab at my father, isn't it? However, recognizing the inopportune timing, he mentally noted this for future reference, while still managing a mild retort. "Then perhaps you should remove me from your communication blacklist." The atmosphere thickened for several seconds, the only sound being the howling wind. After a brief pause, Tony seamlessly diverted the topic. "You know, Obadiah has constructed a cheap contraption. He's currently wreaking havoc within Stark Industries, behaving like a madman, and could charge into a civilian crowd at any moment." And so, Victor scoffed. The proud Tony Stark cannot handle a mere set of inexpensive armor? Impossible. Such a piece of junk? Tony bristled at the insult. "Even if I'm using an older model power source, I can easily take care of him. I brought you here to protect the civilians. Also, to ensure Pepper's safety. We cannot afford to let our battle escalate too far. Your abilities are perfectly suited for this." It made sense now. It was clear why the proud Tony Stark would seek assistance. He was concerned about his insufficient old model arc reactor and feared he couldn't best Obadiah, thus calling upon Victor to safeguard Pepper. As for the confrontation with Obadiah, he intended to shoulder that burden alone. After the harrowing experience in the cavern, it was evident that Victor possessed the potential of a superhero, unhesitatingly stepping forward in the face of danger, a quality that made Victor feel somewhat inferior. He had just contemplated notifying Tony that he could continue basking in the sun leisurely. Very well then, let the superhero make his entrance ahead of schedule. Without any pretense, Victor activated the simulation function of his super battle suit before Tony, transforming into the preordained superhero template. Tony, naturally, took note of this. "Hey, are you planning on role-playing?" he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Having spent considerable time with Tony, Victor had come to understand his nature. This man was inherently sharp-tongued, a veritable fountain of caustic remarks. His words, often laced with unintentional personal attacks, were akin to pearls of venom. Ignoring Tony's jibes, Victor detached the rope hanging from his body and instead used telekinesis to wrap it around the waist of his armored suit, hovering behind Tony in a formation of 10, soaring through the air. Instantly, his presence was elevated, contrasting sharply with his earlier disheveled appearance. Through his actions, he conveyed to Tony that he, too, cherished his dignity. And thus, a grand entrance was in order. Tony ceased his banter. Shedding the awkward center of gravity, he immediately ramped up his energy output. The repulsors in his palms and feet unleashed their full might, creating a sonic boom as they propelled him and Victor forward at breakneck speed. Their destination, Stark Industries, where a reckless metal behemoth was wreaking havoc. Upon their swift arrival at Stark Industries, Obadiah, piloting the Ironmonger suit, was causing widespread destruction. It could be said he was frolicking amidst the ruins. Despite the facility having been shuttered, a substantial cache of military-grade weaponry remained, remnants of its past as a defense contractor. With these munitions, Obadiah had obliterated nearly 1/9 of Stark Industries' territory. Seeing this devastation, coupled with Pepper's incessantly unreachable phone calls, Tony's fury ignited. Without hesitation, he transformed into a projectile, crashing forcefully into the Ironmonger. The immense gravitational potential, combined with the suit's inherent mass, far exceeded the Earth's structural limits. The two collided, tumbling through the ground and vanishing into an underground space, where the sounds of their fierce battle echoed ominously. Victor, having anticipated this, cleverly severed the telekinetic link mid-flight. Now hovering above the gaping pit they had created, his red cape billowing in the wind, resembling a true superhero. Unfortunately, there were no spectators to applaud him. With Obadiah causing such chaos, who would dare approach this perilous scene? A few brave police officers who had attempted to intervene now lay among the rubble, while the remaining civilians had long since fled the scene. It had only been 15 minutes since Obadiah initiated his assault. Despite the Los Angeles SWAT's prompt response, they could not arrive in time to establish a defense. In the distance, however, some audacious youths peered through various optical devices, while a handful approached with smartphones in hand, eager for a thrill. Indeed, there were those daring enough to court danger. The relatively low population of the United States is not without reason. Fortunately, Obadiah is merely wreaking havoc within Stark Industries, seemingly attempting to draw Tony's attention without intentionally causing casualties. It is these thrill-seekers who have managed to survive thus far. Victor's gaze schemes past these adventurers, scanning the vicinity while lifting the limitations of his supervision in an effort to locate Pepper's whereabouts. This, after all, is the primary reason Tony brought him here. Any notion of protecting civilians is merely a pretentious excuse. If only X-ray vision were available at this moment, matters would be considerably simpler. However, the constraints of his resources prove insurmountable. Superman lineage, supervision, X-ray vision, sea-level credentials, X5, dimensional points, X50,000. The platform balance is insufficient to make a purchase. Thus, he must rely on his super hearing. As the restrictions are lifted, a deluge of information floods his mind. Stan, why are you doing this? Where's Pepper? Ha, Tony. It's been 30 years. I've always been aiding you. I built this company from the ground up, and now that I'm no longer a part of it, it is destined to crumble. The sounds of battle between Obadiah and Tony resonate nearby. Help! My leg is pinned. Someone rescue me. Is anyone there? Hurry. I'm in B1 area, level 2. Help! Damn it. Where are those fat pigs? Have our taxes been squandered? Oh, Edward, you cannot leave me like this. As Victor's super hearing expands, he is inundated with cries for help and sobs, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Yet, he does not act upon his benevolence to rescue. Instead, he glides slowly past. Although he possesses the capability to save many, his current telekinetic powers are limited, and his strength is merely adequate, unable to rescue everyone. By comparison, whether driven by reason or future strategies, finding Pepper remains his foremost priority. Reluctantly, he bypasses the opportunity to assist those in need, but he relays their locations to Alice, instructing her to forward the information to the rescue teams. Beyond this point, fate will take its course. The search continues, yet the overwhelming volume of information delays Victor from pinpointing Pepper's location. Just as he begins to fear for her safety, he finally detects her cries for help. The situation appears grim. The source of her voice emanates from within the ruins of a collapsed building, seemingly trapped in a triangular space formed by the debris. Not far from Pepper, a mobile phone relentlessly rang, the sound coming from Alice, who was repeatedly attempting to call. It appeared that amidst the chaos, she had lost her grip on the phone, and once it became stuck, communication was naturally impossible. The sole piece of good news was that although Pepper's voice was tremulous, it lacked any signs of pain or distress, suggesting she had not sustained severe injuries. The woman who dared to embody Iron Man was undeniably resilient. In contrast, others who had survived beneath the rubble were far less fortunate, their voices weak, intermittent, and abruptly silenced. Victor furrowed his brow tightly and opened the platform to search for disaster relief supplies. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing the debris before him to sway, and a cascade of tiles and stones tumbled down, significantly diminishing the cries of agony from beneath the ruins. This was a dire situation indeed, although Pepper screamed in shock. Her voice remained strong, indicating she was unharmed. However, around Pepper's location, Victor heard faint tearing sounds, signaling the collapse of the support points in the triangular area. Above them lay the remains of an entire building. If more time passed, or if there were another tremor, Pepper might only have the option of returning through resurrection. Time was of the essence. Victor could swiftly procure supplies for rescue. But that violent shaking. Alice, the communication with Tony was severed. As Victor sought suitable items, he commanded, with practiced ease, to reconnect. After 2 seconds, the call was answered, revealing hurried breaths, the sound of metal clashing, and the booming of artillery. Damn it! You hacked back in. I removed you from the blacklist. Even amidst fierce combat, Tony could not resist his sarcastic remarks. When I return this time, I will. Pepper is trapped under the rubble. Victor's words cut off Tony's harsh retort. What? Tony's pitch escalated dramatically, roaring, I want to, but not dead yet. Victor interjected again. Tony, momentarily stifled, began to cough violently, followed by a series of rapid metallic collisions and muffled groans. likely a result of Obadiah's fierce onslaught. Infuriated by his misfortune, Tony barked orders at Jarvis to prepare a power surge for a counterattack. Victor quickly interjected, warning that the support point where Pepper was located was highly unstable. Another violent disturbance could lead to a collapse at any moment. "Stop! Jarvis, stop!" Tony urgently commanded, cursing, "Why didn't you?" "Clang, hato, bang." This time it was not Victor interrupting him, but rather Obadiah's relentless offensive that demanded Tony's full attention. After several seconds, Tony finally had a brief moment to breathe and growled, "What is your suggestion, then?" In a moment of selflessness for Pepper, Tony Stark set aside his pride, relinquishing control for the first time, though he had never truly possessed it before. This was a matter of attitude. He, Tony Stark, the playboy, the brilliant scientist, and one of America's wealthiest individuals, yielded to Victor. Strangely, he felt a surge of satisfaction within. Victor, eschewing pretense, directly remarked, "You're quite capable, aren't you?" This statement, regardless of interpretation, carried a hint of jest. However, Tony quickly retorted, "I thought you had some brilliant idea. I was planning on doing this all along." The frigid temperatures at altitude would cause his armored suit to freeze. It was this very oversight that had led Tony to plummet from the skies, crashing down upon Victor. A second instance of him gaining an advantage over Victor, the first being that singular utterance of Dad. In the original narrative, he had similarly outmaneuvered Obadiah. Yet, concern breeds chaos. With Pepper in peril, he found it difficult to confront Obadiah wholeheartedly, necessitating Victor's intervention to bring him back to focus. Victor simply smiled, choosing not to shatter Tony's pride. Seizing the opportunity, he discovered a fitting item. The product was named Victor's Hextech Gravity Device. Classified under Technology, it bore a compatibility rating of 94. Originating from the realm of League of Legends, it was graded at level F. The selling price was 6 level F certificates and 88 dimensional points. Its functional description stated that upon installation, the Hextech Gravity Device could manipulate gravitational indices within a certain range, inversely proportional to the duration, until the Hextech core energy was depleted. The slogan proclaimed that the quality of this device was such that its energy supply was rather meager, capable of suspending a city for a mere 3 seconds. 3 seconds to levitate a city, or a minute at least for a region of ruins. No, surely, even the most bombarded area would last a minute, right? A minute was ample time to rescue Pepper. With a decisive purchase, Victor had anticipated that this gravity device would be substantial. He deliberately sought an open space to deploy and retrieve it, cautious not to damage it prematurely. To his surprise, a fist-sized orb of violet metal hovered before him. Simultaneously, the violet metallic sphere assertively announced, "I can repair all your deficiencies. Victor at your service, what are your needs?" Its voice was devoid of warmth, mechanical and monotonous. Victor regarded the sphere with a peculiar expression, its surface gleaming like a mirror, perplexed as to the source of its speech. Such was the marvel of advanced technology. Victor remained silent, prompting the violet metallic sphere to repeat its prior statement, suggesting a simple programmed response. As Victor was deep in contemplation, 2 thunderous booms resonated in his ears, shaking his eardrums violently. Simultaneously, Tony's K3 and Obadiah's Iron Giant ascended, their feet ignited by flames, striving to soar alongside the sun. Without further contemplation, Victor inquired about the duration for which gravity could be nullified within a 100-meter radius. Calculations indicate sufficient energy for 24 minutes and 6 seconds. The violet metal sphere articulated clearly. "And what about a 2,000-meter radius?" Victor pressed on. "Calculations indicate sufficient energy for 14 seconds. Victor was taken aback. The area had increased 20-fold, yet the energy output was so minimal. How could the consumption differ by such an enormous factor? Furthermore, the term radius is typically understood in a planar context, but what if, in this scenario, it referred to a volumetric space? The disparity in diameter would be terrifyingly substantial. Victor had no time to ponder the specifics of this discrepancy. He promptly commanded the violet metal sphere to nullify gravity within a 100-meter radius. Upon confirmation of the command, an abundance of purple arcs erupted from the sphere, forming a semi-spherical force field with a radius of 100 meters and a height of 50 meters, with the remaining 50 meters extending underground. Victor felt remarkably light, able to hover effortlessly without the need for telekinetic assistance. Within the semi-sphere's domain, all debris and rubble floated weightlessly. A gentle breeze swept through, causing every fragment, regardless of size, to shift slightly. Victor attempted to grasp the violet metal sphere, wishing to move it with him. However, a circle of purple arcs obstructed him, providing a tangible sensation without any numbness. Movement is not possible while the force field is activated. Would you like to deactivate the force field? The violet metal sphere inquired. Utilizing his enhanced hearing, Victor sensed Pepper's location. Excellent. She was within the protected area. No need for deactivation. He canceled the deactivation command, maintaining the force field with energy levels currently at 99. With no time to investigate this phenomenon, Victor propelled himself rapidly towards the ruins, using his telekinesis to effortlessly clear the debris in his path. In less than 9 seconds, he reached Pepper's side. She was floating in the air, looking bewildered, tightly clutching a silver briefcase that was handcuffed to her right wrist. It was evident that it contained the 2 vials of serum Victor had provided. Upon seeing Victor, Pepper exclaimed in delight, "Is this also your ability?" "If the ability to manipulate currency counts, then yes," he replied. Victor clasped his hands into a fist, inadvertently offending someone. Without allowing Pepper a moment to react, his telekinetic powers transformed into ropes that ensnared her slender waist. Amid her startled exclamations, Victor swiftly propelled her through the weightless expanse, deftly entangling each of the survivors in his telekinetic grasp. Ultimately, as Victor emerged from the rubble, he found himself accompanied by 8 fortunate souls, including Pepper. However, aside from Pepper, who sustained merely minor abrasions, the injuries of the other 7 were considerably more severe, ranging from broken limbs to collapsed chests, their appearances reflecting a state of near death. Such matters were beyond Victor's concern. He gazed skyward, his vision extending to its utmost capacity, faintly discerning 2 small black dots still ascending. Yet, for reasons unknown, their trajectories had deviated considerably from directly above Stark Industries, roughly estimating. They were on a collision course with a shopping district located 3,000 meters away. The skirmish had lasted no more than 20 minutes, and given the distance, a significant number of thrill-seeking onlookers had undoubtedly congregated in that vicinity. Whether Obadiah would survive the impending impact remained uncertain, but it was certain that many lives would be lost in the area struck. Victor could not remain idle. He promptly addressed Pepper. "Do you see that sphere? It possesses the ability to alter gravity within the vicinity. If you take it to the area with the highest population and activate it, it could save numerous lives. Alice, guide her." With that, Victor soared towards the vicinity of Tony and the others' descent point, determined to evacuate the crowd. As for any need for authorization, it was entirely unnecessary. The artificial intelligence contained within that purple metallic sphere lacked any ownership permissions and could be operated with the simplest of instructions.